Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 157 to Chapter 176. Research Center. After the master and disciple chatted for a while, Bai Feng suddenly thought of something and said angrily, "Where's the tea?" Suyu laughed. He was still thinking about this. After pouring a cup of tea for him, Bai Feng was satisfied and felt much better. He drank the tea while thinking about it. After a while, Bai Feng said thoughtfully, "When you used the soul-devouring skill, do you still remember which acupoints were opened?" "Yes. Soul-devouring insects. Soul-devouring skill. Vitality mutation," Bai Feng murmured. "I don't know if it was the talent skill that mutated the vitality, or the soul-devouring insect's basic mantra that mutated the vitality." "Unfortunately, you don't know mantra." Suyu thought about it and said, "Teacher, I think the soul-devouring insect's mantra and the acupoints opened by the talent skill should be similar. Actually, from the talent skill, I think we can usually deduce the mantra. After all, the acupoints opened by the talent skill are all the acupoints of the basic mantra. These two were usually a set. For example, God of War Art and Heavenly Destruction were a set. God of War Art had 108 acupoints opened, and Heavenly Destruction had 96 acupoints opened. They were both acupoints opened by the God of War Art. There was only a difference of 12 acupoints. Makes sense?" Bai Feng nodded, his eyes twinkling as he said, "If the soul-devouring insect's origin spell can mutate Yuan Qi and add burning and corrosive effects to it, then it will be a huge change for all fighters. If fighters want to injure a civilization master, they usually have to get close and kill their physical body. But if they can burn the willpower of a civilization master from afar, then the result will be different." Bai Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he said, "Perhaps, we can use this to hook up with a few warrior Dao powerhouses. To protect us." Suyu looked at his teacher, his expression changing slightly. Bai Feng said indifferently, "What are you looking at me for? We are not strong enough, so it's normal to find someone to support us. But, the soul-devouring skill is only at the Thousand June realm. You're only testing Thousand June, right?" "Yes. It's fine. Thousand June is enough. The main thing is to see how an acupoint is opened." Bai Feng continued to drink his tea and fell into deep thought. It was a technique that could mutate one's vitality and harm one's willpower. Does such a cultivation technique exist? The world was vast and full of wonders, not to mention the human race might have it as well, but, even if they did, it would be a secret technique. At the very least, there wasn't such a technique in the public domain. In Xia province, apart from Xianxia, Bai Feng did not think that the other warrior Dao experts had such a cultivation technique. Knocking on the table, Bai Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Say, if we really want to make a deal with an expert of the warrior Dao, will the civilization master call us traitors?" Suyu thought about it and said with a smile, "No, that's not our traitor, it's the person who scolded us. We handed over our cultivation techniques so that our fighters could kill our enemies on the battlefield, kill one civilization masters. Why would our civilization masters be afraid of this? Wasn't it good to strengthen the human race? If he really has such thoughts, then he is a traitor who wants to cause internal strife. That's just saying." Bai Feng sneered and said, "Civilization masters are very proud. All civilization masters feel that fighters are inferior to civilization masters. When you give them a cultivation technique that can harm civilization masters, they will feel that their position is being challenged." There were fewer civilization masters than fighters, and invincibility was also through the physical body. But civilization masters were indeed a group of arrogant fellows. Even if their overall strength was inferior to the other party, they felt that civilization masters were superior to fighters. In fact, not just the human race, but all the worlds in the universe seemed to be like this. Suyu shook his head and said, "But we can't research a cultivation technique only to have it sealed, right? Just to prevent the status of civilization masters from being challenged? Of course not. The prerequisite is strength and confidence." Bai Feng smiled and said, "If you are invincible, no one will dare to say anything even if you preach in the myriad worlds." Bai Feng exhaled and said, "We'll play it by ear. Kid, since you want to do research, this will be your first topic. Derive the soul-devouring art from the soul-devouring skill." Suyu muttered in his heart, "There is no need to derive it, I know it myself, there is no need to derive it. Of course, he could not say this. Talent skills were fine, after all, there were people researching them, but you could even learn their basic essence skills, that was too scary. Baifeng was probably going to explode. Even though he knew talent skills, it was already enough to make him explode. Baifeng stood up and saw that Suyu was still in a daze. He said unhappily, let's go, didn't you say you want to do research? That. Teacher, now? Of course. Baifeng frowned and said, do we have to wait until tomorrow? Strange, what is this kid thinking? Kid, why aren't you willing to work hard at all? Back then, when your grandmaster said to let me into the research lab, I couldn't wait and wanted to go in immediately, but you still made excuses. Suyu was tired. Why did I make excuses? I just didn't expect you to be so anxious. He did not speak anymore and silently followed Baifeng to the 3rd floor. Main research lab. This was the first time Suyu came here. An extremely heavy door stood there. Baifeng pointed at the door and said, this is the main material for making Earth-grade weapons. Suyu did not wait for him to finish, and his expression changed slightly. Flame Demon Steel. A specialty of the Flame Demon world, the main material for making weapons, and the research lab uses this as the door? Yes, it's good that you know it. Dismantle it and it can be used as an Earth-grade weapon. Baifeng said proudly, it's not an ordinary Earth-grade weapon. Just this large piece of material alone can be sold for the price of a high-grade Earth-grade weapon. High-grade Earth-grade weapon, it was enough for a peak of the Mountain Sea realm, more than enough. The research center was really rich. After a casual estimation, Suyu felt that it would not be difficult to sell it for 5,000 merit points. Of course, this was used to make weapons. If it was used to make Wenbing weapons, it would be frighteningly expensive. Baifeng did not speak anymore. A small sword appeared in front of him and turned into a key, opening the door. Go in. Suyu waited for the door to open and hurriedly walked in. When he entered the research lab, he was shocked. Countless machines were neatly arranged in a huge hall. Around the hall were laboratories that stretched out horizontally and vertically. This place was much larger than the secondary laboratory above, and there were also many more machines. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes flashed. He looked at a transparent room. What was that? In that room, there were books floating in the air, and Suyu seemed to be somewhat familiar. Seeing Suyu staring in that direction, Baifeng smiled faintly and said, familiar, right? Civilization records. It contains the legacy book of the Mountain Sea realm Shenwen. Teacher, Suyu was surprised. So many. Baifeng nodded. This was obtained by your grandmaster when he killed enemies on the battlefield. All these years, your grandmaster has been to the battlefield many times and killed 6 Mountain Sea realm experts, 3 of whom were civilization masters, and robbed Shenwen of 16. Of those, 3 were the main Shenwen, and the other 13 were secondary Shenwen. All of them have been stored away. Suyu was shocked. Killed 6 Mountain Sea realm experts? It had to be known that mountain seas weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. Generally speaking, when a mountain sea met a mountain sea, it would be a battle to the death. The only exception would be if the difference in strength was too great. For example, Wan Tianxing and Jing Yeming. Grandmaster dared to go to the battlefield to kill mountain sea experts. He was really strong, Baifeng said. This thing cannot be called a civilization record. It refers to a human expert who passes on their Shenwen after they die, hoping that one day, their descendants can obtain some of the legacy. That is what a civilization record is. Suyu's interest was piqued, and he asked curiously, Teacher, can the Shenwen in the civilization record be passed on? No, it can't. Baifeng shook his head. After a mountain sea realm expert dies, the Shenwen will collapse. Only by using some special methods can it be preserved in the civilization record. In truth, it has already begun to collapse, and after a long time, it will completely disappear. In about 100 years, the civilization record will be gone. He sighed. This meant that the last traces of the fallen mountain sea expert had disappeared from this world. Then he added, however, there are some special circumstances. For example, some peak mountain sea realm experts stabilize the main Shenwen. At the last moment, they use their lives as the price to condense the main Shenwen into a semi-eternal state. That way, the Shenwen may be passed on, and it will be similar to the eternal Shenwen. Suyu nodded. Teacher, doesn't our academy have some eternal Shenwen? Can these Shenwen be used? Mystery realms were formed from Shenwen. There were actually many mystery realms in the academy. Over the years, the academy had produced some sun-moon tier cultivators. Use? Baifeng looked at him and said, you mean, use the Shenwen? Suyu nodded. I mean, if the Shenwen is eternal, can't we use it ourselves? He was thinking about the book in his mind. So he was curious. Could the eternal Shenwen be used? Baifeng shook his head and said, no, let me explain briefly. It's a matter of compatibility. For example, you can draw the blood character Shenwen, but I can't. If you die and give me the Shenwen, I may not be able to use it. Suyu's expression was strange. Teacher, your words are too hurtful. What do you mean I die for you to use? What a good example. Is there anything that matches? Suyu didn't say much, and asked again. Yes. Baifeng nodded, thought for a moment, and said, my uncle can. And some others can too. The compatibility might not be 100%, but it's rare for someone to be included in the Shenwen. Usually, it only happens to geniuses. Because this genius had a chance of drawing this divine character in the first place. But Baifeng reminded him, don't think about it. Think about it yourself. You're a cultivator. If you include the eternal Shenwen, how much of a burden will it be for the Sea of Will? It's even possible for your Sea of Will to explode. Unless you're really talented, the Sea of Will is extremely powerful, and the eternal Shenwen is very compatible with you, then there's only a little hope. After thinking for a moment, he added, moreover, the Shan Shenwen faction is more difficult than the Shenwen faction. The Shenwen faction, because there are many Shenwen, has formed a combat technique framework, so you can barely use the combat technique framework to suppress the Shenwen faction. But the Shan Shenwen faction is very difficult. Suyu nodded. In his heart, however, he was thinking about something else. Teacher said that his uncle master could. Connecting this to Baifeng's previous words, Suyu suddenly said, Teacher, does Teacher Lu have such a Shenwen legacy? Yes. Baifeng could not be bothered to hide it. He said, the fifth principal once left behind a Shenwen, which was later taken away by Uncle Master. Perhaps it was included in his Sea of Will. I'm not too sure about the specifics. But your teacher Lu was a rare demonic genius in the Great Xia Civilization University in the past, but he was later crippled. It might be related to this Shenwen. And I have a small guess. This might not be just a Shenwen, maybe, it's also a talent Shenwen. Suyu blinked. Talent Shenwen, no way, we haven't figured it out yet. In that case, the fifth principal had already condensed the talent Shenwen back then. Doesn't that mean he really has the hope of proving invincible, or invincible as a civilization master? Baifeng ignored him and walked forward, minding his own business. He pointed to a large machine and said, this is a centrifuge, used to separate blood essence. Once the blood essence solidifies, it's almost impossible to separate it. Only this centrifuge can separate the blood essence. This is a willpower tester. Suyu was interested in the machine that Baifeng introduced. Willpower tester? It was like a small house. He did not know how to test it. Baifeng smiled and walked into the small house. In the small house, a burst of willpower suddenly erupted. On the machine connected to the outside of the house, lines of text appeared. Willpower level, peak second order open divine apertures, 30-40 Shenwen quantity, 15 to 25 overall rating, soar 9th tier. What was this? Suyu looked at Baifeng with some surprise. Teacher, this machine can also measure the number of Shenwen and divine apertures? It's just a general test. Baifeng smiled and said, the main purpose is to test those people who are captured, in case they hide their strength. You should know that some races are very special. Even the Mountain Sea realm might not be able to detect anything, including some hidden Shenwen. Suyu nodded and said eagerly, Teacher, can I give it a try? Yes, you are so weak. If you go in, the strength test will be more accurate. Later, you just need to use your willpower. If you want to be more accurate, you can use Shenwen. The weaker you are, the more accurate this thing is. Suyu was a little excited. It seemed like it was fun. He immediately ran into the small room. Willpower explosion. There seemed to be countless divine runes around the small room, rapidly absorbing his willpower. Then, Suyu used Shenwen explosion. At this moment, outside, Baifeng was also looking at the data. When he saw it, he was a little stunned. Willpower level, peak level 1 full capacity, 68% number of Shenwen, 5 Shenwen level, 2 level 2 overall evaluation, peak level of nurturing. Looking sideways at Suyu, Baifeng blinked and shouted, "Come out." Suyu hurriedly walked out. "Teacher, what's wrong? When did you draw the 5th Shenwen? Why didn't I know?" Suyu scratched his head. "Didn't I say it? I didn't. The wording in Shenwen is too embarrassing. It doesn't fit my temperament. Can't I forget to say it? That. I drew it a few days ago." Baifeng rolled his eyes. Then, he said in surprise, "Your willpower is actually at the pinnacle of the tier 1. That's strange. Logically speaking, your willpower is less than 90%, so why can't you be considered at the pinnacle of the tier 1? For this thing, 0 to 30% is low level, 31 to 60% is medium level, 61 to 90% is high level, and above 90% is peak level." He looked at Suyu and said strangely, "Your capacity is only 68%. Logically speaking, it should be high level, and it's the beginner level. How can it be peak level?" Then he said, "I thought you practiced the spirit expansion art. It seems that you didn't. Otherwise, there would be some indication. You are strange." Suyu's willpower level was very strong. This meant that his willpower was no worse than those at the peak level of nurturing. That was why he could fight with Qingyun Fai and not be at a disadvantage. The evaluation given by the machine was peak level of nurturing. Suyu thought for a moment and said, "I told you before that I was hit by Teacher Zhao with a big hammer. Did you forget?" "I remember." Baifeng rolled his eyes and said, "So effective? He hit you from high level to peak level. Damn it. Why didn't old devil Zhao hit me? No wonder you can fight with those guys at the peak level of nurturing. Your willpower is comparable to them." After saying that, he said with some surprise, "How did you improve so fast? You're at 68% full all of a sudden?" He remembered that he was just in nurturing a few days ago. "Teacher, after every confrontation with that heaven class technique, I improve a lot." In fact, it was also related to Suyu taking the blood essence of the 5 elements races and absorbing some willpower. That time, he improved a lot. "I forgot about that." Baifeng nodded. Looking at Suyu, he was even more surprised and said, "You kid, not bad. Get Lao Zhao to beat you up. Maybe when you reach the peak level of nurturing, your willpower will be comparable to the toughness of Soar." Suyu was embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. "Teacher, aren't you also at the peak level of nurturing?" "Nonsense." Baifeng said grumpily, "I'm an expert of the Shenwen faction, after all. I'm definitely stronger than ordinary Soar level 8. Under normal circumstances, Soar level 8, willpower is at the upper level of stage 2. Suyu nodded, not surprised. Baifeng at Soar level 7 could defeat Hu Wensheng, not to mention he was already at level 8. Next, Baifeng introduced other machines to Suyu. Suyu was dazzled by the sight. He was really willing to spend his hard-earned capital. Each item was worth thousands of merit points, even more than 10,000. Selling the research center could really make a fortune. Not to mention the results, just these things alone could sell for 2 to 300,000 merit points, right, rich people? Grandmaster was really willing to spend money. If it was Suyu, he would definitely not be willing to spend so much. As they walked, they arrived at a small laboratory. Baifeng gently exhaled and pointed to the laboratory. "This place is where I usually do my research. Follow me, I'll let you see the results of your teacher's recent research." Suyu hurriedly followed. As soon as he entered, Suyu found that this place seemed to be filled with willpower. He was surprised. Of course, this willpower was not violent, but very gentle. It felt like he could absorb it. Of course, he had not opened his divine aperture and could not absorb it. Baifeng reminded, "The willpower in this place has been purified countless times. You are not allowed to absorb it. This is used to nurture Shenwen. Soar level Shenwen can manifest it, but it cannot exist for long." After it is stripped off, it needs this kind of willpower to not dissipate. Even if you enter sore, you are not allowed to absorb it. Damn, the cost is huge. If you absorb it, I'll kill you. Suyu laughed dryly. Teacher, I won't, I'm not that kind of person. Scram. Baifeng cursed. If you were sore, you would definitely absorb it. Baifeng ignored him. At this moment, he walked to the side of an experiment table and waved at Suyu. Suyu hurriedly walked over. His eyes moved slightly. At this moment, there were actually a few Shenwen floating on the experiment table. This is Shenwen of the Fire Dolphin race. Baifeng introduced, most of the Fire Dolphin race are warriors. There are very few civilizationists. 1 in 10,000. Your Grandmaster and I went to hunt countless Fire Dolphin and only killed 3 Fire Dolphin civilizationists. We barely managed to strip their Shenwen, but it cannot exist for long. It can only exist here. Kid, watch carefully. As he spoke, the 5 Shenwen on the table floated up. Baifeng was very serious at this moment. Suyu was also watching attentively. He saw the 5 Shenwen gradually fusing. A small part of it fused and gradually began to change. In a short while, it looked like a pig. Suyu was in a trance. It was as if he really saw a huge pig. He had seen the corpse of a fire dolphin before. At this moment, it was as if he saw a real fire dolphin appearing in front of him. Charge. A strange language sounded in Suyu's mind. It seemed to be the language of the fire dolphin race. At the next moment, Suyu hurriedly retreated. In front of him, the 5 Shenwen turned into pigs and suddenly crashed towards him. Suyu felt the powerful aura and hurriedly retreated. At the next moment, his vision blurred and everything disappeared. Shenwen was still Shenwen. The 5 divine characters became much dimmer, and then dispersed. Baifeng was also sweating profusely. He hurriedly said, "Did you see that? I used different methods to fuse these 5 Shenwen. In the end, I found that there is a method that can make the Shenwen have a similar effect as a talent skill." What does this mean? This means that after the Shenwen is fused, it can really form a talent skill. Of course, most of the fire dolphin do not have a Shenwen. Then why can it use a talent skill? I guess that their Sea of Will actually has such a hidden Shenwen, but it has not been activated. When a civilization master uses a talent skill, it is definitely stronger than a non-civilization master. Therefore, I concluded that the talent skill must be related to Shenwen and the Sea of Will. Suyu hurriedly nodded. He saw it and hurriedly said, "Teacher, don't you feel that? It is very similar." You discovered it? Yes. Suyu nodded and said with some surprise, "It is very similar to the Shenwen's combat techniques model. It is formed by a few Shenwen's combination." Yes, I also discovered it a long time ago. Baifeng exhaled and said, "If that is the case, then it means that Shenwen's combat technique may actually be a way to use the talent Shenwen discovered by our predecessors. It is just that the predecessors did not link it to the talent Shenwen." He turned his head to look at Suyu. "That's why I said that our innate divine characters have already generally appeared. Many Shenwens have already walked ahead of the others. As long as we think of a way to convert the Shenwen's combat technique into the talent Shenwen, it is like fusing the acupoints. Once it is fused, the true talent Shenwen will appear." Baifeng said with some excitement, "At that time, we will be able to unleash our true strength, all of our strength. No matter how many acupoints and Shenwen you have, they can all be unleashed at the same time. It is not just strength without lethality. For example, Suyu had 153 acupoints. But could he unleash the strength of these 153 acupoints in an instant? He could not. Even a heaven-class cultivation technique could not do it. It could only let Suyu unleash the strength of the acupoints opened by the War God Art and the additional strength of the acupoints opened by the heaven-class cultivation technique. Suyu could at most unleash the strength of close to 100 acupoints. Some acupoints opened by the War God Art could not be linked to the heaven-class cultivation technique. Suyu thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, what you mean is that our current willpower is not enough. It is the same for Shenwen and acupoints. But when we master the talent Shenwen, can we unleash 100% of our strength?" "Yes." Baifeng smiled and said, "Not 100%, even if we unleash 80% of our strength, it is still better than now. Right now, the utilization of our own strength is extremely low. So you took a deep breath and looked at the few floating Xinwen. The teacher had really discovered something amazing. Bai Feng continued, I am only trying it on the fire pufferfish Xinwen. I have not entered the human trial stage yet. It is best to test this thing on Xinwen. It is a pity that you have not entered Soar. It seems that I can only be a lab rat for the time being. So you did not know whether to laugh or cry. So I am your lab rat now that I have entered Soar? Teacher, you have to take it easy. With this thing, once there is a mistake in the fusion, something bad will happen. Suyu was no longer a noob. He could understand the risks involved. Bai Feng said indifferently, it is okay. It is normal to have some problems in research. When I really get it out, I will let you see what is called Soar against Ling Yun. As he said that, he himself was excited. Soar against Ling Yun. Since ancient times, not many people have been able to fight against those of a higher rank in the Soar stage. Your teacher, I, will be the next. Suyu flattered, teacher is mighty, powerful, domineering, get lost. Bai Feng cursed and said dejectedly, there is no reference. You must go back and tell Uncle Master that I want to study him. I feel that he has the prototype of the talent Xinwen. Otherwise, without a reference, I am afraid that I will kill myself and not be able to combine it. Suyu was speechless. Teacher Liu, he might really be able to get some inspiration from him. Bai Feng said again, actually, my Uncle Master has been troubled by this. If that is really a talent Xinwen, then Uncle Master's own Xinwen will definitely be rejected. It will not be able to fuse and form one. Although Uncle Master is very talented, his understanding of Xinwen might not be as good as mine. He has quite a number of his own Xinwen. Now that this Xinwen has occupied the main position, if it does not fuse into one, he will not be able to unleash his true strength, let alone make this Xinwen his own. Only by fusing them into one can I think of a way to fuse his own Xinwen and this foreign Xinwen into one, completely turning it into his own Xinwen. Only then can it be truly used. Bai Feng said as he shook his head. He said with some disdain, my Uncle Master is one-track minded. His brain is not very flexible. I suspect that he has been forcefully fusing for the past 50 years without any method. Does he really think that kneading it into a meatball will do? Shaking his head. Disdain, this was like kneading dough. People kneaded it into all kinds of shapes and faces. You kneaded it into a dough, and you want to sell it to people? He suspected that this was what Lu Wenyan did, boorish, fake civilization master, he despised him for a while again. Anyway, Uncle Master did not know. At the side, Suyu looked at him and sighed in his heart. Teacher, I'm here. Do you really think I won't snitch on you? Teacher Liu. Gifted Xinwen, at this moment, Suyu's emotions were also fluctuating. Over the years, he actually knew some things. Lu Wenyan seemed to not care about anything, but sometimes he inevitably felt lonely. He had seen a few times when Lu Wenyan looked in a certain direction and spaced out for a long time. Now that he thought about it. Wasn't he looking in the direction of the Great Xia Civilization University? He still could not let it go. Gifted Xinwen, left behind by the 5th-generation principal, at this moment, in southern Yuan. Lu Wenyan sighed. In the Sea of Will, the small sun in the center became brighter and brighter, and the star-like Xinwen squeezed into the sun. Just as Bai Feng said, he was forcefully fusing and nurturing it. As for the method, Lu Wenyan did not have any method. Who knew how to nurture this thing? He completely relied on his own experience and feelings. In any case, he felt that the Xinwen left behind by his teacher seemed to have become stronger. That was enough. Maybe when his Xinwen completely squeezed in, he could use it. Lu Wenyan was not in a hurry. He took it slowly. If this generation could not do it, he would use the next generation. Suyu, that kid, was doing well now. Perhaps he should find another person to observe. That person must be honest, reliable, and able to withstand loneliness. If this generation could not do it, then the next generation would do it. Just as Suyu and Bai Feng were tinkering with things in the research lab. In a large courtyard in Xianxia. At this moment, many people were gathered. There were 8 Galau from Shan Xinwen's faction. There were a total of 42 Galau in the academy. Among them, 36 were in the Mountain Sea realm, and 6 were senior Lingyun ninth tier. They were very old and experienced, so they also took up the position of Galao. Of the 8 Galao from Shan Shenwen's faction, Qing Yuming had been crippled, Lu Hong's teacher was in death seclusion, and there were 2 more in the heavenly battlefield. At this moment, only Zhou Mingren and the other 3 could come out of the academy. At this time, all 4 were present, including Jing Hong's teacher, Sun Galao. Jing Hong was also present because he was Qing Yuming's grandson. Jing Hong was very calm, even when Qing Yuming had been crippled, he did not make a sound. What could he do when the principal personally dealt with his grandfather for a mere student who was merely cultivating his character? At this moment, Jing Hong was still calm and silent. He quietly served tea for the 4 old people, and nothing could be seen. The 4 old people were also quietly drinking tea. After a moment, Sun Galao said, "How is Yuming's situation?" Of the 8 Shenwens, 7 of them have been crippled, including the main Shenwens. Only the Dragon Clan's Shenwens is still there, Zhou Mingren said softly. As for the physical body, it was not too important to a civilization master. He just had to spend some essence blood to recast it. In any case, he did not walk the path of the physical body. It was not a big deal for his body to be a little weaker. 7 Shenwens have been crippled. The main Shenwens have been crippled, a white-haired old woman was somewhat gloomy. The main Shenwens were not crippled. For the Mountain Sea realm, it was not that serious. But even the main Shenwens were crippled. That was really serious, the old woman said in a low voice. Why is the Wanfu prefect so decisive this time? Yuming did not make a move. Of course, the explosion of his aura was indeed a little. The old woman didn't know what to say. When has there not been a struggle between students? To Galao like them, it was just a small matter. Qing Yuming was fine, but he just had to erupt with his aura. It was hard not to imagine the scene at that time. Zhou Mingren said calmly, it could be Chen Yong's scheme. Yuming has not regained consciousness yet. I suspect that Chen Yong deliberately provoked him in the dark. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of Wan Tianxing teaching us a lesson. Chen Yong? At the mention of Chen Yong, they frowned again. Sun Galao said hesitantly, Chen Yong shouldn't go that far, it's hard to say. Do you really think that Chen Yong doesn't care that Yuming wants to take charge of the library? Zhou Mingren said lightly, Chen Yong has been under Hong Tan's tutelage for 40 years. These years, he has been cooped up in the library and didn't make a move. Have you all forgotten that this fellow was not a good person back then? Those students who were chased out of the Shenwen's lineage were all chased out by him. Otherwise, with Hong Tan's temperament, he might not have chased them out. It wasn't that the Shenwen lineage did not accept people these years. It was just that some people could not endure outlining 10 Shenwen soar during the nurturing stage. They did not form the Shenwen combat technique and they were already sore, so they were chased out. This was all handled by Chen Yong. As for Hong Tan, he didn't really care about these things. After a few words, Zhou Mingren waved his hand and said, this matter will be discussed later. Now that Yuming is going to the battlefield of heavens, he is going as a punishment. He will definitely appear in the vanguard camp. Even if the war is not as intense as before, he will still participate in the war. If the Shenwen does not recover, he will definitely die. Old Zhou, what do you mean? A few people looked at Zhou Mingren. Qing Yuming was his disciple and also the leader of their lineage. Indeed, he could not be sent to his death. Sun Galao saw that Zhou Mingren did not speak. He thought about it and said, Old Feng and Old Ma are both at the battlefield of heavens. Let's see if we can use our connections to send Yuming over to their side. Zhou Mingren said calmly, even if we send him over, they may not have the time to take care of Yuming. His injuries are so serious. If he does not recover a certain amount of strength, he will be courting death if he goes. Wan Tianxing wants to force Yuming to die. A few people did not utter a word. Zhou Mingren said again, so I have decided to exchange a main Shenwen for Yuming. Exchange it for Shenwen? A few people looked at him in shock. The old woman was shocked and said, it can't be exchanged. The matching rate for Shenwen is shockingly low. Those from the school can't. Zhou Mingren said in a low voice, or in other words, after all these years, there are only 11 Shenwen that have the hope of being exchanged. 11. As soon as these words came out, a few people's expressions changed. They knew what Zhou Mingren was talking about. Many of the Shenwen lineage's elites who participated in the war in the past, a total of 11 Shenwen were inherited. Lu Wenyan inherited the Shenwen of the headmaster for 5 generations. The others, such as Xianxia, Zhao Ming, Yu, and Hu Ping, inherited the Shenwen of the Sun-Moon tier. The other 7 people inherited the Shenwen of the Mountain Sea tier. Among the other 7 people, 6 had already fallen. They died of old age, illness, or qi deviation. The Sea of Will collapsed and died. Now, there were still 5 people alive out of the 11 people. These 11 people were all top geniuses in the past. All of them had the hope of the Mountain Sea tier, the Sun-Moon tier, and the Moon tier. Now, 50 years had passed, and only these few people were left. The old woman frowned and looked at Zhou Mingren, saying, "You mean," Zhou Mingren said calmly, "in these years, 6 people have died. The Shenwen did not continue to be passed down. If that's the case, then it must still be in the Sea of Will. Unless it completely collapsed, otherwise, the Shenwen that was passed down in the past would not collapse so easily." Yuming's previous main Shenwen was the Shenwen with the word collapse in the Shen clan. Its characteristics are collapse and collapse, Zhou Mingren said slowly, and among the 6 people who died, one of them inherited the Shenwen that is very suitable for Yuming. Zhang Ruoling inherited the Shenwen with the word rupture in the past. Zhang Ruoling. Hearing this name, the few Galao's expressions changed slightly. One of the geniuses who was expelled in the past, Zhang Ruoling, a teacher in the 18th secondary school in Dexia province. He died of illness 9 years ago. In reality, his willpower could not withstand the pressure, which led to his death. The few of them were silent. After a long time, Sun Galao said in a low voice, "Old Zhou, people are dead. Digging up their graves and corpses. This is hard to say. If this gets out, do you think you will have a good life? Many people from the Shenwen faction have not died yet. Even if they all died, what about the War God Temple and the Seeker State? Aren't those invincible realm afraid that their graves will be dug up when they die one day? Let's not talk about them. Just talk about yourself. Are you willing to have such a day?" This matter was not easy to do. It was too taboo. Who didn't die one day, not everyone was willing to take the initiative to pass on their Shenwen. Some people died and found a place to be buried. Did they also want to be dug up one day? Zhou Mingren was silent for a while, then said, "The living are more important than the dead." "Old Zhou," Sun Galao said in a low voice, "you have to think twice about this. In my opinion, even going to Lu Wenyan and the others is better than this. Lu Wenyan and the others are still alive. At most, they will have a reputation of bullying others. Although the reputation is not good, it is better than no. He would rather bully the living, this would also have a bad reputation. That was better than bullying the dead." "It was too taboo," Zhou Mingren said in a low voice, "their Shenwen is in the Sun-Moon tier. It may not be suitable for Yuming. As for the one who inherited the Shenwen of the Mountain Sea tier, the Shenwen is not suitable for Yuming. That is the Shenwen of the demon race, and the conflict is greater. Zhang Ruoling should be the most suitable." But, the few of them struggled. If they did this, their reputation would easily be ruined. At the Mountain Sea tier, apart from pursuing continued strength, they still cared about face and reputation. If people found out in the future, wouldn't they be ridiculed? Zhou Mingren knew their concerns, and said, "You don't have to interfere. I will do it myself. Bad reputation and cause will be borne by me." As he spoke, he looked at the few of them and said, "I'm not looking for you for this matter. I am preparing to open some mystery realms to strengthen Xinghong and the others who haven't soared yet. Besides, Wen Xing and the others also need to improve their abilities. Open high-end mystery realms, this was something that had been agreed upon a few months ago." The few of them did not have any objections. Zhou Mingren hesitated for a moment and said, "Lao Zhao is still in closed-door training. It looks like he won't be coming out this time. Therefore, to open the mystery realms, I'm afraid Lao Zhao will not contribute anything. As for Lu Hong," he looked at the few of them and said, "Let him go in case he doesn't have the chance to enter this time. I will bear half of the resources needed, and the rest will be shared equally. How about that?" The few of them thought about it, and another old man who had not spoken much nodded and said, "Sure." Lu Hong is now also at the 8th sortier, entering the 9th. He sits and watches over Ling Yun. If he really enters Ling Yun, our abilities will also be a little stronger. Lu Hong's abilities have always been inferior to Bai Feng's, so he can go in. The few Galaos all agreed that Lu Hong could go in. Zhou Mingren said again, above Soar, that's Zhou Pingxing, Lu Hong, Sun Yuqing, Li Yunmei, 6 people. Below Soar, 20 people can go in. Also, Wu Yuehua should at least have a few slots. The few of them looked a little helpless when they heard that. Wu Yuehua, that true, they almost made a fuss because of this last time. The old woman was a little angry. She can at most have 3 slots, no more. Opening high-end mystery realms required a lot of resources. Otherwise, they could just keep it open. This time, it would take at least a few years of savings for them to open it. In addition to the recent expenses, thinking of this, the old woman said, "How's Pingxing's research going?" "I've seen the information from last time. It's too bizarre." "Is it real?" "It was too ridiculous. At that time, they thought it was unbelievable. However, later, Suyu did unleash his talent skill, which was shown in the video." Zhou Mingren shook his head. "There's no result yet, so it's hard to determine whether it's real or not. If it's fake, it means that the Wentan Research Center may have derived the way to operate the Iron Wing talent skill. They may have martial arts skills in this area, and Suyu may have opened these apertures. He could only make such a judgment, Suyu may have directly opened those apertures. He was not there that day, so he did not see anything. Even if he was there, Suyu did not only have 1 or 2 apertures opened. Who knew what happened at that time, whether it was him who activated the skill or the blood essence that erupted? The Iron Wing talent skill is not difficult to derive. The old woman said in a low voice, "Of course, the martial arts skill derived by everyone is not the same. However, even our academy has the tearing skill." Pingxing was a little impatient that day, he should have observed more. Zhou Mingren shook his head. It's the same even if he wasn't impatient. Unless Pingxing used his willpower to probe deeply into the apertures in his body, he would have discovered it. Moreover, there were others there. They nodded silently. That was true. If they probed deeply into Suyu, Suyu was not an idiot. He would have discovered it. However, now that it had come to this, it felt a little fake. Especially when Suyu's strength had skyrocketed. Didn't it cost money to open apertures? Didn't it cost merit points? Checking Suyu's records, he seemed to have entered the arcane realm several times. Of course, there was only a simple entry record. There was no indication of when he came out. Without money, how did Suyu enter? Qingyun Fai. Suyu, a thought arose in their minds. These 2 brats might have teamed up to cheat them, 100,000 merit points. They were really bold, however, there was no way to confirm it now. They had to try for a while more. On the side, Xinghong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Qingyun Fai and Suyu don't look as stiff as they seem." Logically speaking, Suyu's sky-piercing kill should have lost to Qingyun Fai. However, I saw that Suyu used Key Shatterer very skillfully. There was no need to say too much. His words caused everyone's expressions to change. You lost the sky-piercing kill, but you can still learn Key Shatterer. You're really a genius and skillful. Did you buy another text of will? The old lady suddenly looked at him and said, "I heard that you lost to him in the Shenwen competition?" "Yes." Xinghong said apologetically, "I lost. He has many Shenwens, 2 of which are rank 2 Shenwens. He has already sketched out the basic form of the Shenwen's combat technique. Also, he might have learned other techniques to strengthen willpower. It's very powerful. Techniques to strengthen willpower." They looked at each other. Zhou Mingren said, "It might be the spirit expansion technique." Spirit expansion technique. Sun Galao frowned. Zhao Li has a bad temper. He doesn't give face to anyone. I went to him to discuss it in the past, but he ignored me and passed it on to Suyu. I'm not sure. Zhou Mingren could not say. He thought of Xinghong and said, "Your Shenwen's still missing one, right?" "Yes." Xinghong said respectfully, "Grandmaster, we still lack a Lin Shenwen." I understand. Old son, give him more texts of will in this area. The original 50 years ago. Also, Xinghong, you go into the secret realm too. Thank you, Grandmaster. Xinghong replied respectfully. He looked at the other Galaos and greeted them one by one. Sun Galao was his teacher. He nodded at this moment and did not have any objections. You go out first. After giving Xinghong some benefits, Zhou Mingren waved his hand and sent him away. After he left, Zhou Mingren suddenly sighed and said, Old son, give him more pointers. Yuming is injured. This kid. Also, let those kids under him get closer. This time, Feng's injury, I suddenly realized a problem. They looked at him. Zhou Mingren said regretfully, there's not even a bit of camaraderie among us. So you crippled Feng in order to take revenge for Wu Jia. Feng was crippled, and we didn't say anything. How many of the kids under him were willing to stand up for him? When these words came out, they were somewhat silent and embarrassed. Shan Shenwen's faction. Zhou Mingren sighed again and said, I originally thought that it's good to fight. If we don't fight, how can we become stronger? In the end, as we fight, there's no camaraderie, and we're not even comparable to outsiders. They did not speak. Zhou Mingren saw this and did not say anything else. As for Xinghong, this kid, he did not know what he was thinking. He was very calm, very steady, and even knew to fight for some benefits at this time. If it was to hold back his anger and find Suyu for revenge, it was fine. He was afraid that he did not take it seriously at all. Even his own grandfather did not care. He was not afraid that the people under him would fight for power and profit, nor was he afraid that they would play tricks. That was a good thing. He was afraid that there would really be no camaraderie, and all would be profit. You guys go back. After you go back, tell the kids under you that we have to continue to suppress Suyu's side. More ruthless than before. Zhou Mingren suddenly said coldly, it's good to have a rival. Without a worthy opponent, our own people are almost fighting to the death. The stronger Suyu is, the better. Let them have something to look forward to, lest they continue to fight among themselves and become a joke to others. To him, Suyu's existence was not a big deal. Qing Yuming suppressed Shan Shenwen's faction because of his personal grudge. As for Zhou Mingren, he wanted to make Shan Shenwen's faction more united. To Zhou Mingren, the fact that Shan Shenwen's faction did not show up all these years was a bad thing for them. Hong Tan, that old fart. When you punch him, he retracts. It's like punching air. It's so frustrating. Zhou Mingren even suspected that Hong Tan did it on purpose. He was like a tortoise, and Shan Shenwen's faction started to fight among themselves. Even the few Galaos were not on good terms with each other, let alone the people under them. They were already fighting more ferociously than outsiders. Now that there was Suyu, he felt that it was a good thing. He even hoped that the faction could hold on for a period of time and not collapse so soon. If Suyu collapsed, there would be internal strife later on. When Baifeng was under sore, he still showed up to fight for the position. That was why Lu Hong, Hu Wenxing, and a few other talented teaching assistants came out. When Baifeng also learned from Hong Tan and retracted, Shan Shenwen's faction would really become cotton. When the few of them were about to leave, Sun Galao suddenly turned around and said, I forgot to mention that Xia Yuan is coming back soon. Are we still going to fight for the position in the library? Of course. Zhou Mingren made the final decision. Of course we're going to fight. The top 100 students only have one mission now, and that is to snipe Wu Jia. Before the end of the year, Wu Jia must not step onto the top 100 list. Not just the top 100 students, but the other students as well. Those who are not in the top 100, keep an eye on Wu Jia. Zhou Mingren shouted, unite against a common enemy. Let the students focus on Wu Jia and Suyu. If they don't defeat these two, what right do they have to fight among themselves? Got it. Sun Galao nodded. This was a good thing. Setting a goal for the students was a good thing. Zhou Mingren thought for a moment, then said, tell them that whoever defeats Wu Jia once will be rewarded with 100 merit points. If they defeat Suyu once, I will personally write a text of will as a reward. Hearing this, even the few Galaos were surprised. This was a big investment. Zhou Mingren, who was at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm, personally wrote a text of will, and undersaw it that. This was too rare. All right. The few of them replied again. Suyu was probably in big trouble this time. Just as they were about to leave, Zhou Mingren suddenly said, "It's the same for anyone not from Xianxinwen's lineage." The few of them suddenly turned to look at him. Zhou Mingren said faintly, "Let the disciples know that if they can't do it, I will find someone else. When that time comes, let's see who will be embarrassed." The few of them were completely speechless. With this, Suyu was in big trouble, but if the students from Xianxinwen's lineage could not get the reward, it would be embarrassing. They would be too ashamed to face others. Zhou Mingren said no more. The few of them also did not ask about Xinwen's matter. They did not want to get involved in this matter. Let Zhou Mingren do it himself, that was his student, not their student. On the top floor of Xiaoxinggu, Wan Tianqing sat cross-legged on the floor, looking out the window. Suddenly, he mumbled, "Are they going to fight? That's fine." The students wanted to fight, and so did the powerhouses. Since they did not want to go out and fight, it was better to fight among themselves than not. Someone. A moment later, an old man entered the door. He looked at Wan Tianqing and said, "Principal, go and tell Wu Yuehua that Zhou Mingren wants to dig up Zhang Ruoling's grave." "Got it. Also, tell Lu Wenyan." Wan Tianqing said calmly, "Even if Wu Yuehua knows, he might not tell him." "Understood. Go." The old man nodded and turned to leave. Wan Tianqing stood up and looked downstairs. He mumbled, "Fight. If you don't fight, if you don't show yourselves, who knows, who was the one who set the trap back then?" Many people from the Xinwen faction had to show themselves. 50 years ago, in order to stop the fifth generation from proving the way, so many people died. Many of them were the powerhouses from the Xinwen faction, and almost all of them died. What a grand gesture, so many invincible realm experts were still alive, but they were all stopped. Even Daxiao of Goguryeo was ambushed. When he arrived, it was too late. This was too extravagant, so generous that the whereabouts of the invincible realm of the human clan were known. "Is it you?" Wan Tianqing muttered to himself as he raised his head to look at the sky. Whose hand did it belong to in the image? What was the seeker state doing? Was there really no clue all these years? Or, had the seeker state been infiltrated? He let out a long sigh. It was just one of thousands of possibilities. It might not be true. Maybe, he was just overthinking. Lu Wenyan. Xianxia, he muttered, shook his head, sat down, and continued to cultivate cross-legged. "Those who should come out, come out. If you continue to hide away, the divine runic arts lineage won't even make a sound. Who will care about you?" At the same time, the news spread, whoever defeated Suyu would be rewarded with a text of the will of the peak of the mountain and sea realm. When the news came out, the entire academy was in an uproar. A text of the will written by an expert at the peak of the mountain and sea realm would be worth at least 2,000 or 3,000 merit points, right? More importantly, with merit points, you might not be able to buy it, and this time, there were no restrictions. What kind of cultivation method? What kind? Perhaps, it would be possible to exchange it for a text of the 10,000 character sutra, then they would be rich. At this moment, even the students who were about to soar were shocked. Soar was imminent, and they were about to learn the 10,000 character sutra. It was too difficult to rely on themselves. Suyu, as long as they defeated Suyu, they would obtain this rare opportunity. It was too precious, ranked 71 St. At this moment, the students ranked 80th to 72nd were all a little excited. Not only that, in fact, some of the higher-ranked students were also considering whether or not they should find some of the lower-ranked students to cooperate with. For example, to take down their rankings. In this way, challenging Suyu would be a natural course of action. Overnight, Suyu became completely famous. He became a popular person in the academy. In fact, his fame was no less than that of the first-ranked Shanhai. This news spread rapidly, and soon, even people outside the academy had heard of it. Great Xia Civilization University Suyu, this year's most freakishly talented student, suppressing the successors of the Wan, Xia, Hu, and Zhao clans. Defeating Suyu had become the dream of many people. If they defeated him, they would obtain a text of the will. Even if they couldn't use it themselves, they would still be able to sell it for several thousand merit points. To a student, several thousand merit points was the equivalent of a lifetime. At this moment, Suyu was still immersed in the miraculous world of research, and had completely forgotten about the troubles waiting for him in the outside world. On the night of the 3rd, Suyu was completely on fire. A group of people could not wait to challenge Suyu, but after the 3rd, no one saw Suyu again. Some said that he was in seclusion, some said that he was injured, and some said that Suyu did not dare to accept the challenge, so he went into hiding. According to the Academy's rules, before the 25th of the month, if someone challenged Suyu and Suyu did not accept the challenge, then after the 25th, the top 100 list would be finalized, and Suyu would be automatically removed from the list. This was also to prevent some students from avoiding the challenge and deliberately finding reasons to occupy the list. Suyu really did not know about this. At this moment, he had entered a magical field. Researching talent blood essence, creating talent blood essence, basement 3. Main laboratory. Suyu exclaimed, "Teacher, the imprint in this blood essence can actually be extracted. This is too amazing. Is this the talent skill imprint?" Inside the blood essence, there was the image of the corresponding creature. It was very vague, of course, the stronger the strength, the more realistic it was. For example, when Suyu bought Ironwing blood essence for the first time, he saw a golden bird that seemed to be trapped in the blood essence. At this moment, they were studying the soul-devouring worm blood essence. In the blood essence, a small black worm was faintly discernible. As Baifeng performed a subtle operation to separate the blood essence, he replied, "Yes, this is the talent imprint." What is blood essence? Something left behind after a creature dies, or something left behind after consuming a large amount of blood and vitality when it was alive. Actually, blood essence is also divided into dead blood essence and living blood essence. You have to learn to distinguish. Teacher, is there a difference? Yes. Baifeng was still very knowledgeable about his field of expertise. He explained, ordinary people don't care about the difference between the two, but as researchers, we must distinguish. Dead blood essence is the condensed blood essence of dead creatures. It contains some willpower and even resentment, so there may be many things left behind, such as obsession, or some subtle images when they were alive. This is more common in god and fiend powerhouses. As for the blood essence of living creatures, for example, the blood essence extracted from the few demons we've locked up doesn't contain these things. Then, the master and disciple looked at each other. Baifeng looked at him, and Suyu looked at Baifeng. "How many days have you not fed it?" Suyu calculated for a moment and sighed in relief. "Not many days. Today is only the 4th. It's less than 5 days. That's good." Baifeng also heaved a sigh of relief. It had only been a few days, so it should be fine. At this moment, Baifeng had already separated the essence blood. His willpower appeared and wrapped around the tiny insect phantom. He said softly, "This is the imprint. However, it might not only be the innate skill imprint. There might be other imprints, so I have to strip it off." Speaking of this, Baifeng said proudly, "In the past, many people have reached this step and knew that there might be something in this imprint. However, they have never been able to strip off the part that belongs to the innate skill imprint. It was me, your master, who invented the rapid stripping method." Suyu widened his eyes and flattered, "Master is amazing." "That's right." Baifeng was very satisfied. "Kid, now you know how amazing your master is, right?" In order not to let this kid continue speaking, he quickly said, "The rapid stripping method is actually not difficult, but you need to be very careful. Not only can you strip off some innate skill imprints, but you might also be able to strip off the memories of some creatures when they were alive." Baifeng said solemnly, "This is very important. I dare say that in today's civilization, there are only a few people like me who can clearly strip off different imprints." Suyu felt that he was bragging. "Is it very difficult? Can't he be invincible? There are only a few." "You don't believe me? Watch carefully, listen carefully." Baifeng said angrily, "This is your master's unique skill. Other than your grandmaster who secretly learned it from me, I have never taught it to anyone else." Secretly learned it, this word, was a little interesting. Whether Suyu believed it or not, at this moment, his eyes were wide as he watched Baifeng operate. Bai Feng didn't care about him. She used her willpower to move the insect shadow onto the experiment table. A small sword appeared in his hand, which was also his Xinwen combat skill. Bai Feng said solemnly, "This thing, between real and fake, is similar to Xinwen. I didn't understand the principle behind it before, but now it seems that it might be the projection of the innate skill Xinwen or the projection of the Sea of Will after it collapsed. We must use Xinwen to separate and strip it. Some experts, at this step, are extremely troublesome. Back then, your Grandmaster even used the willpower of the Mountain Sea realm to separate it, but he still failed. Actually, it's quite simple. Just divide it with Xinwen." As Bai Feng spoke, the Xinwen dragon-slaying sword carefully cut at the phantom a few times. What was originally a bug suddenly turned into several bugs. This needs to be mastered. A phantom represents a remnant characteristic. He casually pointed at a bug phantom and said, "This pitch-black phantom is resentment. This thing, it's not accurate to call it resentment. It's just impurities. If you devour blood essence, this thing will cause the vitality in your aperture points to be mixed up. It's related to this." After saying that, he slashed the phantom into pieces with his sword, emitting a plume of black smoke. "The second one, this is a memory fragment." He pointed at another phantom and said, "If you shatter this one, you can see some of the deepest memories of the soul-devouring bug. Of course, it's too weak, so there won't be much left." In the next moment, he shattered the afterimage. At this moment, a scene appeared. In the pitch-black space, there were countless bugs, all of them soul-devouring bugs. At this moment, these bugs crawled down from a huge bug. The scene flashed and disappeared in an instant. Bai Feng frowned and said, "This is a soul-devouring bug queen bug. It's very powerful. We encountered it in the battlefield of the heavens. Run. Just one word, run as far as you can. This thing is specially designed to deal with civilization masters. A queen bug is at least Ling Yunjing. Even a Mountain Sea realm civilization master would have trouble encountering it." "Got it." Suyu nodded. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, we can see some memories." What a terrifying feeling. Since that's the case, won't we be able to obtain a lot of secrets by killing some gods and demons? That's right. Bai Feng nodded, but he quickly said, "As I said, there aren't many people who can strip out their memories, so it's actually not very useful. It's very simple." Suyu felt that it was very simple. "Wasn't it easy to strip it out? Look at you, you can cut it open with a few slashes." Bai Feng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Nonsense. Practice makes perfect. I'm rich in experience, and I'm talented. How do you divide a phantom? Which part is a memory fragment, which part is resentment, which part is talent, and which part is a skill mark? Can you tell?" Suyu thought for a moment, then shook his head. That seemed to be the case. It was hard to tell. Bai Feng said again, "This thing can be learned slowly. At my level, I can tell at a glance." "Teacher, what about the human race?" "What? When a human dies, will there be blood essence? Will their memories be stripped out?" Bai Feng looked at him and frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "There's a rule in the field of civilization masters. Humans must not be used as experimental subjects. Including Wanzhou's people. It's better to kill them than use humans as experimental subjects. Once this bottom line is crossed, the civilization master will turn into a devil. You have to understand that sometimes, once you let go of something, you can never take it back. It doesn't matter if he's an enemy or an opponent. It's fine if you kill him, but you have to cut him into pieces and turn him into an experimental subject. Suyu, remember, don't touch this taboo." Suyu nodded. Bai Feng thought for a moment and added, "Of course, if you really meet some fellows like Wanzhou in the heavenly battlefield and kill him, and you encounter some trouble and urgently need to know something, you can extract a drop of blood essence to examine the memory fragments." After saying that, Bai Feng warned, "That's all. That's all. You can grind his bones and scatter his ashes, but you are not allowed to conduct research on the enemy's corpse." "Got it." Bai Feng said no more and continued the experiment. Soon, the other shadow was destroyed, and only the last insect shadow was left. "This is the innate skill imprint. Baifeng said seriously, but I've experimented with the soul-devouring insect several times and failed several times. Maybe its innate skill is not suitable to be used as blood essence. Why? Maybe it has something to do with its innate skill. Mutated vitality, corrosive, burning willpower, and corrosive, causing the outer layer of blood essence to be destroyed, Baifeng explained, this is just an imprint. To become blood essence, it needs a special layer of blood essence. The reason I removed the original blood essence of the soul-devouring insect is not only to extract this imprint, but also because the original blood essence is not suitable to be used as a layer of blood essence. Suyu nodded again, like a well-behaved child. It's quite complicated. The outer layer of blood essence is also made with a special technique. Suyu was convinced now. Damn it, I really dared to make it up. What the hell did I make up when I sold the information last time? How could anyone believe it? I'm convinced, these people are too stupid. After a series of complicated procedures, Baifeng began to put a coat on the phantom, which was the outer layer of blood essence. In the end, as soon as it was put on, it exploded. The moment it exploded, the phantom seemed to spit out a mouthful of saliva. Before Suyu could dodge, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his willpower. Ah! Baifeng's willpower covered him, and he said angrily, it's not a big deal, what are you screaming for? Without the blood essence energy, the imprint is just broken, it won't cause much damage to Kaiyuan. It hurts. Suyu felt aggrieved, it hurts. F***ck, I feel like I was killed in a dream, and I died for nothing. Agreed. Nonsense, of course it hurts. If it doesn't hurt, how can the soul-devouring insect kill the civilization master? Baifeng looked at him and said gloatingly, now you understand why those people paid so much attention to the soul-devouring insect's blood essence when they found out that the blood essence can be extracted. It hurts too much, this thing is controlled by fighters, don't you think it'll be much easier to fight a civilization master? Your willpower covered me, wanting to fix me. Hee, my vitality mutated, burning you until you screamed. You retracted your willpower, and I instantly approached you, killing you with one slash. Suyu nodded hurriedly, amazing, I can try it next time, this is amazing, the next time Wan Mingze wants to fix me, my vitality mutated, corroding and burning you until you scream for your father, then I'll kick you to death. Amazing. Teacher, you failed? Yes, I failed. Baifeng sighed and said, this corrosion and burning is very troublesome, it's not easy to wrap the blood essence layer, the blood essence will easily explode. Baifeng said with a headache, I gave up previously because of this. You think of a way yourself, I don't have time to waste on such a small matter. Suyu had a helpless look on his face. Is this a small matter? It's very troublesome, okay, but Baifeng was now focused on Xinwen talent, so Suyu had no choice but to do it himself. Baifeng did not care about him, gave him a demonstration, and said irresponsibly, you can continue to try it yourself, according to the process I just showed you. As for the layer of blood essence, think of a way to improve it yourself. As Baifeng said this, he threw a jade talisman to him and said, this is the method I use to improve the blood essence, as well as the structure of the outer layer of blood essence. Look at it yourself, then think of a way to improve the outer layer of blood essence that is suitable for the soul-devouring worm, this will be your entrance test. Teacher, you haven't even come up with it, isn't it too difficult for me to use it as my entrance test? What's so difficult about it? Baifeng rolled his eyes and said, what's so difficult about it, I'm just too lazy to study it, otherwise, I would have succeeded long ago. Spend a little more effort, be my student, and you can't even solve this small problem? Suyu was helpless, Baifeng had already run away, returned to his small house, and went to study Xinwen talent. Suyu picked up the jade talisman and started to read the information, and in his heart, he was still muttering something, blood essence, is mine, poor teacher, he doesn't even have the raw materials for the experiment, this soul-devouring worm blood essence is provided by me, so poor, so infuriating, I still have to pay for the materials myself, too miserable. Forget it, I won't argue with you, I'll go earn money myself. Suyu was depressed, but Baifeng also said everything he knew to him, and said everything that should be said. Suyu had been reading, and then he personally did it a few times, scrapping a few drops of soul-devouring worm blood essence, but he didn't succeed in stripping the talent imprint even once. It's okay, failure is the mother of success, take it slow. It's just that there's no blood essence, he might have to buy some. He suddenly understood why Baifeng kept using the fire pufferfish blood essence. Damn, it's cheap, using this to practice, the effect is the same. No wonder there's a lot of fire pufferfish blood essence in the laboratory, so that's why, at this moment, Suyu suddenly understood why there was so much research on fire pufferfish. It could be summed up in one word: poor, so poor that they didn't have the money to buy other blood essence, and conduct a large amount of research. For example, this soul-devouring worm blood essence, a drop of 1000 June realm cost 3 merit points, and the price given by Xia Huyu was a lot cheaper. Easily, Suyu's remaining 8 drops of soul-devouring worm blood essence were gone, and 24 merit points were gone. In the end, he couldn't even strip the imprint. As expected, doing research is a waste of money. As for the stripped blood essence, it could only be discarded and thrown into the filtering room, and the imprint inside was gone. Suyu tried to swallow a drop, but he discovered that he couldn't even activate the soul-devouring art. Obviously, using the blood essence to activate the atlas wasn't a simple energy supply, and the main reason was that some of the imprints had been absorbed. The discarded blood essence isn't useless, at least the energy is pure. No wonder I felt that the energy was very pure in the filtering room. It turns out that some of the imprints had been stripped away. At this moment, Suyu had a better understanding of the Wentan Research Center. Without the blood essence, he had to find Xia Huyu to buy it. When he came out of the basement, it was already morning on the 5th. Just when Suyu was about to go out, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at himself in the mirror. His worldview was ruined. How many days had it been? Some beard appeared, his hair was messy, his white clothes were black, and dark circles appeared under his eyes. Damn. Suyu was shocked. This was the second by phone. No wonder teacher was like this every time he came out. What kind of image was there to speak of? Suyu hurriedly shook all the acupoints in his body, and the dust on his body fell off. The dark circles under his eyes disappeared. Wen Bing appeared and transformed into a small knife to shave his beard and tidy his hair. Suyu hurriedly went to change his clothes and looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like a refined scholar. Only then did Suyu feel at ease. Clothes make the man. If he didn't dress better and be more refined, could it be that he learned from Qingyun Fai and didn't look like a good person? He, Suyu, was a very good person. In the academy, those who were familiar with him felt that he, Suyu, was a good person, refined, and easygoing. Half an hour later. In a small tea house in the nature-nurturing garden. When Xia Huyu saw Suyu, he hurriedly said, "You still dare to come out? I thought you were hiding and didn't dare to come out. Aren't you afraid that others will see you and find trouble with you?" What? Xia Huyu hurriedly explained the matter, and then said with some regret, "Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications to challenge you. Otherwise, I would like to sing a duet with you and earn a lot of money." Suyu frowned slightly and said, "The will of a peak mountain sea realm cultivator? Did Zhou Mingren give it to you? It should be. Defeat me and give me one? No limit? No." Xia Huyu shrugged and said, "You also noticed the loophole, right? I noticed it long ago. Unfortunately, I'm not in the top 90 now. Even if I'm 89th, I still have the qualifications to challenge you. Let's just put on an act." Suyu rolled his eyes and said, "Even if you're 89th, you only have one chance to defeat me. I've fallen to 89, how are you going to? Nonsense, you challenge me again, I lose to you again, and we'll keep winning and losing until they call a stop." As Xia Huyu said this, he laughed and said, "Don't say it. What do you think? Why don't I find someone to support you, and the two of you keep increasing the rankings? The academy doesn't have any restrictions?" "A little. Students in the top 100 can only challenge 3 times a month if their rankings don't advance." Xia Huyu smiled and said, "In other words, if you want to challenge someone in 70th place and fail 3 times in a row, you're not allowed to challenge anyone for this month. But it doesn't affect you. You keep increasing the rankings, so what's the big deal?" Suyu laughed and said speechlessly, "How dare you think of that? That's too immoral, and that person who supports you might not dare to do it. Are you really not afraid of death?" "That's true." Xia Huyu nodded and agreed with him. Who would be so bold as to keep increasing the rankings, not afraid of Mountain Sea Realm cultivators coming after them? Although the Mountain Sea Realm couldn't do anything to you, there were many ways to deal with you. Suyu smiled and said, as the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses. If one person offends the Xianxia faction, they might be afraid, but if it's a group, what's there to be afraid of? As he said this, he shook his head and said, Zhou Mingren and the others are all stiff in the head. At this point, Suyu did not take it seriously and said casually, tomorrow, I'll set up a stage and invite everyone from 89th to 72nd place to come. I'll lose to them once, one by one according to the ranking. I'll lose one place each time, and I'll be able to exchange for dozens of text of will. Wait. Suyu mumbled, if I drop to 89th place, doesn't that mean the people behind me can also come and challenge me? Suyu rubbed his chin and said, alright, those ranked below me can come and challenge me one by one. There'll be dozens of them. If they think it's not enough, I'll challenge them again and challenge me again. One by one, they can challenge me for dozens of rounds. I don't believe that the Xianxia faction will dare to challenge all of them if they dare to challenge me one by one. Suyu curled his lips. Just nice, I'll do my best for the students in the academy. If it really doesn't work, I can drop out of the top 100 list. It's not a big deal. Even if I drop out of the top 100 list, they can still challenge me. They didn't say it has to be a battle ranking in the top 100 list. They can just say they want to defeat me. Right, I'll have the entire academy come tomorrow. Suyu laughed and said, our academy has tens of thousands of text of will, right? Come up, I admit defeat. I'll see how they're going to play with one book each. Xiaohuyu looked at him blankly. I just want to get a few books to take advantage of you. You're amazing, you actually have the entire academy come to challenge you. You are too ruthless. As Suyu said this, he suddenly said, no, it's too embarrassing to do it for free. How about this, those who challenge me, I'll take 1 merit point each. I'm a generous person, and anyone can afford 1 merit point. Is that okay? That's so little, it's worth it to exchange for 1 text of will, right? From tomorrow onwards, I'll receive guests. It shouldn't be a problem to receive a few thousand people a day, right? Suyu was delighted. So little merit points, it shouldn't be a problem, right? As he said this, he felt that it wasn't good. He frowned and said, no, this will make me, Suyu, look like I'm easy to bully. Kind people get bullied. How about this, tomorrow I'll fight a few battles first. Those bastards who are eager to challenge me, I'll show them what a big stick is. I'll hammer a few to death first. When it's time to be ruthless, I'll be ruthless. Only then will everyone respect me and be grateful to me. Otherwise, they'll feel that it's only right to get something for free. Xiaohuyu looked at him blankly. After a while, he said, your father is the city lord? What? You're very good at playing politics. Xiaohuyu stared at him. What the hell was going on with him? He also knew these things, but he learned them by example. Suyu taught himself? Suyu laughed and said, it's just a child's trick. Read more, it's all in the books. Tomorrow, I'll demonstrate. I'll let everyone know that I, Suyu, am not a pushover. After I demonstrate, I'll show my kindness. Suyu laughed and said, as for whether Zhou Mingren gives it to me or not, it's none of my business. By the way, does anyone in the black market accept such a mission? If Zhou Mingren doesn't honor it, would anyone dare to cause trouble? Put up a banner, call the parents, lodge a complaint, go to the academy, go to the Education and Welfare Administration. Xiaohuyu looked at him in a daze. You're really gutsy. Suyu, aren't you afraid of offending him? Nonsense, I've already offended him. What can I do? Suyu said gloomily, I don't have time to mess with him now. He can't do anything to me either. Why should I be afraid of him? If his people challenge me, I'll just admit defeat. Do you really think I'll suffer because I want to save face? In your eyes, I, Suyu, will never admit defeat. I'll fight to the end like my senior sister. That's what I should do, right? Yes. Xiaohuyu nodded his head, that was what everyone thought, including Zhou Mingren. That was why they gave such a condition. To a genius, failure was a disgrace. With Suyu's strength, there weren't many students who could defeat him, therefore, according to everyone's thoughts, there weren't many who could defeat Suyu. Even if someone really defeated Suyu in the end, it wouldn't matter. At most, there would only be a few people. Could Zhou Mingren afford it? Of course he could, it's just a few people. I'll give it to you. As for Suyu, after failing a few times, would he still have the same spirit he had now? Probably not. This was what they thought, or rather, everyone's inherent belief. Suyu couldn't be bothered. Crippled after one failure? What the hell, I've failed a few thousand times, and every time, I was killed by a demon. If I failed once, I would be crippled. I've been killed so many times, I would have long been crippled. When you're used to it, would you care? After using carrot and stick, would anyone think that Suyu was trash? What a joke. Just think about Huang Qifeng's fate. When it was time to be ruthless, Suyu wasn't inferior to anyone else. When the time came, everyone would only be grateful to him. If Zhou Mingren didn't fulfill his promise, everyone would only be resentful. The mighty mountain sea realm's words were like farts. What a disgrace. Suyu felt that he didn't need tens of thousands of people. If he lost a few dozen times, there would probably be trouble. Zhou Mingren's side would counterattack. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, "There's no hurry. Help me keep an eye on the mountain sea realm experts. When they're in seclusion, or out, or in a meeting, then tell me. I'll hold a challenge and give them no time to react." Xia Huyu's eyes flickered, and he quickly said, "How about this? I'll go find someone." Find Galao. A meeting. Stall them for a few hours. Suyu, you pay. How about that? Scram. Suyu said angrily, "I don't have money." Don't think too much. You can definitely make a huge profit. Me? Xia Huyu was speechless. What profit? At most, if I beat you once, everyone will win. That's not a huge profit, is it? Suyu was speechless. Are you an idiot? Those who win might not necessarily be able to get the item. Go buy it. Those who win all get a copy of the text of will. Although it's illusory, go buy it. Get them to write you an IOU. If they can't get a copy of the text of will, then spend 10 merit points to buy it. Do you think they won't sell it to you? Of course they will. Of course, not at the beginning. When they can't get it and Zhou Mingren goes back on his word, you go buy it. Then take these things and get Xiaojia to buy them. So you could guess that they definitely wouldn't get it. Did they really think that Shan Shenwen's faction was rich enough to rival a nation? Just the cost alone was shockingly high. Xiaojia has these things in his hands. Would he dare not give them to him? Even if he can't afford it, he can look for Xiaoyi. I know Xiaoyi's character. Go and peel off a layer of their skin. They won't dare to go back on their word. Xiaoyi looked embarrassed. Who said that my second grandpa is a skinjacker? But, come to think of it, it really makes sense. This way, Suyu would earn money, and the students would not lose out. They would also earn some money. Everyone would thank Xiaojia and Suyu. Xiaojia would definitely not lose out. Zhou Mingren dares to go back on his word? How dare he renege on Xiaojia? If he didn't peel off a layer of his skin, Xiaoyi would not be called Xiaojia the skinjacker. Shan Shenwen's faction had a treasure. Other things aside, Shan Shenwen's faction had quite a number of patented technologies. They were all money. As he was feeling excited, he suddenly looked at Suyu and said gloomily, "Suyu, you're really evil. You even dare to scheme against Xiaojia. You, this fellow, your guts aren't ordinary big." He had almost forgotten about it. If Xiaojia were to step in, it would be a competition between Xiaojia and Shan Shenwen's faction. When that time comes, the anxious Zhou Mingren would not be able to care about Suyu and the rest. Killing two birds with one stone, not only did he please all the students, but Shan Shenwen's faction. He even asked Xiaojia to step in and compete with Shan Shenwen's faction. Then, Shan Shenwen's faction would be so busy that they would not have time to care about him. This guy did not look like a student at all. He looked more like a sly old fox. Suyu said lightly, "Do it or don't." I didn't ask Xiaojia to step in. Without Xiaojia, I'll ask Qingyun Fai to buy it. The Jing family will ask for money. Even if they can't get it, the Jing family has always been at odds with Civilization Academy. They'll be happy to pay for it if they want to disgust Civilization Academy and publicize it. Suyu said indifferently, I won't get much benefit anyway. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. There are many who aren't afraid of Xianxinwen's faction. If it doesn't work, then Jiutian Academy, Longwu Academy, or even Longwu Wei or the Demon Suppression Army. There are many who aren't afraid of them. Suyu sneered. My dad is in the Demon Suppression Army. If it doesn't work, I'll find someone from the Demon Suppression Army. I guarantee they'll be happy to make a fortune. I heard that they hate these guys now because the Wanfu prefect asked them to stop fighting. Xiaohuyu stared at him for a while and said, Did the books teach you all this? Suyu smiled but did not say anything. Of course it's in the books. It's mainly because I'm smart. Ever since I was young, I, Suyu, have never suffered any losses. Plotting against me. Why, it's good enough that I don't cause trouble for you. Zhou Mingren and the others are strong and smart, but our positions are different. You, Zhou Mingren, care about your reputation, but I don't care about that. I care about benefits. Benefits. Losing face is nothing. You, Zhou Mingren, give me 10,000 merit points now. I'll ask my teacher to become your disciple with me. How about that? Suyu thought and suddenly laughed. Xiaohuyu looked at him, speechless. This guy is really hard to deal with. Talented, quick-witted, shameless, venomous, ruthless, good at disguising, a typical hypocrite, monstrous geniuses are all proud. Suyu is also proud, but he is different from others. He has the slyness of a common man. Xiaohuyu took a deep breath. After a long time, he said in a low voice, Okay, I'll try. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll have a Galao call them for a meeting at Xiaoxinggu. No one is allowed to disturb them. Only Galao can enter. Drag it out for a few hours. Even if they find out later, it's too late. Suyu stared at him for a while and said faintly, Galao, you can order them around. Xiaohuyu, are you Xiaohuye's son? TCH. Nonsense. Xiaohuyu said angrily, Nonsense. If I'm his son, I'm not human. Xiaohuyi is a pig. I'm not his grandson either. Don't even think about it. If I'm his grandson, I'll kill myself. I've already said that I'm just from the Xiaojia branch. What are you thinking? Suyu laughed and cursed in his heart, F*ck off, Xiaohuyi is a pig. How dare you say that? Even if he's not his son or grandson, he's still an important person in Xiaojia. Am I that stupid? Suyu couldn't be bothered to argue with Xiaohuyu. If you deny it, then so be it. I might as well pretend that I don't know anything. Even if Xiaojia was an important figure, Suyu didn't care too much. Xiaojia's reputation was not bad. He hadn't heard of any bullying. To be in charge of Dixia province for more than 300 years, if he had a bad reputation, a large group of experts would have long rebelled. Not continuing this topic, Suyu quickly said, I asked you to purchase the blood essence of the 5 elements race. Did you buy it? I bought it, but not much. Xiaohuyu said helplessly, the 5 elements race is too rare, and they are also very strong. You only purchased the blood essence of the Wanxia realm. Even if you transfer it from other big prefectures, it won't be much. This thing was also very expensive. So you purchased a drop of the 5 elements race's blood essence from the Wanxia realm, which was worth 50 merit points. So you plan to purchase some to activate the cultivation technique. Then, he would use the activation of the cultivation technique to open the divine apertures. As long as he opened 36 divine apertures, he wouldn't need the blood essence in the future and could actively cultivate his willpower. Cut the crap. How much have you collected? So far, I have purchased a total of 60 drops. 60 drops was too little. Suyu estimated that opening one divine aperture required at least 2 or 3 drops of blood essence. 60 drops meant that he could open about 25 at most. Give me 60 drops first. Then, buy 40 drops for me. At least, 100 drops of 5 elements blood essence might barely be enough. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, has anyone recently mentioned the soul-devouring insect's talent blood essence? Xiaohuyu glanced at him, smiled, and said, there really is. Not only in the academy, but there are also people outside the academy asking about this. Of course, the outside world is more concerned about whether this talent blood essence is a talent skill for willpower. If it is, then the warrior can't be used because it involves willpower. If it isn't, then the warrior is also very concerned. Suyu smiled and said softly, "This thing is not some kind of willpower talent, it is a kind of special mutated martial technique, a martial technique that has the effect of damaging willpower." Xiaohu fell into deep thought. It was a martial technique. Actually, he had also guessed that it was a martial technique, because Xianxia had records of the soul-devouring insects. All sorts of information showed that the soul-devouring insects did not have much willpower, and the soul-devouring fluid that corroded willpower was very similar to a mutated yuan qi. Xianxia actually had her own research team, so it was impossible for her to rely on outsiders. Martial skill, Xiaohu pondered for a moment. Suyu, if it's a martial skill, this thing is even more precious than the willpower talent skill. You're not stupid. You know what this means. Of course, it also depends on the cost and the realm. Suyu said with a smile, I know, if it's just the blood essence, it's actually not much. But if we research the opening acupoints of the soul-devouring skill, humans can also open their acupoints and carry out the mutation of yuan qi, what do you think? An? Xiaohuyu's heart shook, and he hurriedly looked at Suyu. Really? From Wan's cultivation technique, humans had always been deriving cultivation techniques that were suitable for humans. Nowadays, many of the cultivation techniques and martial techniques that humans learned were adapted from Wan's cultivation techniques. But under normal circumstances, humans were more likely to derive the cultivation techniques of those large creatures. For creatures like the soul-devouring insects, the insect's structure was too different from humans, and the derivation was too difficult. Moreover, the soul-devouring insects did not have any cultivation techniques passed down. It was very difficult to obtain the original cultivation technique from a group of insects, but someone had encountered a mother insect, and after killing it, he obtained a small amount of the original cultivation technique. The moment Xiaohu came, he said in shock, "Can you really derive this kind of cultivation technique that is suitable for humans? Are you sure? Are you sure that it can make people's yuan qi mutate and cause damage to willpower?" He could understand the importance of this cultivation technique, Suyu said lightly, "It's not perfected yet. My grandmaster started researching the characteristics of the soul-devouring insects 30 years ago, and my teacher is also an elite in this field. No, or rather, a genius, a true genius. Through continuous experimentation and research, he has now derived some acupoints to operate." Xiaohu nodded. Baifeng was a genius, no one could deny this. Even if he was only at the 6th level of SOAR, people called him a genius teaching assistant. Strength was one thing, and another was that Baifeng was also considered a figure in the field of blood essence research. Xiaohu took a deep breath and said, "You're telling me this because, a deal." Suyu thought about it and said, "Although this cultivation technique has not been derived, I am confident that it can be perfected very soon. Once it is perfected, I am thinking whether to spread it or not. If it is spread, the strength of the human race will increase greatly. Not everyone will be willing to open additional acupoints, but at least some ambitious people will be willing to open these acupoints. But if it is spread, how can we guarantee the interests of our research institute? Will we collect the cultivation technique patent fees like everyone else?" Suyu said in a deep voice, "This thing, we mean to target the Wan civilization masters, but in the eyes of outsiders, they may think that we are targeting our own people, our own civilization masters. Then, our situation will be very difficult." When Xiaohu heard this, he immediately disagreed and even said angrily, "Who cares about them? This Dixia province is still Xiaojia's Dixia province. Spread it, we must spread it. If you don't dare, then Xiaojia will buy it out. And then Xiaojia will be responsible for passing it down." Increasing the strength of the human race was what the leaders of the major prefectures were doing. Since it could allow a portion of the warriors to have a trump card against the civilization masters, this cultivation technique was extremely important. Of course, opening a portion of additional acupoints was not something everyone could do. However, some genius warriors would definitely not mind opening more acupoints, especially since this cultivation technique was also lethal to the civilization masters. As Xiaohu spoke, he suddenly said, "Honggalao hasn't returned yet, and you want to spread the cultivation technique. He won't change his mind when he returns, right? That would be troublesome. After all, he was an 8th-tier Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. Taking advantage of his absence, they had managed to scam and buy his cultivation technique. If he were to make a scene, even if the Xia clan wasn't afraid, it would still disappoint many people. Especially on the side of the civilization masters, there would definitely be people who would add fuel to the fire, and that would be even more troublesome. Suyu shrugged and said with a smile, "It has nothing to do with me. My teacher said it's no problem. He said that most of the information was completed by him, and before my grandmaster left, he also instructed that the entire Research Institute's projects and results will be handled by my teacher." Yes. That's good. Miss Bai will be in charge. Xiaohu nodded and said with some joy, "Suyu, a share of the profits and patent fees is a long-term deal. I won't lie to you. A long-term share will definitely be more beneficial to you, and there will be profits every year. As long as you are alive, and as long as your descendants are alive, they will all be able to get the money. But things like the future are hard to say. And you might not be able to live for too long." As soon as these words came out, Suyu looked at him with a strange expression. He realized that these bastards seemed to be eager for him to die as soon as possible. Xiaohu coughed dryly and said, "That's not what I mean. What I mean is that this is the result of your research institute, not someone's. So you might not be able to get much, so why not buy it out all at once? At least you will get some." "How much is the buyout?" 5000 merit points, Suyu almost punched him to death. "Are you sure?" Xiaohu said dryly, "Although the soul-devouring bug's martial technique has the effect of vitality mutation, I think it should not have been enlightened many apertures. The soul-devouring bug is also not a powerful race. In this case, unless an army of people went to cultivate it, it would not be able to cause a large-scale corrosion and burning effect, just like how a large number of soul-devouring bugs can only have a strong killing power. But additional apertures are originally exclusive to geniuses, and it is not quite possible for an army to cultivate, so this martial technique is actually a little useless." It did not sound like a lie, and it was not unreasonable. But Suyu would not believe this guy at all. 5,000 merit points, what a joke. Seeing this, Xiaohu said again, "It's true, after all, this martial technique has not been promoted, and I don't know how universal it is. 5,000 merit points for a buyout is not a small amount. You have to know, the series of 1,000-ton technique that everyone is cultivating now is actually only worth the money of a sword demon beast." Suyu rolled his eyes, "Damn, I know this, do I need you to tell me? We'll talk about it later." Suyu did not bargain, and said, "I haven't derived it yet, wait until it is truly perfected, or after I cultivate it myself, then see the effect." Xiaohu panicked, and said hurriedly, "Suyu, 10,000 merit points is really not a small amount. If you want to sell it to Xianxia. Don't give it to the academy, everyone in the academy is a civilization master, and they may directly seal it, which is of no help to the human race. The academy won't be so short-sighted, right?" "That's hard to say." Xiaohu shook his head, "Civilization masters and fighters, they say they are family, but do you really think they are? Even if they are brothers, they have to decide who is better. Do you expect the two great cultivation systems to coexist peacefully, without any discord?" Suyu nodded slightly. That was true. In the world of cultivators, the two great systems were very different. To say that they were really as close as a family, that would be a lie. Civilization masters looked down on fighters, and fighters looked down on civilization masters. One scolded the other for being boorish, the other said that the other was weak. If it was an ordinary cultivation method, then so be it. Many of the cultivation methods of fighters were researched and provided by civilization masters. But this kind of cultivation method that would harm the civilization master, then the civilization master might not share it. So you could not be bothered to say more, and said, "Let's wait and see." "I said I haven't researched it yet, but you have to help me think of a way to suppress some of the noise outside, in case someone tries to do something to us." "Sure." Xiaohu agreed readily, and hurriedly said, "No problem. I will mention this to Xianxia and the other powerhouses, and let your research proceed smoothly. I hope you can produce results as soon as possible." "Okay." Suyu nodded. He had said all of this to avoid external interference. Xianxia was the #1 fighter family. As the controller, Xianxia hoped that there were more powerhouses in the realm, the better. Everyone could increase their combat power, and they would not care too much about whether they were fighters or civilization masters. The two chatted for a while, and Suyu did not mention the matter of pulling Xiaohu into the circle. An important person in Xianxia, this identity was taboo. Xiaohu was experienced and knowledgeable, and his identity was important, and he had a big shot behind him. Right now, Suyu did not dare to mention anything about pulling him into the circle. The other party did not need his help, and some of the things he took out might even cause him to overthink and guess something. Deriving 1 or 2 cultivation methods was fine, but deriving dozens or even hundreds? If you're so awesome, why don't you go to heaven? Do you really think everyone else is a fool? Give me the 5 elemental blood essence. It's at my place, come with me to get it. The two talked about the blood essence, and Xiaohu hurriedly said, 60 drops, worth as much as 3,000 merit points. I gave you 7,000 last time, so I still have 4,000 merit points left. Suyu nodded slightly, and did not say anything. Also, buy me some soul-devouring worm blood essence, that's right, and the radiant bird blood essence, and the mountain-breaking bull blood essence. Suyu urged. He wanted to buy more of such blood essence, and it would be best if he could make his own talent blood essence. When he really made the talent blood essence, he could say that after a lot of research, he could reverse engineer the cultivation method, lest others suspect something. When Suyu obtained the 5 elemental blood essence, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He hoped that he could open more divine apertures, even if he did not form an entire rune formula. Opening one more divine aperture could passively absorb some willpower, allowing his willpower to grow faster. He wanted to enter SOAR as soon as possible. Suyu's goal was not to be stuck in cultivating for a few years. Originally, sketching out more Shunwen was already very time-consuming. If his willpower was not strong enough, he might really need many years to enter SOAR. When he thought of himself and teacher Liu, entering SOAR a few decades later, Suyu shuddered. It was too tragic. Before he left, Xiaohu hurriedly said, "Oh right, are you sure you want to appear tomorrow and challenge those students?" Suyu smiled and said, "Of course." "Oh right, it's best if Galao and the rest have a meeting after I defeat them. This way, they might observe for a while and find out that I really want to save face, refuse to admit defeat, and fight to the death. These people will probably feel comfortable. Once they see me fight to the death on the stage, they will satisfy their vanity. Finally, I, Suyu, have stumped them. They will be happy and probably won't care about me anymore." Admitting defeat the moment he arrived was not good. He had to calm their hearts. "I, Suyu, am a genius. I will not admit defeat even in death. Admitting defeat is equivalent to taking my life. I want to fight for victory." Xiaohu's bare one's teeth grinned. "Your grandpa, your heart is really black." In this way, even if there was some movement outside, these Galao might not go and investigate. Thinking of this, he suddenly said, "Should we call your senior uncle tomorrow? He's in the 9th stage realm of Lingyun. Why don't we just let him seal off that area of the arena to prevent the previous incident from happening again?" Even if those Galao sensed some movement, they wouldn't dare to use their willpower to investigate. His heart was really black, Suyu cursed in his heart. "You still have the cheek to say that to me, you scoundrel's heart is even blacker, senior uncle." That's right, the previous incident with Qing Yuming was still in front of them and now Qin Yong came running over. No matter how noisy the arena was, even if Xiaoxingji's meeting Galao sensed something different, but as long as nothing major happened, would anyone come to investigate? No way. Weren't they afraid that the previous incident would happen again? By then, by the time they finished their meeting, everything would be over. Suyu took a look at him and both of them smiled at each other. In a blink of an eye, Suyu said, "My senior uncle's appearance fee is very expensive. How about 3,000 merit points?" Xiaohu blinked. "You're saying I'll pay?" "That's right." "On what basis?" "On the basis that you want to earn a lot of money from Shan Shenwen's faction. Is this enough?" "I'm just drinking some soup. Don't tell me you want Ling Yan and Jiu Chongbai to watch over the place for you." There was nothing wrong with what he said, but Xiaohu calculated for a moment. "Damn it, I haven't gotten anything and I've already invested so much. Will I be able to recoup my capital in the end? Looking at Suyu speechlessly, Xiaohuyu replied in an annoyed tone, then what if we don't get anything in the end? Is there no risk in doing business? Suyu smiled, if we don't even dare to bear the initial investment, how are we going to do a big business? Xiaohuyu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Suyu, why don't you come to Summerfield Trading Company? I'll give you a high position. Don't worry, it won't be a low position. If you do well, you can even be in charge of a prefecture's transactions in the future. Not interested. Suyu shook his head. Be a businessman, stop messing around, I'm a man destined to become a powerhouse. Thinking of this, Suyu thought of a question and asked, by the way, do you know where Xianxia lives? You're looking for him? Not really, I'm looking for someone from the Divine Talisman Department. Xianxia happens to know him. Divine Talisman Department, you want to buy divine talismans? Suyu smiled and looked at him. Xiaohuyu was embarrassed. Forget it, it was not good to get to the bottom of it. Soon, he told Suyu Zhanghao's location. Tempering Park, Special Class Area. Zhanghao and the other monster students all lived in this area. Not only them, but many of the veteran genius students who did not have SOAR also lived here. Xiaohuyu, that fellow, did not run here. At this moment, the sky was already dark. After passing the entrance control, Suyu walked on the small path of the special class area and sighed. The environment was beautiful, and the vitality was abundant. It was a good place to cultivate, no wonder these fellows all ran here. 100 merit points a year was not a small amount. Villa 189. Suyu knocked lightly on the door. Soon, someone replied, who is it? Brother Zhang, Suyu is here to visit. As soon as this was said, the door was quickly opened. Zhanghao was surprised. Suyu was here to visit him? Suyu. Seeing Suyu, Zhanghao was a little surprised. Why are you here? Brother Zhang doesn't welcome me. Of course not. Zhanghao laughed. It should be an honor. These 2 days, a large group of people were looking for you, but none of them saw you. It's my honor to be able to see you. Brother Zhang, don't laugh at me. Suyu could not help but laugh. Zhanghao quickly said, come in and have a seat. Suyu walked in and sighed. Rich people were really extravagant, such a big room, but you're the only one living in it. What a waste. The hall on the first floor was close to 100 square meters. Zhanghao was very polite to Suyu. As a monster student, Zhanghao was, of course, very proud. However, it depended on who he was targeting. Even if it was the previous batch's monster students, or this batch's Wan Mingze and the others, he did not care too much. Suyu was different. Shenwen had defeated him in the competition. 2 days ago, he was even more ruthless, defeating Huang Qifeng in the blink of an eye. He had some admiration for Suyu. This was probably the principle of heroes cherishing heroes. After sitting down and chatting for a while, Suyu did not waste time and said, Brother Zhang, do you still remember that I injured you when I swallowed the soul-devouring bug's blood essence? Zhanghao was embarrassed. Did he come to make fun of me? Brother Zhang, don't misunderstand. Suyu sighed. It's like this. The soul-devouring bug's blood essence was the only product of our research institute. It could be considered an experimental product. Later on, when we tried again, we discovered that there were frequent problems. The outer layer of blood essence could not be stabilized, and it easily exploded. Suyu laughed. After many failures, I thought of the Divine Talisman Department and Brother Zhang. I took a look at the explosive Shenwen that you used to deal with me. It was not too stable, but you could control it and make the Shenwen explode. This was also some inspiration from Suyu. Who said that the Shenwen department had to make talent blood essence alone? The Divine Talisman department seemed to be very good at sealing some things. Her teacher only thought about being self-sufficient all day long. Speaking of this, Zhanghao was instantly interested. He hurriedly said, soul-devouring bug's talent skill? You want to make talent blood essence, but the outer layer of blood essence is not stable enough? Yes, it's easy to explode. Zhanghao laughed. Definitely. I tried the talent skill of the soul-devouring bug last time. It corrodes and burns. This thing is like the explosion of the Shinwen. It's definitely not stable. Last time, I thought that you guys had already solved this problem, so you could make it smoothly. Now it seems that you didn't. It was just an accident? Yes. Zhang Hao immediately beamed with joy. You don't say, I'm really good at this. Actually, I've been researching this topic recently, or the talent skill of blood essence. Many civilizationists are researching it. Because I don't have a sample of your talent blood essence, I can only make some judgments. You guys should have extracted some talent mark or something like that and then used another layer of blood essence to wrap it. He had to say that Suyu really admired these guys. Too smart, the students were all so smart. What were Zhou Pingxing and the others thinking? How did they fall for it? Suyu was a little speechless. After thinking about it, he could not help but laugh. He more or less understood. Firstly, he had really exploded. Secondly, it was probably related to the Shinwen wave that he had casually mentioned. He said that the Shinwen wave had changed some of the internal structure of the blood essence. Those guys were probably researching this recently and not the extraction of the talent mark inside. They might think that using the Shinwen wave could change the internal mark. So you suddenly felt that it might not be a bad idea if he could really extract the talent mark through the air without breaking the blood essence, and then destroy the other remnants. Wouldn't the original layer of blood essence be better, this time? Suyu was suddenly stunned. This might not be a bad idea. Moreover, the creation method was simpler and more complete. There was no need to separate the blood essence. At this moment, Suyu was a little distracted. He was in a trance. I really am a genius. Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I can really separate the talent mark from the air and destroy the resentment and memory fragments, then it will be a drop of talent blood essence. Suyu swallowed his saliva. If that was the case, then I would really have created a way to create talent blood essence. However, if the blood essence doesn't separate, it seems that there is no way to go deep into the blood essence and separate the mark. Suyu rubbed his head. Unless there was a special Shinwen that could directly enter the blood essence and separate the mark. Don't say, it really is a way. Suyu was a little surprised. I am too amazing. At this moment, he suddenly understood why he could deceive so many people. These guys probably thought so too, right? He had never thought about it before, mainly because he did not understand the process at all. As for the materials he used, they might have understood it as a kind of process to soften the blood essence. During this process, the blood essence could let the Shinwen or willpower pass through. Maybe that's the case. They might really think that things like vinegar and soy sauce are used to soften the blood essence. Otherwise, Shanhai and Ling Yun would not be so stupid as to even dare to believe in such a messy research method. Zhang Hao kept looking at Suyu. He was not surprised to see that Suyu had become absent-minded as he spoke. All geniuses were like this. Those who were in the field of research would often have an inspiration in a sentence and fall into their own world. He could completely understand this because he was often like this. However, he admired Suyu even more. While he was strong, he did not forget his job as a civilizator. He was indeed a monster, a genius. After a while, Suyu woke up and said apologetically, "Sorry, I just thought of something, it's fine." Zhang Hao did not care about this and said with a smile, "Suyu, you just said that there is a problem with the blood essence wrapping. Actually, when you came to find me, I felt that you had some other ideas. For example, changing this wrapping layer to a divine talisman?" Suyu nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. That's what I was thinking. Or I could add another layer of protective film to the wrapping layer, like a capsule, the kind that can ensure that it won't explode." You found the right person for this. Zhang Hao said with a happy expression. If you find someone else for this, the cost will be extremely high. It's not that there are no stable divine talisman outer shells, but the price is too high. My Shinwen, you know, is a special kind of Shinwen. I can continuously peel off small disposable Shinwen shells. As long as I can eliminate the explosive characteristics, then the disposable Shinwen shell I peel off can be used as a capsule. So you frowned and said, You haven't materialized Shinwen yet. This doesn't require Shinwen to materialize. It can be manifested with willpower. Zhang Hao said hurriedly, Suyu, how about this? as long as you promise to provide me with some soul-devouring insect's talent blood essence, I will help you stabilize the blood essence for free. How about it? Suyu glanced at him and suddenly said, I'm thinking about a question. If I don't devour the talent blood essence, but use the characteristics of your Shunwen to guide the explosion, will it directly explode the talent skill and corrode the opponent's willpower? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. It's possible. If that's the case, then I'm awesome. Controlling hundreds of drops of soul-devouring insect's blood essence, even against Soar, I can corrode the opponent's willpower and seriously injure him by exploding my talent skill hundreds of times. Zhang Hao swallowed and said, Don't say, Suyu, your idea may really be realized. At that time, I alone will be an army of soul-devouring insects. Of course, it depends on how much I can peel off and how strong my willpower is. The number of times I can really explode is only about 100 times. 100 times Shunwen explosion. Because my Shunwen is not too strong, it can only explode weaklings like Lin Qing. But once I add the soul-devouring insect's blood essence, not to mention Lin Qing, even Zhan Hai will probably cry if I explode 100 times. Zhan Hai is not sore yet, using the soul-devouring insect's blood essence to explode the corrosive skill, corrode him, burn him, won't Zhan Hai cry? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao was so excited that his face turned red. It was like starting a new life. Suyu smiled and said, Don't be excited, there are many difficulties. And the cost of the talent blood essence is also high. The talent skill of the soul-devouring insect is actually a martial skill, which mainly carries out the mutation of Yuan Qi. Of course, there is the blood essence outside, which can provide Yuan Qi, so it doesn't matter. Even so, Suyu still said, the main problem is the cost. Even if you can really do it, you have to know how much a drop of talent blood essence costs. If you explode 100 drops at one time, you can only hurt Zhan Hai and the others. How much will it cost? Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment. That seems to be true. Damn, the talent blood essence is very expensive, right? How much is one drop? This thing, even if it is produced on a large scale, just the blood essence itself will cost 3 merit points. Not to mention that the blood essence is just a material. The extraction process, the amount of wasted blood essence. Even if it is produced on a large scale, it will cost at least 10 merit points. 10 merit points, in fact, was not expensive. But Zhang Hao suddenly shuddered. If I explode 100 drops at one time, 1,000 merit points. Forget it, it will be a loss if I can't kill Ling Yun. With his current strength, if he can explode 100 drops, he will be lucky if he can kill Zhan Hai. Even he can't kill Soar. Suyu smiled and said, You can't use it as a common tactic, but it is still very useful as a trump card. When your willpower is stronger, you can separate out more one-use divine talismans. If you separate out 500,000 June Realm soul-devouring insects and spray soul-devouring fluid at the same time, can you kill Soar? That won't do, at least 1,000. Zhang Hao said, but his eyes lit up and he said, Don't say, before I kill Soar, I have a high chance of separating 1,000 one-use divine talismans. If I can really use them, I can kill Soar. This is very awesome. Suyu smiled and said, That's why I said, it is still very powerful as a trump card. Right now it is only 15 June, if you can extract some Wanxia Realm soul-devouring insect blood essence, if you can control 1,000 Wanxia Realm soul-devouring insects and spray them together, do you think you can kill Ling Yun? Probably not, but late-stage Soar will be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Zhang Hao became excited and hurriedly said, Suyu, we don't get to know each other without fighting, we are considered friends, right? Let's cooperate. I will provide you with a protective layer, you don't need to give me blood essence, just sell it to me, but in large quantities. Suyu smiled. He had the soul-devouring art, but it didn't mean that everyone could open their apertures, so talent blood essence was still valuable, and very large. This thing, like the divine talismans, was a one-use product. For example, Zhang Hao, even if he opened those apertures himself, it wouldn't be of much use. How much damage could a person do when they erupted with power? As for Zhang Hao Shenwen, once he could control hundreds or even thousands of drops of blood essence to explode and erupt with his talent skill, the destructive power would be terrifying. Let's go back and try it out first. If it succeeds, then we can talk about it. If it doesn't succeed, then it's all for nothing, right? That's true. Zhang Hao nodded and was no longer so anxious. Suyu was thinking about whether he should take this opportunity to pull this number one monster of the Divine Talisman system into his Mutual Assistance Association. He would think about it later. Even if Zhang Hao cooperated with him to stabilize the blood essence, he would probably have to enter the research center close by, and he would have to consult by phone. However, today's harvest was not small, and he might have a way to stabilize the blood essence of the soul-devouring insects. Mutual Assistance Association, when formula, talent blood essence, Suyu murmured in his heart. He had to put on the coat of a research genius, to a civilization master. Sometimes even Ling Yun and Shan Hai might not be comparable to a genius with outstanding talent in research, or rather, to the entire human race, this was the case. Zhao Li's status was very high, even Galao did not dare to provoke him easily. It had nothing to do with the fourth-generation principle. The main reason was that he was the second master of the blacksmithing faculty in Dexia province. If you wanted to build Wenbing, you might have to ask him for help. Zhao Li was Ling Yun 7, and there were many experts with such strength in the academy. But there was no one with a higher status than him. If Suyu put on the coat of a research expert in the field of talent blood essence, then even if he could not survive in the academy, there would be people in Dexia province or even the entire human realm who would be willing to recruit him and nurture him. The current Suyu was already thinking about these possibilities. On the side of the Great Xia Civilization University, there was a lot of competition, and there were many Shenwen system. In Suyu's opinion, it was really a bit weak, and he felt that he was constantly being suppressed. He was a genius, and it was useless if he did not reach soar. But if he was a research genius, even if he did not reach soar, his value would still exceed soar. Also, I can try my previous method of changing the blood essence of Shenwen and directly creating talent blood essence. If one day, Shan Shenwen system comes looking for trouble, I will directly create talent blood essence on the spot and slap their faces until they are swollen. That will be fun. Suyu, do not lie. Suyu was elated. If such a day came, it would be fun. Everyone thought it was fake, but I really created talent blood essence. Aren't you guys shocked? Teacher and the others all thought it was fake, but I actually succeeded. Aren't you guys dumbfounded? At that time, countless people's jaws would definitely drop. This method was actually real. 6th of October. The school was in an uproar again. Early in the morning, rumors were flying everywhere. Have you heard? Suyu is out of seclusion today. He wants to fight. Do you know who wants to challenge him? Suyu isn't weak. Look at Huang Qifeng. Wanshi is in the second stage and at the peak of nature nourishment. He was beaten up badly and there are still people who dare to challenge him? That's right. Are they tired of living? Suyu is not a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. The group of people whispered to each other. Suyu wasn't weak, Huang Qifeng was considered strong, right? What was the result? He was still in a coma. His willpower had recovered and he probably wouldn't be able to fight for a few months. Huang Qifeng's real strength should be at the 4th or 5th stage of Wanshi. He was beaten up by Suyu. Anyone below the top 50 would probably end up the same. Those who were really confident of winning against Suyu were probably those in the top 30. Those in the top 30 almost all had the combat power of Wanshi in the later stage. Of course, it was hard to say for nature nourishment. If you met a Shenwen that targeted you, the other party might be weaker than you but could still defeat you. The top 100 list of the Civilization Academy wasn't as straightforward as the War Academy. Some people were restrained by Shenwen, some were proficient in talismans or even beast taming. It was hard to say. Everyone discussed in low voices. Wu Lan followed behind his sister dejectedly. His face was dejected, no longer as proud as before. Are you hurt? Wu Qi chuckled. The students who saw her hurriedly greeted her and left in a hurry. The devil Wu Qi, let's get further away first, Wu Lan said dejectedly. No, sister. I'm just curious why I would draw such a stupid Shenwen. Stupid? Wu Qi smiled faintly. If you really draw stupid, then that's stupid. Isn't that stupid? Wu Lan was a little depressed. Why is it weak? I want strong. He was too ashamed to face anyone. What do you mean by Shenwen is not easy to draw? It's too embarrassing to draw such a Shenwen. Wu Qi's heart was tired. He said indifferently, how are its characteristics? Weakening others. You call that stupid? Aren't you stupid? Wu Lan said unhappily, I don't want to weaken others. That way, they'll all be trash. I want others to be strong, and then I'll be stronger. Wu Qi didn't want to talk to her anymore. She was afraid that she would die from anger. The word weakened Shenwen doesn't mean that you're weak. It's the Shenwen that weakens the opponent, weakening the opponent's strength. You don't think that's good, you might as well stop sketching Shenwen. Wu Qi couldn't be bothered with her. He walked toward the top 100 building. Today, there would be another show to watch. Suyu was the turning point in the battle between Shan Shenwen and Shenwen. The battle became white-hot and public. Today, there were probably many researchers who came to watch the show. Bai Feng injured Hu Wenxing, Huang Qifeng injured Wu Jia, and Suyu injured Huang Qifeng. The battle between the two sides was getting more and more intense. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, in addition to the fact that Bai Feng and Chen Yong didn't show up, it would have escalated to a battle above soar. At present, it seemed that Shenwen had no chance. Hong Tan wasn't in the school. Could they rely on Suyu to overturn this situation? Shenwen could only rely on the school's rules to avoid some attacks. Top 100 building. There were indeed many people watching the show. Or rather, many. There were many students and teachers. Some instructors, researchers, and old students rushed over. After the third, Suyu didn't show up. Until today, there was news that Suyu would fight those students who challenged him. No one knew if the scene on the third would happen again. As the crowd gathered, many people suddenly exclaimed, Zhan Hai is here. The number one person below soar, Zhan Hai, his arrival surprised many students. The teachers were here to watch the show. Zhan Hai might be here to judge Suyu's strength. This meant that Suyu had attracted Zhan Hai's attention. Jiang Mu is here. So many people are here. More than half of the top 100 students are here. Look, isn't that Li Mingyu? The students from the top 100 arrived one after another. The atmosphere was even hotter. Many of the top 10 students were here this time. These people were usually elusive. They were even harder to see than those researchers. But now, a large group of them came. Outside the crowd, Wu Jia came with Chen Yong. He looked around and said worriedly, Teacher, is junior brother really coming? I heard that some of the top students shamelessly lowered their ranking to fight with junior brother. The school doesn't even care about this. This is too big a loophole. Chen Yong said helplessly, how can we care about this? It's the first time in so many years that a student wants to lower their ranking. We can't do anything about it. The top 100 was for the sake of competition, it wasn't to weaken oneself, but this time, it was a coincidence. Suyu's ranking made many unqualified to challenge him. They could only lower their ranking. Can junior brother win? I don't know. Chen Yong was speechless. How would he know? He came here because that kid, Suyu, told him to come. Thinking of what that kid said to him last night, Chen Yong felt helpless. If he did it, in the eyes of others, he would really be a sinister person. But he was really an honest person. He had been cooped up in the library for so many years. That kid, Suyu, had to ruin his reputation. As he was thinking, there was a commotion in the crowd. A path opened up. So handsome. Many girls suddenly exclaimed. At the back of the crowd, Suyu was still in his snow-white robe. He had a gentle smile on his face as he nodded to the students who made way for him. After staying up late for a few days, his face was slightly pale. But the feeling he gave people was more comfortable. He had a scholarly aura. Elegant, this was a civilizational master. Thank you. Suyu thanked a girl who made way for him. He walked forward step by step. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He walked straight to the top 100 arena in front of him. Suyu stepped onto the arena and looked at the crowd below. He said with a smile, Sorry, I just entered the top 100 and don't know the rules. I happened to be doing research with my teacher in the laboratory these few days and didn't have time to care about anything else. Last night, I left the laboratory and found out that a senior wanted to challenge me. According to the Academy's rules, I should accept the challenge. Suyu said apologetically, before I accept the challenge, I have something to make clear. This is a grudge between me and some people. As for the others, it's nothing more than benefits. There's no need to hurt our friendship. I have no objections if you challenge and learn from each other in an orderly manner. After saying that, he continued, but if some people don't follow the rules and want to take the opportunity to curry favor with others, using me, Suyu, as a proof of allegiance. I'm sorry, I won't show mercy to my enemies. Everyone, think about it carefully and decide if you want to go up. There was silence below the arena. The next moment, someone shouted, well said. Junior Suyu, come on, show them how powerful you are. Only the female students would shout like that. She was not young anymore and was not doing well. In fact, she did not care if others were hostile to her. Not many people agreed. After all, Xianxia's faction was the leader here. There were many powerful people here. If they spoke now, they might offend others. Moreover, many of the top 100 students were here too. These people wanted to get some benefits. The judge was still the same one from last time, Zhao Ming. However, there were 2 judges today, there was another one. It was the young man who advised them last time. Suyu was not familiar with him and had forgotten to ask Qinyong. He felt that Qinyong had some goodwill toward him. Zhao Ming looked at Suyu and said with a smile, Suyu, there are many people who want to challenge you. Pick one and choose one. Suyu smiled and said, Teacher, will I get 10 merit points if I win? Of course. Teacher, are there any people who want to challenge me ranked between 30 to 70? Let me see. Zhao Ming casually picked up the small jade talisman in his hand and glanced at it. He smiled and said, yes, and not just one. There are a total of 3. Wang He, previously ranked 38, dropped to 75 in the past 2 days. Hu Yu, previously ranked 44th, has now fallen to 77th. Huang Yun, previously ranked 48th, has now fallen to 81st. All 3 of them were in the top 50, yet their rankings had dropped in the past 2 days. The reason was obvious. Below the arena, a series of low hisses sounded. In the crowd, some people had strange expressions on their faces, but they did not say anything. The will of a peak mountain and sea realm cultivator, since the others could not put down their pride, they would give it a try first. Those ranked below 50 didn't drop their rankings. It was meaningless since they might not be Suyu's match. Those ranked in the top 50 all had some confidence. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem for them to exchange blows with Wanshi at level 5 or 6. As for Suyu, when he defeated Huang Qifeng, the battle prowess he displayed was probably around Wanshi level 5. His speed was too fast, and in truth, Huang Qifeng did not display his full strength. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony either. He said indifferently, then we'll definitely decide the victor on the arena. Since these people are so concerned about me, I'll say the ugly words first. If you can't beat me, just admit defeat. Otherwise, I won't stand on ceremony. Since they've already bullied me, I can't really let them bully me. Zhao Ming chuckled and said, I don't care about that. Suyu, who do you want to choose? Wang He. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony either. He said indifferently, ranked 38, right? I'd also like to see how strong a senior with such a ranking is. Of course, he was currently ranked 75. Below the arena, a young man also dressed in white smiled when he heard that. He leaped onto the arena and said, Junior Suyu, don't say that I'm bullying you. If it were you, would you take a peak mountain and see Realm Cultivator's inscription of will placed in front of you? Suyu nodded slightly and said with a smile, I would. Of course, there's no point in saying all this. Since you want to take it, then show me what you've got. Since we're on the arena, we'll rely on our own abilities. Within the rules, the winner takes all. Well said. Wang He smiled and said, I have no grudges with junior brother, so let's have a spar. I've seen your fight with Huang Qifeng. Junior brother, you're extremely strong. Elevating Suyu by a notch, that way, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Suyu couldn't be bothered to say anything else. It was fine if he didn't want to drop his ranking, but if he did, his intentions were too obvious. Zhao Ming didn't hesitate either. When the 2 of them were in position, he quickly said, begin. This time, Suyu didn't hide anything. Wenbing appeared and 5 Shenwen entered the Wenbing. All 153 acupoints opened and the acupoints rapidly absorbed origin energy from all directions. Saber strike, leg strike. His speed was astonishing. Weng, the sound of the air being pierced rang out. Wang He was no weakling since he was ranked 38th. His physical body realm was at Wanshi's tier 4, and his spirit nurturing had also reached the peak. His acupoints opened one after another, and a Wenbing longsword appeared. Illusion appear, shadow appear, lightning burst, Suyu's Shenwen characteristics burst forth one after another. At this time, Wang He didn't hesitate either. His willpower burst forth, and the Shenwen exploded. The void turned red, flames covered the entire arena, fire-type Shenwen, the illusion was on the verge of collapsing. The lightning was also extinguished quickly. The killing intent was incinerated, and the fighting spirit was diluted. Bang, Suyu lashed out with his leg. Wang He's afterimage shattered, but he had already disappeared from the spot. Speed-type Shenwen. At this moment, someone in the audience said. Wang He had more than one Shenwen in his grasp. His speed was extremely fast. Even if he wasn't as fast as Suyu, he was still able to dodge the kick because he was prepared. Suyu lashed out with his leg. The air exploded, and origin energy exploded. At this moment, a slender sword descended from the sky. Wang He floated in the air and stabbed down with his sword, direct strike by Hui. Before the sword arrived, a powerful willpower had already surged forth. Suyu's Baihui acupoint felt a chill. Broken aperture, fast, he was fast, but Suyu was even faster. He turned his body, stepped on the ground, and soared into the air. His leg kicked out, bang bang bang, Wang He retaliated. His fists and legs collided, and the sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. The two Wenbing swords clashed in the air. Suyu kicked again and again, using the momentum to soar into the air. His legs took turns kicking out, and Wang He was forced to retreat. It shouldn't have been like this, but with Suyu's every kick, he felt as though the air was changing. He couldn't dodge it. Below the stage, the group of researchers was also dazzled by what they saw. This was an extremely advanced martial technique. Heaven-tier martial technique. Many of them could tell that this was definitely a heaven-tier martial technique. Wang He's Wanshi tier 4 strength wasn't weak, and he was the real Wanshi. Although he couldn't compare to a true top-notch fighter with 12 chakras, he was still a powerhouse among the civilization masters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach rank 38. But he didn't have as many chakras as Suyu, his origin energy wasn't as pure as Suyu's, and his martial technique wasn't as powerful as Suyu's. At this moment, Wang He didn't have the slightest advantage in a physical battle. Both sides continued to exchange blows, punches, and kicks. Cracks rapidly appeared on Wang He's hands, and blood flowed profusely, and at this moment, Wang He sensed that something was wrong. His blood was flowing at an alarming rate. Originally, it was just a small wound that wouldn't affect him too much. But at this moment, blood was flowing non-stop, and he instantly felt a sense of weakness. Damn it! Wang He's heart skipped a beat. Other than when he fought Qingyun Fai, Suyu hadn't revealed his blood-sucking ability. Not many people knew that his Shenwen could suck blood. And it was a level 2 Shenwen. At this moment, the blood-sucking speed was astonishing. Wang He felt waves of weakness, but Suyu was getting stronger the more he fought. With 153 chakras absorbing origin energy from the surroundings, Wang He's recovery speed couldn't keep up with his. With a bang, Wang He was sent flying. With a roll, he quickly got up. He took the opportunity to break free from Suyu's martial technique. He quickly swallowed a drop of origin energy liquid, and the wounds on his hands began to heal. The rate of blood loss also decreased. Wang He's face was pale. He glanced at Suyu, who had landed on the ground, and frowned. At this moment, his white clothes were covered in dust. As for Suyu, other than some sweat on his forehead, his clothes were still as white as snow. Wang He was on high alert. He was indeed difficult to deal with. No wonder Shan Shenwen's faction had offered such a high price. He had thought that no matter how strong Suyu was, he wouldn't be a match for him in a physical fight. Only now did he realize that this guy might look like a Thousand June realm expert, but he was in no way weaker than any Wanshi. Even in the war school, there probably wasn't a single person in the Thousand June realm who was stronger than Suyu. And he was talking about the physical body. Below the stage. The students were also surprised and shocked. Suyu had defeated Huang Qifeng previously, so everyone knew that he was strong. But now, he could even suppress Wang He, who was ranked 38th. This was beyond many people's expectations. Very soon, a researcher said curiously, his willpower is even stronger than before. It's probably at 70% full now, and it looks even more resilient than Wang He. Both sides had been fighting on Wenbing, but Suyu did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. He could even make the blood Shenwen take some time to suck his blood. This guy's willpower was not the same as his magnanimity. Furthermore, he was improving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, his willpower had reached 70% full. They were surprised. A few people in the crowd were even more surprised. Lu Hong, Wu Qi, and the others had seen Suyu before. During the Shenwen competition, his willpower was not even at 60%. But in the blink of an eye, he had reached 70%, this guy was improving too quickly. In a corner, Zhao Li crossed his arms and watched the show. The blacksmithing faculty expert who had hosted the Shenwen competition previously stood beside him and whispered, "Teacher, did you really impart him the spirit expansion art?" "None of your business." The middle-aged man was helpless and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Teacher, don't tell me you intend to accept him as your successor? He's a member of the Shenwen faction after all." "None of my business." The middle-aged man felt even more helpless and whispered, "Teacher, be careful not to be hated by others. Right now, many people are saying that Suyu has learned your spirit expansion art." Zhao Li's temper was fine in front of Suyu, but in front of others, his temper was really bad. Suddenly, he scolded, "So what if I've learned it? Get Zhou Mingren to look for me and let him try it out." "God damn it, I don't care about anything, so why do you care about me? I'm playing my Wenbing. Who dares to control me? At most, I'll bring my belongings to Xianxia and become a guest. Xianxia can control me, and I'll go to the Zhu family of the Ming Constabulary. If that doesn't work, I'll go to Dazhou Prefecture. Who the hell can control me?" After scolding for a while, Zhao Li did not care about the others' gazes. He said disdainfully, "I don't owe the academy anything. All the clothes and food I've been using all these years, I earned it myself. I earned it with my own abilities. So what if you impart the spirit expansion art? If you want to impart it, just do it. Why the F***ck are you trying to control me?" As he spoke, old Zhao pointed his middle finger in the direction of the Cultivation Heart Pavilion and scolded, "Damn it, I've been angered to the point of leaving. Return the Essence Chi Mystic Realm to me. If you don't, I'll bring Invincible to ask for it." Silence. The few Shenwen factions powerhouses nearby moved away. A few neutral powerhouses said, "Elder Zhao, calm down. No one said that you're wrong. Don't bother with them." Zhao Li snorted and didn't bother to reply. "I can do whatever I want, who gave you the right to interfere? I don't owe you a single cent." His students also looked embarrassed and did not dare to speak anymore. Shenwen faction did not say anything. He was worried that his teacher would be dragged into this. In the end, forget it. The middle-aged man shook his head. Whatever, his teacher was free to come and go anyway. He could eat wherever he went. There was nothing to worry about. Putting aside the weapon forging master, the vitality realm belonged to his teacher. Even if he could not take it away now, he could bring Invincible to ask for it. Even Dashav Goguryeo could not say anything. How could they stop the fourth-generation principal's son from taking back what belonged to his family? The Essence Energy Mystic Realm was a good thing. How many big houses wanted this thing? Suyu's rapid improvement was not only because of the Atlas, but also because of the Vitality Realm. The battle on the stage was still ongoing. Only a few people knew that Lao Zhao was showing his prowess. Shouxinggu. The meeting was about to begin. Before the meeting began, a few people spied on the situation. Some heard Zhao Li's words and saw his actions. Many people looked at Zhou Mingren. Zhou Mingren frowned slightly and said, "It's Zhao Li's business who he imparted it to. It has nothing to do with me." There was no need to provoke that old man. Even if Suyu had learned the spirit expansion art, he did not intend to use it to make a fuss. It was purely Lao Zhao's disciple who thought too much. In the conference room, an old man also said, "As for Zhao Li, don't implicate him for no reason. I don't care how you fight. If Zhao Li is involved, the fourth generation is still around. Think about the consequences." No one said a word. The old man continued, "Although the Shenwen faction has declined, the fourth generation's faction has not. The principal of the Weaponry Forging Academy in Dazhou Prefecture is a student of the fourth generation. Zhao Li is just too lazy to leave his homeland. If you really force him to leave, I'm telling you, bear the consequences." Silence continued. The fourth generation principal also had a student who was still alive. He was of the same generation as Wan Tianxing and the fifth generation principal. However, the Weaponry Forging Academy in Dexia province could not do so. He had gone to Dazhou Prefecture decades ago and was now the principal. Zhou Mingren felt a headache coming on. After a while, he said, "If there's no one to fight with Zhao Li, old Qi, don't talk about these useless things." "Who fought with Zhao Li, this rotten old man? He's the one cursing." "Who provoked him?" The old man called old Qi harumphed and said, "Then let's not talk about this. I asked the principal to hold this meeting today because it has something to do with the curse of Shenwen." Saying that, he shouted, "Enough, a student's fight is enough to distract you. Can't you tell what's more important? Retract your willpower. If you keep being distracted, the meeting will be cancelled. Don't call me for future meetings." The Golaos were a little embarrassed and retracted their willpower. Weren't they a little curious? Old Qi was even throwing a tantrum. In the middle of the stage, Wan Tianxing did not say a word. He was not the one who held today's meeting, so he could not be bothered. He just listened. Old Qi said he discovered the curse of Shenwen. Let's take a look first. Even he did not discover anything. What could old Qi discover? But it was hard to say. After all, he had been in the mountain sea for many years. Perhaps he had really discovered something. The next moment, Wan Tianxing could not be bothered with what was going on over there. He just listened in case old Qi got angry. They were all from the mountain sea. It would not be good to anger old Qi. On the stage, Suyu and Wang He fought for another 3 to 4 minutes. Wang He was getting weaker and weaker as he fought. His wounds were bleeding non-stop. Suyu was also panting heavily. His face was slightly pale and his back was drenched in sweat. At this moment, there was a cracking sound. The battle of Wenbing had come to an end. The longsword broke. With a pft, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Wang He's mouth. Suyu would not show mercy. He had been waiting for this moment. His feet moved and he instantly appeared in front of Wang He. Wang He was shocked. His willpower had suffered a backlash from the shattering of Wenbing. He panicked and thought of Huang Qifeng's outcome. There was no time to admit defeat. Suyu raised his knee high and kicked out, hitting him squarely in the chest. Crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. With a bang, Wang He crashed to the ground and fell off the stage. Blood flowed out of his mouth and gushed out crazily. Suyu's expression was calm as he exhaled lightly. He retracted his Wenbing. At this moment, the Wenbing had shattered a Wenbing longsword. The murderous aura around it became even more intense. The word kill in Shenwen was all about killing. Shattering a Wenbing was also a form of killing. At this moment, the Wenbing longsword was even colder. Below the stage, many people's expressions changed. With the Wenbing shattered, Wang He had suffered a great loss. His willpower had also been injured. Although it was not as serious as Huang Qifeng's, he would need at least a month to recuperate. Semi-profound weapon. Someone exclaimed, feeling a little envious. The last time Suyu fought with Huang Qifeng, he had also shattered the other party's Wenbing. However, it happened so quickly that no one noticed it. Today, they could finally see it clearly. This was not a yellow-grade Wenbing, but a semi-profound weapon that was about to advance. Many people looked at Zhao Li. There was no need to ask. Such a powerful Wenbing must have been personally forged by Zhao Li. As expected, Zhao Li had really taken Suyu as his direct disciple. Wang He was heavily injured. At this moment, everyone else's expression changed. The other 2 students who had fallen in the rankings had ugly expressions. Wang He had actually lost. Not only had he lost, but his Wenbing had been shattered and his willpower had been injured. This was probably comparable to the loss of a text of will. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he had also suffered a great loss. The Wenbing that he had been nurturing for several years had been shattered just like that. He would have to buy a new one and nurture it again. This would probably delay his advancement to soar, and it would take up a lot of time. Suyu panted for a moment before speaking again. Don't look at me like that. I've already said that I won't attack unless I'm attacked. Since you want to deal with me by lowering your ranking, I won't be polite either. No one said a word. Zhao Ming smiled and said, Suyu wins. Why don't you take a break before continuing? Suyu nodded slightly. Off stage, someone suddenly said, Suyu, do you only dare to accept challenges from students ranked 30 and below? Suyu looked at the person who spoke. Zhao Ming explained with a chuckle, didn't you ask who's been demoted from 30 to 50? Isn't this person? His name is Zhai Feng. Suyu said calmly, I know him. He's ranked 9th, Zhai Feng. He's Deputy Hall Master Zhou Pingxing's disciple, right? Offstage, Zhai Feng said calmly, he's currently ranked 72nd. According to the rules, he can challenge you, but you can't reject it unless you admit defeat. Suyu smiled and said, I have a challenge. According to the rules, I can choose. Also, according to the rules, I can reject challenges after 3 matches a day. Do you have a problem with that? Zhai Feng looked at him and said calmly, are you afraid? Provoke me? Suyu laughed and said, you, a guy who has cultivated longer than Huang Qifeng, are provoking me, a student who has just entered the school for 2 months. What's the point? Zhai Feng did not say anything else. Once he said that, anything else would be empty words. Suyu would not accept his challenge. What could he do? Unless you fight 3 matches a day, otherwise, if you don't accept my challenge before the 25th, you lose. Suyu could not be bothered with him and looked at Xia Huyu below. Xia Huyu nodded indiscernibly. Done, no more problems. Suyu smiled and could not be bothered with Zhai Feng. He suddenly said, Huyu, Huang Yun, do you still want to challenge me? If you admit defeat, I will take 10 contribution points. Otherwise, unless you think you are stronger than Wang He, you will be the ones who will be severely injured later. Below the stage, a man and a woman had gloomy expressions. Admit defeat before the fight even started, but when they thought about how even Wang He had been defeated, and how fast Suyu's kicks were, they might not be able to escape unscathed. The two of them did not say a word. Suyu was not in a hurry. After recovering his yuan qi and swallowing a few drops of yuan qi liquid, about half an hour later, Suyu said calmly, then let's continue. Huyu, come up. Huyu was previously ranked 44th. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. Should he go up? After thinking for a while, he exhaled. Yes, even if he lost, he could just admit defeat on the stage. He could not afford to lose face if he did not go up. The gap between him and Wang He was not too big, so it was not impossible for him to win. The battle erupted once again, but this time, Suyu had completely changed his fighting style. Fierce, it was truly fierce, just like the day when he fought against Huang Qifeng. Suyu did not even use his Wenbing. He used his willpower to defend the Sea of Will, and the moment the battle erupted, he opened all his acupoints and charged forward, fast, he was fast, his moves were fast, and his fighting style was extremely fierce. At this moment, no one felt that he was a civilization master, but a thug from the war school. In less than a minute, many people exclaimed, Suyu allowed a knife to pierce through his shoulder blade. His right hand grabbed Huyu, and before he could shout out to admit defeat, Suyu lashed out with his leg. With a loud boom, this kick broke more than 10 of Huyu's ribs, blood flowed down from Suyu's shoulder, dyeing his shirt red. Suyu seemed to not feel pain and allowed the knife to turn around, leaving another wound on his back. Then, he stomped down. With a crack, many of Huyu's sternum were broken. With a kick, Huyu fell out of the dueling ring with a resounding thud, as if he was a pile of trash. Suyu grabbed the knife that belonged to Huyu, smiled, and casually threw it to Huyu's side. He moved his shoulders a little and said with a faint smile, the sparring in the school is too gentle. You should have directly cut off my arm and pierced through it. You have underestimated me, Suyu. No one uttered a word. Some of the female students could not bear it. Previously, they always felt that Suyu was gentle, but today, they once again saw his violence and ruthlessness. He was like this when he fought against Huang Qifeng previously, and it was the same today. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, but Suyu was also ruthless to himself. Some of the top 100 students had a solemn expression on their faces. They always felt that Suyu was inexperienced and grew stronger too quickly. However, at this moment, Suyu told them that they were no match for him in terms of ruthlessness. Perhaps only those who had endured it before would know how painful it was to have one's shoulder blade pierced. But Suyu seemed to be fine. Below the arena, Xianxia curled his lips. A bunch of idiots. Suyu was not an inexperienced rookie. This guy had killed many people. Xianxia had checked Suyu's information last time. Even if some information was confidential, he still knew the situation. This guy had killed many of Wanzhou's people before he reached Tianjin. I'm a desperado, okay, who said that Suyu was a refined scholar? He would beat that guy up first. Huang Yun, do you admit defeat? Suyu looked at the girl below the arena and said with a smile, there are 3 matches today. The last one is you. Do you admit defeat? Huang Yun's face was stiff, but she still did not say a word. Then wait for me for half an hour. Suyu smiled. However, at this moment, his smile was a little cold in Huang Yun's eyes. Obviously, Suyu was completely infuriated. Each opponent's ending was more miserable than the last. Huang Yun felt the pressure and the danger. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, I admit defeat. She did not have the confidence to fight against Suyu anymore. She was afraid that she would follow in his footsteps and be seriously injured by Suyu. That would not be worth it. Even if Suyu was already injured. Thank you, senior sister. You let me win. Suyu was indifferent. If a girl wanted to take advantage of him, he would beat her until she could not get off the bed. At this time, he did not care about that. The effect of establishing his prestige was achieved. Very good. Some students looked at him with some fear. This was not what Suyu wanted. I am a good person, an honest person, and everyone's friend. Don't look at me like that. Now that I have established my prestige, it is time to seek benefits for everyone. The next moment, Suyu smiled and suddenly said, I know everyone's goal. Isn't it just for the text of will? If you are easy to talk to, I, Suyu, am not a difficult person to talk to. But you have to be scheming and lower your ranking to oppose me. This kind of person. Disgusting. Teacher Zhao, I will not accept anyone who challenges me. I have already fought 3 battles. Now, I will begin the non-top 100 battles. Below, some people's hearts trembled slightly. What did he mean? Suyu said loudly, text of will? Everyone does not have it? No matter, after today, everyone will have one. I, Suyu, am willing to exchange pointers with all non-source students. Give me some merit points as compensation, and I will accompany everyone to exchange pointers. You will definitely win. Of course, as for whether or not I can obtain it. Sorry, I do not make promises. I believe that the Mountain Sea realm is not so shameless. In the end, someone will still be able to obtain it. Suyu laughed and said, it does not matter that the top 100 students cannot challenge you. From today onwards, I will not be one. Later, I will have to trouble senior sister Lin Qing, who is ranked 100th, to challenge me. After that, all students can challenge me. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. At this moment, Qianyang's willpower suddenly erupted, and he shouted, silence. Line up. Register one by one, according to the order. Hand over 1 merit point in exchange for a text of will. Whether or not you can obtain it is not a promise, and we did not promise to give it to you. Jia, charge. Qianyang looked at Wu Jia, who was still in a daze, and shouted, what are you waiting for? The others, line up and register. There is still a chance, and the probability of obtaining it is very high. For those who cannot obtain a Mountain Sea realm, any one of them will be worth more than 100 merit points. There is strength in numbers. Who is there to be afraid of? If not, see you at the Education and Welfare Administration. At this moment, all the students were in a daze. At this moment, the expressions of the experts from the Shan Shenwen faction changed. Qianyang, you. Qianyang's willpower erupted, and he said coldly, what, do you have a problem with that? If you do, hold it in. We are not looking for trouble. You made a promise yourself, and I hope you can fulfill it. Otherwise, you can just cause a scene. As soon as he said this, someone suddenly rushed over and shouted, I want to register. Is 1 merit point enough? Will Suyu admit defeat? Definitely. On the stage, Suyu smiled and said, I like to see people go bankrupt. I hope everyone will be enthusiastic to register. As soon as he said this, the person did not waste any more words and hurriedly said, I am not in the top 100, so by right, our challenge does not count. That person did not say that the challenge must be made public. However, to prevent him from reneging, wait until I fall off the top 100 before coming back. Among the students in the top 100 who are qualified to challenge me, is there anyone who is willing to come up? At this moment, some of the students in the top 100 looked at each other. In the crowd, Zhang Hao nudged the person beside him. The person looked at Zhang Hao and said in a low voice, Ah Hao, this will offend. The Divine Talisman faction is afraid of this? Senior brother, does teacher want you to be afraid of the Xianxia faction? As soon as he said this, the person's expression changed slightly. Without wasting any more time, he jumped up and said, 88th in the top 100, Divine Talisman Academy's Wang Qing challenges me. Admit defeat. Suyu was straightforward. As soon as he said this, Qing Yunfei shouted, Me, you fell to 88. I can challenge you. Count me in. Suyu, admit defeat. Suyu laughed and said, Admit defeat. Ha ha ha, I am now ranked 88. On the other side, Wang Qing was still in a daze. Am I ranked 71? I did not even fight, just like that, I rose by 17 places. As soon as Qing Yunfei spoke, Wu Lan quickly nudged Lin Qing who was beside him. Lin Qing looked at her teacher in a daze. A playful smile appeared on Wu Qi's face and he nodded slightly. Lin Qing hurriedly said, 100th in the top 100, Lin Qing challenges junior brother Suyu. Admit defeat. Lin Qing was also in a daze. I am now ranked 91. So fast. Anyone else? I am now ranked 100. If anyone else challenges me, I will fall off the list. As he said this, Suyu looked at the person who had just registered and said with a smile, Senior, you are now ranked 100. I admit defeat. Everyone was speechless. The next moment, the students looked at each other excitedly. Should they go up? Maybe they could not get it, but what if they got it? At this moment, the expressions of the elites from Shan Shenwen's faction changed and they hurriedly walked towards the Shixingge area. Trouble. At this moment, a smile appeared on Xia Huyu's face. The next second, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Weapon Forging Academy's Lubo challenges. Admit defeat, remember to pay 1 merit point. Suyu replied with a smile. Divine Pill Academy's Wang Hao challenges. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. The sounds of people admitting defeat resounded in succession. At this moment, the entire academy was in an uproar. Wu Jia began to collect the fees. He was in a daze. How could this be? Wasn't junior brother fighting? He had finally won. How did things turn out like this? Junior brother had fallen off the list, and he was collecting money here. 1 point, 2 points, more and more people came to pay up. The law does not punish the masses. At first, many people were afraid. But gradually, as more and more people joined, the students were so excited that their faces were red. What was there to be afraid of? What the hell was there to be afraid of? At most, Principal Zhou would renege on the payment. The cost was not high anyway. If it was 10 points, they might hesitate. But 1 point, it was gone. If they really had to pay up, it would be a Mountain Sea Realm's text of will. Could they still be considered human if they did not participate in such a grand event? Wu Jia was already in a daze. He looked at his merit card. The number had already reached more than 1000. Wu Jia was about to cry. I have never seen so much money before. Today, I actually saw more than 1,000 merit points. So many people are giving me money. In the arena, Suyu was already numb from shouting that he surrendered. There were too many. Sigh, what a pity that no one brought me a cup of tea. Surrender, Suyu shouted. Suddenly, he looked at the person who had shouted and hurriedly asked, Did you participate in 1 round just now? Below the arena, a young girl said timidly, "No one said that I can't win twice. I paid 3 merit points. I still have one more round later." "You must be Xia Huyu's younger sister, right? That's for sure. Don't pretend anymore." So you couldn't help but remind her, "Once is enough. If you can't get 1 book, don't expect to get 2. 1 merit point is a bet on whether someone is shameless or not. Classmate, don't waste too much." The young girl said timidly, "I know. Thank you, classmate Suyu, for reminding me. I'm not afraid. I'll get it back. My dad is the director of the Education and Welfare Administration. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll get my dad to revoke his senior researcher title." Suyu was dumbfounded. What the heck? The director of the Education and Welfare Administration could be considered a big shot. The research title of an institute indeed required the approval of the Education and Welfare Administration. Zhou Mingren. Should he give it to her? If he didn't, his dad might really revoke his qualification. Of course, under normal circumstances, there was no need to offend a Shanghai expert. But this was not just 1 or 2 people, things had gotten out of hand. If Zhou Mingren didn't give a definite answer, he might really suffer a loss. Suyu was speechless. He didn't try to persuade her anymore. He thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you pay 10 merit points?" The young girl looked at him and ignored him. She turned around and continued to line up. She didn't want it. 3 times was enough. She only wanted 3 books. One was the Aries God Technique, one was the Heavenly Destruction, and one was the Myriad Wind Scripture. One shouldn't be too greedy. In the periphery, some of the researchers who were watching the commotion were dumbfounded. This matter had really blown up, and it was not easy to resolve. The daughter of the director of the Education and Welfare Administration, the grandson of Deputy Commander Long Wuwei, the grandson of the principal of the War Academy, Xianxia's people, the daughter of the demon-suppressing army's Chili Arch, the descendant of a major, the descendant of a general. Forget about those without status. Those with status really didn't care much about Zhou Mingren. You promised it yourself, we didn't force you. In any case, it was a gamble. 1 merit point. In a situation where they had the advantage in numbers, Zhou Mingren would at least bleed a little, right? There had to be a group of people who could get the item. If you don't have a backer, step aside. If I don't, I'll make you pay for it sooner or later. More and more people gathered. Students from other places also rushed over when they heard the news. Some of the experts from Shan Shenwen's faction scolded, "Back off. Suyu's method of admitting defeat is completely ineffective." On the stage, Suyu said in a loud voice, "Is there still justice in the academy? I'm now in the middle of a sparring match. There are people above Soar, threatening students. Is this the academy's rule of not bullying the weak? I don't think many people still remember what happened to Jinggalao. Are the rules of the Wanfu prefect still valid? How dare a researcher threaten a student? Is this Dixia province still Xiajia's Dixia province?" A series of stern scolding. Some of the researchers' expressions changed drastically. On the other side, Chen Yong shouted, "Researchers interfering in a student sparring match will be executed like Guanzu. Where are the guards? Is there still any rules in the academy?" As soon as he said that, a team of 100 guards rushed over from afar. The leading centurion, Ling Yan's combat strength. At this moment, the centurion's expression kept changing. Chen Yong shouted coldly, "What are you looking at? Just now, someone interfered in a student sparring match. Can we just ignore it? Or are the guards going to rebel?" The centurion's expression changed again. He shouted, "Arrest him. Apart from the referee, no one is allowed to interfere in a student sparring match. Arrest him. How dare you, kill." A Soar Realm assistant lecturer was about to throw a tantrum. Just as he was about to speak, he was struck in the chest by a saber. He spat out blood and flew backward. On the side of the guards, there were people rushing over. A Lingyan 7 Realm expert's expression changed again and again. He cursed in his heart. Motherf ** cur, in public, even if I want to be biased, I can't be biased. What was the guards? They were there to maintain order in the academy. They were there to protect the academy. They were under the leadership of the principal and Xianxia. They were not under the command of anyone else in the academy. If anyone violated the order, they had the right to execute them. You could have just shut up. Why are you still talking? Interfering in a student's sparring match was not a big deal. But if it was a big deal, it was a capital offense. Why don't you take a look at who's speaking out now? The curator of the library is considered a higher-up in the academy. You still dare to defend yourself? Several Lingyunjing researchers shut up immediately. Their faces were ashen. Big trouble. They didn't think too much just now. In the end, Suyu and the others had a handle on them. If they were really charged with violating the academy's rules and bullying students, even if they didn't die, they would be punished to the heavenly battlefield. Being punished was different from joining the army. They would be sent to the vanguard battalion. Arrest them. On the side of the guards, the commander of Lingyunjing shouted. The researchers who had berated the students, whether it was Soar or Ling Yun, were all arrested in an instant. No one resisted. Even the researcher who had been sent flying on the ground woke up at this moment. He had learned his lesson from Cabinet Elder Zhang's mistake. How many days had it been? In the blink of an eye, he had violated the academy's rules. Did he really want to die? On the stage, Suyu wore an indifferent expression. Rules. Rules were meant to be used. Rules were meant to be used to protect oneself. He had already thought about the interference of Xianxia faction. The guards were the best way to deal with them. Because these were the rules, they couldn't interfere in a battle between students. They weren't qualified. The challenge continues. Suyu said loudly, everyone, hurry up while there's still time. The rules are on our side. If someone doesn't want to admit it, sue him. If there's really no other way, the academy will step in and settle this. Maybe we'll give everyone some merit points, or let them enter the secret realm for free, or let them study the text of will for free. No matter what, we won't let the students return empty-handed. There are close to 100 researchers in Xianxinwen's faction. Even if each of them wrote one text of Will of Soar, that would be more than 100. If they can't go to Shanghai Academy, Soar can also make do. At the very least, let them organize some free public lectures. One lecture should be worth at least 5 merit points, right? This shouldn't be too difficult, right? No matter what, it won't be a loss. At this moment, someone shouted, if you really can't exchange for the text of will, give me this opportunity. Write me an IOU and say that you owe me a copy of the text of will. I'll buy it for everyone's merit points. How about that? Many people looked at the person who spoke in surprise. They weren't familiar with him. It wasn't Xia Huyu, but a student that they weren't familiar with. This person didn't seem to mind and said loudly, it's true. I'll buy it. Don't be afraid that I won't pay. My father is Chiliarch Long Wuwei. Hearing this, some people's expressions changed. Chiliarch Long Wuwei, this wasn't the demon suppression army, but the personal guards of Dixia province. The weakest Chiliarch was at Soar level 7, and most of them were from Lingyunjing. Although they weren't from Shanghai Academy, they were the personal guards. At this moment, many people were tempted, and the line of people in front of Wu Jia increased. Suyu also glanced at Xia Huyu. When he saw that Xia Huyu was smiling without saying anything, he cursed inwardly. This guy was really treacherous. He didn't want to do it himself, but let someone else do it. Obviously, Xia Huyu didn't want Xia Jia to get involved directly. Instead, he found an intermediary relationship. Even if Xia Jia went to collect the debt later, they would only say that it was someone else who had paid the debt to them. Suyu had already thought of an excuse for them. Xia Jia didn't directly do it because Xia Jia was Xia Jia from Dixia province. He couldn't be too biased, or it would make Xia Jia seem unfair. Suyu felt a little regretful. In truth, he had wanted the Xia family to directly step forward. Like this, everyone would understand that the Xia family supported the many divine runic arts lineage. But now, it seemed that the Xia family wasn't a fool. They weren't willing to directly side with the many divine runic arts lineage. Admit defeat and continue. At the same time, in Xiaoxingge area, several experts from Xianxinwen's faction rushed over, but they were stopped. Outside the penthouse, an expert from Lingyun said anxiously, is President Zhou here? Please tell President Zhou that something has happened. The expert from Xiaoxingge frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Galao and the others have started a level 3 strategic meeting. Unless the academy is in danger, no one is to disturb them. The researcher said anxiously, "It's urgent, very urgent. If you don't go and report, I'll shout outside." "Insolence!" The leader of the guards shouted, "This is Xianxia. How dare you mess around? Galao and the others are having an important meeting. Don't you understand?" The man was anxious, the people around him were also anxious. The next moment, one of them suddenly gritted his teeth and slapped himself so hard that he spat out blood. He shouted, "Go and report, someone has died." The leader of the guard's expression changed. How ruthless. He was already seriously injured. "Do you really want me to die here?" The expert who attacked him said angrily, "If I die here, can you at least bear the consequences?" With that, he slapped himself again, splat, blood splattered. Around them, some of the researchers from Xianxinwen's faction saw this scene and were filled with sorrow. Bastard, of all times for a meeting, now of all times. There was definitely a conspiracy. The mountain sea cultivators were not here. Since the cabinet elder wasn't around, there was nothing they could do to stop him. Most importantly, not only was Galao not here, but all of them were not here. Otherwise, if Galao from the other factions saw how chaotic it was, they would have come out to stop it. In the end, all of them were not here, they were all in a meeting, and it was a strategy meeting. This meant that they could not report it or disturb it. Otherwise, there was a possibility that they could steal the secrets, and they would be severely punished. Seeing that the researcher was really going to be ruthless, the leader of the guard's expression changed. Soon, he said, "Enough. You can continue to cause trouble. I will report everything to Principal Fong. You will bear the consequences of your own self-harm." With that, he turned and went upstairs. He had to report this matter. Otherwise, if the other party really died here, a Lingyan dying at the gates of Xianxia, it would be a huge problem. In the huge conference hall, it was still quiet. In order to let everyone hold the meeting in peace, Galao had activated the soundproof shield, so everyone could hold the meeting in peace. At that moment, Zhou Mingren was frowning. He looked outside. The windows were still open, but he did not see anything. There was no sound, but he saw many people walking back and forth. Were they there to watch the show? He knew that Suyu was in the competition. Were they there to watch the show? There were so many people. Why did he feel so uneasy? Wan Tianxing had long noticed the people coming and going. At that moment, he was dozing off with his eyes closed, but his heart was in turmoil. "You. What are you doing?" When he opened his eyes, Yu Guang glanced at Galao. Strange. Wasn't this old man from Xianxinwen's faction? What was wrong with him today? Why was he trying to trick Zhou Mingren? Xiaojia is involved? He had a vague feeling that this person seemed to be on good terms with Fatty Xia. Could it be that Fatty Xia was involved? This was troublesome. Could this damn Fatty be trying to take advantage of them? No matter what, Xianxinwen's faction could not let Fatty Xia take advantage of them, even if they had to vomit blood. Wan Tianxing knocked on the table and glanced at Zhou Mingren. At this moment, Zhou Mingren frowned. Wan Tianxing had a strange feeling in his heart. Was there hope for the sun and moon, sensing danger? Zhou Mingren had some, but if he really wanted to sense it clearly, he would have to wait for the sun and moon to do so. He did not speak, but his heart fluctuated slightly. Xianxinwen's faction. Those fellows had not come out yet, but Suyu had already caused some waves. Suyu, Ling Yunjing? In his memory, there were some unclear scenes. Was it Ling Yunjing? How many years later was that? 30 years, or 20 years, he did not have a clear concept of time. He only knew that the kid could become Ling Yun. He was very strong. The human race, Shenwen, was the main race. Shenwen fought against the Shanhai Empire. Wan Tianxing rubbed his forehead. He had only caught a glimpse of Suyu. However, the scene of Ling Yun fighting against the Shanhai Empire was too amazing. He still remembered Suyu. The geniuses of Shenwen's faction were indeed shocking. However, he was not sure how many years later. Moreover, Ling Yun's Shanhai Empire was not the main body. He saw the sun and moon, eternity. While he was still thinking, Galao suddenly said, "Principal, don't let your mind wander." Wan Tianxing woke up. Galao said unhappily, "Principal, you don't agree with me?" Wan Tianxing was speechless. He said indifferently, "No, I'm thinking." You mean that the god and demon race, Shenwen, displayed more strength than us, right? Are you trying to say that from the very beginning, these powerful divine characters were cursed? Yes. Chigalao said seriously, I suspect that Civilization Master's inability to advance to the eternal realm is not a matter of the past few decades. It has existed for a long time. The god and demon race have long ago used cultural invasion to curse us. I even suspect that it is not their Shenwen that has a problem, but the human Shenwen. Chigalao said solemnly, I think they may have cursed the human Shenwen, not their own Shenwen. It's just that we cultivate their Shenwen, so we are naturally weaker than them and cannot advance to the eternal realm. Wan Tianqing thought about it. He had not thought much about it before, but now he said, your idea is not impossible. The human Shenwen, the human race is also a strong race. There is no reason for the human Shenwen to be inferior to the Shenwen of some weak race. Perhaps you are right. But this matter cannot be confirmed now. We still have to communicate with the Seeker realm to verify, Chigalao nodded. That's why I gathered everyone to discuss this matter. Including the previously mentioned letting some people cultivate the human Shenwen. I think we cannot be too hasty. We have to confirm whether there is a problem with the human Shenwen. As he spoke, there was a knock on the door. It wasn't an ordinary knock. It was an emergency that would only be done like this. Chigalao frowned. What is it? Stop messing around. He glanced out the window. Everything was peaceful. Where did this emergency come from? Wan Tianqing looked at him and said, it's an emergency. Summon them in for questioning. The next moment, the door opened. The guard commander hurriedly said, reporting to Manor Head, fellow Galao, several researchers have barged into the building downstairs. They are not allowed to enter. They are threatening to harm themselves. Some are already seriously injured, everyone used their willpower to investigate. Zhou Mingren and the others' expressions changed, and they quickly disappeared. Not far away, Wu Yuehua snorted coldly and sneered. More and more unruly. Having said that, he walked out as well. The other Galao were surprised. Some Galao used their willpower to investigate other parts of the academy. However, when they reached the arena area, someone there used his willpower to block them. Galao's expression changed slightly. He retracted his willpower and did not say a word. However, he made a judgment in his heart, something must have happened in the arena area. Could it be that another genius from Shan Shenwen's faction was crippled by Suyu? Was Suyu so cruel? A freshman had crippled several geniuses from Shan Shenwen's faction. He was quite strong. Galao and the others were calm and did not mind it too much. It was obviously not a big deal. Otherwise, the academy would have warned them. The guards were not just for show. If it was a big deal, they would have warned them. There was no need for Shan Shenwen's faction to inform them. It was obviously related to them. Galao and the others leisurely walked down the stairs. They were here to watch the show. Other than Galao from Shan Shenwen's faction who was nervous, the others were not too bothered. It was normal for students to get injured in a fight. At most, they would end up like Huang Qifeng. With the referee around, no one would die. The arena area. Jiao Mingzhen and the others were there too. At this moment, Jiao Mingzhen clicked his tongue in wonder and said, this kid is impressive. Take one step and look 3 steps ahead. If those fellows are late, they'll also be caught. Then, there won't even be a messenger left. There was almost no messengers left, the others were all caught. The guards were helpless. There were too many people. They could only act as guards to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As for the few guys who chased the students away, they were all taken away. They would probably be locked up until the end of the matter. There were still some elites from Shan Shenwen's faction in the arena. However, they could do nothing, they could not interfere. They could not expel the students. Once they were expelled, Suyu would make use of the rules. He would say that they interfered in a fight and they would be arrested again. They could only be anxious. At that moment, the researchers from Shan Shenwen's faction were all holding their breaths. They had been tricked by a student. A large group of people soared into the sky, yet they could only watch helplessly. They watched as the students signed up one by one. They watched as the students jotted down how many times they won. They watched as the students discussed softly. Would they be able to get the text of will? To hell with it, Jia Mingzhen lamented for a while. He smiled. Let's go and challenge too. Let's see if we can get a few text of will. After all, we are Galau students. Old Joe might give us some face. If he doesn't, those old fellows will be the ones losing face. They were disciples of Galau, although those old fellows couldn't be bothered with them and felt that it was embarrassing, they were still master and disciple in name, right? Galau did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you still interfering? Just watch the show. If our real identities are exposed, old Joe will probably eat us up. What has that got to do with us? Besides, aren't we students now? Jia Mingzhen did not mind. Go. While old Joe and the rest are not here yet, hurry up. This time, old Joe and the rest are probably going to cry. They met a shameless person. Sigh, if it were me, I would cry too. I thought he would continue fighting. Even if he lost, he would lose gloriously. How? How did he end up like this? He shook his head. It turned out that people could be so shameless, so what if they were geniuses? Who told you that geniuses had to be shameless? Don't judge the freshmen with old ideas. They were all cunning old foxes. Their faces could be stepped on at any time to exchange for merit points. That was nothing, the few of them were preparing to sign up. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted. Suyu, I challenge you. Suyu raised his head and shouted. Jai Feng, are you crazy? I am not in the top 100. How dare you challenge me? Is the referee here? How are you going to punish a top 100 student for challenging me? Zhao Ming scratched his head. He shouted. Jai Feng, don't cause trouble. If you cause trouble again, believe it or not, you will also be arrested. Jai Feng was about to explode. This was too infuriating. Suyu had dropped out of the top 100, Suyu suddenly said, did you challenge me to win against me and obtain the text of will? You should have said so earlier. If you had, I would have surrendered. Really, I will count you as one. I will treat it as my previous loss. Remember to find your grandmaster for the text of will. You, Jai Feng said angrily, don't you have any shame? Suyu laughed and shouted. Surrender. Next? Jai Feng, don't play this game with me, surrender. Next? Jai Feng, if you have the ability to challenge all the students in the institute, I will, surrender. Next? He chatted with Jai Feng while accepting challenges. Jai Feng could not stand it anymore. He turned and left in anger. His heart ached when he heard him keep saying surrender. Next? At this moment, several oars rose. Chen Yong instantly restrained his will. He looked at Wu Jia who was still accepting registrations and asked in a low voice, how many? Wu Jia said in a daze, ah? How many have you received? Let me see. 8,523 points, Chen Yong's heart ached. So many? Were the students so rich? Alright, 1 point per person. There were also people who signed up a few times. It was not too many. There were about 6,000 people who signed up, the institute spent tens of thousands of points, it was not too many. Fortunately, it seemed that not all of them came. You go first. Hurry, go to the library and wait. Teacher, hurry, someone is trying to rob us. Although this thing was in line with the rules, it was still in the gray area. It was better to be careful. More than 8,000 points, his disciple nephew was really good at making money, moreover, no one would scold him. It was only 1 point. Suyu had also said that he might not get it. It was a gamble, he was here to gamble, no one scolded him and he earned money. He even left a huge mess for Shan Chenwen's faction, more than 8,000 points. That was 10 years' salary for him, a 9th-tier Ling Yun, he was the library's curator, the institute's upper echelons. He was the top group of people under Galau. Every month, he could receive 50 points. 600 points a year. Together with some other benefits every year, he earned about 800 to 900 points a year. Without extra income, that was 10 years' salary, Suyu had only spent slightly more than an hour, it was the same the last time. He had fought and earned tens of thousands of points. Ever since this kid came to the institute, why do I feel that Shan Chenwen's faction is not short of money? Qin Yong was beginning to doubt his life. Was it really that easy to earn points? Why did teacher have to go to the All Heavens battlefield to kill demons just to earn a few thousand points? Just as he was thinking, an angry roar was heard. Silence. The competition is over. Following the roar, a few figures flew over and soared. Zhou Mingren frowned. He looked at Suyu and then at Qin Yong with an ugly expression. Dean. Grandmaster. Principal. The experts from Shan Chenwen's faction saw their savior. They were extremely anxious and hurriedly greeted him. Suyu was calm. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Mingren. This was his first time seeing him. Previously, when Qing Yuming was injured, he only saw his silhouette. He did not see the real person and did not see him clearly. His appearance was good, he looked refined. Of course, if he did not frown, he would be a handsome old man. He had a sage-like demeanor and looked even more refined than Lu Wenyan. He is Zhou Mingren, he is the one who has been targeting us. Suyu looked at him. Zhou Mingren looked at Suyu too. This was the first time he paid so much attention to a student who was not from Soar. He looks refined, that was Zhou Mingren's impression of him too. In a trance, he seemed to see the Lu Wenyan from decades ago. Back then, Lu Wenyan seemed to be like that too. He was neither servile nor overbearing, elegant and talented. Both parties were silent for a while. Then, Suyu suddenly said, "The competition is over. I have lost a total of 8,120 times. Those who did not win, I will refund your money later." Silence. Silence. Thousands of students were silent at this moment. Suyu said calmly, "I have lost. If you need me to give you a certificate, I will. The judge will be the witness. I have indeed lost. I am not as good as others." 8,120 times. At this moment, Zhou Mingren's heart almost stopped beating. He looked at Suyu and said slowly, "Suyu, I said those words to urge the students to improve. Your nonsense goes against the academy's original intention." Suyu said calmly, "I don't understand, teacher. I am injured. Can't I admit defeat? All the students are strong. I am no match for them, so I can only admit defeat. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for admitting defeat. Asking for money? I am not asking for money. Why are you explaining to me? You owe me, so you can refuse to pay me. Everyone knows we are not on good terms anyway. But you don't owe me now, you owe thousands of students." At this moment, someone laughed and said, "President Zhou, I want a copy of the text of will of the 10,000 Wind Sutra. It must be at the peak of the mountain sea realm. Otherwise, my grandfather will not be happy." Zhou Mingren looked at Qing Yunfai and stared at him for a while. Qing Yunfai looked innocent and said embarrassedly, isn't it? Then forget it, I don't want it. Really, I thought I could really get the text of will if I win. Forget it, 88th place is fine too. Someone on the other side mumbled, I want it. I won too, and it was 3 times. It wasn't easy to beat Suyu 3 times. Suyu and Zhou Mingren looked at the same time. Wu Lan did not care. She really did beat Suyu 3 times. Why couldn't she win? Zhou Mingren did not say anything. At this moment, he had 1,000 things to think about. What a headache, what a headache. Suddenly, he said, where are the others? Beside him, someone whispered, Director, Chen Huan and the others. They were arrested for interfering with the students' competition. On the other side, the commander of the guards bowed and said, Principal Zhou, Chen Huan, and a few other researchers have expelled the students. Student Suyu reported it. We will act according to the rules. Zhou Mingren did not say anything else. Act according to the rules, that was all he said. He could not say anything else. This was because the academy still had rules. Dexia province also had rules. If you did not follow the rules today, someone would do the same to you tomorrow. Idiot, that was all he could do. As for who he was cursing, he did not know. The next moment, someone suddenly laughed and said, more than 8,000 texts of will. Principal Zhou, writing one a day is only a matter of 20 years. It's no big deal. The entire academy will be grateful to you. Wu Yuehua came out, she was smiling, and her smile was very cheerful. Suyu looked at her and was slightly surprised. This auntie was quite good-looking. She looked like she was in her 30s, valiant and heroic, and she looked good when she smiled. Of course, the main reason was that she seemed to be putting pressure on Zhou Mingren. Suyu was very happy. A big shot was speaking up for him. It felt so good. "Madam, I won 3 books." The next moment, Suyu knew who it was. Wu Lan shouted as if she was showing off. She was very happy. She had won 3 texts of will. "Ha ha ha, good job." Wu Yuehua praised, 3 books. It was a small matter. "Zhou Mingren, you bastard, just you wait to cry, digging a grave, I'll bury you in a grave first, more than 8,000 texts of will. Even if you don't pay, you'll have to bear the consequences." Thousands of students watched them fight. In their hearts, they were looking forward to it. He had to give it, even if he did not give it all, there was still a chance of winning, being watched by thousands of students. Even if Zhou Mingren was experienced and knowledgeable, he was a little annoyed and impatient at this moment. Give the text of will, give my ass, thousands of books, where could he get them? Could he really write for decades? At the same time, an old woman walked out and shouted, "Child's nonsense. How can cultivation techniques be passed down so easily? Disperse." On the other side, Qingyong said sullenly, "Child's nonsense? Yu Hong, Galao, there are thousands of students from all the major families. Do you want to let Dexia province and the entire human realm see our academy as a joke? It's fine to embarrass ourselves at home, but do you want to embarrass ourselves in the human realm, in all the worlds?" As he spoke, he said in a low voice, "One academy must know about this. Go back and spread the news. Great Xia Civilization University's Galao, no, vice principal, is like this?" The old woman looked at him and said calmly, "Qingyong, you also know that this is all the academy's internal affairs. Why do you have to make a big deal out of it?" Qingyong said sullenly, "Then forget it. It has nothing to do with us anyway. We won't get any benefits. As for what the few Galao say, we'll let it be." The few Galao did not say anything. This matter had become a big joke, the few of them were also helpless. When Zhou Mingren said this before, they did not think there was any problem, but, how did it turn out like this? The arena area was completely silent. The students looked expectant, as if they were waiting for a prize. Should he give it to them? Even if he didn't give it to a mountain sea cultivator, he could also give it to a soar cultivator. Zhou Mingren swept his gaze over the students, then said slowly, "Tomorrow, I will publicly write the God of War incantation. Students can come and observe." Wu Yuehua said indifferently, "Of the mountain sea cultivators writing the text of will, probably only the first 10 or 20 will be able to benefit from it. However, it is a good thing that Principal Zhou is willing to teach for free." "Right, when will you pay for the rest?" Even the text of will written by a mountain sea cultivator had a limit. If dozens of people were to see it, it would probably be useless. Of course, if he wrote the mountain sea cultivation technique instead of the Wanshur cultivation technique, others wouldn't even be able to see it. Zhou Mingren looked at Wu Yuehua. Publicly teaching was the solution he had come up with. Even if the students were dissatisfied, they would at least have a chance to observe it. It would at least appease them. If no one objected, there wouldn't be so much trouble. "Wu Yuehua, what can't you say in private? Do you really have to make a mess of the institute?" Zhou Mingren transmitted angrily. "Ruining the dignity of the mountain sea in front of the students won't do you or me any good. I can give you 5 spots in the arcane realm." Zhou Mingren transmitted quickly. He wanted to solve the problem, but Wu Yuehua was causing trouble. If this went on, things would only get more and more troublesome. Wu Yuehua looked at him coldly and transmitted back, "When you wanted to dig up Zhang Ruoling's grave, why didn't you feel like you were losing dignity?" Zhou Mingren suddenly looked at her, his eyes flickering. He turned to look at the old woman, then at Sun Galao and the others, and finally at the Shoxingge area. Wan Tianxing gave it to her. He had mentioned this to Wan Tianxing before, and Wan Tianxing guessed that it was Zhang Ruoling. This was not surprising, because Zhang Ruoling's Shunwen was the most suitable for Qing Yuming. Zhou Mingren's expression changed. Wan Tianxing, what the hell was he thinking? Didn't he say that he wouldn't interfere? Damn it, no wonder Wu Yuehua insisted on going against him today. It was because of this. The surrounding students had been somewhat excited after hearing Zhou Mingren's public lecture. However, upon hearing Wu Yuehua's reminder that only 10 or 20 people had benefited, they immediately began to worry. Too little, there were so many people here. How could they fight for the benefits? Suyu had remained silent when Zhou Donghuang was speaking. Now, he suddenly said, if Principal Zhou were to go to the doctrine preaching area to preach once a day, 1 year would be enough. Zhou Mingren glanced at him and did not reply. 1 year, once a day, did he really think that writing the text of will was that simple? Moreover, did he have nothing better to do? Why did he have to write the text of will every day? Ignoring Suyu, Zhou Mingren thought for a moment. Suddenly, he saw someone. His eyes lit up, and he looked at that person. On the other side, Lu Hong was still eating melons. However, at this moment, he was suddenly alarmed. Zhou Mingren's voice sounded in his ear. Lu Hong, you have a lot of time to communicate with the students. Think of a way to solve the crisis at hand. Lu Hongxin cursed inwardly. Damn it, let me do it, I'm just watching the show. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here to watch the show. After solving this problem, the secret sea of knowledge will open, and you can enter. Zhou Mingren spoke again. Previously, they had decided to let Lu Hong enter, but he did not know. Now, they could use it as a reward for him to solve this problem. Galao, who was in the Mountain Sea realm, had too little time to interact with the students. For a moment, Zhou Mingren also forgot how to communicate and solve this problem. Secret Sea of Knowledge, Lu Hongxin's heart skipped a beat. This was a good place, and the secret sea of knowledge was usually not open. If he could really solve this problem, it would be equivalent to saving the Shan Shenwen faction. His position in the Shan Shenwen faction would also be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Lu Hong hurriedly transmitted his voice. Dean, I'll try, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult to complete it without bleeding. No worries, I can use some resources. Understood. The students were still waiting for the results. At this moment, suddenly, someone coughed lightly and walked out with a smile. When Suyu saw who it was, he frowned slightly. Lu Hong, this bastard, why did this guy come out? Students. Lu Hong walked out and shouted loudly. He sighed and said, it's really unexpected for this matter to turn out like this. If this stalemate continues, it will do no good to the students, to Galao, or to the entire academy. More than 8,000 writings of will. To be honest, everyone should understand that not everyone can obtain it. Lu Hongyi said with a sincere expression, before the challenge, everyone should have been mentally prepared. We have indeed made some loopholes in the rules. Of course, defeating Suyu and obtaining a text of will is not an official rule. Suyu interrupted, Teacher Lu, are you saying that you want to renege on the debt? Lu Hong laughed. Not necessarily. However, if this stalemate continues, no one will gain anything. How about this, I'll make a suggestion. See if everyone can accept it? Lu Hong said loudly, next, the Shan Shenwen faction, for Galao, 40 Ling Yun, 60 Sor, and more than 100 researchers, will publicly write a text of will in the preaching area every 3 days. In addition, they will also answer everyone's doubts, not just limited to the text of will. The duration will be 1 year. More than 100 researchers will bring countless benefits to everyone. This is not something that a text of will can compare to. Normally, it's hard for everyone to get an opportunity like this. In the preaching area, everyone can use the number of times they win today as a ticket. If they win once, they can participate once. If they win 3 times, they can participate 3 times. Previously, everyone spent 1 merit point to win once. Now, I believe everyone will use that 1 merit point to listen to a researcher's lecture. I believe everyone will think it's worth it, right? Lu Hong said softly, this is also the best solution. Otherwise, if you insist on asking for the text of will, we can also give it to you. Hearing this, many of the Shan Shenwen faction's faces turned pale. Lu Hong smiled faintly. We can give it to you, but we didn't say when we will give it to you. President Zhou also needs time to write. Under normal circumstances, even if he writes 1 book every 3 days. Everyone, queue up. In a few decades, you might be able to get it. Lu Hong said loudly, it's not that we don't want to keep our word, but we won't renege on our debt. The Shan Shenwen faction won't do such a thing. Everyone is free to choose whether to listen to the preaching area's lecture or wait for the text of will. President Zhou will write it, as long as everyone can wait. The students looked at each other. Actually, listening to a free lecture wasn't bad either. Wait my ass, if Zhou Mingren wrote one book every year, they wouldn't be able to wait for it even if they died. He didn't say when he would give it to them, but he wouldn't renege on his debt. What do you have to say? This was an opportunistic way to begin with. For ordinary students, this was already a profit, so why would they have any objections? They felt that it was acceptable. In the crowd, someone sensed Lu Hong's gaze and quickly shouted, "I have no objections, teacher. I want to listen to a Mountain Sea Realm teacher's lecture, but what if there are too many people?" Lu Hong laughed and said loudly, "Everyone, think about the pros and cons. Soar and Ling Yan have fewer students going, and they're closer to your realm, so some things will be more direct. When the Mountain Sea Realm Galao preaches, you might not be able to understand, so you'll be wasting this opportunity." Lu Hong smiled and said, "It's up to you. If you insist on choosing Mountain Sea Realm lectures, you won't gain much, so don't blame me for not reminding you." In a few words, this guy had changed the matter of the text of will into a matter of going to listen to a lecture. In a year's time, a researcher from the Shan Shenwen faction only needed to go there once, so it wasn't too serious. As for the materials to write the text of will, he could just write whatever materials he wanted, and he didn't plan to keep them for a long time. He wanted to give them something that could be kept for a long time, so the materials used in the lecture were naturally those that were written casually. On the stage, Suyu's expression changed. Lu Hong. That bastard, the Galao really didn't understand the students, and their thinking was rigid. They always felt that this matter wasn't easy to handle, and the word rules was always on their minds. To Lu Hong, rules had too many loopholes. The students didn't necessarily need the text of will. As long as they could gain an advantage, it was fine. Would they care so much about other things? They weren't from the Shan Shenwen faction, and they only dared to put on a show with the mentality that the law didn't punish the masses. Suyu took a deep breath and quickly said, "Actually, this method isn't bad. As I said before, everyone who participates will get a chance to listen to the lecture for free. However, I feel that we should at least give everyone something to look forward to when writing the text of will. For example, every time we write it, we can use blood essence and high-grade beast skin to write it, and the reward will be given to the student with the best performance and the greatest improvement." Suyu smiled and said, "This way, there really will be people who can obtain the text of will, and it won't be considered as going home empty-handed. The students who obtain the text of will have achievements in the future, and they will also be grateful for today's kindness." Lu Hong glanced at him. This kid didn't forget to dig a hole for them to bleed even at this time. More than 100 books, if they really used blood essence to write the text of will, the cost would be no less than 10,000 merit points. This didn't even include the willpower expended by the researchers, the time spent in class, and other labor costs. Suyu looked at Lu Hong and said with a smile, "Teacher Lu said that if anyone chooses to have the text of will, then we will give it to them. This is good too. I feel that there will definitely be people who need it. With fewer people, Galao and the rest will also have time to write it, and it won't be delayed. It's good." Suyu also said very sincerely, "I advise everyone, unless your family has a mountain and sea, or you are sure that you want the text of will, it's better to choose to listen to the lecture. If you really feel indignant, you can sell this opportunity to those students who have a chance to obtain the text of will." Lu Hong said lightly, "Suyu, are you instigating the students to trade in the black market? Buying and selling the text of will is illegal in the school." Suyu smiled and said, "Teacher Lu, you misunderstood. I was wrong just now. The Aries art is a public cultivation technique of the school. Everyone can learn it, so there is no such thing as a black market transaction. Everyone can borrow a copy of the text of will from some wealthy students. If you lose it, then use this opportunity to return it. You can borrow it, but don't buy or sell it." The students had a strange look in their eyes. If they still didn't understand what he said, they would really be stupid. Borrow my ass, it was just a nominal loan, but who knew if it was a loan or not? Saying that it was lost, and then using this opportunity to return it to the other party would complete the transaction. As for how much it could be sold, and whether it could be compared to a lecture, no matter what, they would not lose out. If the price was low, they could just listen to the lecture. As for themselves, some of them knew that they would definitely not be able to get it. The two of them engaged in a war of words, taking advantage of the loopholes in the rules. One said that there was no time limit. The other said that there was no transaction, and that he had lost the text of will by borrowing it. In any case, Suyu wanted to make Xianxinwen's faction bleed, even if this matter could be resolved, he had to make them bleed. Who was afraid of who was more disgusting? At this moment, Galao and the rest had become the background. They didn't say anything and allowed the two of them to speak. It would be really embarrassing if they personally interfered. Suyu, what you said won't work. Back then, you said that whoever defeated you would have to transfer the text of will. This is not allowed. In the school, you can't trade cultivation techniques, mortgage, or transfer them. If you really want to mortgage it, you can, but you have to pay a fee for the inheritance. Lu Hong said calmly, you have to pay the school. For example, to inherit the Aries art, you first have to be qualified, and then you have to pay 100 contribution points before you are allowed to transfer the inheritance. As a student, don't you know this? Below, Xiaohuyu felt a headache when he heard this. Did this mean that he wanted to cut off his business? If the students transferred the text of will to him and mortgaged it to him, he would have to pay 100 contribution points to the school. If that was the case, what was the point of selling it? The cost was too high. Suyu smiled and said, I know, but there is this requirement to inherit the Aries art, because it is a mystic and earth-tier cultivation technique. You said the earth-tier version, but I didn't say that it must be the Aries art. The 1,000-ton art is also fine. This is a cultivation technique of the human realm, and it can be inherited for free. At that time, you didn't limit which cultivation technique, so everyone can have the text of will of the 1,000-ton art. Suyu said lightly, as long as Galao and the rest are willing to write the 1,000-ton art, or even the Kaiyuan art, it's all up to them. It doesn't matter. Suyu added, it must be the mountain and sea realm, and the peak. This is what you said. You can't say that there is a mistake, right? Lu Hong looked at him, smiled, and cursed in his heart, this little bastard is good, he has quite a thorough understanding of the school's rules. At this moment, the two of them kept talking about the rules. But it gave many people a feeling. Damn, why do the school's rules feel like they were made for these two? They can do whatever they want, in Xiaoxingge. Wan Tianxing looked up at the sky. Are there so many loopholes in the school's rules, so careless? Why do I feel that these two bastards can do whatever they want? Everything is beneficial to them anyway. Rubbing his forehead, he was considering whether he should overhaul the academy's rules and regulations. In the arena area, Lu Hong didn't say anything to Suyu, and sent a voice transmission to Zhou Mingren. Dean, this guy is very difficult to deal with. He is obviously letting some students pass the opportunity to the disciples of the big families. And in the end, the big families will come to us. Most of the students will choose to listen to the class, but I'm afraid some of them won't. Zhou Mingren also calmed down at this moment, and suddenly said, students who are willing to listen to the class, you can leave now. In a class, researchers will share their own unique insights. Most of the time, a few merit points can't compare to it. If you are willing to wait, you can also wait for me to write the text of will. He looked at the students. Many of them were hesitant, and when their eyes met his, they were a little afraid. Soon, some of the students did not say anything and left. Thousands of people left in an instant. Seeing that the others had left, some who wanted to stay thought about it and hurriedly left as well. It was fine to take advantage of them, it was better to quit while they were ahead. If they continued to make a fuss, they would lose everything. Moreover, they would be remembered by the experts, and that would be troublesome. If there were too few people, they would not have the advantage anymore. In any case, they had made a profit today. Suyu was amazing. At this moment, many people felt emotional. This guy had cheated Xianxinwen's faculty this time. All the researchers had to give a free class. Although it was only a single class, some people might not be willing. Suyu was not surprised that a large number of people left. He did not feel that it was inappropriate. It was a good thing to quit while one was ahead. Those who stayed behind either had a strong background or were looking for an opportunity to sell the opportunity. Those who had no background or strength, why would they stay? It was considered good to be able to listen to a free class and observe the text of will. However, these people who left were not important. A large group of people with a strong background was what Zhou Mingren needed to worry about. He did not know how much he would have to pay to deal with these people. After dispersing a large number of students, the few Galau researchers from Xianxia faculty heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, previously, there were thousands of students that gave them a headache. Now that more than half of them had left, it was a good thing. Lu Hong still had some use. When Lu Hong saw this, he smiled and said, "As for the other students, it seems that you are prepared to ask for the text of will. Students, please consider carefully. You are not allowed to trade. You can lend out the 1,000-ton tactics or the Kaiyuan tactics. However, once a trade takes place, the school has a monitoring system. If you are caught, not only will you gain nothing, but you may also be punished. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance." Hearing this, some of the students hesitated for a moment, then quickly left. That made sense. The school had a monitoring system. Once they traded merit points, it would be very easy to get rid of them. At that time, they would really gain nothing. The number of people was decreasing, so you did not care. Lu Hong, you have a way with words, so continue. If you have the ability, make everyone not want the text of will. At this moment, Lu Hong also had a headache. There were still 500 to 600 people who had not left. They were either Mountain Sea Realm students or Lingyan students, or people from the Demon Subduing Army, Long Wuwei, or people from the system like the Demon Subduing Army, or descendants of big shots or great clans. These people were the ones who were truly difficult to deal with. Listening to a lecture was not enough to satisfy them. They wanted the text of will of a peak Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, which was worth thousands or even thousands of merit points. Trying to fool them by listening to a lecture? Dream on. Suyu had a smile on his face. This was the key. Even if they did not have to pay thousands of merit points, how were they going to deal with these hundreds of people? Were they not going to give it to them? Then they would have to wait to become enemies with all the great clans in Xia province. To say that they would be enemies was an exaggeration. At the very least, these clans would not have a good impression of Zhou Mingren. They would curse him in their hearts. If it really came to a critical moment, they might just stab him in the back. So you could not be bothered to care about what they thought. He suddenly said in a clear voice, "Let me ask you, does the reward of defeating me still count? If it does, then continue in the future. If it doesn't, then forget it. I've already gone back on my word, so it's normal for me to change my mind." Count? Nonsense. Of course it didn't count. However, at this moment, Suyu was clearly trying to slap them in the face. He made the Xianxia faction revoke the order and issued a mission to make things difficult for Suyu. Suyu was fine, but they almost fell into a trap. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Previously, it was to encourage everyone to improve, and also to help you, Suyu, to improve. Ah, you people just had to cause trouble, which goes against our original intentions. This matter will be dropped in the future. Do you have the final say?" Suyu looked down at him and asked curiously, "You're the branch master of the Xianxia faction? Dean? Principal? Teacher Lu, it's not that I look down on you, but you're just an assistant teacher. Do you have the right to speak on behalf of the Xianxia faction? You can even revoke the orders of the principal at will? Are you the acting principal? Acting principal? Or are you going to take over the position of branch master now that something has happened to Jinggalao?" Suyu said in shock, "Branch Master Lu, congratulations." Lu Hong almost wanted to kill him. Branch Master my ass, who the hell wants to be Branch Master? As for Suyu, he thought of something and said with a smile, "Branch Master Lu, is it because of what happened last time that you're able to be promoted? Is the 40,000 merit points that you've lost counted as a merit?" As soon as he said that, Zhou Mingren and the others frowned. What did he mean? If Suyu had said this before, they would have treated it as a fart. Suyu was not qualified to speak in front of him. But now, anyone who looked down on this kid now would be an idiot. 40,000 merit points, what did he mean? They did not lose any 40,000 merit points. The only large expenditure they had recently was 100,000 merit points to buy something. That thing was from Suyu's faction. Their expressions became strange. Yu Guang glanced at Lu Hong. Before this, they had never suspected Lu Hong. But now, what did Suyu mean? Lu Hongxing cursed in his heart. 40,000 your ass, this fellow Suyu, he had no choice but to throw caution to the wind. In any case, they had already offended him. He did not care if others found out about what happened before. It was all the same. There was no need to hide it now. After today, it would be strange if Zhou Mingren and the others could continue to coexist peacefully with Suyu. Suyu, don't talk nonsense, Suyu chuckled. What nonsense did I say? I didn't say anything. I won't do anything that doesn't conform to the rules. Not to mention, I really have to thank you for your help to be able to enter the 9th tier of 15 June and improve so quickly. Thank you. Suyu jumped off the ring and said with a smile, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. I've been doing research recently. I don't have time to spar. That's right, I'll have to trouble everyone to help me spread a message. Our Wentan Research Center has completely derived the soul-devouring art. It can cause Yuan Qi to mutate and corrode and burn one's willpower. It will soon be auctioned off for a one-time purchase. This is a warrior Dao physical body cultivation method. It is not a willpower martial skill, nor is it a talent skill. Everyone, remember it well. This is very useful for warriors to deal with enemy civilization masters on the battlefield. We welcome people from Dixia province, and even other large prefectures to participate. We hope that this cultivation method can be passed down and improve the strength of the entire human race. Next, I hope that we can have more people from Xinwen. Wentan Research Center can become the center of the human realm and the focus of attention. Those who find trouble with us at this time, be careful not to be hacked to death by the World Warrior. Suyu said with a bright smile, as for the text of will, you can ask for it yourselves. I won't interfere. The derivation of the soul-devouring art still requires me to participate in the later stages of the experimental work. By the way, thank you for the 40,000 merit points. Although we only got half of it, it is enough. The derivation of the soul-devouring art cannot be done without this financial support. Otherwise, it will be difficult to succeed. Suyu's white robe fluttered as he left elegantly, Chen Yong followed silently. At this moment, it was as if he had become Suyu's student, protecting him from behind. The whole place was dead silent. The next moment, Qing Yunfei suddenly roared, the soul-devouring art can mutate vitality? Yes. Suyu didn't even turn his head as he replied. How many apertures? 36 apertures. Not a lot. About half of them are overlapping apertures. That means about 18 apertures need to be opened? More or less. Qing Yunfei's expression changed. Without another word, he broke into a run. Go home, find the old man, mutated vitality technique. It could mutate vitality and target willpower. F*CK, what a great vitality technique. Although it was difficult to open less than 20 additional apertures, it was a huge opportunity for geniuses to increase their strength. It would give them more ways to deal with the civilization masters. In the crowd, some people quietly left. Some went to inform their parents, while others went to inform the forces behind them. For the warrior path, this was indeed a huge opportunity. The eyes of Zhou Mingren and the others also flashed. They could see Suyu's intentions. He hadn't announced it earlier or later, but he had announced it now. It was clear that he wanted to bring the divine text lineage under the eyes of the masses. Was he worried about revenge? Zhou Mingren and the others did not say anything. Revenge could be discussed later. The appearance of the soul-devouring art was destined to make the Wentan Research Center the focus of attention. The key was, what were the pros and cons of this technique to them? Also, how were they going to deal with the remaining people? Just as Zhou Mingren was about to make use of this opportunity to leave, a young lady in the crowd suddenly said timidly, Principal Zhou, I just want 3 inscriptions of will. I have only won 3 times. Suyu asked me to win 10 times, but I didn't agree. The girl looked scared. Seeing Zhou Mingren looking at her, she was almost scared to tears. She said timidly, I won it myself. My dad won't give me merit points, but he wants me to become stronger. I only have 3 merit points left, and I've spent them all. Grandpa Zhou, are you going to renege on your debt? Zhou Mingren looked at her. She looked slightly familiar. A researcher quickly transmitted his voice. She's the daughter of the Education and Welfare Administration's Chief Ji Xiaoming, the youngest one. Zhou Mingren remembered that old man had a daughter when he was old, his only daughter. She was 10 years old, and he invited powerful people to celebrate her birthday. He liked her more than his sons, so it was this girl. Zhou Mingren had a splitting headache. Bastard, Suyu, bastard. Suyu no longer cared about the arena area. He quickly returned to the research center. Chen Yong did not say a word and followed him. After walking for a while, Chen Yong said in a low voice, "Today, we've officially fallen out with them." Suyu turned to look at his uncle master and said softly, "Uncle master, do you think we still need to lay low?" "It's not lying low, it's just that we're weaker than them." Chen Yong sighed. Suyu nodded and said as he walked, "I know, but if we don't retaliate, they'll become more and more unreasonable. If this goes on, we'll really be finished." While Qing Yuming is heavily injured by Manor Head, Shan Shenwen's faction has more misgivings. This is the best chance to retaliate. Chen Yong wanted to say something but hesitated. After a while, he said, "Then we'll have to find your Grandmaster and bring him back." At the mention of this, Suyu said gloomily, "Why isn't Grandmaster back yet?" Without Shanhai's support, he felt uneasy. "It's all because of your master." Chen Yong said helplessly, "A new race has appeared in the All Heavens battlefield, and its whereabouts are unknown. Your Grandmaster went to the All Heavens battlefield to look for it, but who knows where he went. Communication can't be used there because there's a world passage between them. Your master encouraged your Grandmaster to look for it, otherwise, your Grandmaster might not have left." After a few words, Chen Yong said, "Is the matter about the soul-devouring art true?" "It's true." Suyu nodded and said, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to say it in front of everyone. I can only hope that they hold back. After all, Shan Shenwen's faction isn't the only faction in the Institute, there are many other factions." After saying that, Suyu said, "Uncle Master, I don't think they have anything to fear. Although Shan Shenwen's faction is strong in the Institute, I think the other factions aren't weak either. They can't hide the truth with one hand." He felt that there was no need to worry too much. It wasn't Shan Shenwen's faction that made the decisions. Chen Yong hesitated for a moment before saying, "You're wrong. In the Great Xia Civilization University, the Shan Shenwen faculty can't call the shots, but in other institutions, many experts from the Shan Shenwen faculty are principals. The Department of Shan Shenwen does not refer to our academy, but to the entire human realm." Chen Yong said, "Similarly, the Shenwen faction does not only refer to us, but the entire human realm and the practitioners of the Shenwen faction. From the perspective of the human realm, after a few decades, there were probably less than 1,000 practitioners from Shenwen. In fact, it was already not bad if there were 500 practitioners. As for Shan Shenwen's faction, there are tens of thousands of people in our academy alone, not to mention the entire human realm." Suyu frowned and said, "The other factions are also living well. Some factions have so few people, even fewer than us. Why must they target us?" Based on Marshal Uncle's words, they weren't from the same family. Instead, the entire human realm was rejecting the Shenwen faction. Why was that? Chen Yong was silent. Seeing this, Suyu frowned. Was there something deeper that he could not say? Chen Yong was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's go to the research center and ask your teacher to come out. We'll talk together." "Okay." A few minutes later, the two of them returned to the Wentan Research Center. When Baifeng was dragged out of the laboratory, he was confused. "What's wrong now?" "Senior brother, why are you here?" Chen Yong looked at him sympathetically. As his teacher, he only had the right to know after the fact. However, Suyu said quickly, "Teacher, I made money today. I earned a few thousand merit points." Baifeng's eyes lit up. "Earned money again?" The next moment, his face darkened. "How did you earn it? Who did you lie to this time?" Suyu was speechless. He explained, "No, I lost in a sparring match and earned it." Baifeng was confused. He said quickly, "Fixed matches?" Then, he nodded and said, "Well done. Your teacher, I, also participated in fixed matches in the past. During the top 100 competition, a few guys bribed me with money. In order to raise a few rankings, I also participated in fixed matches. However, I usually didn't pay much." "Who on your side paid so much for a fixed match?" Dark history. At the side, Xianxia's expression changed. He could not help but scold. You participated in fixed matches in the top 100 a few years ago? Bai Feng said matter-of-factly, what's wrong? I don't have money to cultivate. So what if I participated in a few fixed matches? Senior brother, don't be so pedantic. Xianxia did not know what to say. He could only feel helpless. It seemed that Suyu was not the only one who knew about fixed matches. Bai Feng already had signs of it. Sigh, he could only sigh. Suyu coughed dryly and said with a smile, yes, teacher, I also participated in fixed matches and lost more than 8,000 times. Bai Feng looked at him just like that. Kid, the moment you said that, I felt that something big was going to happen. Under what circumstances could you lose more than 8,000 times? Suyu quickly explained the matter briefly. Bai Feng looked at him for a while and said after a while, in other words, we've completely fallen out now, right? Yes. Oh. Bai Feng pursed his lips. After thinking about it, he was not surprised. He just said gloomily, idiot, wait for your grandmaster to come back and deal with him. Can't you bear with it for a few days? Your grandmaster hasn't returned yet. It's not easy for us to take the blame, understand? As for falling out, how big of a deal was it, anyway? They were already fighting to the death. The key was that this idiot actually did it without waiting for his grandmaster to return. Bai Feng said helplessly, just bear with it. Don't go out for the time being. Let me tell you, these people might be evil. Even if they are not evil and don't dare to kill you, there will be people who will. Let me tell you, don't think too highly of them. They are a bunch of people who call you brothers. It's normal for them to kill you and frame them. There are also some Wanzhou's spies. They can't wait to kill you so that your grandmaster can fight them, Bai Feng said casually and sighed. It's fine. Just stay in the research center and don't leave the academy. It's not a big problem. Suyu nodded. That was true. Even if Shan Shenwen and his faction did not dare to kill him, they could not stop some people who wanted to see the world in chaos. They might have the same idea. I know. That's why I told everyone about the soul-devouring art. I want them to keep an eye on it. That way, everyone will have some reservations. Did you get it out? Bai Feng said suspiciously, don't make a fake one like last time. Let me tell you, if you make a fake one again, you will die a horrible death. Bai Feng was very calm. He was a little surprised at first, but then he did not react at all. Xianxia was dumbfounded. This is such a big deal. You bastard, don't you think it's a big deal? He could not help but scold, Bai Feng, it's a big problem. Do you understand? Senior brother, don't make a big deal out of it. Bai Feng said nonchalantly, we haven't been on good terms for a long time. It's not the first day. It's not good to keep holding it in. They came looking for trouble. What's wrong with fighting back? They were the ones who asked for it. Xianxia was speechless. He exhaled and said, it's not that simple. So you asked me why Shan Shenwen and his faction keep targeting us. Resources. They're afraid that we'll make a comeback and steal their position. Bullsh *T. Xianxia scolded. Bai Feng looked at him in a daze. What's wrong, am I wrong? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, you have to understand. Shan Shenwen and Shenwen's faction are not just referring to our academy. They are referring to all the major academies in the human realm, including other places, the military, and the sacred grounds. If it's for some resources and position, why is the entire human realm ostracizing us? Bai Feng, you have to know that it's not just our family that's being ostracized. It's the entire human realm, Dazhou Prefecture, and the Great Shang Dynasty. Xianxia said in a low voice, do you know? It's the entire human realm. Suyu hesitated and said, Uncle Master, is it because of the conflict of ideals? If it was about ideals, it would be very troublesome. Between scholars, the hatred of life and death was nothing. However, once there was a conflict of ideals, it would be a hatred that would last for generations. It was almost impossible to coexist peacefully until one side was destroyed. Ideals? Xianxia shook his head. The ideals of civilizationists are to become stronger. There's no such thing as ideals or the struggle of orthodoxy. Then, why? This time, Suyu really did not understand. Baifeng was also puzzled. Why? Is there a secret? Isn't it because we consume more resources than others? Is that why those bastards can't stand it and think that we're stronger than them? That's why they're targeting us? Chen Yong said in a low voice, of course. Why didn't they target us decades ago? We're strong. There were times when Shan Shenwen's faction was strong too. At that time, we just looked down on each other. But it's not like now. They have to suppress us to the point where we can't even lift our heads and even destroy our lineage. Baifeng and Suyu's interest was piqued. Could there be other reasons? Baifeng thought for a moment and said, speaking of which, everything is because of the battle of the 5th generation. It was after our Grandmaster's defeat that we were targeted. So, even if there's a secret, it has something to do with the 5th generation? Chen Yong nodded slightly. He thought for a moment and stopped talking. Instead, he said telepathically, many Shan Shenwen's faction are targeted. It's not a problem of ideals or resources. It's a personal grudge. Personal grudge? Yes. Chen Yong said telepathically, it has a lot to do with the 5th generation. So you should know that the 5th generation died in the battle, right? Suyu nodded. Chen Yong continued, you know that 3 invincible realm experts died in the battle, right? Suyu nodded again. Of the 3 invincible realm experts, 2 were from Wan, and 1 was from the human clan. Chen Yong said with a sigh, the invincible realm expert who died in the battle came from Dazhou Prefecture. He was the younger brother of the king of Great Zhou and had just advanced to the invincible realm not long ago. His son is the current principal of the Great Zhou Civilization Academy. When the 5th generation proved his Dao, he didn't invite the invincible realm experts to help him. He was too arrogant and thought that he could complete the Dao proving by himself. He only brought some enthusiastic civilization masters. His purpose was not to help but to let them observe the process of proving his Dao. In the end, something happened. Not only did the Shenwen faction suffer, but the one who came to help also died in the battlefield of heavens. The king of Great Zhou didn't say anything, but the one from the Great Zhou Civilization Academy was originally at odds with the 5th generation. His father died in the battlefield of heavens for the 5th generation. Do you think he could accept it? Chen Yong said. After that, the Great Zhou Civilization Academy began to reject the Shenwen faction. The king of Great Zhou was silent, and the governor of Dazhou Prefecture, Zhou Padian, did not say anything either. The Dazhou Prefecture first set off a storm of rejecting the Shenwen faction. After that, the Shan Shenwen faction from the other prefectures followed suit. Some fought for power, some shared a common enemy, some wanted to curry favor with the king of Great Zhou, and some really hated the 5th generation experts from the Shan Shenwen faction. In addition, the decline of the Shenwen faction and many other factors caused all the prefectures in the human realm to reject the Shenwen faction. Chen Yong said, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the 5th generation once left some information about the eternity of the Master of Civilization, as well as a Shenwen. The one from the Great Zhou Civilization Academy said that his father died to save the 5th generation. These things were exchanged with his father's life. He asked for the information to be made public, at least to him. So you couldn't help but say, this should be able to be shown to them. After all, it was to save the 5th generation who died. He didn't expect there to be such a twist. When Baifeng said that 3 invincible realm experts died in battle, so you didn't think much about it. Now it seemed that it was quite complicated. An invincible realm expert of the human race died in battle. Chen Yong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, it should be given. But, there isn't. There isn't? There isn't. Chen Yong said with a headache. The 5th generation Grandmaster had 2 students. One was Martial Uncle Lu Wenyan, and the other was our teacher, your Grandmaster. Shenwen passed on the legacy to Martial Uncle Lu Wenyan. Everyone knows that, but according to the outside world, the legacy was passed on to us, but there isn't any. Chen Yong sighed and said, teacher has been looking for it. He even looked through all the information countless times, but there really isn't any. But no one believed it. They all thought that teacher had kept it for himself and didn't want to make it public. You can imagine that this has completely offended people. As Qin Yong said this, he became more and more helpless. From then on, a group of forces led by Shan Shenwen formed mainly in Dazhou Prefecture, and they specifically targeted us. They targeted the entire Shenwen faction. Because of the battle that year, many Shenwen faction experts from many academies went there, not only to save the 5th generation, but also to save them. Aren't you wondering why Shenwen faction allowed us to be suppressed when there were still experts there? Qin Yong said, that's the reason. Because they couldn't show up, they couldn't stand up for us. It was fine when they were alive, but when those Shenwen faction experts fell one after another, we were in deep trouble. Suyu frowned and said, Martial uncle, let them look for it themselves. We really don't have it, do you want us to make it appear and give it to them? It's useless. Qin Yong lamented, people will only believe what they want to believe. If they don't want to believe, no matter what they say, it's useless. Moreover, Shenwen faction has declined, and the other party is like the sun at high noon. They are only suppressing you, but they didn't come looking for trouble. What can you do? Bai Feng said gloomily, there's such a thing? I was wondering, when I went to the heavenly battlefield, the Soar of Dazhou Prefecture, they looked at me like I was their enemy. Senior brother, why didn't you say anything before? Qin Yong said angrily, what's the point of saying that? Moreover, strictly speaking, we can't say anything about this matter. We are also innocent. If we had the information, we would be willing to provide it to them, but the problem is that we don't have it. Bai Feng suddenly said cautiously, Senior brother, could it be that master hid it? Scram. Qin Yong cursed, he looked at him angrily and said angrily, how could master hide it? There really isn't it. Before the thing came to us, many people checked it, but there isn't it. Do you think others don't care about the information of the Tao proving invincible? The Seeker State and War God Temple are all very concerned. In the end, they didn't find anything. Qin Yong shook his head and said, but Master said there might be something. What do you mean? Qin Yong exhaled and said, Master said that there are some things missing from Grandmaster's life. But Grandmaster lived in Xiaoxinggu when he was alive, and when the relics were taken out from Xiaoxinggu, many mountains and seas were watching. No one entered Xiaoxinggu, and Grandmaster also set up a divine formation when he was alive, so no one could enter and steal it. So, Master can't say anything. In any case, there are a few things missing. There might really be information, but it's already lost. It's been decades, and there's no way to find out if Grandmaster took it away himself or something else. As Qin Yong said this, he sighed and said, unless someone went to Grandmaster's place in advance, took away the things, and then hid the news. We can only take the blame for this. Someone took it away in advance? Bai Feng hesitated and said, what do you mean? With Grandmaster's strength, other than the invincible, who could enter the formation that he set up? As soon as he said this, Bai Feng's expression changed, Suyu's expression also changed. He understood, no wonder Hong Tan didn't mention it again, and didn't allow Qin Yong to bring it up. Who could take away the things of the 5th generation, the invincible, after the 5th generation died? If the information really did exist and was later lost, then someone with the invincible must have rushed over and taken it away. But how did this person know that the 5th generation would die? He was the first to arrive. One had to know that after the 5th generation king died in battle, his remains were quickly escorted back to the Great Xia residence by the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. In that case, this person already knew that the 5th generation king had fallen before the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty returned. The three of them fell silent. Qin Yong was silent for a moment, then continued. These things involve a lot of things, so Master didn't bring them up again. After all, we can't withstand anything, including the 5th generation Grandmaster's death. If the information really was lost, then, you should understand. Suyu and Bai Feng's expressions changed again, foreseeing the 5th generation Grandmaster's death. That was impossible, there was only one possibility. Someone had plotted against them, a traitor who might be the invincible? Qin Yong said sorrowfully, so, keep a low profile, lie low. Pretend you don't know anything. If you're suppressed, then so be it. Master can't even break through rashly, can't even enter the Sun-Moon realm. Once you enter, maybe the other party will suspect, or even worry about leaving behind some trouble. So you couldn't help but say, Tell the higher-ups. Qin Yong looked at him and said sorrowfully, do you know, who? Yes, who, telling others rashly, silencing them, then make a big fuss. So you said hurriedly, make a big fuss. Where's the evidence? Qin Yong regained his calm. Where's the evidence? Everyone will only think that we're shirking responsibility. We're trying to slander an invincible. We're trying to create internal strife among the invincible. You should know that the front line depends on these powerhouses. Once there's internal strife, can you bear such responsibility? Qin Yong sighed. We can't. Once the human invincible is in danger, everyone will suspect each other. When the other races come, the frontline powerhouses will be at odds. What do you think will happen? So, even if we know, even if we have guesses, we have to hold it in. Unless there's concrete evidence to prove who it is. Only with concrete evidence can we turn the tables. Concrete evidence, Qin Yong shook his head. Where was this irrefutable evidence coming from? He looked at Suyu and said, so, it might not be a good thing to fall out with Xianxia faction. In my opinion, Xianxia faction suppressing us is a form of protection. Suyu. Bai Feng was a little depressed. Senior brother, if we stand up now, we'll die. If we don't, we'll die too. If this goes on, Xinwen's faction will really be wiped out. That's right. Qin Yong sighed. So, Master suspects that there's also that person's shadow behind this. Of course, it's hard to say, because everything could be pointed at the King of Great Zhou. But the King of Great Zhou doesn't have to do this. Master suspects that someone is using the Dazhou Prefecture's Zhou family as a cover. There are some people secretly adding fuel to the fire. They really want to wipe us out and completely cut off the Xinwen's faction's legacy. Bai Feng and Suyu were silent. From what he said, there would be big trouble if they stood up. But if they didn't stand up, the Xinwen faction would be in trouble. They could already see that they were about to be wiped out. Suyu was also speechless. Behind this, there were actually many invincible realm experts involved. The King of Great Zhou was one. The King of Great Zhou's younger brother who died in battle was another. There was also an invincible realm expert who might or might not exist. Suyu scratched his head. Uncle Master, what about the Daxia of Goguryeo? Qin Yong said calmly, the Daxia of Goguryeo can't be partial to any side. The 5th generation Grandmaster stubbornly insisted on his own way and died in battle on the Heavens battlefield. An invincible realm expert died in battle in Dazhou Prefecture. What do you think the Daxia of Goguryeo can do? In the battle between factions, the Xinwen faction is inferior to the other party. If the battle fails, will the Daxia of Goguryeo specially come to support you? You can't even defeat the other party. Do you expect the Daxia of Goguryeo to intervene and help? He is invincible in the Grand Xia Prefecture, invincible in the entire human race. He is not invincible in the multiverse Divine Script clan. He also needs to balance the interests of all parties. He cannot act according to his own preferences. Otherwise, he would indeed have a good relationship with the multiverse Divine Script clan and the 5th generation. What a headache, both Suyu and Bai Feng looked depressed. Suyu said, Uncle Master, do you mean we continue to be turtles? Qin Yong looked at him and couldn't help but scold him with a smile. Are you scolding me indirectly? Suyu, agreed, I'm not, I just feel aggrieved. Qin Yong said again, there's no need to hide. In fact, it doesn't have much to do with us. Even if the other party really exists, he's not paying attention to us, but my master and Uncle Master Lu. Qin Yong exhaled and said, Uncle Master Lu inherited the Xinwen faction. I'm afraid he's also a target of attention. So it's actually a good thing that Uncle Master Lu has been silent. Speaking of this, Qin Yong suddenly said, but now Uncle Master Lu has broken through to soar. Suyu looked at him and hurriedly said, Uncle Master, what do you mean? Qin Yong rubbed his temples and sighed. I've actually been thinking about a question before. Was Uncle Master Lu's breakthrough and Wan Zu's attack on Southern Yuan intentional or unintentional? Or is it that someone took the opportunity to observe Uncle Master? Suyu blinked. What was going on? In that case, there might be more to the attack on Southern Yuan, Bai Feng said in surprise, is there? When there was trouble that time, I rushed over immediately. Qin Yong glared at him and said, "You were too late. You only went after Uncle Master broke through." "That's not it. I spurred the horse on and almost didn't stop to rest. I rushed over." Bai Feng explained, "After Uncle Master sent a message to the academy, I rushed over quickly without any delay." Qin Yong said lightly, "Maybe the time you arrived was also within his calculations. Before that, Wanzhou had already made his move." "That can't be, right?" Bai Feng said in surprise, "This is an accident?" "Accident or intentional, who can say for sure?" Qin Yong murmured and said slowly, "Let's not talk about Uncle Master's side. Just the academy alone has made me feel like a storm is brewing recently. I keep feeling that there's a big hand controlling everything. Qing Yuming has been crippled, Shan Shenwen's faction has increased their efforts to suppress us, including in Dazhou Prefecture. Shan Shenwen's faction geniuses have challenged all parties. They're all creating pressure on us, so much pressure that we can't breathe." Qin Yong gasped, "A big hand is pushing us, trying to make us break through. I don't know what it means, whether it's unintentional or intentional, whether it's that person who may or may not exist, or someone else, but I keep feeling that we're on the crater of a volcano now." "Someone is pushing us?" Suyu frowned. "Who? Could it be the invincibility of the traitor, or someone else, forcing Shan Shenwen's faction to break through? For what? His appearance was an accident, and the other party should not be interested in plotting against him." Thinking of this, Suyu hurriedly said, "Grandmaster will be fine, right? Also, Teacher Lu will be fine, right? If someone really pushed them, it would not be the three of them. It would be the other two." Qin Yong shook his head. "You don't have to worry too much about your Grandmaster. The key is Uncle Master Lu. But Uncle Master Lu has been in Southern Yuan for many years, and under normal circumstances, he won't leave Southern Yuan. If he's in Southern Yuan, someone is watching Uncle Master. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one will touch Uncle Master." "That's good." Suyu was relieved. Then, there would be no more problems. He thought for a moment and said, "Since someone is watching Teacher Lu, why didn't anyone intervene when Wanzhou attacked Southern Yuan?" Qin Yong said with a wry smile, "Watching Uncle Master doesn't mean that they will help him. Do you understand?" "Oh." Suyu understood. Rather than saying that they were watching, it was better to say that they were monitoring him. Anyway, it didn't matter whether Lu Wenyan died or not. They just needed to keep an eye on him, so you didn't expect that there were so many twists and turns. It seemed that Qin Yong didn't intend to tell them at first. Now that he said this, Suyu roughly understood what he meant. "Uncle Master, do you mean that it's better to maintain the previous state and continue to keep a low profile?" Now he was a little suspicious. Had Hong Tan and Qin Yong been deliberately pretending to be turtles, so they never showed up to do anything, even if they were suppressed to the point that they couldn't survive? Qin Yong thought for a moment and said, "You are a newcomer. If you want to make trouble, then do it. It's better to start with you than with us. But everything that I said today, you can choose to forget it. Also, unless it's a last resort, your Grandmaster. Even if he comes back, he won't show up to solve anything." After that, Qin Yong took a deep breath and said, "Do as you see fit. Maybe, hiding all the time is not a solution. If you show up, you may have some unexpected gains. But Uncle Master reminds you, be careful." Suyu nodded. "Indeed, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Don't tell me everything next time. Isn't it better to keep me ignorant? Why do you have to tell me? I'm a little scared now. Really, my teacher doesn't know even after so many years. Why do you have to tell me, Uncle Master?" He turned to look at Bai Feng. Bai Feng was also thinking about this problem. He suddenly said, "Senior brother, what do you mean? Why didn't you tell me back then? Why did you tell me when this kid got into trouble today?" Qin Yong said slowly, "Because, you don't have as much trouble as he does. It was that simple. Although you, Bai Feng, aren't easy to deal with, everything is still under control. This disciple of yours. If we don't do anything for 3 days, he will tear the academy apart. See for yourself, what did he do in the 2 months he came to the academy? What did he do to the Shan Shenwen faction? Now, he even offended Zhou Mingren, who was at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm." At first, Zhou Mingren had just casually waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to deal with Suyu. But now, Zhou Mingren probably had a deep impression of Suyu. All in all, his words today were meant to scare Suyu, to make him behave. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be able to hold on. Baifeng looked embarrassed. Looking down on me? You think I can't make trouble? Just wait and see. When I create the innate talent of Shunwen, it won't just be a matter of the academy. The entire human realm and the entire universe will think that I, Baifeng, can make trouble. Would I, Baifeng, be inferior to this student of mine? Of course, Baifeng knew that if he really created the innate talent, it would be a big problem. Don't tell me the research results of the 5th generation was this thing? After all, the research on the blood essence of the innate talent was based on the data left behind by the 5th generation. Otherwise, Hong Tan wouldn't have been researching it. The three of them chatted for a while. The three of them didn't mention what had happened before. These things were too far away from them. It would be useless to mention them. Baifeng suddenly thought of something and said, "Little Ayu, I asked you to call Martial Uncle. Have you done it?" Suyu shook his head. He had too many things to do to call. He didn't even go to Wanfu Prefect, let alone Teacher Liu. He always felt that the old man was up to no good. Call him. Baifeng was speechless. Martial Uncle, that's Shenwen. Ahem, I miss Martial Uncle very much. Can you invite Martial Uncle to be my guest? Do you understand? You don't know any etiquette. Blind Martial Uncle has taught you for years. Suyu was speechless. You just want to cut Teacher Liu. Don't find excuses. Chen Yong glanced at Baifeng and didn't bother to say anything. He stood up and said, I have to go back. Jiejia is still waiting there. She might be in a hurry. I'll go first. Wu Jia ran away with more than 8,000 merit points. Chen Yong knew her character. She was probably anxious to cry, afraid that someone would rob her. It was too much. Wu Jia had never seen so much money since she entered the school. I'll transfer the merit points to you later, so you wanted to be generous. After thinking for a while, he realized that he really needed merit points. He smiled and said, okay, Martial Uncle, just transfer me 5,000. The rest is your labor fee. Someone will reimburse me. You. Chen Yong laughed. He had guessed who it was. He thought for a while and said, you can contact Xianxia, but don't go too deep. He reminded, Xianxia has been in some turmoil recently. Mansion Master Xia is preparing to advance to the invincible realm in seclusion. Once he breaks through, the Mansion Master of Dixia province will be re-elected. You know, there are too many people competing for the position. Chen Yong reminded, Xia Yuan is the most powerful candidate. Xia Yuan? So you wanted to say something but hesitated. He had heard it from Hu Zongqi previously. Thinking of this, Suyu said in a deep voice, Uncle Master, someone said that Zhou Pingxing wants to replace you as the curator. The position of deputy curator is reserved for Xia Yuan. He's rebelling. At this time, Baifeng suddenly became furious. Xia Yuan. Damn it, I knew it. After all these years, Shan Shenwen's faction suddenly targeted senior brother. It must be because of this. Baifeng snorted coldly. At this moment, he was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and said, Xia Yuan. You're quite ambitious, but you don't even know if you're worthy to be the Manor Lord. Suyu looked at Baifeng. It was rare for this teacher of his to get angry. At most, he would just be stunned for a moment or fall into a daze. As for getting angry, he had never seen him get angry before. At this moment, he seemed to be really angry. Seeing that Suyu was looking at him, Baifeng snorted and said angrily, I admit that Xia Yuan is very talented. He's also very strong. But he's too black-hearted and cold-hearted. If he becomes the Manor Lord, Dixia province will be in chaos. He seemed to know something, but at this moment, he was unwilling to say more. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior brother, even if we really lose the curator position and give it to that trash Zhou Pingxing, we can't let Xia Yuan enter. Wishful thinking, but he should take a look at himself first. Chen Yong glanced at him and thought for a moment. Xia Yuan is very talented and strong. He has already entered Ling Yunjing. He even tried to rope you in. Junior brother, there's no need to be so hostile towards him. The manor lord of Dixia province has nothing to do with us. Bai Feng was furious. I'm not a sore loser. Both of them looked at him at the same time. Bai Feng was speechless and said angrily, fine, I just can't afford to lose. That bastard from Zhangjing school beat me, cough cough, he beat me. Although I'm angry, I have to say that he's pretty good. Xia Yuan, that bastard, is not a good person. Last time in the All Heavens battlefield, he used a team of 100-man guards as bait to catch the Wan powerhouses. Damn it, I saw it with my own eyes. The 100-man guards were all killed. That bastard used human lives to fish. After saying that, he added, when I arrived, that guy actually blamed me for alerting the enemy. F***CK. After that, I went to the Demon Suppression Army to report him. Damn it, that bastard actually said that he was carrying out a normal mission. F***CK. Bai Feng cursed several times. Obviously, he was indeed angry and dissatisfied. Using a team of 100-man guards to fish for the Wan powerhouses, Suyu didn't have a clear idea at the moment, but he was still a bit contemptuous. As he was thinking, Bai Feng suddenly said, Suyu, say, if that team of 100-man guards was led by your father, what would you do? As soon as these words came out, Suyu's expression changed. He didn't have a clear feeling before, but at this moment, his eyes turned red and he said angrily, scum. Bastard. How can this kind of person be the manor lord? He's more like feeding the dogs. Bastard, is he really one of Xia Jia's people? He's more like the remnants of Wanzhou. If we meet him, we'll just kill him. Bai Feng looked at Chen Yong and shrugged. See, it's not that I'm jealous, and it's not that I can't afford to lose. Look at your martial nephew, he's cursing even more fiercely than me. Suyu was very angry, but after his anger subsided, he suddenly said with some disappointment, just now, teacher said that he used the 100-man guards as bait. Actually, I didn't feel too much about it. I even felt that killing a Wan powerhouse might be worth it. Suyu reflected on himself, when teacher said that the 100-man guards were led by my father. I suddenly understood. Often, only those who bear all of this know the pain. If Xia Yuan used these 100-man guards to kill a Wan's Ling Yun, when he returned to Dixia province, others would only say that he was wise and mighty. No one would care about the death of 100 ordinary soldiers. Suyu sighed. At this moment, he was suddenly at a loss. Was Xia Yuan wise and mighty? Perhaps some people would think so. He led a 100-man guard led by Wanshi and killed a Ling Yun without paying any price. Would the military praise him or praise him? Would Dixia province praise him or praise him? Most likely, it would be praise. At that time, who would consider the death of 100 soldiers? Bai Feng said that Xia Yuan's heart was too black and cold. Previously, Suyu thought that he was jealous because he had always lost to Xia Yuan. But now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt that it was the right decision to acknowledge Bai Feng as his teacher. His teacher, at least his heart wasn't that cold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be hostile towards Xia Yuan. He had been beaten up by a powerhouse from war school. When he mentioned this person, he felt some admiration. Bai Feng wasn't someone who couldn't take a loss. Chen Yong also reflected on himself for a while. When Bai Feng mentioned this scene, what did he think? Did he feel that Xia Yuan was cold-blooded? Perhaps, he didn't think so. Chen Yong sighed and looked at Bai Feng and Suyu. He nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. If it was before, he felt that he could get in touch with Xia Yuan. But now, it wasn't appropriate. Bai Feng and Suyu obviously wouldn't have anything in common with Xia Yuan. Maybe they would change in the future, but at least for now, they hadn't changed. They still had a heart that wasn't cold. I'll go back first. Xia Yuan will be back soon. Even if you are unhappy with him, don't provoke him now. Junior, you are the sore. Don't forget. Bai Feng snorted, so what if I'm a sore? Wait until my talent in Shenwen becomes 10% stronger. Regardless of whether you are Ling Yun or not, I will still kill you. Suyu was guessing if Xia Yuan had reached an agreement with Shan Shenwen's faction. Otherwise, why would Shan Shenwen's faction fight for him? If that was the case, what about Deputy Principal Xia Chongqing? He seemed to be an elder in Xia Yuan's faction. Chen Yong left. As soon as he left, Bai Feng said angrily, "You're causing trouble for me again. Kid, you're getting more and more troublesome now." What kind of strength do you have? You don't cultivate but only know how to cause trouble. Suyu looked innocent. Am I the one causing trouble? No, it's not, they're the ones causing trouble for me. Cultivate well these days. I've already asked someone to find your grandmaster. Oh right, call Uncle Master and trick him into coming over for me to study. Suyu was speechless. But he could make a call. He hadn't contacted Teacher Lu for a few days. Suyu took out his communicator and dialed a number. After waiting for a while, he shook his head and said, "There's no signal." No signal? By phone was speechless. Communication within the city is fine. Why is there no signal? That I don't know. Suyu shook his head. Who knew? Maybe the base station outside was destroyed again. Forget it. Just cultivate well here. Don't go out for the next few days if there's nothing important. Got it. Suyu didn't say much. It was time for him to cultivate well. When he got the 5,000 contribution points, he would see if he should purchase some blood essence to enter the mystic realm to cultivate. Or he could first master the wind formula. His strength was still too weak. Fighting against Wang He, who was ranked 38th, had actually put a lot of pressure on Suyu. Even if his cultivation technique was heaven tier, there was still a huge gap between them. Suyu was probably not a match for those ranked in the top 30. When formula, Wanshi, outlining Xinwen's combat technique, at the thought of this, Suyu had a headache. Why do I feel like I have a lot of things to cultivate? Wouldn't it be better to focus on cultivating my physical body? Isn't it better to break through everything with brute force? Why did I have to learn Xinwen? Really? Thinking about it, Suyu still felt that dual cultivation was better. Fighters were usually crude. They weren't cool when fighting and weren't friendly to others. At the same time that Suyu failed to get through to the other party. On the road from southern Yuan to Dixia province. The Nanyuan Academy's old principal drove a small, battered truck with Lu Wenyan on it as they traveled forward. As he drove, he nagged, "Old Lu, you're getting on in years. Get over it. With your current strength, what can you do in Dixia province?" Lu Wenyan couldn't be bothered with him. He looked ahead in a daze. It had been 50 years, for 50 years, he hadn't stepped into Dixia province. He had stayed in southern Yuan for 50 years. For 50 years, he hadn't contacted many people. When his old friends passed away, he could only grieve silently. Now, he was back. He felt that he shouldn't have come back at this time. He shouldn't have come back so soon. But, someone forced him to come back. Zhang Ruoling, in his mind, he recalled the scene of the past. At that time, he was in his prime, at that time, he was high-spirited, at that time, he felt that the heroes of the world were nothing more than this. I, Lu Wenyan, fight soar while cultivating, and kill soar while cultivating. The first place in the top 100 list was within my reach, my teacher, the strongest of the human race, sun and moon. My teacher looked down on the world, and his students weren't inferior. Among peers, who could compete with him, I didn't enter soar, but I regarded soar as worthless. That year, his teacher failed to prove his Tao, and his martial uncles died in battle one after another. His teacher returned, but he was brought back by Daxia of Goguryeo. Only a trace of his remains remained, leaving behind a Xinwen. There was nothing, he was unwilling, unconvinced, and felt that there was a conspiracy. His teacher once said that his ability was invincible, and that he was the strongest sun and moon in the universe. Anyone could fail to prove their Tao, but his teacher couldn't. However, he still died. The few seniors who came back alive had regrets and unwillingness. In the end, one by one, they left with unwillingness. They were also unconvinced. How could they fail? Why were there two invincible experts ambushing the fifth generation? That year, he smelt at his teacher's Xinwen, wanting to recreate the glory of the fifth generation, but the heavens played a huge joke on him. Xinwen was too strong. The Seable was seriously injured, and Xinwen was damaged, its body shattered. He, who could fight soar and kill soar in the past, became a powerless cripple. That year, a group of good friends walked the same path as him. They were also unwilling and unconvinced. How could the fifth generation fail? Even if there were two invincible experts, they felt that the fifth generation wouldn't fail. He would definitely be able to break through and kill two invincible experts. Something must have gone wrong. Zhang Ruoling, murmuring, Lu Wenyan's eyes reddened. He was dead for 9 years, and they still wouldn't let him go. Shenwen. Shenwen's legacy must be a good thing. Before he left, he took Shenwen with him because he didn't want to destroy the next one. Why didn't he understand? If he couldn't find a suitable candidate, he might also take this Shenwen underground, never to see the light of day. As he thought about this, a monster appeared in front of him. The old chief was shocked. A monster in the wild. This was trouble. As he thought about it, a sword light flashed, and the monster was torn into pieces. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Teacher. The newcomer looked very young. If Suyu was here, he would probably recognize him. It was the young man who had come to the arena for both of his matches. The young man who had stopped him from competing with Huang Qifeng and had been kind to him. Lu Wenyan looked at the young man and said nothing. The old chief recognized him and said in surprise, Lu Chuan, it's you? This was Lu Wenyan's student, a student from a long time ago. He was probably close to 50 years old. He just looked young. It was said that he had been stuck in the Sor realm and was an assistant at the Great Xia Civilization University. He hadn't returned to Southern Yuan in all these years. Why was he here? Greetings, sir. The young man looked at the old chief and greeted him with a smile. Then, he looked at Lu Wenyan, his eyes slightly red. Teacher, I'll clear the way for you. Lu Wenyan looked at him for a long time, then said slowly, why are you getting involved? What ability do you have to get involved? You're no longer my student since you entered the academy. I've only taught you for a few years. Teacher. The young man said softly, I'm not strong, but I'm willing to be your vanguard. Many people at the Great Xia Civilization University are waiting for your return. Return? Lu Wenyan laughed at himself and ignored him. He closed his eyes and said, drive. The old chief was a little flustered. As he drove, he shouted, Lu Chuan, go back. I'll send your teacher off. I'm an old bag of bones. You go back. Lu Chuan said nothing and disappeared on the spot. Up ahead, the faint sound of fighting could be heard. Old Lu, the old chief looked at Lu Wenyan and said in a low voice, what's going on? You're the one who informed me. Are you pretending? Lu Wenyan opened his eyes and rolled his eyes at him. Get lost, he knew who informed him. There was no one else but that crazy woman. He was too lazy to say anything else. There was nothing to say to this old man. At the same time. Further ahead. Wu Qi killed a person with a slash of his sword. He chuckled and said, Wan Zhu, what are you doing? Really, you made me come all the way here. What does it have to do with you guys when he returns? Grey Tant's lover. Grey Tant's daddy? Wu Qi laughed at himself. Further ahead. In the void, a figure flickered. The next moment, the figure appeared. It was Wu Yuehua. Wu Yuehua sneered and looked at the void. Why? You want to stop him from returning? What a joke. Wu Yuehua. In the void, an old woman walked out and said coldly, Lu Wenyan was banished and banished. For the past 50 years, he has been banished to Southern Yuan and is not allowed to leave. There was an agreement that he would take away the 5th-generation principal, Shenwen, and never return to Dixia province unless he proves that he can recover the losses of the past. The old woman was none other than Yu Honggelao. The dispute during the day had ended. When Wu Yuehua mentioned the grave digging, Zhou Mingren guessed that Lu Wenyan might know about it. As expected, Lu Wenyan was about to return. If he wants to return, he can. You bunch of scum actually want to dig up Zhang Ruoling's grave. Go ahead and try. If you dare, I will kill you to fill my grave. Wu Yuehua, don't be too arrogant. Wu Yuehua laughed coldly. In the next moment, the void exploded and the space itself collapsed. A moment later, Wu Yuehua walked out. Blood dripped from the corner of the old woman's mouth. She coughed lightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Trash. Wu Yuehua sneered. Without turning his head, he said disdainfully, to think that you are a member of the 5th generation. Trash. So what if you are in the mountain and sea realm? The divine pill department can still suppress you. The old woman did not say anything. A moment later, the space in front of them fluctuated, and another person appeared. Sun Galao took a step forward and said softly, Yuehua, Lu Wenyan cannot return. At least not now. Humph. Wu Yuehua snorted disdainfully. At the same time, the space fluctuated again, and a middle-aged man walked out. His face was slightly pale. He coughed lightly and said, Old son, don't block the way. You and Yuhong can't. As for Old Li, he probably can't come. Sun Galao's expression changed slightly. What did you do to Old Li? Nothing. He was not feeling well, so he returned to the academy early. The middle-aged man laughed and said slowly, That's enough. Brother Lu has kept his promise all these years and has been staying in southern Yuan. If you did not go too far, he would not have returned now. Sun Galao's expression kept changing. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, I may not agree with old Zhou's actions. However, a living person is better than a dead person. Zhang Ruoling Shunwen can save Yuming. Zhang Ruoling is dead, he died of illness. If that's the case, it's a pity that Shunwen is at his place. T. Wu Yuehua sneered. If you're dead, can I dig up your Shunwen? Sun Galao said calmly, If I'm really dead, you can dig it up. You don't even have to dig it up, I can stay by myself. Do you have to stop us? Wu Yuehua did not want to talk to him anymore. His expression was ugly. Sun Galao said softly, Let Lu Wenyan go back. The current academy was no longer the same as it was 50 years ago. The fifth generation has used up everything in the Great Xia Civilization University. Because of the fifth generation, the Great Xia Civilization University was almost completely destroyed. Do you want to wait for Lu Wenyan to come back and repeat the same mistake? You make it sound good. Wu Yuehua said coldly, Let Zhou Mingren give up on digging up the grave. Lu Wenyan can go back. Otherwise, we'll wait for him to come back and open another academy. We'll have a good fight. Sun Galao said softly, Yuehua, your mother and I were good friends in the past, Wu Yuehua sneered, disdain. Unless Lu Wenyan really recovers, or even ascends to the Mountain Sea realm, he doesn't have the capital or the qualifications to open another academy. Sun Galao shook his head and said, Don't be so wishful thinking. The one in the Dazhou prefecture is about to ascend to the invincible realm. He once said that once he ascends to the invincible realm, he will get back everything that happened in the past. You guys caused his father to die in the battlefield of heavens. This debt has not been settled yet. Wu Yuehua's expression changed slightly. Sun Galao said again, If Lu Wenyan doesn't jump now, that person may not care about him. But if he jumps out, that person will definitely not let him go. The Zhou family of the Dazhou prefecture, they were so powerful that they even surpassed the Dexia province. However, 50 years ago, the younger brother of the king of the Great Zhou died in battle. Dazhou prefecture lost an invincible realm expert, so it remained silent for many years. Now, Dazhou prefecture was about to give birth to a second invincible realm expert, and it was an invincible realm expert who had a grudge against the Shinwen faction. Wu Yuehua's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, So what if he ascends? Shouldn't he seek revenge on that invincible realm expert of the Shin clan? It's not like the fifth generation killed his father. It's a joke if he takes his anger out on the Shinwen faction. Sun Galao said calmly, I don't know if he will seek revenge or not. But his father died in the battlefield of heavens to rescue the fifth generation. After that, before the fifth generation died, he said that his research materials should be given to the Zhou family. In the end, his senior and junior brothers took it for themselves. Wu Yuehua said angrily, Nonsense. There is no information at all. Before the fifth generation died, he only said that he would remember the kindness of the rescue parties. He didn't say anything else. How could he give the Zhou family a share? Sun Galao said calmly, This is not what I said. Yuehua, you have to understand that this is what the Zhou family said. So what if it's the Zhou family? Wu Yuehua said coldly, This is Dexia province. You work for the Zhou family? Zhou Mingren is just a branch of the Zhou family. He's at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Does he want to be a dog for the Zhou family? Sun Galao frowned. No one is a dog for anyone. However, the Xinwen faction has been silent. Dazhou Prefecture has completely banned the Xinwen faction. Now that Lu Wenyan has returned, it will only intensify the conflict. Cut the crap. If he wants to come back today, no one can stop him. With a loud shout, a huge medicine cauldron appeared. With a rumble, it smashed through the void and pressed down on Sun Galao. Behind him, the middle-aged man's figure flickered and stood in front of Yu Hong. He said with a smile, "Yu Galao, don't interfere. Today, Brother Lu wants to come back. You can't stop him." At the same time, everywhere, people were trying to stop him. Battles were breaking out. On a high mountain. Xia Huyu asked curiously, "Second grandpa, Lu Wenyan didn't even have sore back then. Where did he get so many connections and so much prestige? Are they all waiting for him to come back? If he doesn't come back, these people don't seem to be doing anything?" Xiaoyi said lazily, "First, orthodox. He's the 5th generation successor, a direct disciple, the first disciple, so he'll inherit the will of the 5th generation. Secondly, his contemporaries have all grown up, and his contemporaries were all his good friends back then, his comrades in arms. Third, this fellow is a true monstrous genius. He once cut down soaring into the heavens, and not just someone who had just entered soaring into the heavens. In the era of the 5th generation, all of the divine runic lineage beneath the mountains and seas were his little brothers. Fourth, when this fellow wasn't crippled, he was an idiot. There were so many resources in the divine runic arts system, but he didn't cherish them at all. Instead, he tossed them around like an idiot, insufferably arrogant. But the result was that the resources he tossed around created many powerhouses. Fifth, Lu Wenyan didn't come from an orphanage. He came from the great Lu clan. Lu clan? Xia Huyu was taken aback. Which Lu clan? Xiaoyu was speechless. Which Lu clan? The Lu clan that almost became your wife years ago. The Lu clan. Xiaoyu was shocked. Lu Wenyan came from the Lu clan? But the Lu clan has been destroyed. Not completely. Xiaoyi said lazily, in the war 50 years ago, the Lu clan lost a sun-moon cultivator. In the War of the Heavens 30 years ago, several mountain and sea realm cultivators died. In the war 18 years ago, several mountain and sea realm cultivators and sun-moon cultivators died. Although almost all of them were destroyed, some people are still alive. Isn't Lu Wenyan still alive? The Lu clan killed countless enemies in the heavens battlefield and saved many people. Now that Lu Wenyan is still alive, he is probably one of the few who are still alive. Those who were saved still owe him a favor. Xia Huyu said in surprise, he is from the Lu clan. No wonder no one dared to touch him for so many years. Xiaoyi smiled. No one dared to touch him because it was not easy to do so. If they did, it would be troublesome. It's fine if Lu Wenyan obediently hid in southern origin, but now he insists on coming out. Once he comes out, all the powerhouses will know. Many people don't want the divine runic arts lineage to rise once more. Do you understand? Why? Xiaoyu was speechless. Just because of the Zhou family? The Zhou family is far away in Dazhou Prefecture. This is our Dixia province, my territory. How can the Zhou family behave atrociously? Nonsense. Xiaoyi said grumpily, what do you mean they behave atrociously in our house? This is not something Xiajia can handle. Back then, Zhou Zhan did die in the heavens battlefield in order to save the 5th generation. The king of the great Zhou dynasty didn't say anything, and your great-grandfather didn't say anything, either. He let the younger generation solve this feud by themselves. In the end, Lu Wenyan was crippled, and Zhou Zhan's son now has the hope of advancing to the invincible realm. Tell me, how can our family manage this? Xiaoyu nodded and said gloomily, that's not easy to manage, but this Zhou family is really overbearing. Didn't they say that there is no information about the eternal civilization master? Why do they have to pester him and suppress him for 50 years? Why? Whether there is or not, who knows? Xiaoyi said with a smile, let's not talk about anything else. In fact, I've always suspected that the so-called information about the advancement of the 5th generation might not be real. It's very likely that it's that Xinwen. There are many people who think the same as me, but they have some scruples and can't do anything to Lu Wenyan directly. Xiaohuyu looked surprised. Xiaohuyu pursed his lips and said lightly, so, it's not one person's idea to suppress the Shenwen clan, but many people's idea. They want to force Lu Wenyan to hand over that Shenwen. Silly boy, don't look at things on the surface. The Zhou family is not necessarily overbearing, and they don't really want to suppress the Shenwen clan. It's just that everyone chose to do so coincidentally, pushing the Zhou family to the surface. The Zhou family can't be bothered to explain. They probably covet the Shenwen clan, so they let nature take its course and became the leader of the Shan Shenwen clan. Xiaohuyi nodded. What an eye-opener, so that's how it is, Xiaohuyi said with a smile, that's nothing. Lu Wenyan hasn't returned yet. If he does, it means that he has given up his leisurely life in southern Yuan, and there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Xiaohuyu frowned and said, Second Grandpa, is it really appropriate for the internal strife to be so fierce? The power of Dixia province will also be weakened. Look now, even Galao of the Civilization Academy is fighting among himself. Xiaohuyi exhaled and said softly, internal strife. Actually, it's not really a struggle. It's a struggle before integration. The two Holy Lands intend to integrate the major prefectures and unite the strength of the human race to form a community on the battlefield of heavens. There will be many such struggles in the future. When there's a winner, the major prefectures will have deeper cooperation. There's such a thing? Xiaohuyu said in surprise, so, there's the shadow of the major prefectures behind the fierce fighting now? Of course. Xiaohuyu nodded and said with a smile, it's not just Dixia province. It's also happening in other prefectures. Let's fight. In the end, whoever wins will have more right to speak. Can't we unite? Silly boy, you overestimate the human heart. It's not that simple to unite. Let me ask you, if I let Xiaojia take orders from the Zhou family now, will you agree? No. Xiaohuyu said it straightforwardly. Xiaohuyi laughed and said, that's it. Then what about our family? It doesn't feel like we're involved? Our family. Who said we're not involved? Xiaohuyi yawned and said, Xia Chongqing, Xia Yuan, Xia Yunqi. Aren't these people Xiaojia's people? What do you mean we're not involved? Xiaohuyu blinked. Why do I feel like Suyu and I are actually enemies? Our old Xiaojia, especially Xia Yuan, seems to be preparing to take Qinyang's position as the curator. He scratched his head. Forget it. What does it have to do with me? There were still battles going on everywhere. Some people were still trying to stop Lu Wenyan from returning. On this day, a shabby little car drove toward the great Xia residence with an indomitable will. On this day, many experts in many places received the news. The experts from the various academies packed their luggage and hurried over to the great Xia prefecture. A storm was brewing. 50 years ago, the fifth generation failed. Lu Wenyan, who was supposed to be the sixth generation, failed as well. Instead, he crippled himself. Now, Lu Wenyan was back. Regardless of the reason, many of them decided to come again, watch again, and wait again. At the Great Xia Civilization University. At the Wentan Research Center. There was a commotion outside, but it was peaceful inside the research center. Inside the academy, Suyu didn't have much of a sense of crisis. At least there were rules in the Civilization Academy, and Wan Tianxing was a man of rules. Even when he snatched Qing Yunfei's blood essence, it was within the rules. That was stolen goods that were illegally traded. Of course, he broke through Hong Tan's blockade and directly summoned Suyu, which was against the rules. At this moment, Suyu once again entered the detention area. In the basement. The few demons were already used to it. Sensing Suyu's movement, they were even a little happy. He actually came so early, it had only been 7 days, and Suyu actually came, under normal circumstances, shouldn't he only come after 10 days? The rule of feeding once every 3 days had become an extravagant hope, and the few demons did not expect it at all. Suyu opened the door and went down the stairs. The few demons were overjoyed, and all of them moved. They had to move. The fire crow, who did not move for the first time, still regretted not taking the primordial energy liquid. As soon as he came in, the white beaver said anxiously, "Brother Suyu, did you exchange the cultivation techniques I wrote for you for merit points?" Suyu slapped his forehead and laughed. "I forgot. There have been too many things recently. I accompanied teacher to do research and forgot to exchange things. Next time." The white beaver was instantly depressed. It forgot. It was still thinking if it could get an extra drop of primordial energy liquid this time, but Suyu actually forgot. This guy was really forgetful. It was no wonder that he often forgot to feed them. Suyu could not be bothered to say more. Each demon took a drop of primordial energy liquid, and then looked at Cage 1, the cage where the waterman was. "Cage 1, how about a chat?" The waterman transformed into a human form, but his face had no facial features. His voice was as gentle as ever. "What do you want to talk about?" "Water movement art." Suyu didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "Recently, the research center is preparing to try to derive basic runes that can be used by the human race. I mean, it can be used in the nurturing stage. The 5 elemental races seem to be proficient in this kind of cultivation technique. Your water elemental art is a cultivation technique used to open the divine aperture. You should know about it, right?" The water person said softly, "I told you last time that we were born with these cultivation methods. We were born with some divine acupoints, but we don't know exactly what acupoints we opened. Moreover, the Sea of Will is different from the Sea of Will. The Sea of Will can open my divine aperture, but the human clan can't. You human clan have killed many people of the 5 Elements clan, so you should know this." Suyu nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I understand. However, I still wanted to give it a try. All civilization masters were like this. Who wouldn't want to give it a try? Once the basic formula was derived, it would leave its name in history. Wealth, status, and fame will all come to me quickly." The humanoid water creature fell silent. After a while, it said, "You want me to tell you the profound meaning of the water elemental art?" "Not really." Suyu smiled and said, "You don't have to tell me exactly how to open the acupoints, but tell me some of the process and some of the more mysterious things. I like to derive things in reverse. Perhaps you can give me some inspiration." The great demons wanted to laugh. "You're just a student, and yet you want to derive the formula of the 5 Elements clan." One had to know that even if this thing was invincible, it wasn't something that could be derived so easily. Otherwise, Juan's cultivation technique would have been completely deciphered long ago. Different races had different structures, resulting in different cultivation techniques. The water elemental art had 36 opened acupoints. The humanoid water creature might not even know which human acupoint it corresponded to. The Sea of Will couldn't act recklessly. If it wasn't careful, the Sea of Will would collapse. The Sea of Will was very powerful, but it was also very fragile. If you opened the wrong acupoint, it would be like a broken bottle, leaking water. This thing was much more difficult to open than the physical body's acupoints, and it was also much more dangerous. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't have only pushed out the 10,000 Wind Sutra, a basic formula for the Soar realm, all these years. He wanted to mock Suyu, but he held it in. Dendrolamus had a fiery temper. In the past, he would have mocked Suyu crazily. Today, however, he was very obedient. He didn't say anything and just snickered. He was laughing at Suyu for overestimating himself. He was laughing at him for biting off more than he could chew. Suyu didn't care about these things. He really only needed something that was a little more mysterious. Some understanding of the cultivation technique, some processes, and from there, he could write a real cultivation technique. He wouldn't be like he was now, only knowing how to open the acupoints and where to open them. As for why he wanted to open this acupoint, why he had to open it here, he had no idea at all. These days, Suyu had read many books and read many cultivation techniques. He felt that he could probably write a template. However, without some understanding of the real 5 elemental formula, the template he wrote wouldn't be very realistic, and it would be easy for experts to see through it. The water person was the best teacher. Cultivation techniques couldn't be imparted carelessly, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't be imparted. Suyu had some plans. Some cultivation techniques would be imparted sooner or later. How to impart them, whether he could benefit from it, and whether he could ensure his own safety, these were the key. Seeing that he was interested, the water person smiled and didn't mind saying a few more words. The sea of will is actually the same as the physical body. Whether it's the divine acupoint or the physical body acupoint, they are both channels that connect to the outside world. The more channels open, the faster the cultivation speed. Why can't the human race cultivate the 10,000 Wind Sutra? The water person said slowly, because the current sea of will is too weak. The human race is in the cultivation stage, and the sea of will isn't as powerful as us. We can open the divine acupoints, but that doesn't mean that you can too. The divine acupoints opened by the 10,000 Wind Sutra are only suitable for Soar. There are also different types of divine acupoints. Some are difficult to find, some are more violent, and some will cause turbulence in the sea of will. The water person didn't mind chatting with Suyu about these things. Suyu was happy to hear this. After staying here for a long time, it would be good to give him more vital chi liquid. He wasn't afraid of starving to death, but the more vital chi liquid he had, the more power he could accumulate. Gradually, Suyu had a clearer idea of what was going on. He took out his little notebook and recorded bit by bit. At this moment, Suyu looked like a student, and the water person had become a teacher. Looking at the water person seriously. Recording and occasionally asking questions. At this moment, the detention area seemed to have become a classroom. The atmosphere was peaceful, and it didn't look like a prison at all. Then what if I named the 36 divine acupoints opened by the water element technique from the first water acupoint to the 36th water acupoint? What would it feel like after opening the first water acupoint? The water person paused, and then replied, after opening the first divine acupoint, the most important thing is to stabilize the sea of will. The opening of the first divine acupoint is often accompanied by turbulence in the sea of will. At this time, if you absorb some scattered willpower, you will feel a slight swelling pain. I can absorb a bit of willpower after opening one acupoint? Yes, but it's a passive type, just like your Kaiyuan. It's just that it's a little faster than before. Suyu nodded and continued to ask questions. The water person answered them one by one. After asking for a long time, Suyu threw a drop of vital chi liquid in and smiled. Many thanks. I'll continue to ask you if I don't understand anything next time. When I derive the water element technique that's suitable for humans, I'll give you a great merit. The water person didn't want to continue. If you can derive it, I'll turn myself into sewage. He was about to leave when Rhinoceros Borer saw that he was about to leave. He hurriedly said, Suyu, I haven't given you mine yet. Suyu turned his head to look. This bull spoke honestly, but his heart wasn't good. You didn't. I'll starve you for a month. Suyu said bluntly. I asked someone last time. Your blood essence is in trouble. The blood essence of Rhinoceros Borer royalty might contain some willpower and life force. There's a possibility that you can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Why didn't you warn me? Are you trying to trick me? Suyu said angrily, do you think I'm an idiot? If I don't understand, can't I ask someone? I'm innocent. Rhinoceros Borer screamed. A month, I'm done for, I'll really starve to death. I'm just a sore. How can I be reborn from a single drop of blood? Suyu, even if the Rhinoceros Borer race has this ability, it's not something that I can control. Cut the crap. Suyu couldn't be bothered with it. He scolded, the more honest you are, the more sinister you are. You can't even compare to Dendrolamus. Although Dendrolamus isn't honest, he still provided me with a heaven-tier martial technique. Dendrolamus was unjustly implicated. How am I dishonest? I've been very honest recently, look at me. I haven't been yelling recently. I'm just waiting for you to give me the vitality liquid. How obedient, so you didn't say anything else and quickly left. After he left, the detention area was silent for a moment. After a moment, the water person laughed lightly. Stupid bull, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? Rhinoceros Borer didn't want to speak. The shadow also said faintly, he might not know much, but as he said, he can ask others. Suyu, doesn't look stupid. Also, did you guys notice? His strength seems to have improved a lot. I don't think so. Dendrolamus said doubtfully, I observed for a while. Although I can't examine it, from his physical body, the absorption of vitality isn't fast. He's still at the mid-stage of 15 June, right? Mid-stage of 15 June? The shadow is faint said, definitely not. The water person probably also felt that Suyu seemed to be hiding some apertures. It should be the effect of Shenwen. It's somewhat similar to our shadow clan Shenwen. His true strength isn't just in the mid-stage. The water person turned into a pool of water again. Its voice came out, not bad. He's probably in the late stage. The great demons were silent. That guy was improving very quickly. Combined with a heaven-tier martial technique, he was probably one of the best in the 15 June realm. His talent was very strong. He came to ask about the formula today. Does he really intend to derive the formula? The shadow was somewhat doubtful. This was very, very difficult. There was a group of experts in the Seeker realm who specialized in this. Or rather, there was a group of people in the various academies who specialized in this. So you also wanted to do this big project? Wasn't he afraid of delaying his cultivation? The others couldn't give an answer. Who knew what Suyu was thinking, just as Suyu was preparing to write the formula to speed up his cultivation? Shoshingu. In Zhou Mingren's courtyard. Lu Hong was sweating profusely. After a long time, he struggled and said, Dean, it's my fault. I quoted 82,000 merit points to Brother Zhou, but the actual transaction price was 80,000. I profited from it. Lu Hong seemed to be unable to bear the pressure. Under Zhou Mingren's gaze, he confessed his embezzlement. 80,000, Zhou Mingren repeated. He had a general judgment in his heart. 80,000 points shouldn't be fake. Suyu's words couldn't be completely trusted. But Zhou Pingxing came back and said that it was 100,000 points. Zhou Mingren sighed in his heart. He already understood. That student of his had embezzled a total of 18,000 merit points. What audacity, what a huge appetite, 18,000 merit points. Zhou Pingxing really had guts. How could he dare to do that? One had to know that a Ling Yunjing could obtain 1,000 merit points in a year. That was the reward for one's own work. Zhou Pingxing had swallowed more than 10,000 merit points in one go. If other Galau found out about this, it would probably be a big problem. As he thought this, Zhou Mingren didn't show it on his face. It's normal to have some selfish motives when doing things. 2,000 points isn't a small amount. I can forgive you this once. But I want to know, is that information real or fake? Lu Hong's sweat dripped. President, I really don't know. That day, Brother Zhou was there to witness the entire process. Senior brother's eyesight is better than mine, and he's more knowledgeable than me. Not only him, but Xiaojia Xiaosini was also there. Xiaosini was also prepared to trade. Obviously, Xiaosini's judgment is real. Xiaosini, Xiaohoye's son, and Xiaochan's father. Ling Yun was a 9th-tier expert, moreover, he was from Summerfield Trading Company. He was very knowledgeable. If even he felt that it was real, how could it be fake? Zhou Mingren gently rubbed his temples. After a long time, he said, let's experiment for a while more. But if it's a trap set up by Suyu, the possibility of it being real is too small. It was most likely fake. In fact, he had already determined that it was fake. He was just holding on to a ray of hope. Right now, they couldn't quickly say that it was fake. Otherwise, Zhou Pingxing, who was in charge of this matter, would be in quite a bit of trouble. The pavilion elders wouldn't just let it go with a single sentence. A full 100,000 merit points was no small amount. Moreover, there were many troubles now. A bunch of people were asking him for the text of will. He could refuse to give it to some of them, but for some, he had to give it to them. Because of Suyu, there was a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Zhou Mingren said, Suyu. I don't know if it was his idea, or if it was the idea of Chen Yong, Bai Feng, and the others, or Lu Wenyan behind it? No matter what, Suyu has humiliated Shanshanwen's faction. If we don't punish him severely, we will lose face. Lu Hong hurriedly said, Dean, he is still in the nurturing stage, and he is not on the top 100 list. It will be difficult for us to do anything to him. Zhou Mingren said calmly, don't you have any ideas? You are a group of people, and you are stumped by a child? Lu Hongyi said awkwardly, I do have an idea, but I'm afraid the dean will think I'm being whimsical. Speak. Let him enter, sir. Lu Hong said sheepishly, we are in the nurturing stage, it will be difficult to stump him. But if he enters SOAR, it will be different. We have many teaching assistants in SOAR. Moreover, in the SOAR realm, everyone is a researcher. There are not too many restrictions. If it really doesn't work, we can throw him into the All Heavens battlefield when he enters SOAR. Lu Hong quickly said, right, Dean, I think it is best to let him enter the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. How many Shinwen characters has he drawn? If he can't control himself and directly enters SOAR, that will be interesting. Should the Shinwen faction expel him at that time? Lu Hong said excitedly, if their faction doesn't complete the Shinwen combat technique outline and enter SOAR, then they won't be considered the Shinwen faction. Suyu's willpower has reached the peak of nurturing. Can he resist not entering SOAR? When that time comes, should we expel him or continue to take him in? If we take him in, will the Shinwen faction or the Shinwen faction? Then it will be a joke. The more Lu Hong said, the more excited he became. Suyu is used to advancing by leaps and bounds. Would he be willing to be stuck at the peak of nurturing for a few years or even more than a decade? When that time comes, if Bai Feng and the rest don't let him advance, maybe both sides will turn against each other. Zhou Mingren frowned slightly and said, what if he is patient? Dean, he won't be able to draw Shinwen so quickly. Shinwen, Zhou Mingren thought of something. Wan Tianxing said that he wanted Suyu to draw the human race's Shinwen. If he only drew the human race's Shinwen, then Suyu could only draw one type of Shinwen, and his speed would be slowed down. He could not draw the other Shinwen, and even if he did, he would have to break it himself. In this way, if Suyu wanted to draw more than 10 Shinwen, it would be even more troublesome. Do you know how many Shinwen combat technique foundations there are in Shinwen? Lu Hong shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but I feel that this guy is more talented than Bai Feng. At least 12, maybe more. Look, Qin Yong has been holed up all this time, but now he has come out to protect him. This kid is definitely talented. Zhou Mingren nodded. That was true. Let him advance to SOAR. Lu Hong's idea was interesting. Lu Hong said again, Dean, actually our goal now is not Suyu. Suyu's combat strength is still very strong, but his senior apprentice sister, Wu Jia, is the key. Dean, the two kids are actually not our goal. Our goal is Qin Yong. Qin Yong's position as the library's curator is our initial goal. Sniping Qin Yong, that was the goal. Wu Jia and Suyu, no matter how strong they were not SOAR. Zhou Mingren lightly sighed and nodded, that's right, Qin Yong's position needs to be vacated. Xia Yuan has already entered Dazhou Prefecture, and will be back in about a month. Xia Yuan is coming back? Lu Hongxin was shocked, but he did not show it on his face. He said hesitantly, Dean, he is after all not from Shan Shinwen's faction. Are we really going to work with him? He has a high chance of becoming the next prefecture governor of Dexia province. In Dexia province, Xia Jia is the king. As long as he becomes the prefecture governor, Shan Shinwen's faction will have hope of advancing. Lu Hong did not know what else to say. He nodded and said, I understand. Dean, are we going to prevent Wu Jia from entering the top 100 leaderboard again? Cancel the previous mission. Students from Shan Shinwen's faction, do not let Wu Jia enter the leaderboard. If you can't do it, all the quotas for next year will be cancelled. No more benefits for you, if you can't do it, you will be punished. We have spent so many resources to nurture you. What's the point of nurturing you? Lu Hong said cautiously, Dean, then I'll hand over the extra 2,000 merit points later. As he spoke, he said nervously, can you help me explain to the other Galaus? I really didn't take that much. It was really 80,000 merit points in the transaction. Suyu is trying to get me killed. I'm not that stupid. Zhou Mingren waved his hand. He did not show any anger. Should he believe whatever Suyu said? Lu Hong said confidently that he had spent 80,000 merit points. He could ask Zhou Pingxing for more information. Of course, Zhou Pingxing. This student of his gave Zhou Mingren a headache. His appetite was really big, asking for 100,000 merit points right off the bat. If the other Galaus pursued this matter, it would indeed be a big problem, especially when they were preparing to push him to become the curator. As for Lu Hong's 2,000 merit points, it was not a big deal to Shanhai. In Shan Qinwen's faction, Lu Hong's quota was slightly less than the others. So what if he took it? Troublesome matters came one after another, the deficit of 100,000 merit points, Lu Wenyan's return, the other students demanding the text of will, and Qing Yuming was seriously injured. At this moment, Zhou Mingren felt like he was in a terrible fix. Initially, he wanted to go into seclusion and attempt to break through to the Sun and Moon realm. But now, with such a mess, how could he go into seclusion? Knocking on the table, Zhou Mingren said, "Continue to keep an eye on Bai Feng and Suyu. Your two students are quite talented. Their elders are also researchers in our faction. Don't be so stingy. Spend more effort to nurture them." Lu Hongyi had an awkward and helpless expression on his face. He softly said, "Dean, I really can't afford to nurture them. I've already spent a lot of resources on that younger brother of mine. I also want to enter Lingyan as soon as possible. As for the two of them, I really don't have much time to take care of them, you guys." Zhou Mingren felt a headache coming on. If the researchers in his faction could not even afford to nurture their own students, then what was the point of having them as their masters? Under such circumstances, would these students still have any sense of identity with Shan Qinwen's faction? Could it be that they had been too stingy with Lu Hong all these years? Lu Hong's student, Xianxia, was quite good. He had the potential to enter the top 100 and advance to soar. That freshman, Lin Yao, was also quite good. Moreover, Lin Yao's grandfather was Ling Yunjing from Shan Qinwen's faction. They were truly on the same side. Those two students of yours will have a quota of 30 merit points every month. Don't even think about harming your own students. I won't. Lu Hongyi was pleasantly surprised. 30 merit points was a lot. In fact, a Soar Realm researcher could only get so much. One had to know that Chen Yang's monthly quota was only 50 merit points, and that was when he was the director. Ling Yun was at the 9th layer. Of course, Chen Yang only gave him the basic quota. He did not give him anything more. Otherwise, Ling Yun's 9th layer wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Zhou Mingren exhaled lightly. He was getting more and more impatient. There were many troublesome matters. After he reached the peak of the Mountain Sea realm, he had actually rarely bothered with these matters. In the past, it had been Qing Yuming who had been handling these matters. He was the branch master. Now that all these troublesome matters had fallen onto his shoulders, he had no idea who should take over as branch master for the time being. By the way, how is Xia Chan's performance recently? Very good. Zhou Mingren thought for a moment, then said, Xia Chan, tell her to prepare. Let her enter the Sea of Knowledge pocket next month. Dean, this Xia Chan's faction isn't on the same side as Xia Yuan's. Will Xia Yuan? It's fine. Zhou Mingren waved his hand and said calmly, it's just 2 investments. They're both Xia Jia's people, so it doesn't matter which faction loses. Even if Xia Yuan wins, he wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Do you really think that Xia of Goguryeo and Manor Head Xia can't do anything to him? Even if Xia Chan's faction lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. At worst, they would lose their position as Manor Head. Zhou Mingren could see this clearly. No matter how strong Xia Yuan was, even if he reached the invincible realm, would he dare to kill Xia Chan? Her grandfather was Xia Houyi, and her great-grandfather was Xia of Goguryeo. How could he be so reckless? Lu Hong nodded and said quickly, all right, I'll inform him when I get back. By the way, will senior brother Wenxing enter this time? He's only 1 step away from Ling Yun. If he enters this time, I think Ling Yun's position is stable. I have to congratulate senior brother Wenxing in advance. At the mention of Hu Wenxing, Zhou Mingren couldn't help but think of Bai Feng who defeated him with 1 move. He felt even more annoyed and troubled. Nothing was going well. Let's wait and see. He hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Then, he added, I'll be going out in 2 days. If there's anything, if Galao isn't around, you can look for Manor Head Xia. Got it. Lu Hong nodded immediately, feeling suspicious. Going out, to where? Qing Yuming hadn't been sent to the All Heavens battlefield as he was recuperating. At this moment, Zhou Mingren shouldn't be able to leave and should be treating him. Going out now, also, the other Galau aren't around today. Where did they go? Somehow, he felt that Zhou Mingren was a little anxious and uneasy today. Qing Yuming's injuries weren't light. Going out? Was he supposed to bring Qing Yuming along? Lu Hong connected the clues one by one, but he was still missing something important. He couldn't guess the specific situation, but he felt that Zhou Mingren was a little flustered. Dean, if you go out, what if the others find us? This others referred to the students who won the text of will. Those who could find them weren't simple characters. Go out and buy some time. Lu Hong was helpless, but he still quickly said, all right, I got it. He's just a sore. Why does it feel like Zhou Mingren is using him as the branch master? Is he really going to make me the branch master? I can't take it either. Even Ling Yun isn't one. There are many Ling Yun in Xianxia's faction, not to mention that I'm not even his direct descendant. Seeing that Zhou Mingren didn't have any further instructions, Lu Hong didn't stay any longer and left cautiously. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the problem isn't too big. Most importantly, Zhou Pingxing is the scapegoat. That old fellow was greedy, and he was Zhou Mingren's student. With Qing Yuming injured, he was Zhou Mingren's face, and Zhou Pingxing was going to make him the curator. Thus, it wasn't appropriate for him to reprimand him. Otherwise, Zhou Mingren would be the one who embarrassed himself. Lu Hong sneered in his heart. He knew it would be like this. With Zhou Pingxing at the front, if there was trouble, it would be Zhou Pingxing who would be in more trouble. Right now, Zhou Mingren could only turn a big problem into a small one. As he walked out, he was thinking about something else. Qing Yuming was crippled, Hu Wenxing was in seclusion, Zhou Pingxing was in charge of the talent blood essence research, and Zhou Mingren's direct descendant was trapped. From the looks of it, the next branch master's position might fall to a few Ling Yun 9 levels. His younger brother Lu He's teacher was a Ling Yun 9 level, so there was still hope. It's a pity that I'm not Ling Yun 9 level. Otherwise, I might be able to fight for it. There's no one else I can use. Now I'm reminded of my two students. Shaking his head, Lu Hongxin lamented. Xianxinwen's faction was strong and had a lot of people. However, after so many years of fighting, the people's hearts were scattered. The few Galaus were still fighting openly and covertly, and Zhou Mingren was worried about the few Galaus disciples. As an outsider, it seemed that he would have a chance to gain Zhou Mingren's attention. Back then, when he asked Lu He to be apprenticed to a teacher, the teacher was also from an independent faction in Xianxinwen. Ling Yun 9 level strength was not like the other Galau's direct descendant, so the chances of him becoming the branch master were much higher. As he thought of this, he thought of Suyu. He wanted to laugh. The reason why Zhou Mingren was in such trouble was because of Suyu. If not for Suyu and Jing Yuming, no one would have had a chance. Bai Feng, that trash, hasn't been able to achieve anything after so many years. On the other hand, Suyu. It'll be fun if he really enters Soar. Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm. I must let that lad in. I have to inform the other side to enter Soar as soon as possible. How fun would that be? I have to inform Suyu. As for whether he could enter or not, that would depend on his own capabilities. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. Xia Yuan is coming back. Then, he thought of that fellow, the one who had been suppressing everyone. That was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, he wasn't from Xianxinwen's faction, and they were only cooperating. At the same time, in some of the strongholds of the Myriad tribe sect in the Great Xia Prefecture, the powerhouses received a message. Suyu, student of Great Xia Civilization University, 9th tier of 15 kilograms, middle stage of nature nourishment, 1 sure combat strength, defeated a student ranked 38th in the top 100 list of Great Xia Civilization University. Mission, kill Suyu. Reward, 500 contribution points, 500 contribution points. This was the reward for killing a late-stage Soar. In an instant, some Wanzhou powerhouses in Xia province were shocked. So high. That's right, a nature nourishment student hadn't left the academy yet. Entering the academy to kill. No one would go for such a small amount of contribution points. It was no different from courting death. But even if it was difficult, would Suyu not come out? 500 contribution points was not a small amount. The mission was only issued to Soar and above Soar. Many Soar powerhouses were tempted. 500 contribution points was not a small amount. What did this Suyu do? Why did the higher-ups issue a kill order for a student? Not only that, but there was also another order. It would be even better if they could capture him alive. However, capturing him alive was very troublesome. Killing him was easy, but escaping with him was not, even if the contribution points were higher. In Xianxia province, the situation was turbulent. At this moment, Suyu was just a small wave in the sea. A small wave could kill him. Suyu did not care about the outside world. Cultivation was his foundation. As for conspiracies and schemes, they were all in the service of strength. If one was not strong, no matter how good one's schemes were, one could only be killed with a slap. Basic character formulas were his next main task. Although the 5 elements blood essence he had asked Xiahuyu to buy had not arrived, Xiahuyu had given him 60 drops of blood essence, which was enough for the time being. In the shard chamber, Suyu had reverted to the attitude he had when he first entered the academy. He cultivated diligently. His progress was too slow. He could not even beat the top 30 in the top 100. He felt that it was wrong. As for the fact that he had only been in the academy for 2 months, that was not important. What was important was that he had even provoked the peak of the mountain and sea realm. In the Sea of Will, the blood essence was digested. 36 temporary divine apertures were opened. The opening of these apertures quickly formed a complete system. Like breathing, they swallowed and spat out the scattered willpower in the shard chamber. It's not pure. Suyu suddenly had an idea. This kind of scattered willpower was not pure enough, and it was difficult to absorb. Even with 36 opened apertures, the absorption speed was not fast enough. But it's not bad. Suyu was not picky. He did not strengthen his own willpower. Instead, he used the willpower he absorbed to polish his divine apertures. He started with the first divine aperture and slowly polished it. Divine apertures opened. When he opened 36 divine apertures, he could actively cultivate his willpower. The speed was very slow. Divine apertures were more difficult to open than physical apertures. Suyu had tried many times in the past few days, but he had not succeeded. At this moment, Suyu used the power of the blood essence to absorb the willpower bit by bit and polish his apertures. Gradually, the first divine aperture showed signs of opening. Because it was a temporary opening, the divine aperture was a little dim. Now, it gradually brightened. 1 drop of blood essence was consumed. Suyu wasted no time and quickly swallowed the second drop. By the time the second drop was used up, the divine aperture had been polished to a dazzling brightness. The next moment, the Sea of Will trembled slightly. Boom, Suyu's soul seemed to have left his body. At this moment, he seemed to see a vaster world. His soul, or rather, his willpower, was drifting. The divine aperture was opened. The first divine aperture was officially opened. When Suyu saw his own body, he felt like his soul had left his body. Soul ejection, Suyu's thoughts moved. Yes, opening the divine aperture. Isn't it the same as opening the soul aperture? Willpower could also be understood as the soul. Willpower materialization. Willpower awakening. At this moment, Suyu seemed to understand something. Why can I only be enlightened after materialization? Because only by materializing could the Xianxia discover the true existence of their own willpower, and know where the aperture points were. Was it like this? How would he know where the Sea of Will's aperture point was without the experience of activating the Wind formula? He couldn't even see it. So even if I derive the Wind formula and give it to someone to cultivate, without experience, it would be very difficult to activate it. It would require a lot of time and effort, Suyu thought in his heart. In the next moment, his soul returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, he felt that everything was different. Previously, he couldn't see willpower. It was like air. You knew it existed, but you couldn't see it. But at this moment, he could vaguely see something. The surrounding space was filled with a fog-like thing. That was willpower. Like a thin fog, willpower could be felt. At this moment, he could also see a little. This was an ability that only Soar Realm experts could have. No wonder only Soar Realm experts could see how much willpower another person had. Because they could really see it, Suyu's heart was filled with joy. The mist was currently rushing towards him, but it felt very dirty and messy. don't you have any pure willpower? At this moment, Suyu suddenly thought of a place. By Feng's small research lab, it was all purified willpower inside, so would the willpower inside be different? Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly stood up. Let's go take a look, let's see if the purified willpower is different. Basement 3. Bai Feng started to try the Shenwen combination of other races. He was focused and didn't have the mind to care about other things. This laboratory couldn't be entered by outsiders. Those who could come in were either his people or extremely powerful enemies, the kind that could kill him with a single slap. Therefore, he didn't need to be on guard at all. If an enemy really came, he could kill them with a single slap. Bai Feng vaguely felt that someone had entered. It should be Suyu. He couldn't be bothered to care. He only cared about his own research. At this moment, what was Suyu doing? He was drooling, milky white, yes, in his eyes. At this moment, the laboratory was filled with milky white fog. It looked delicious, very pure, it was the same as his own vital energy. If the willpower in the fragment room was his vital energy before it was purified, then the one here was his purified vital energy. The purity was incomparable. At this moment, the only open divine aperture was slowly absorbing the milky white fog. Suyu's body shivered, comfortable, he wanted to scream, damn, the difference was too big. When he was above, he felt uncomfortable and nauseous. But here, it felt so good to suck it, one divine aperture couldn't absorb much. Suyu looked at Bai Feng guiltily. Teacher didn't notice, right? I just wanted to taste it, to experience the difference between pure willpower and messy willpower. It seemed that the difference was huge. Bai Feng really didn't notice this. Suyu couldn't absorb it anyway. Why would he notice it? However, he also sensed that Suyu didn't leave. He thought that Suyu was watching his research and felt gratified. This kid finally knew how to care about his teacher's research results. After a while, Bai Feng was almost done. He turned his head and looked at Suyu. He saw Suyu in a daze with a smile on his face. What are you doing? Bai Feng shouted. Suyu woke up with a start. He heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was absorbing that bit of pure willpower and didn't absorb any more. If not, it would be troublesome if his teacher discovered it. Suyu didn't dare to say that he wanted to taste it. He smiled and said, Teacher, I feel that my willpower is very comfortable here. Will it be faster to cultivate here? Stop it. Bai Feng angrily said, Of course it's comfortable. It will definitely be faster, but you are not allowed to cultivate here. If you cultivate your willpower here and observe the text of will, the willpower in the text of will overflow. It will cause the willpower here to be impure, and it will be detrimental to the preservation of Shenwen. Got it. Suyu hurriedly nodded. He then asked curiously, Teacher, where can I get such willpower? Bai Feng looked at him strangely and said, You can't actively absorb it now. Why do you care so much? If you can't actively absorb it, it's the same no matter where you are. You just need to have willpower to resist it. No, teacher, I'm just curious. Don't always say that I don't need to know. That's right, Bai Feng nodded. As a teacher, it was his duty to impart knowledge and clear up doubts. This can't be found anywhere. It needs to be purified. Of course, the purity of willpower is different in different places. For example, our fragment room is slightly purer than the library, and the library is slightly better than the junk in the library. Bai Feng explained, if the purity is based on percentage, our fragment room is 50%, the library 40%, and the library 30%. This laboratory is 100%. Of course, the Academy also has a Sea of Consciousness mystic realm. The willpower purity there is not low either. It's around 80%, which is considered good. Sea of Consciousness mystic realm? Yes. Bai Feng said casually, it's considered a high-end mystic realm. It was left behind by the first generation principle. The first generation is also mostly Shenwen. The Sea of Consciousness mystic realm is a little special. It's not just a single Shenwen, but a combination of several Shenwen. It can even be said that it's actually the Sea of Will of the first generation. However, there are many Shenwen, so it's troublesome to open. It also consumes a lot of things. Suyu nodded and asked expectantly, Can we go in? Of course. Bai Feng said casually. As long as you have the money. Opening it each time. Let me do some calculations. It should be around 70,000 to 80,000 merit points. That's not too much. About 50 people can enter at a time, right? You can open it for a fee. 1,000 merit points per person. Give it a try. Suyu was speechless. Teacher, don't mess around. Baifeng sneered. You still want to go in? Enter my ass. Besides, this place needs several mountains and seas to open. Do you think it's easy to open? Money alone won't do. Stop dreaming. Suyu was depressed. Why are you trying to attack me? I'm just asking. Teacher, is it difficult to purify? Baifeng glanced at him and said angrily, don't bite off more than you can chew. Purification isn't difficult. You just need to spend a bit more money. For example, shatter a few hundred text of will, extract the willpower, and remove the impurities. That should be enough to leave behind some pure willpower. Suyu was speechless. How extravagant. Was this how this place was created, eating money? Teacher, have you opened all the divine apertures of the 10,000 character scripture? Baifeng wanted to ridicule this student. How annoying. You're not sore. Why do you keep asking such useless questions? This bastard. Although he cursed, he still said, the 10,000 character scripture has 72 divine apertures opened. Opening divine apertures is a bit difficult. For us civilization masters in the source stage, opening 36 is enough, forming a large cycle. When we reach Ling Yun, we open the remaining 36, forming an even larger cycle. Opening 36 is enough? Suyu was a bit surprised. He couldn't help but ask, then source civilization master ranks are also based on the number of divine apertures opened? More or less. There's also the level of willpower. Baifeng said casually, for example, if you have opened 4 divine apertures, your willpower has reached the lower second level, and you have Shenwen entering the second level. This is the most standard civilization master, first level of the source stage. Suyu blinked. That's it? Does it count if I don't materialize it? Of course. Baifeng was a bit annoyed. How does it count if you don't materialize it? Without materializing it, your willpower isn't at the second level, and you can't open your divine apertures. How can you be considered a civilization master? He suspected that his disciple had been replaced by someone else. He wasn't stupid. Why would he ask such a stupid question? Suyu was helpless. He said vaguely, but I feel that my willpower is very strong. I'm already at the peak of the first level, and I have Shenwen at the second level. I'm just short of divine apertures. When I open my divine apertures one day, will that count as sore? Open your head. Baifeng rolled his eyes. If your true willpower reaches the second level, then you can materialize it. Suyu was stunned. Teacher, then it counts as sore? But what if my Shenwen reaches the second level before the outline is completed? Baifeng was also slightly stunned. That's right, Suyu's willpower is still very strong. After thinking for a while, he suddenly shook his head. That won't happen. You haven't filled up your sea of will, so you can't materialize it. At most, your willpower is comparable to the second level, but you won't really enter the second level. Unless your sea of will is filled up, and your willpower overflows, then it counts as materialization. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Baifeng was very helpless. You seem to be worried that I'll enter sore in advance. Can you do it? That little bit of energy you have. Just as he thought about it, he looked at Suyu and was slightly stunned. What's wrong with you? Why do I feel that your willpower has increased a little? Suyu smiled. I've just been cultivating in the fragment room, and I've made some progress. Then, he said mysteriously, Teacher, I've been communicating with the water people in the basement recently. The 5 elements race's cultivation method can actually open the divine apertures. Teacher, if I master it, won't I be awesome? Baifeng had a headache. Learn my A*S. Who doesn't know that the 5 elements race's cultivation method can open the divine apertures? I know it too. I even know the real water elemental arts. The school has the original copy of the water elemental arts, and even the other 4 elemental arts. Go and learn it. If you learn it, I'll take you as my teacher, okay? Learn my A*S, get lost, this bastard, he's so arrogant now. He only thinks about these good things all day long. Just as he thought about it, he suddenly froze. He looked at him and murmured, did you learn their innate skills? Did you open some aperture and feel like you can derive it? He still had to lay the foundation. Suyu nodded and said softly, I've swallowed the blood essence of the 5 elements race. Their innate skills are very special. Turn into water, turn into gold. It's very difficult for humans to use it, and their bodies can't use it. However, willpower can change the form of willpower. Suyu was mysterious, and said in an even smaller voice, so I was thinking if I could derive the 5 elements race's cultivation method. Teacher, do you think it's possible? Don't be so quiet. Baifeng was speechless. What are you doing, acting like a thief, he thought and shook his head. It's not the same. Forget it, you can try if you want. Even if you succeed, you might not be able to activate it. Let me tell you, don't mess around. The cultivation method corresponds to the sea of will. This thing is much harder to recover from than the body. Your senior sister Xianxia is injured in the sea of will. She won't recover for months. You don't want to waste months, right? Suyu nodded obediently and said, Teacher, if I really derive it, can I teach it to senior sister? No. Baifeng said without thinking, teach my A*S. Even if you really derive it, you have to keep it a secret. Keeping it a secret might not be a bad thing. If it really spreads, it might not be a good thing. Let me tell you, the Wan have much more nourishment than humans. Think about it. If Wan obtains it, you're finished. Then what about the soul-devouring art? Suyu asked. This was also a very powerful cultivation technique. Baifeng shook his head. It's not the same. The soul-devouring art is a martial technique. It corresponds to the acupuncture points of humans. Isn't the cultivation method the same? Baifeng was stunned. He scratched his head and thought for a moment. That's true. The sea of will is also different. But, don't spread it. As he said this, he was stunned himself. He didn't even research it and didn't derive it. Why should I say that? He looked like he believed that he could derive it. Am I the teacher or is he the teacher, really? Baifeng shook his head and felt that he was confused by Xianxi's words, and he said angrily, cut the crap. Even if you really derive it, don't spread it unless you are confident. If you spread it, no one will find trouble with you. If there is trouble, you can handle it. Suyu was embarrassed. Forget it. I can't handle it. However, he still felt a little regretful. That's a pity. The human race must have some powerful cultivation techniques. But because of various reasons, they don't dare to leak it. What a pity. It's not a pity. Baifeng smiled and said, if you really reach that level, there will naturally be someone who imparts it to you. It depends on your performance. For example, we, the Xinwen faction, actually have a cultivation technique. It's quite powerful, but we won't teach it to you now. What cultivation technique? Suyu was instantly interested. The art of accumulating spirit is specially used to nurture the Xinwen. Otherwise, how can we make the Xinwen faction become strong quickly? Forget it now. First, outline your Xinwen combat technique. If I teach it to you now, you have already nurtured the 2nd level of Xinwen. Let's see if you still want to complete the outline of the Xinwen combat technique. Suyu was a little excited. There was a cultivation technique specially for nurturing the Xinwen? Teacher, 1. Mingze has 3 2nd-level Xinwen. I don't even have as many as him. 3? Baifeng was slightly stunned. He slowly said, 3 2nd-level Xinwen. Wan Mingze. Wanfu Prefect's family? His eldest brother's grandson. I think so. Baifeng slightly frowned. In the nurturing phase, there are those who nurture 1 2nd-level Xinwen. There are also those who nurture 2. 3 2nd-level Xinwen. Take it easy. Stay away from him. Why? Maybe he's a treacherous person. Baifeng explained, to nurture 3 2nd-level Xinwen, it means that his willpower has long had the hope of advancing to soar. In order to suppress himself, he consumed a large amount of willpower to nurture the Shunwen. This kind of person suppressing himself from advancing, either to be invincible in the same rank, or to trick someone. Bai Feng didn't care too much. He casually said, invincible in the same rank, invincible in the nurturing phase. I don't think it's necessary. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that this kid is ambitious. The biggest possibility is that he's trying to trick someone. Trick who? You. Bai Feng said matter-of-factly, you don't have SOAR. The school's SOAR can't take care of you. He doesn't have SOAR either, but he can. Be careful. Most of these people are trained to deal with people who aren't SOAR. Maybe it's Wan's doing to deal with someone. That's not me, right? Who knows? Bai Feng started to be irresponsible again. He casually said, if it's not you, is it to deal with those kids from war school? Or those B** starts from Wan? That must be the reason. Otherwise, this one what's his name? He might have the hope of advancing to SOAR. Suyu was speechless. There was such a saying, Wan Mingze might have reached the peak of nurturing, but in order to nurture those second-level Shunwen, he consumed too much willpower and dropped to the next rank. Bai Feng said again, there are all kinds of things in your batch. It's not normal. That fake name from last time is not normal at all. Also, that kid from the Jing family isn't easy to deal with. Maybe he's hiding something. And this kid from the Wan family. Oh right, Xianxia. Bai Feng said suspiciously, Xiaji is Xiachan. I thought that it was Zhou Mingren who used her to deal with you, but it doesn't seem like it. Xiachan. I saw her last time. She's not bad, but that's all. Xiajia's batch doesn't have any particularly strong geniuses. Bai Feng shook his head. He couldn't be bothered. Who knew what was going on with Xiajia? Suyu thought of Xia Huyu. Xia Huyu felt stronger than Xiachan, but it was just a feeling. Teacher, have you heard of Xia Huyu? No. Is there such a person in Xiajia? How would I know? I'm not too familiar with him. I only know Xiao Longwu, Xia Chongqing, Xia Sini, Xia Yuan. Forget it, he asked for nothing. Does the master have any descendants? He should have a son? Bai Feng said uncertainly, he's a big shot. Your grandmaster might know about him. I don't care about this. Xiajia's direct descendants usually hide themselves well, afraid of being targeted by enemies. After all, if they can't deal with the master, it's not a bad idea to deal with his son. If you really want to know, it would be Shanhai. Your teacher isn't Shanhai. Suyu nodded again. He was a little unsure. Xia Huyu is Xiao Longwu's son, doesn't look like it. Xiao Longwu was wise and valiant. He was tall and mighty, resolute and strong. His son is like Xia Huyu. I don't believe it. After the master and disciple chatted for a while, Suyu went up to cultivate again. Spiritual acupoint opening. Other than spiritual acupoints, he also had to open other physical acupoints. For example, the acupoint of soul-devouring art. He didn't learn it the last time. Otherwise, if he opened this acupoint, his essence chi would mutate, and it would be easier to beat Wang He. I'll beat you until you scream and whip you to death with a kick, so you had already gone all out the last time. Everyone knew his strength. If someone targeted him again, it would definitely be stronger. He had to strengthen himself. After not seeing him for 3 days, he had gained another trump card. If anyone treated him as a senior, they wouldn't even know how they died. As long as I become stronger fast enough, it's useless even if you know my information. Xia Huyu still owes me 4,000 merit points. Martial uncle will transfer me another 5,000 merit points. That's 9,000 merit points. Suyu wondered if he should enter the mystic realm again. Spiritual acupoint opening and physical acupoint opening. In addition, he had to open more physical acupoints. He had to consider the matter of merging acupoints. Advancing to Wanshur wasn't a bad idea either. In terms of martial techniques, I have time, heavenly destruction, and Lei Yuan Dao. However, I don't know any martial techniques related to willpower. Suyu thought of another point. He might have to get a martial technique related to willpower to cultivate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have much of an advantage by relying on his current Shunwen and willpower. I've opened so many manuals. There should be a martial technique related to willpower, right? If I open more spiritual acupoints, I might be able to use it. With willpower and martial techniques, my lethality will increase exponentially. Suyu was having a headache. He felt that he didn't have enough time, there were too many things to do, these few days, he didn't even attend the basic classes. He didn't know if he would still be able to get the merit points for the position of class monitor next month. At the very least, he had 3 merit points. Also, as for willpower cultivation, even if the sea of will is saturated, I might not be able to withstand 99 Shinwen pills. Spirit expansion art, Suyu thought of Zhaoli. Should I get teacher Zhao to hammer me a few dozen more times? He felt that after being hammered last time, the sea of will had expanded a little. It was tougher and more explosive. As Suyu cultivated, he thought about his next goal. The strength of the top 30 in the top 100, it would be best if he had the strength of the top 10 in the top 100 and could exchange blows with Soar. As for Soar, it was too early. 99 Shinwen pills. Recently, he hadn't been moving much. It seemed that he still had to spend a lot of time reading those writings of will. It would be too wasteful to buy a large batch without reading them. The night was uneventful. In the blink of an eye, it was October 7th. At this moment, a shabby truck was stumbling toward Dixia province. At the same time, All Heaven's battlefield, human realm entrance. Hong Tan walked toward the entrance excitedly. As soon as he reached the entrance, he flashed his identity card and was about to leave. A Mountain Sea realm expert guarding the entrance said in a deep voice, "Are you Hong Tan, a senior researcher at Great Xia Civilization University?" Hong Tan glanced at him. He didn't know him very well. It was probably a change of guard, so he didn't mind and nodded. A battle has broken out in the Heavenly Eye race's territory. According to the battlefield's orders, researcher Hong needs to go and help. Hong Tan was surprised. The Heavenly Eye race's territory? Isn't Dazhou Prefecture stationed there now? I'm a researcher in Dixia province. Military orders from the front lines. The Mountain Sea realm must all go and help. Hong Tan scratched his head. Military orders. Fine, he had to go. If he didn't go, the invincible old fogey stationed at the front lines would kill him. Fine. Right, help me check if there's any news from Dixia province. Is anyone looking for me? There's no news. As soon as the man finished speaking, Hong Tan was stunned. Did you check? The Mountain Sea realm expert calmly said, I've been paying attention. There's no need to check. Hong Tan frowned at him and suddenly said, where's the recruitment order from the front lines? The Mountain Sea realm expert didn't say anything else. He flashed a military order. Hong Tan glanced at it and suddenly cursed, get lost. This isn't Invincible's transfer order. It's the general of the Great Zhou Army's transfer order. It has nothing to do with me. Fuck, what's the meaning of this? The general of the demon subduing army is mobilizing Mountain Sea from Dazhou Prefecture. Does Mountain Sea from Dazhou Prefecture want to go? Hong Tan's face was full of anger. Scared me to death. I thought it was Invincible's transfer order, but it turns out it's the Great Zhou Army's transfer order. What does it have to do with him? The various prefectures don't command each other. Unless Invincible orders it, all human forces on the battlefield have to obey. As for the Great Zhou Army's transfer order, I can go and help out for humanitarian reasons. But if I don't want to go, no one can stop me. Hong Tan glared at the Mountain Sea, frowned, and coldly snorted. I'm telling you, don't play tricks with me. You can use the Great Zhou Army's order to recruit me. Wait until that guy enters Invincible first. If he doesn't, then he doesn't have the right to mobilize me. Is that guy looking for trouble? Mountain Sea didn't reply. He calmly said, even if it's not Invincible's transfer order, can researcher Hong just watch him die? Get lost. Don't give me that. Hong Tan didn't fall for it. Did something happen in Dixia province? Where's the person in charge of Dixia province? Hong Tan roared. Soon, a figure appeared. Hong Tan glanced at him and said angrily, Ma, you're here. I thought you were dead. Do you know that Dazhou Prefecture is conscripting me? Dixia province has lost all face because of you. I'm going to complain about you when I get back. Is Zhou Mingren up to something in the school again? Is he trying to hold me back? Ma smiled and denied, how is that possible? Dazhou Prefecture is indeed in some trouble and needs your help. Why don't you have any sympathy? Get lost. Look at how happy you are. I suspect that you're gloating. Hong Tan couldn't be bothered with him. This was also Galao from Great Xia Civilization University, but he was an expert from Xianxia faction. The two of them hadn't been on good terms for many years, he vaguely made a judgment in his heart. He was too lazy to say anything more and was about to leave. Galao smiled and said, Hong Tan, the human realm passage needs to be repaired for a few days. Wait for a few days before leaving. Since you have nothing to do, why don't you go there and take a look? Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Bang, Hong Tan slapped down with his palm. With a rumble, Galao Ma was pressed to the ground by a huge mountain and couldn't get up no matter what. Around him, mountain seas appeared one after another. No one said a word. Hong Tan said angrily, don't think that I'm easy to bully. Repair my ass. Who are you trying to fool? I can't kill Zhou Mingren, but you think I can't beat Ma? Do you really think that I, an 8th-tier mountain sea cultivator, am a pushover? Believe it or not, I'll go talk to Wudi right now. You dare to stop me? Do you want to die? As he spoke, he kicked Galao Ma, who was pressed under the illusory mountain, away. He glanced at the person who had given him the order, snorted, and cursed, Dazhou Prefecture shouldn't bully others too much. If you really can't do it, I'll go to the War God Temple and ask Daxia of Goguryeo to make the decision. You've bullied us for so many years. Is there an end to it? I can't be bothered with you. Are you addicted to it? All these years, you've been thinking about our past friendship and don't want to haggle over it, so you keep bullying me, right? Hong Tan looked annoyed. Let me tell you, if I'm late and something happens to my disciple, I won't let you off. Oh right, and my senior brother, I'm warning you, don't play dirty with me. Wudi has a few shameless people. The Liu family saved so many people. Doesn't Wudi remember the favor? It's fine if I don't care about it usually, but if something happens to my senior brother, I'll go all out. I'll tell the whole human realm that you bastards didn't save him, that you're ungrateful, and that you're despicable. In order to plot against my master Shenwen, you plotted against a human realm hero. There was a loud bang, Hong Tan disappeared, he was sent flying with a slap, out of the human realm passage, and into the human realm. The next moment, another huge palm fell. The mountain sea cultivator who had taken out the order was directly smashed into pieces, another palm fell, and Galao Ma's body exploded, and Shenwen was sent flying everywhere. Noisy. What's with all the noise on the battlefield? If there's a next time, the Great Zhou Civilization Academy will be destroyed. A cold snort shook the surroundings. After a moment, someone said faintly, Great Zhou King, restrain yourself. If this happens again on the front lines, the army of your Dazhou Prefecture will withdraw, and your Dazhou Prefecture will be sealed off for 100 years. When these words were said, everyone fell silent. Sealing off Dazhou Prefecture for 100 years, without any source or resources, Dazhou Prefecture could be declared dead. Got it. A sigh was heard, and the two mountain sea cultivators who had been smashed into pieces recovered in the next moment. Their faces were pale, and another palm fell, grabbing the two of them and throwing them into the depths of the battlefield. Killing a mountain sea cultivator cancels out the merits. The two of them instantly disappeared, everything returned to silence. In the surroundings, some of the mountain sea tier and a few sun moon tier cultivators showed a hint of envy in their eyes. Invincible elites, eternal tier. As for the two mountain sea cultivators who had been thrown into the vanguard, no one cared about them. It was normal. If Hong Tan didn't cause trouble, it would be fine, but if he did, the two of them would definitely be in trouble. This was the All Heavens battlefield, not the Great Zhou or Great Xia. The Invincible here was always on patrol, and if they caused trouble here, the Invincible wouldn't even bother to smooth things over. They would be thrown to the front lines. If they died, everything would be over. That person from the Great Zhou Civilization Academy wasn't invincible, and even if he was, he didn't have the right to interfere here. On the other hand, this guy Hong Tan. Wasn't he an honest person? Why did he suddenly flip out? He even scolded the Invincible, and it just so happened that he could vent his anger on the two of them. In the fragment room, Suyu did not know that Grandmaster was about to return. He thought that Grandmaster was lost. Who knew when he would return? He would just treat it as Grandmaster going into seclusion. He had not seen him for a few months and would not recognize him even if he saw him. Cultivation, he continued to cultivate without stopping. He consumed 60 drops of blood essence from the 5 elements race drop by drop, and the divine apertures were constantly opened. In terms of willpower, there was no improvement. It was used to polish the divine apertures, but it was still maintained at around 70%. This continued until late at night on the 7th, Suyu let out a long sigh. It was gone. 3,000 merit points of blood essence from the 5 elements race were gone just like that. It was only a day and a night. 60 drops of blood essence, 20 divine apertures were opened. On average, 3 drops opened 1 divine aperture. The speed was not slow, but like the vitality apertures, there were a lot of impurities, and the apertures were dim. Suyu felt that it needed to be purified. The radiant bird blood essence could purify vitality, but it could not purify willpower. He did not know how to purify willpower, and Suyu had not found a suitable formula for the time being. He would try them one by one after some time. The 20 divine apertures had not formed a system yet. However, he could actively absorb some willpower, and it was slowly strengthening Suyu's willpower. It's really different after opening the divine apertures. Suyu sighed. Very good, very powerful. With the divine apertures opened, his senses were even sharper. He had opened too many physical apertures, and most of the time, his brain could not keep up with his body's instincts. However, with the divine apertures opened, Suyu's sense of dislocation was much less, and he felt that he could be faster. The main point of the time martial technique to open the leg apertures was speed. It was as fast as the flow of time. It was so fast that it could break through mountains and seas, and suppress the sun and moon. The 5 elements blood essence is gone. I can only slowly open the other divine apertures, or find Xia Huyu and ask if there are any left. There were not many people from the 5 elements race. Under normal circumstances, killing one of the 5 elements race's Xianxia would only produce 10 drops of blood essence. Suyu had devoured 70 drops of blood essence, and he had used 10 drops previously, which was equivalent to indirectly killing 7 of the 5 elements race. Of course, Suyu felt that he had indirectly killed more mountain bulls. In total, there were close to 1,000 drops. Close to 100 broken mountain bulls had died. He didn't know if the mountain-breaking bulls on the All Heavens battlefield had lost a subordinate 100 bulls team. I still need to open some acupoints and cultivate the soul-devouring art. The soul-devouring technique opened 36 apertures, but most of them overlapped. After all, Suyu had already opened many apertures. He could use the soul-devouring technique after opening 12 more. Before meeting Xia Huyu, Suyu went to the Xinghong tea house. 2nd floor. The same old place. Hu Zongqi was waiting for Suyu's arrival. When the door opened, Hu Zongqi revealed a smile. Now, everyone in the academy knows about you. At this moment, it was already late at night. The tea house was already closed. Suyu tilted his head and looked at the stairs. Hu Zongqi smiled. I bought this place. The manager is a distant relative of the Hu family. I pitied him, so I found him a job. Suyu nodded slightly. That's good. I'm not afraid. It's mainly because I've offended many people. If you get close to me, you'll be easily implicated. Hu Zongqi smiled and nodded. He naturally understood this. Otherwise, he would not have bought this tea house. The two entered the private room. Suyu did not stand on ceremony. He went straight to the point. Did you hear some news? Why did you suddenly want to see me? Yes. Hu Zongqi nodded and said in a low voice, several Shanshanwen's Galao are missing. Only Principal Zhou is still in the academy. It happened yesterday afternoon. In the evening, Li Galao came back. He seemed injured. Missing? Suyu was surprised. He was even injured. What happened? This was not a battlefield. This was Dexia province. Suyu became serious. What happened? Tell me the details. Hu Zongqi said in a low voice, I'm not sure about the specifics. Even my second grandpa doesn't know. They're not the only ones missing. Many Galau are missing as well. The academy has a total of 42 Galau and 36 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators. This does not include the Wanfu prefect. Currently, 8 have gone to the All Heavens battlefield. Including Hong Galau, that makes 9. 9 in the All Heavens battlefield was a quarter. That was not a lot. Hu Zongji continued, as for the other 27 Mountain Sea Galau, 8 of them are in seclusion. There are only 19 Mountain Sea Galau active in the academy. Including Principal Zhou, that makes 20. Suyu nodded again. Hu Zongji gave a brief introduction. Yesterday, at least 6 of those 20 left at the same time. That's what my second grandpa said. I've been going there a lot these days. I happened to run into you, so I stayed there for a while. 6 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators left at the same time. Something big had happened. What big thing? Did it have something to do with him? Suyu shook his head. What did it have to do with him? With so many Galau leaving, could it be to exterminate Wanzhou? Other than knowing that they left, is there anything else? Hu Zongqi thought for a moment before saying, I'm not sure about the specifics, but I know that when they left. No, when Li Galau came back injured, second grandpa heard the news and suddenly said. Why did that guy come back? It's going to be troublesome again. Come back? Suyu murmured. Who came back? Clearly, Hu Yuhui knew something, and he also knew the person he was talking about. Coming back, who? Hu Zongqi didn't wait for Suyu to figure it out. He continued, maybe it has something to do with you. That's why I'm telling you. Suyu looked at him strangely. Well, it had nothing to do with him. Hu Zongqi didn't need to come and talk to him about this. Something to do with us? More like the Shenwen faction? Yes. Hu Zongqi nodded. I asked my second grandpa in a roundabout way, but he didn't say much. He only said that there were some fellows who were expelled who didn't need to be mentioned. I thought that being expelled, could it be related to those people from your divine runic arts lineage that were expelled 50 years ago? Suyu's face changed slightly. Expelled. This word was too familiar. Lu Wenyan, Suyu frowned. Was it referring to Teacher Lu? It couldn't be. Teacher Lu had been in southern Yuan and didn't say that he would come back. But the call last night didn't go through. Thinking of this, Suyu was slightly moved. Wait a moment. After saying that, Suyu took out his communicator and quickly dialed a number. After waiting for a long time, it was already late at night, but someone still picked up and said with some dissatisfaction, Who is it? Uncle Chen. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the call was connected. He quickly said, Uncle Chen, it's me, Suyu. You. On the other side, Chen Qinghe woke up and was a little surprised. He hurriedly said, you, what's the matter? In the middle of the night, Suyu suddenly called. What's the matter? Uncle Chen, I tried to call my teacher but I couldn't get through. You're in southern Yuan. Is my teacher okay? You mean Instructor Lu? Yes. He's fine. But he's not in the school these 2 days? Chen Qinghe wasn't sure. He thought for a while and said, I don't think so. Yesterday, someone told me that Principal Wang drove his broken car out of the city. Instructor Lu seemed to be with him. I don't know if he went out of the city. Out of the city? Where did he go? Do you know? I'm not sure about that. Did he go to Tianshui to buy things? Chen Qinghe smiled and said, Why don't I help you ask? I have a friend in the school. I can help you find out. Is it urgent? Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Chen. You're welcome. The call was hung up. In the middle of the night, Chen Qinghe thought for a while and dialed a number to inquire. A few minutes later, Suyu's call rang. I've asked. Both Principal Wang and Instructor Lu have applied for leave, and it's a long vacation. The classes are temporarily being taught by other instructors. I'm not sure where they went. I see. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Sorry for the trouble. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Suyu hung up the call. Teacher Lu was not in southern Yuan, Suyu frowned. Galau from Shan Shenwen's faction suddenly went out, and someone was injured. Obviously, there was a fight. Could it be impossible? These people are so bold to make a move into Xia province. Teacher Lu was just a weakling who had just advanced to soar. Would Galao personally make a move against him? Could it be? Thinking of this, Suyu forced himself to remain calm and said in a low voice, "Thank you. Zongqi, thank you for passing me the news this time." "You're welcome." Hu Zongqi smiled and said, "It's what I should do. As long as the news is useful." "Suyu, don't be too anxious. To be honest, with our strength, it's useless to be anxious. If there's really trouble now, it's best to stay in the school. If you go out, I'm worried that you'll be in danger." In the school, Wan Tianxing was still there. Nothing bad would happen. Outside the school, it would be fine in the city. Once out of the city, they would be free to fly in the sky. "I understand." Suyu nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Help me find out about Zhai Feng and Qiu Yun, who was ranked 24th. From Shan Shenwen's faction, there were 4 people from Zhou Mingren's faction who were on the top 100 list. Other than Huang Qifeng, there were 3 others. Zhai Feng was previously ranked 9th and was the strongest. The other one was Qiu Yun. Both of them were disciples of Zhou Pingsheng. The last one was Hu Wenqing's disciple, Chen Qi's senior brother. However, he was very low-key and almost no one could see him. Them? Hu Zongqi was surprised. "Suyu, you didn't join Wanshi, did you?" "No." Suyu smiled and shook his head. "Help me find out more about the situation. Sometimes, some information from the outside world can't be trusted." He could not do anything about what happened outside the school. But if something were to happen to Lu Laoshi, he would be able to make them suffer in the academy as well. Zhai Feng, who was ranked 9th, had combat strength close to soar. Suyu was no match for him. However, it was hard to say what would happen to Qiu Yun, who was ranked 24th. If he were to open up more chakras, use the soul-devouring tactic, and open up so many divine apertures, he might be able to beat her to death. He did not want to implicate anyone or vent his anger on anyone. However, since Shan Shenwen's faction had taken the initiative to pick a fight, he did not mind teaching them a lesson. In the school, he was not afraid of anything. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, "As for the other Galaos, help me find out if any of their disciples are on the top 100 list. Sorry for the trouble. Some of the information is out of date." "I'm not sure." "That's easy." Hu Zongqi nodded. He was a little shocked. Suyu, who entered the school at the same time as him, was now targeting the top 30 students. That was scary. His improvement was too fast. Suyu also thought of him and asked, "Have you cultivated the primordial cleansing tactic?" "I have." Hu Zongqi nodded. "But soon," he said, "my minor is still the Aries art. I entered the arcane realm and broke through 15 June. Now, I have only opened up 18 chakras. However, I have opened up a few chakras with the primordial cleansing tactic, 18 chakras, not even at the second tier of 15 June, very weak." But to the new students, they had only entered the school for less than 3 months. It was already very good. Not everyone was at 15 June when they entered the school, and not everyone was Suyu. "Opening up chakras is too slow," Suyu said. Hu Zongqi was a little embarrassed. Suyu had no intention of discouraging him. He thought about it and said, "In our circle, even if we can't be very strong, we can't be too weak. If you are too weak, no one will pay attention to you. You won't be able to enter some high-end circles and get some important information. You can't always count on your second grandpa." Hu Zongqi said awkwardly, I don't open my chakras fast, that's fine." Suyu pondered for a moment and said, "After learning the primordial cleansing tactic, you can cleanse your chakras. Therefore, devouring some blood essence to cultivate doesn't matter much. Unlike others, devouring too much blood essence will easily cause an unstable foundation. Things like blood essence and elixirs can be devoured. It doesn't matter if you consume more. Don't forget the use of the primordial cleansing tactic." Hu Zongqi nodded. He was too embarrassed to say that this required money. The cost was too high. "Tomorrow, I will challenge the top 100 list. You can find Xia Huyu to bet on my victory. As long as I challenge a match, you can bet on a match. Bet as much as you can. If you trust me, then bet." Hu Zongqi smiled bitterly and said, I trust you, but others know how powerful you are. This bet won't work. That's in the past. Say, if I challenge Qiu Yun, will this bet still work? Yes. This time, Hu Zongqi nodded and said excitedly, Are you confident? Do you trust me? Yes. Hu Zongqi nodded and continued with a smile, then I won't ask how confident you are. Be careful. Actually, listen to my second grandpa. I think there will be chaos in the academy. Of course, it won't be too chaotic, but it will definitely not be peaceful. At this time, without strength, you really don't have the right to speak. Yes, if you win merit points, then exchange them for blood essence and elixirs to enter the essence energy mystic realm to cultivate. I can't enter. Hu Zongqi smiled bitterly and said, I only have one chance, and it's because it's upper central. Otherwise, I won't be able to enter and won't have enough merit points. So you wanted to complain? Forget it, he had forgotten about this. That's right, there weren't many freshmen who could enter. Mystic realm, Suyu touched his chin. Essence energy mystic realms were very important, at least to students without SOAR. If they could enter a mystic realm to cultivate once, their speed would be 10 times faster than outside. Even if they could devour blood essence in the outside world, there were barriers and limits. Only in a mystic realm could they devour blood essence unscrupulously for cultivation. Let me think of a way. Suyu said solemnly, let's see if we can send you in to cultivate without accumulating merit points. Suyu, Hu Zongqi said uneasily, will this work? I'll give it a try. Suyu wasn't sure either, so he decided to give it a try. If he really succeeded, it would also let Hu Zongqi understand that he was still very capable and had great potential. Without further conversation with Hu Zongqi, Suyu quickly went downstairs. He saw the shopkeeper guarding the door and nodded with a smile. When the aged shopkeeper saw Suyu being so gentle, his heart couldn't help but tremble. When Hu Zongqi also came down, he said softly, Second young master, this feels like he really has the air of a big shot. Hu Zongqi laughed, Third uncle, don't call me young master, it's so unpleasant. You're right, as long as you can pass, you'll be a big shot. This strength, sigh. He couldn't believe it, every day was different, it had only been a few days and he was going to challenge the 24-year-old Qiu Yun, this was too scary. Third uncle, help me do something. Second young master, please, I said don't, forget it. Hu Zongqi did not say anything else. He quickly said, help me find someone to sell all my properties in Tianshui. Tell my mother that her son has committed a crime outside and needs money to settle it. Ask my mother not to hold on to the money and lend it to me first, second young master, Hu Zongqi exhaled, I have to try. Third uncle, I'm just a playboy at home. I can't help it. My brother is a genius, but what about me? I'm fine too. I went to high school and entered the Civilization Academy, but when I get there, I'm nothing. If I don't seize the opportunity, I'll go to SOAR for a few decades, then return to Tianshui and become an official? How boring. Hu Zongqi chuckled. Spend money to promote me first. As for the future, if I don't do well, then don't worry about the future. If I do well, I won't be short of money in the future. Understood. The old man nodded and whispered, Second young master is actually a genius. That's Qianjun, Hu Zongqi didn't want to speak. Qianjun, that was nothing, yes, he had reached Qianjun in less than 3 months, and the second tier was not far away. But, he wanted to compete with Suyu, he couldn't even see the tail of the top 100 list. There were so many geniuses, but instead of Suyu, he chose him. He knew that Suyu had some thoughts and secrets that he couldn't suppress if he was too strong. He understood that if his family background was too strong, he couldn't suppress it. The key was that even if he was weak, he couldn't be too weak. Otherwise, if Suyu improved too quickly, he would feel that he was worthless. When he said Qianjun, Suyu didn't say anything. Hu Zongqi gritted his teeth. This leg couldn't be lost. His second grandpa wasn't even his own grandfather. How could he count on him for the rest of his life? No matter how difficult it was for Suyu and the others, they still had the support of an 8th-tier mountain sea cultivator. Just the primordial cleansing technique alone was already an incredible treasure to him. If word of this got out, it would also be a treasure. Apart from the top clans, how many clans had this, so you didn't care about Hu Zongqi's thoughts? It didn't matter whether Hu Zongqi could keep up with him or not. It was enough for him to borrow some strength now. For example, if there were some information channels that Suyu didn't know, someone would naturally tell him. I have to rope in more people. His circle was still too small. Only when he could rope in some people who could come into contact with the upper circle would he be able to maintain a smooth flow of information, know more, and understand more about the situation. Half an hour later. Nature nurturing garden, beside a fake mountain. It was dark. Lin Yao asked curiously, Brother Su, it's the middle of the night. What are we doing here? After saying that, he said excitedly, Brother Su, my teacher's status has risen. Even senior brother and I have benefited from it. We've been rewarded with an extra 30 contribution points a month. Suyu was stunned. His status had risen. Stop messing around, I've tricked Lu Hong so much, and he's actually fine. After thinking about it, he could only say that Lu Hong was really cunning. He might have even thrown the blame to Zhou Pingxing. Without saying much, Suyu smiled and said, Congratulations. This is all within our expectations, including that Gulau's serious injuries. If he wasn't, Lu Laoshi wouldn't have had the chance to show off. The cleanup of the top 100 rankings was also to create opportunities for Lu Laoshi. I guessed it. Lin Yao was a little excited. I guessed that you and teacher were putting on an act. You purposely became enemies and spoke ill of teacher so that the dean would trust teacher more. I guessed it all. You're great, damn it, I made it up on the spot and you actually guessed it. Lin Yao, you're really smart. I can't be too close to Lu Laoshi now. As Suyu said that, he said in a deep voice, right, your grandfather is also an expert from Shan Qinwen's faction. Seriously injuring Jing Gulao. Will your grandfather, it's fine. Lin Yao said nonchalantly, we're not on the same side as them. We're from Gulao's faction. Principal Zhou's faction is used to being domineering. Of course, my grandfather's relationship with Principal Zhou is still alright. He doesn't take sides too much, so we're just fooling around. That's good. We don't want to hurt our relationship. Suyu smiled and nodded. He said softly, Brother Lin, to be honest, Lu Laoshi and I, as well as many others, want to change some things. But we're not strong enough, so we can only do it in secret. Brother Lin, you're teacher Lu's student, and it's not like we didn't get to know each other after a fight. I acknowledge your character. But, I say, if one day, we decide to overthrow some of the current things, will Brother Lin still stand firmly on our side? Lin Yao frowned slightly. He said in a deep voice, Brother Su, you're not thinking of overthrowing the entire Shan Qinwen faction, are you? I don't think so. I'm not that strong. Lin Yao thought for a while. He said, I'm not a selfless person. As long as my grandfather isn't hurt, it doesn't have much to do with me. If Laoshi wins, you win. To put it bluntly, what does it have to do with me if something happens to others? Suyu smiled and nodded. He said in a low voice, then I'll officially invite you to join the fraternity. Don't ask how many people there are. Don't ask who they are. I'm your only contact. Everything else is confidential. As he said that, he briefly explained the situation of the fraternity. Lin Yao said agitatedly, Fraternity? This, is Laoshi in it too? I said, don't ask who, don't ask how many people there are. Suyu said sternly, right now, it's just a small circle. Don't spread it, don't make it public. As for Lu Laoshi, don't ask him if he's from the fraternity. He won't know that you've joined the fraternity. Everything about the fraternity can't be spread. Otherwise, I can only kick you out. Lin Yao nodded hurriedly. He said in a low voice, I understand. Then what can I do? Pass information and gather information. Isn't your grandfather a powerhouse in Ling Yunjing? He's also on good terms with Principal Zhou. I believe he knows a lot of things. If you think you can disclose it, then tell me. If you can't, then forget it. As he said that, Suyu said again, of course, everything isn't free. In the fraternity, we pay attention to fair and just exchanges. We'll have people evaluate the value of the information you bring. In the end, you can exchange it for something you want. Something I want? Lin Yao said hesitantly, I still have enough cultivation resources. Suyu shook his head. Brother Lin, you're too easily satisfied. Where's the domineering attitude that asked me for the Broken Mountain Ox blood essence? Don't you want to fight for the top 100 list? How about now? Are you going to give up so easily? So many people in our class have entered the top 100 list. Don't you have any thoughts? Lin Yao was stunned. I feel that ever since we made peace, you've lost your fighting spirit. If I knew this would happen, I would have continued to be my enemy. Brother Lin, don't forget that you're from Shan Shenwen's faction and I'm from Shenwen's faction. From now on, we're still enemies, opponents. You can't wait to skin me alive. That's Lin Yao. Lin Yao's expression turned serious. He thought for a moment and nodded. I've learned my lesson. I was a little carried away. I thought that since Brother Su is not my enemy, then why should I fight for it? Now. I know I was wrong. That's right. Suyu said softly. We have a lot of good stuff. Skills to purify vitality, including the soul-devouring tactics that I mentioned earlier, talent skills, blood essence, and even some skills to strengthen our physique, all kinds of text of will. There's a lot. How can we not have what you need? All of these can only be obtained by our own people. Lin Yao swallowed his saliva and whispered, can these things be passed on? Why not? They're created and researched by our own people. They're not obtained from other sources. Created by our own people, Lin Yao was shocked. Just how many people had joined the Mutual Assistance Association? How many elites were there? Many Shenwen's faction might have joined quite a number. Shan Shenwen's faction should have some too. What about the other factions? Lin Yao was shocked. His own teacher had most likely joined them, perhaps some others had joined as well. For example, that Xianxia Huyu, he felt that he had joined a very powerful organization, perhaps there was a powerful force that even the principal did not know about in the academy. Thinking about it, it was quite exciting. Suyu suddenly said, Brother Lin, you're too weak. You've entered Thousand June state on the 1st of September. Now you're only at level 2 of Thousand June. You haven't even reached level 3 yet. This won't do. This, Lin Yao was embarrassed. It was very fast. The Mutual Assistance Association has a skill called Cleansing Energy Technique. It's specially used to remove impurities from acupoints. I've used it before. You've seen my situation. You should know how strong I am. After learning this, you can consume large amounts of blood essence and pills to advance. After removing the impurities, your cultivation speed will soar. It won't affect your advancement to Wanshi. Lin Yao's eyes lit up. You've used it before? Yes. How many merit points can I exchange for it? Not merit points. It's an internal mutual aid point. It's the same as merit points. However, you have to make contributions to get the mutual aid point. As Suyu spoke, he was stunned for a moment. Damn it, why do I feel like I'm messing with Wanzhou? Then he tossed the thought aside. I'm not going against the humans. I'm just trying to protect myself. Who cares? 10 points will do. Internal people, these basic skills aren't expensive. I won't sell them even if you offer 1,000 merit points. 10 points will do? Lin Yao was stunned. This Mutual Assistance Association was really F***king amazing. No wonder Suyu improved so quickly. This was too cheap. Then any information can be exchanged for mutual aid points? Lin Yao was anxious. He hurriedly said, I know a piece of information. I wonder if I can exchange it for mutual aid points. Tell me about it. It's like this. A few months ago, the Tiani God cult launched an attack on Xia province. The cult leader was killed by the prefecture head. The higher-ups of the Tiani God cult were wiped out in one fell swoop. However, no one found their treasury. I heard from my grandfather that Long Wuwei had searched for it before but couldn't find it. Lin Yao quickly said, then, my grandfather said that there's actually hope of finding it. It's just that the prefecture head doesn't want to look for it. Their cult leader's corpse was thrown into the Wan pit. My grandfather said that if we extract a drop of blood essence and find someone who can split the blood essence and memory imprint to search, we might be able to see the memories. Of course, there are very few experts who can split this, and those who can do it won't care about it, Lin Yao said nervously. Can this be exchanged for mutual aid points? I don't think it's very useful. But if it's related to important people, maybe they'll be interested? Suyu was stunned. There was such a thing? Also, did this fellow Lin Yao really think that there were important people in the Mutual Assistance Association? Is it very difficult to extract the memory imprint? He was a little surprised. Was it very difficult? Bai Feng knew how to do it, he was also learning. It's very difficult. Lin Yao nodded and said, my grandfather said that there aren't many experts who are good at splitting the memory imprint. Even the prefecture head isn't good at it, otherwise he would have done it long ago. Our prefects might know how to do it, but they'd be too embarrassed to go there and steal the blood essence. Too embarrassed, Suyu muttered to himself. The Wanfu prefect was very shameless. Would he be embarrassed? He probably had some scruples. After all, extracting the human blood essence, even if it was from Wanzhou, was not something that could be done openly. Of course, if Xiao Longwu knew how to do it, he wouldn't have those scruples. I understand. I'll get someone to evaluate this information. If it's useful, there will definitely be a lot of mutual aid points. I think it won't be a problem to exchange for a primordial purity technique. Of course, even if you exchange for it, you can't spread it or let anyone know, understand? Don't worry, I understand. Lin Yao nodded solemnly. How could he not understand this? Techniques could not be easily passed down. If you casually spread a technique created by an important person, people would die. This had happened too many times. After dealing with Lin Yao, he received a piece of information that he didn't know how valuable it was. Suyu heaved a long sigh of relief. There were now 3 members of the Mutual Assistance Association. Not bad, they were all top-grade geniuses. Even Hu Zongqi was above average. In fact, he wasn't weak at all. It was just that he was a little weak compared to Suyu. Teacher Liu, he couldn't get in touch with Lu Wenyan. Shan Shenwen's faction might be targeting him. Suyu cursed in his heart. He didn't know whether he should inform his uncle master or his teacher. After all, his uncle master hadn't gone to the Mountain Sea realm and still had to guard the library. If he left, he was too weak. It was a pity that his uncle master didn't go to the Mountain Sea realm. What does Ling Yan need to go to the Mountain Sea realm? Cultivation techniques or something else? If that's not possible, I can provide you with some cultivation techniques. Suyu lacked many things, but he didn't lack cultivation techniques. Moreover, they were cultivation techniques that were suitable for humans. He really had a lot of them. In total, he had opened more than 80 atlases. His uncle master had been stuck in Ling Yun for many years. He didn't know what was going on. If he entered the Mountain Sea realm, Shen Wen's faction would be even stronger. If he became Galao, he would at least have quite a bit of authority in the academy. And Teacher Zhao, Suyu exhaled again and continued running without stopping. He had to find Xia Huyu first. By the time he was done, the sky would be bright. Tomorrow would be the 8th. It was time to visit Teacher Zhao. If possible, he could ask him to give him a few dozen more hammers. At the same time, he could ask if he could open a back door for him to enter the Essence Energy Mystic Realm. The Essence Energy Mystic Realm left behind by Teacher Zhao's father. Didn't he have any special privileges? If he didn't use the privileges, it would be invalid after it expired. Suyu thought with some regret. Perhaps, he could discuss it with his teacher. Shen Wen's faction had been abolished anyway. Why don't he go and take Teacher Zhao as his master? Of course, he could take Shen Wen's faction as his minor. We're still family, so there's no need to be angry. If I get some benefits, I can also share some with you. That way, the Essence Energy Mystic Realm would be his. How great would that be? When Suyu found Xia Huyu had just woken up and was still in a daze. It was too late, it was almost 4 in the morning. Xia Huyu had just woken up and was in a daze, but Suyu was not. Just as he was about to speak, his heart suddenly trembled. What did he see? A faint mist surrounded Xia Huyu and was slowly absorbed by him. Soon, this faint mist disappeared. Divine aperture opening. Xiu had just opened 20 divine apertures, so he understood the state too well. That faint mist obviously came from somewhere. Soar, Xiu was secretly shocked. Xiaohuyu was soar, that's not right. If it was soar, the willpower would be full and the willpower would enter the second level, so it would be somewhat different. Unless Xiaohuyu was too strong and hid his strength so others could not see it. If it wasn't soar, then, this guy had opened his divine aperture, and he had the tempering stage's incantation. Xiu was surprised. Didn't they say that there were no incantations in the tempering stage? Or, there were, but it was monopolized by some big families. So Xiaohuyu knew it because he was an important person to Xianxia. Xiu, it's the middle of the night. If you have something to say, you can say it tomorrow. Xiaohuyu yawned and was a little sleepy. Did Xiu not sleep all day? As for the weak willpower that was absorbed by him when he just woke up, he did not care too much. Xiu was not sore and could not sense anything. It was just a little bit and was quickly absorbed. Even if Soar did not care, he would not see it. Xiu did not change his expression and said with a smile, there are too many things to do, sorry for the trouble. Hu, let me ask you something. Do you have basic incantations for sale here? They are incantations for cultivating the divine aperture in the tempering stage. No. Xiaohuyu said directly, how can this thing be sold? Xiu interrupted, does that mean such a thing exists? Xiu whispered, you know a lot. Tell me, is there such a script in the human realm? Xiaohuyu scratched his head and said with a silly smile, there are definitely some, but most of them are secrets that are not passed down. There are so many invincible rankers, there are bound to be people who can derive some basic formulas that are suitable for us to cultivate. Since it was derived by Wu Di, why didn't it spread like the Foundation Primary Arts? It's different. Xiaohuyu shook his head and said, let's put it this way. Everyone can become a fighter. Only a small group of people could become a civilizer. As for that small group of people, they are actually standing at the very top of society. Those who study to become a civilizator are either from large clans or from aristocratic families. There are also unorthodox people, but the proportion is very small. Even if the Foundation Primary Arts are created, in the end, the commoners can't get them. They can't learn them, and they don't have the conditions to learn them. So, in the end, they will fall into the hands of those large clans. Xiaohuyu was a little more clear-headed and continued, this way, the class of civilizators will be even more solidified. Not passing it down might not be a bad thing. Of course, there are selfish motives. Civilizator clans all hope that their civilizator is stronger. Just like some fighter clans, the cultivation methods they create will not be passed down to outsiders. Xiaohuyu smiled and said, it is impossible that all cultivation methods will be passed down to outsiders. It is the same for all races. Strong races like the gods and demons will not pass down their powerful cultivation methods to ordinary gods and demons. Xiu nodded slightly, that is to say, this kind of script really exists, right? It should be. Xiaohuyu gave a vague answer. Xiu thought and said, what if this cultivation method is passed down? Xiaohuyu thought about it and said, in the future, the number of civilizators will increase, and it will be harder to fight for resources. There will not be enough inscriptions. Of course, these are the disadvantages, but there are also advantages. Civilizators can advance to soar faster, and they can form their combat power faster, saving time for advancing to higher levels in the future. After saying that, he smiled and said, Xiu, no one will sell this thing, so don't think about it. Even if there are people in the mortal realm, there won't be many of them. Normally, even the clans might not pass it down to everyone. Xiaohuyu shook his head and said, let me put it this way. It is impossible to share everything publicly now. Unless one day, when the human race is really at the end of the line and has no choice but to unite to resist the one, they will be united and face a desperate situation. At that time, it probably won't matter what kind of cultivation method it is. But now, the human race is still one of the strong races. Although their situation is not too good, they have more victories than losses on the all-heavens battlefield. It is unrealistic to hope that cultivation methods can be passed down at will. Their situation is very good? Suyu said indifferently, if their situation was good, the demon-subduing army would not have issued several recruitment orders for veterans, and my father would not have returned to the battlefield at the age of 50. Xiaohuyu was a bit embarrassed and coughed lightly. The demon-subduing army situation is not the same. This is mainly because there have been too many battles in Dexia province in the past few years. You know, Dexia province is warlike, and Prefecture Lord Xia has a fierce temper. I cannot accept grievances and is not willing to compromise. As long as someone provokes us, we will definitely send troops. This caused the demon-subduing army to suffer heavy losses, and we have to recruit more soldiers. Suyu fell into deep thought and said, so, the other prefectures did not suffer much? Not much. Xiaohuyu shook his head and said, the other great prefectures also go on expeditions, but strictly speaking, the races they go on expeditions are not considered powerful races. Only our great Xia prefecture faces a majority of the powerful god-fiend races. Why? Xiaohuyu sighed, why else? It has something to do with Daxia of Gogirio's personality. He is the kind of person who dares to do what you don't dare to do. You don't dare to defend here, but I insist on defending here. You don't dare to start a conflict, but I must fight back. The past few prefecture lords of Xianxia have been like this. So, as the battle lines get longer and deeper into the All-Heavens battlefield, we naturally encounter more powerful races. Do they not care about the other invincibles? Of course they do. But the invincibles only care about battles at the level of invincibles. They will not interfere too much in the battles below. Xiaohuyu saw his confusion and said, of course, just because there are more battles doesn't mean it's bad. At the very least, the more battles we come into contact with, the higher the chances of experts emerging. The great Xiao residence has the intention of nurturing venomous creatures. He had nothing to hide and said directly, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. In the All-Heavens battlefield, Dexia province has the highest probability of producing experts. In the entire Dexia province, its strength is actually top-notch. Among the 36 prefectures in the human realm, Dexia province's strength has always been in the top 3. 36 prefectures in the human realm? Suyu frowned and said, why 36 prefectures? The book says that there are 38 prefectures in the human realm. Xiaohuyu scratched his head and said, I'm talking about big prefectures, not small ones. There are 2 small prefectures in the human realm. The book doesn't mention them in detail. One of them is the All-Heavens prefecture, which is the area where the passage between the human realm and the All-Heavens battlefield is located. The other is the double sacred prefecture, which is also the core of the human race, where the 2 holy lands are located. The War God Temple and the Seeker's Land are both in that area. Suyu nodded and said angrily, I know this, but you didn't include these 2 prefectures. I was thinking, is our Dexia province so strong? It's second only to the double sacred prefecture. There's not much difference. Xiaohuyu shrugged and said, Dexia province ranks at the top in terms of combat strength and the number of experts, not to mention anything else. The other one is Dazhou prefecture, which is a long-standing strong prefecture. It has plundered more resources in the All-Heavens battlefield than we do, so it has many experts. Who else can rank in the top 3 besides Dexia and Dazhou prefecture? The Great Qin prefecture. Xiaohuyu said directly, they are also strong. The combat strength of the Great Qin King is top-notch even among the Invincible Realm experts. Suyu thought for a moment and said, so, the 2 holy lands have a total of 36 Invincible Realm experts? I don't know about this. Xiaohuyu said with a smile, no one knows about this except the Invincible Realm experts. First, some people may die, but they may not be known. Some people may be newly promoted to the Invincible Realm, but they may not be known. In addition, not all Invincible Realm experts will build big mansions. Xiaohuyu said with a smile, you should know if you read history. More than 300 years ago, the reason why they built big mansions was because some experts rushed into the human realm and created chaos everywhere. Some Invincible Realm experts had no choice but to stand up and build big mansions to protect the safety of the area. Suyu nodded slightly. He knew this part of history. Of course, the book was too general. In fact, many doubts were not explained clearly. For example, How did those invincible realm experts more than 300 years ago advance? Where did they come from? Where did they learn? Were there any experts before the human realm? In short, it was very vague. When it came to the combat strength of these invincible realm experts, the book was vague. So you did not ask further. He generally understood some things. At this moment, he was also guessing that this guy might be the son of Xiao Longwu. What a pity, Xiao Longwu was the person Suyu admired the most. When he appeared on TV, he was extremely dignified. When he gave an order, heads would roll. He killed Wan Zhu, who didn't dare to show his face in Xia province. Such a strong and dignified king, his son, was like this. He couldn't believe it. Of course, Suyu wouldn't expose him. He was about 80% confident that it was fine as long as he knew. If he exposed him, he wouldn't have to bow to the crown prince of the great Xia residence every time he saw him. Let's not talk about this. I still have 4,000 merit points from you last time. I asked you to buy some essence blood for me. Did you buy it? I bought some. Broken Mountain Ox essence blood. I got you 100 drops of late Wansher's essence blood, which cost 2,000 merit points. I got you 500 drops of soul-eating insects essence blood, which cost 1,500 merit points. I got you 10 drops of the Fire Spirit Clan's essence blood with the remaining 500 merit points. He spent it all just like that, so you was also helpless. This guy was really efficient. You're really accurate, spending it all in one go, not a bit more, not a bit less. The Broken Mountain oxen at the front didn't rebel? Xiaohu laughed. What are you thinking? It's just some essence blood. We didn't kill much. Broken Mountain oxen are only one of the top 100 races. Don't overestimate them. Our human race is still one of the top 10 races. A large number of people die in battle every year. The lives of Broken Mountain oxen are not as valuable as human lives. Of course, there aren't many Broken Mountain oxen. They start at 1000 June, which is a bit stronger than humans. The human race has to go through Kaiyuan. Many strong races don't have Kaiyuan's level. So you didn't talk about this anymore. However, the merit points he got from the previous bonus had been used up. He thought for a moment and said, my teacher told me before that when I reach soar and cultivate the 10,000 text scripture, I can open the divine aperture. However, absorbing willpower will make the divine aperture just like the Yuan aperture, filled with some messy willpower. You are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know how to get rid of these messy willpower? You really asked the right person on this. Xiaohu laughed. There is more than one way to get rid of these messy willpower. There are many ways. First, medicinal pills. The divine pill system has a kind of medicinal pill that can get rid of these messy willpower. It's called the spirit congealing pill. It has different levels. The second level spirit congealing pill corresponds to the soar realm. However, the price is very high. 100 merit points for one pill. The effect is not bad. One pill can purify 3 to 5 divine apertures. Second, divine talisman. The divine talisman system has a type of cleansing talisman. It's a one-time use talisman that can be used to purify the divine aperture. Its price is about the same as the spirit congealing pill. Third, using extremely pure willpower to wash the divine aperture can get rid of impurities. Fourth, there are a few rare natural treasures that can solve this problem. Fifth, cultivation method. Cultivation method? Suyu was more concerned about this. He asked, is there a cultivation method that can solve this problem? Yes. Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, of course, I don't have such a cultivation method, and I can't buy it. However, there are people who do. It's said that Deming Wang has such a cultivation method. It's used to purify willpower. The Zhu family of Deming constabulary should have such a cultivation method. That's why the civilizationists of their line have purer divine apertures. Forget it, Deming Wang. So you had nothing to say. The cultivation method of the invincible family obviously wouldn't be taught to outsiders. Is there such a cultivation method in Wan? There should be, but I'm not sure about the details. However, some races that specialize in willpower might have it. I'm not sure if the 5 elements race has it, so you didn't know either. He only knew about the 5 elements race's innate skills and basic incantations, but that didn't mean he knew all their cultivation methods. Only the basic incantations and innate skills were unlocked by the blood essence. It didn't include the additional cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. If that was the case, it would be too scary. So you didn't ask anymore. He would look it up later, or ask by phone. He wasn't in a hurry. Although his divine aperture had more impurities and willpower, he didn't have any plans to advance now. He didn't have to worry too much about the impurities affecting his future. At the moment, he had more than 5,000 merit points left. He had more than 300 merit points left. After thinking for a moment, Suyu said, "Hu Yu, if I want to advance to Wanshi, do you think there's anything that can help me advance faster?" "You're going to advance to Wanshi?" Xia Huyu was surprised at first, but then he felt that it was natural. Since Suyu was already at the 9th level of 15 caddies, it was natural that he wanted to advance. Advancing to Wanshi, actually, you also know that it's fusing the apertures. However, you have to fuse more than 10 apertures to be considered a true Wanshi. The number of fused apertures has a huge impact on your battle strength. It's best to fuse all the apertures at the first level. For example, the Aries Art has 12 apertures at the first level. It's best to fuse them all. This way, when you attack, the essence in the apertures will gather, and you will be like a fish in the water. There won't be any stagnation or problems with the circulation. Xia Huyu said a few words, but didn't say much. So you should understand this himself. Xia Huyu thought for a moment and said, "The best supplementary item for advancing to Wanshi should be the glaze fruit." Glaze fruit? Suyu thought for a moment. He hadn't heard of it before. Compared to these descendants of the great clans, his knowledge was still lacking. As for book knowledge, Suyu couldn't be proficient in everything. Yes. After consuming it, it can make your body like glaze. Your entire body will be transparent, and your apertures will have some qualitative changes, or rather, solidification. This is the time when the repelling force is the smallest when fusing the apertures. The smallest repelling force, Suyu pondered and said slowly, when fusing the apertures will repel each other. Then, can I use the Shunwen to replace the glaze fruit to solidify or use other methods to weaken the repelling force? Yes. Xia Huyu nodded and said, "It's naturally possible if there's a suitable Shunwen. The key is that you might not have such a Shunwen." Understood. Suyu didn't say anything more. He looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dawn. He said, "I'll leave it with you first. Send it to the entrance of the Wentan Research Center. Recently, there have been many people watching me. I don't want to be robbed on the way." "Sure." Xia Huyu nodded. He was in a good mood. He had made another business deal. Moreover, Suyu still had a lot of merit points on hand. He could do business again. Wanshi, after Suyu left, Xia Huyu mumbled. This guy was a civilization master. His physique was like that of a fighter. He wasn't afraid of delaying the cultivation of his willpower. Suyu wandered around the school in the morning. Xia Huyu was most likely the son of Xiao Longwu. Otherwise, how could he know the tempering scripture? Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that this guy was a powerhouse above Soar. If this was the case, Suyu couldn't say anything. But he was so young. Even if he was Soar, such a monster, it was very likely that he was the son of Xiao Longwu. As expected, coming from a big family, your disguise is quite good. Xia Huyu's willpower definitely wasn't limited to just this, so you couldn't judge his true strength. He might be stronger than Wan Mingze. In fact, he might not even be able to suppress him. Why are all of you hiding? What are you doing? Suyu cursed in his heart. There were a few people in the class who were acting mysteriously. He couldn't figure out how strong they were. They didn't fight for the rankings and just hid themselves. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He had also hidden many things. For example, he didn't tell anyone about the 20 divine apertures he had opened. After wandering around the school for a while, Suyu waited for the sky to brighten before heading to Zhao Li's research institute. What a rare guest. When he saw Suyu, Zhao Li chuckled and teased him. Suyu felt a little awkward. He only came because he had something to do. In fact, he didn't even go to the basic classes anymore. Teacher, it's fine. Zhao didn't really mind. He smiled and said, kid, if you can still attend the blacksmithing class, I'll have to admire you. You have to cultivate, sketch out Shenwen, and improve your willpower. In a short period of time, you still have to fight for the top 100 rankings. It has only been 2 months since you entered the school. He really didn't mind. Suyu was very busy. Everyone could understand this. In particular, Suyu had participated in some research projects. The fact that he was able to cultivate to this level had already shocked a group of people. If he could still attend blacksmithing as a minor at this time, then Suyu was a god. Suyu felt extremely awkward. Zhao didn't mind either. He closed the door of the research institute and said as he walked, tell me, what's the matter? Do you want to recast Wenbing? There's no rush. You should only have a few Shenwen, right? You just recast it the last time. Come and find me when you have more than 10 Shenwen. Teacher, Suyu hesitated for a moment, but he still said, Teacher, I came to find you to ask if there's any way to enter the Essence Energy Mystic Realm without accumulating merit points. Don't you have enough? Zhao said in surprise, you've accumulated enough merit points, I know that. Don't tell me, you want to enter for free? Suyu smiled. It would be best if it could be free. Zhao was speechless and laughed. He thought for a moment and said, you probably know the situation, right? Let me put it this way. My father is the 4th generation principal of the academy. He left behind that Shenwen. Actually, I didn't care about it because he used the resources of the academy. He represents the Great Xia Civilization University. Of course, strictly speaking, the mystic realm should belong to me. Otherwise, some invincible families would be looking for trouble with me. What's the point of a strong family if they don't enjoy the benefits of being strong? Zhao didn't care too much about what others did. He continued, one entry costs 100 merit points. Actually, it's not much. Maintaining the mystic realm requires costs. The academy has some income, but it's actually not much. It's very little. Suyu nodded and said softly, Teacher, it's okay if it can't be free. My idea is to send a few of my good friends in to cultivate. I can still pay, but they don't have enough merit points. You know, without reaching SOAR, it's too difficult to accumulate merit points. It's not difficult for you, kid. Zhao laughed and said, alright, pay 100 merit points. This is to allow the mystic realm to operate for a long time. If you pay enough, the merit points can be used to open a back door. As he spoke, he searched around on his shabby sofa. After a while, he took out a black sign. Use this to bring people in. The ones guarding the mystic realm are Little Huang and Little Nia. They know the situation. Little Huang. Little Nia, so you didn't want to mention how awkward it sounded. Little Nia was fine, but Little Huang. I remember, the dog of the uncle next door was called this. Thank you, teacher. So you didn't think too much and hurriedly took it, his face full of joy. This thing was good, he could bring people in. Although he still had to pay, at least he could save himself a lot of trouble. If he counted on Hu Zongqi, Lin Yao, and the others to accumulate merit points themselves, they wouldn't be able to get into the top 10 of the monthly test, they wouldn't be able to enter the top 100 list, and they wouldn't be able to do missions. God knows how long they would have to wait. The sign felt cool in his hand. There wasn't anything extra on it, just a hammer and the word Zhao. Suyu was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Teacher, I've caused you trouble. Oh right, when you hammered me a few times last time, I realized that my willpower has become much stronger. During the previous test, I realized that my willpower has reached the peak of the first level. The peak of the first level? Zhao thought for a while and nodded. Not bad. However, my hammering didn't have much effect. This has to do with your body. Your willpower has already been tempered a lot. I just made it more condensed. Teacher, is that the effect of the spirit expansion art? Yes. Zhao wasn't surprised that Suyu knew about this. If he still didn't know, Suyu would be a fool. He smiled and said, Are you regretting it now? If you had majored in blacksmithing, I would have taught you the spirit expansion art. Now, you're only passively enjoying the benefits of a few hammerings. You should know that after cultivating it, your sea of will automatically form a big hammer and hammer your sea of will every day. So you looked at him strangely. That meant Teacher Zhao was being hammered every day. Zhao Li was speechless under his gaze. He smiled faintly and said, "What are you looking at?" "Tempered a lot. This is the real sea of will. Even the mountains and seas can't shatter my sea of will. This is the benefit of the spirit expansion art. Willpower is divided into levels. Nurturing level 1, Soar level 2, Lingyan level 3, Mountain Sea level 4, Sun and Moon level 5. Currently, the highest is at the peak of the 5th level. Although I'm Lingyan, my willpower has long reached the 4th level." Suyu was surprised and said, "Then why isn't teacher a Mountain Sea?" "Mountain Sea," Zhao Li thought for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. "You've been in school for so long, you should know some things. To advance, one needs willpower, shunwen, and divine aperture to reach a certain standard. Back then, I failed to forge the Earth stage Wenbing, causing my master shunwen to fail. My master shunwen is currently only at the peak of the 3rd level, unable to reach the 4th level. Moreover, in order to enter the Mountain Sea in one fell swoop, I smelted my master shunwen into the Wenbing. Now that the Wenbing is useless, in this lifetime, there's no hope for me to enter the Mountain Sea." In fact, there was still some hope, but not much. He didn't care too much about it. A few years ago, he was still a little disappointed. Now, it all depended on luck. Perhaps one day, the Wenbing would completely advance, and he could also successfully advance his master Shunwen and step into the Mountain Sea realm in one fell swoop. Only now did Suyu understand why Zhao Li couldn't enter the Mountain Sea realm. What great boldness, he actually fused his master Shunwen into the Wenbing. No wonder he was 120 years old, cough cough, no wonder he couldn't advance. "Teacher, then why aren't you Lingyan 9th level?" Zhao Li said casually, "It's caused by the spirit expansion art. Originally, I was, but I couldn't advance successfully. The sea of will couldn't expand, and my spirit expansion art tempered me every day, compressing my willpower. After a while, I didn't manage to fill up the sea of will, so I dropped to Lingyan 7th level." This time, Suyu completely understood, so this person used to be Lingyan 9th level. In the end, he didn't enter the Mountain Sea realm, and the hammer hammered his willpower every day. Under the compression, he dropped to Lingyan 7th level. "Then, will you continue to drop?" "No." Zhao Li smiled and said, "There's always a limit. If I continue to compress it, my willpower will solidify. Compressing it to Lingyan 7th level is already the limit." Suyu was really curious now. "If you compress it so much, once you enter the Mountain Sea realm, won't you instantly become an expert there?" "Not really," Zhao Li chuckled and said, "but in terms of strength, when I reach the Mountain Sea realm, an ordinary Mountain Sea realm cultivator might not be a match for me. As for the middle Mountain Sea realm, that's another level." "Teacher, what's the problem with your Wenbing? Why did it fail?" Seeing that Zhao Li was in a good mood today, Suyu couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Zhao Li sank into his memories. After a while, he said, "Back then, when I was forging it, I didn't have enough strength. Logically speaking, an Earth-level Wenbing needs to have 73 gold patterns to be considered an Earth-level Wenbing. In fact, I could have forged it, but I was too ambitious and greedy. I felt that I could forge even more gold patterns." Zhao Li shook his head and sighed. "But I was too arrogant. The materials I used were all the best in preparation for advancing to the heaven stage Wenbing in the future. Inscribing the gold patterns was even more difficult. Moreover, I fused my main Shinwen into it and developed some resistance, making it even more difficult. When I forged 72 gold patterns, I couldn't hold on any longer. I wanted to forge 73 gold patterns, but I failed. The Wenbing didn't advance, and because the materials were too strong, my main Shinwen was imprisoned within it." Zhao Li let out a breath. "Right now, the only way is to shatter this civil weapon. But once it shatters, my sovereign's divine script will be heavily damaged as well. In addition, I don't want to do that either. I'll just leave it there and let it rest, one day at a time. Perhaps one day, if I'm lucky, I'll advance on my own." Suyu scratched his head. Teacher, can't I reforge the Wenbing? Of course. Zhao Li glanced at him. But I'm still not as strong as I was back then. You saw how difficult it is to reforge the gold patterns. Unless someone helps me, there's a guy in Xianxia province who has that ability. That earth-grade weapon forging master? Zhao Li curled his lips. That's him. But I'm too lazy to care about him. That guy has been coveting my main Shenwen and my spirit expansion art. I'd rather not advance than look for him. Zhao Li glanced at him and said regretfully, Kid, you have a strong will. If you can advance to Lingyun and cultivate my spirit expansion art, there's still hope for you to help me reforge it. How about this, when your main branch in Shenwen is destroyed, you can come to me. Suyu smiled sheepishly. Teacher, what are you saying? Annihilate. Suyu scratched his head and said in a low voice, Teacher, how about, you teach me the spirit expansion art. When I reach Lingyun, I'll come and help you. My cultivation is very fast, and I'll reach Lingyun very soon. Zhao Li looked at him, dumbfounded. Damn, this kid is so thick-skinned. Suyu laughed dryly. Teacher, don't look at me like that. I'm serious. My cultivation is really fast. Get lost. Zhao Li said angrily. You're not even my direct disciple. If I teach you, do I still want to take in my last disciple? Suyu laughed. Teacher, I don't think you're going to take in a disciple for the time being. Why don't you make do with me for now? The main branch in Shenwen has been banned. It's not official. Actually, I majored in blacksmithing. Have you forgotten? Zhao Li was stunned. Really? How could he say that? That's right. The main branch in Shenwen was gone. Suyu's cultivation was actually blacksmithing, not Shenwen. Of course, Suyu was in the faculty of theology. Zhao Li scratched his white hair. Is that so? Wasn't this boy from the Divine Runic department a student of the blacksmithing department? Why does it feel like something is wrong? Zhao Li really didn't expect Suyu to be so shameless, he was too direct. He thought that Suyu would beat around the bush and think of a way to get the inheritance from him. As for the tricks, he had thought of it for Suyu. He wanted to come here more often to learn more about blacksmithing. If he really couldn't do it, he would come here every day to clean up and do odd jobs. In any case, he just wanted to get close to Sun Mo. In the end, this bastard didn't do anything and just insisted on it. Zhao Li stared at him. Suyu had a simple and honest look on his face. Teacher, do I make sense? Make sense my ass. Make sense to your ancestors. Zhao Li's heart was tired. He made a final struggle. You aren't cut out for blacksmithing. You will break the legacy of my Laozhao family. Teacher, I feel that I still have hope of walking the path of blacksmithing. Teacher, I can sketch many Shenwen. Just pick a few Shenwen and give them to the blacksmithing faculty, and I will be able to forge weapons. There was nothing wrong with it. Laozhao was still unwilling. He wanted to teach Suyu. Otherwise, he would have asked him to scram long ago. However, he just couldn't accept it and wasn't happy. You might not be able to learn it. Even if you did, it would be difficult for you to advance. You still have to temper the sea of wool every day. I think you can forget about Soar. How can you talk about Lingyun helping me forge weapons? Suyu smiled. Teacher, I can learn it. I'm very smart. As for compressing my willpower, this isn't a big problem. As long as my willpower grows faster than compressing it, it will be fine. Suyu, you make it sound simple. However, if my willpower doesn't reach Soar, it will grow slowly. It's not slow. Suyu hurriedly said, Teacher, look, I'm already at 70% full. The last time I came here, I was hammered by you, and I've fallen to the stage where I've just started cultivating. I'm rising too quickly. I'm afraid that I'll advance to Soar before I can even outline Shenwen. It's only been a few days. It hasn't even been a month, and I've actually increased my reserves by 20%. Teacher, you weren't strong enough the last time. Zhao Li's expression changed slightly. Only then did he realize something. Yes, last month. It was the 18th, right? Suyu had come once. At that time, after Suyu's willpower had been tempered by him, it had slipped to the stage of nurturing one's character. Today was exactly 20 days. In 20 days, It had increased by 20%, or was it after the expansion of the Sea of Will? Only then did Zhao Li realize the serious problem. He looked at Suyu, and his willpower suddenly overflowed as he probed Suyu. A strong willpower enveloped Suyu. It attacked Suyu's willpower. Suyu's willpower began to counterattack and defend. Zhao Li maintained the pressure. Gradually, the pressure became greater and greater. Suyu was sweating profusely. At this moment, some of the shadow areas that originally covered the divine aperture gradually dissipated. When the shadow enchantment of the first divine aperture was dispelled, a weak suction force flashed. Zhao Li instantly retracted his willpower. Looking at Suyu, Zhao Li did not say anything. Suyu also did not say anything. After a while, Zhao Li said in a deep voice, "You've pledged allegiance to Xianxia?" Saying that, he denied himself. "It's useless." "Are you Xiao Longwu's illegitimate son?" Suyu did not know what to say. Obviously, Lao Zhao had discovered some problems. For example, the divine aperture had been opened. He did not investigate further, but Zhao Li knew that there were only a few manuals in the entire human race that could nourish one's nature and open the divine aperture. De Xia province's Xiaojia should have one. Where did Suyu learn this from? Zhao Li looked at him for a while and asked, "Do you have an invincible ancestor?" Suyu shook his head. "Do you know an invincible?" He continued to shake his head. "You are Wanzu's." "No, Wanzu doesn't have such a thing. Even if the god and demon races had it, they would not bear to give it to the human race." He denied his own question, exhaled, and said, "My own opportunity?" Suyu did not say anything. "You can say that I am." Zhao Li did not ask this again. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you want to learn the spirit expansion technique, I can teach you, but I don't recognize you as my student. You are not my direct disciple." "Teacher, why?" Suyu did not understand. Didn't Lao Zhao want him to be his student? Zhao Li said slowly, "The Shenwen faction and the Shan Shenwen faction have been fighting for so many years. I have seen it clearly. 50 years ago, I was not a young man. If that guy was still alive, he would be about the same age as me." Suyu knew that he was talking about the fifth-generation principal. "I have known him for many years. My father even taught him. I am familiar with his students. Whether it is Lu Wenyan or Hong Tan, they are not idiots, nor are they stupid, nor are they weak. The Shenwen faction has been forced to this point, but they have not fought back. It is not because they have not fought back, but because they have not fought back." Zhao Li said calmly, "Hong Tan is not a bookworm." When Lu Wenyan was determined to take the path of inheriting the Shenwen faction, Hong Tan had a chance. Another Sun and Moon powerhouse decided to pass his Shenwen faction to Hong Tan. Hong Tan refused. Zhao Li talked about the past. "At that time I was there too." He wanted to pass it to Hong Tan for the broken Wenbing. Hong Tan said that he would not take this path. Lu Wenyan left. If he failed, the Great Xia Civilization University would need someone to watch over it. So after Lu Wenyan left, Hong Tan quickly entered Soar. He is very young, not even 70 years old this year. He entered Lingyan at 30, entered Mountain Sea at 45, stepped into the 7th tier of Mountain Sea at 60, and is now at the peak of the 8th tier. Zhao Li exhaled and said, "He is about the same age as Xiao Longwu. The people of that generation are about the same age as Xiao Longwu. But in the eyes of outsiders, or perhaps it is an illusion, Hong Tan is very old, even older than me." Suyu was stunned. "Yes, I also have this illusion, Hong Tan is very old, very old. But thinking about it carefully, he is not old." "Isn't he not 70 years old?" Zhao Li said calmly. "He can hold back for 50 years, alone, for 50 years without counterattacking, concentrating on his own research. Tell me, is he a saint, a bookworm, or something else?" Suyu did not say anything. Zhao Li continued, "So, what is the Shenwen faculty waiting for? What is it afraid of? I am old, and I think a little more. If you insist on entering the Shenwen faculty, I can impart my cultivation technique to you, but I will not admit that you are my direct disciple. Otherwise, I am afraid that the blacksmithing faculty will be gone in the future." "Teacher, I don't want to learn anymore, why not?" Zhao Li smiled and said, "What's wrong with imparting cultivation technique? You still have the cultivation technique imparted by Wudi. Are you going to find trouble with me just because I imparted cultivation technique? It's not that complicated. As long as it is not my direct disciple, I can impart it to whoever I want. But remember, don't drag the blacksmithing faculty down with you. So you did not know what to say. Zhao Li exhaled again. It's fine. I will impart the spirit expansion art to you now. I am just reminding you not to think that you are the only one in the Shenwen faculty who can change everything. You are just a weakling. You are not even a soar. What are you thinking about? Hong Tan, Lu Wenyan, and the others have endured for decades. Xianxia, Hu Ping, Zhao Ming, and you are not dead yet. How can it be so easy to be wiped out? Even if it is really wiped out, it will shine brilliantly for once and rot for once. One day, when all these people die, the Shenwen faculty will be completely finished. If not, it means that there is still a chance. They are still enduring. Suyu nodded and fell into deep thought. That's right. I seem to have overestimated myself and underestimated those old people. No matter what, Lu Laoshi was still able to soar into the sky, and he was much stronger than him. Teacher, I understand. It's good that you understand. Zhao Li exhaled and said, Come, follow me. As he spoke, he stood up and walked in. A few minutes later, Suyu and Zhao Li arrived at a basement. Suyu did not expect that there would be a huge basement in the research institute. He was a little surprised. He thought that Zhao Li did not have one. The spirit expansion art is actually very simple. You saw it the previous time. It is just a hammer. Hammer. Suyu silently cursed. These words were so ambiguous. It felt like they were scolding him. Calm your mind. At this moment, a huge metal hammer suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Li, shining with a dark light. This is the foundation of the spirit expansion art. Forge a huge hammer in your own sea of will to temper your willpower and expand your sea of will. Ordinary hammers won't work. You can't just get a Wenbing hammer and expand your sea of will. This thing has to be able to resonate with the sea of will and not harm the sea of will. It can't destroy the sea of will. After speaking for a long time, he saw that Suyu did not really understand. Zhao Li had a look of regret. Forget it. You don't have enough IQ. You are a little smart, but you don't have any wisdom. Forget it, forget it. I will cut out a small hammer from my big hammer for you. You can use it directly. Use your willpower to nurture it. It will grow sooner or later. Suyu opened his mouth. Am I being looked down upon? Teacher Zhao feels that I can't understand and can't learn it, so he just cut out a small hammer for me? That kind of idiotic operation that can be used immediately? Is it that simple? Teacher, will this work too? Yes. Zhao Li didn't really mind. As a blacksmith, I am good at cutting out these things. When the time comes, you just have to adjust the frequency and make it resonate with your sea of will. Actually, it is very simple. Later on, I will cut out a small hammer and you can keep it in your sea of will. Adjust the frequency whenever you feel comfortable. I will teach you how to adjust it later. Then, when you feel the most comfortable, it will mean that the frequency is the same. Simply speaking, when you hammer, your sea of will feel comfortable and not painful. The rhythm will be the same as breathing. That will be it. Suyu hurriedly nodded his head. He understood. Teacher, can the spirit expansion art be so simple to cultivate? Simple? Zhao Li angrily said, How is it simple? You are the second generation. Therefore, it is simple because I have given you the seed. The first generation, which is me, nearly hammered my sea of will a few times to create this. Suyu scratched his head and said softly, Teacher, then why didn't you impart it to me? Back then, my grandmaster seemed to have come to look for you. By phone? Zhao Li thought for a moment and said after a while, if he had this hammer, he would still be rolling on the ground. This thing depends on the person. Also, it is comfortable to hammer at the beginning, but it will be very painful after the compression. Can you endure it? He felt that Suyu would be fine, he could do it the last time, so it shouldn't be a problem in the future. Suyu hurriedly nodded his head, definitely not a problem. That's right. How many youngsters can endure the pain of compression previously? None of them have suffered too much. I have hammered a few students before, and they all collapsed with one hammer strike. You want me to impart it to them? Lao Zhao was filled with disdain. Impart my *s. If you can't even endure a few hammers, why would I impart it to you? Don't waste my stuff. The reason why he had taken a liking to Suyu was because the first time he saw Suyu, this brat had unleashed his willpower multiple times in a row. In the end, he was still able to stand up and reply as if nothing had happened. This was more like it. Without saying anything more, the huge hammer seemed to be giving birth. Gradually, Suyu could see the appearance of a small hammer. It was being born from the huge hammer. Zhao Li's face was a little pale. His willpower was not small. He said in a deep voice, the spirit expansion technique can not only temper the sea of will, but it can also temper Shunwen and Wenbing. Strictly speaking, this thing is still very strong. It can even be used as an offensive technique. For example, the last time I hammered down, you were in so much pain that you wanted to die. Tell me, under that situation, do you still have the ability to fight? Even if it can help you temper your willpower, what's the use? When facing an enemy, I would have already killed you. Suyu was stunned. Willpower martial technique, yes. Wasn't this a type of willpower martial technique? Yes, it was a supportive thing. But when Suyu thought of the time when he was hammered unconscious, if this thing was used well, it would be a strong willpower martial technique. At this moment, Suyu vaguely felt that the spirit expansion technique might really be a very powerful martial technique. Teacher, what grade is this martial technique? I don't know. Zhao Li said casually, I created it myself. Who knows what grade it is? It doesn't need to open the aperture, so it's not easy to differentiate. It can be considered as a supportive martial technique. It's not easy to determine the grade of these martial techniques. After forging many weapons, I suddenly thought of it and spent a lot of time to create it. The original goal was to make it more convenient to forge Wenbing. You have to know that forging Wenbing can't be done with ordinary hammers. Yes, it could be used to forge weapons, Suyu was secretly shocked. The more he listened, the more he felt that this cultivation technique was very powerful. Don't look down on it just because it was a hammer. Teacher, then can this small hammer of mine give birth to even smaller hammers in the future? Lao Zhao looked at him. What was this? What did he mean by giving birth? Alright, looking at the scene again, the big iron hammer was really giving birth to smaller hammers. Lao Zhao was speechless. He said, yes, but don't split it. I forbid you to pass it down. You can't pass it down unless I die. You decide. Zhao Li said gloomily, do you know why so many people don't pass down their own martial techniques in this era? Kid, the human heart is innumerable. Keep a secret for yourself. Who knows when you'll be sold out by someone and they'll know your flaws and weaknesses. Selflessness doesn't mean that you can really live a long life. If you're really selfless, why don't you pass down your special skills? Don't think that people are too selfish. Think about it. If you pass down your martial technique, and it's a basic martial technique, and it's found out by your enemies, they'll figure out how to deal with you and how to kill you. What's the point of playing? Suyu nodded. That made sense. His thinking was a little too simple. This was not a society without enemies. There were many enemies. As he spoke, a small hammer appeared. Zhao Li's face instantly turned pale. Teacher, it's fine. It's just a little bit of willpower, Zhao Li panted. So if you're not strong enough, don't think about giving birth. Pui, don't think about splitting the God-expanding hammer. You won't be able to withstand it. When it comes to Ling Yun, there's some confidence. Otherwise, don't shatter your own hammer. That'll be the end of you. Suyu nodded silently. He felt a little grateful. In the academy, he saw the annoying powerhouses from Shan Shenwen's faction, but he also saw some teachers in the truest sense. Zhao Li, the two old men guarding the mystic realm, and some powerhouses he might not know. These people had a very simple purpose. They were here to nurture students and educate others. In the Civilization Academy, there were dark places and bright places. Perhaps, this was the real society. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put it into the sea of will. Zhao Li berated. So you did not dare to delay. He hurriedly used his willpower. The small hammer instantly disappeared into the air and entered the Sea of Will in the blink of an eye. Once it entered the Sea of Will, Suyu felt something different. There was a loud boom. In the Sea of Will, the small hammer went on a rampage and directly crashed into the golden album. The album ignored it. After flying for a while, the small hammer realized that it could not fly there. Suddenly, it turned around and flew toward the small knife formed by the Shunwen's combat skills. The blood, lightning, and a few other Shunwen flew out one after another. The moment they flew out, they fought with the small hammer. Rumble, the small hammer tirelessly hammered the Shunwen madly. A few Shunwen kept retreating. It felt like the Shunwen had become a little smaller. Pfft, Suyu felt a splitting headache. His head was about to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine characters shrunk and retreated as they were hammered. Especially the blood Shunwen, it seemed like it was really hammered. The words kept shrinking, and layers of messy things spilled out from the periphery. Soon, Suyu noticed something strange. The Shunwen seemed to be purer and more condensed. The small hammer was not enough. A few Shunwen surrendered. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly flew into the sky and hammered the empty space. At this moment, something that shocked Suyu happened. The small hammer was hammering the divine aperture. As the hammer hammered down, the willpower in the divine aperture seemed to leak out a little. At this moment, black smoke appeared on top of Suyu's head. Ordinary people could not see it, but Zhao Li saw it. It was a messy willpower. He could not help but complain, absorb it randomly. Don't absorb willpower that is too messy. It's too dirty. You bastard, you polluted my secret chamber. The black mist dissipated into the surroundings. At this moment, the small hammer was still hammering. Each of the divine aperture was hammered once. Gradually, the small hammer became a little weak. Suddenly, it flew down and flew towards the skull of the annihilation beast in his mind. The hammer hammered the skull. Suyu's body trembled at this moment. He instantly woke up and looked at Zhao Li. Teacher, this hammer is hammering my annihilation beast skull. You still have this? Zhao Li did not know that he had this. He said in surprise, this is a treasure. Who gave it to you? Teacher, it is going crazy. It is hammering the skull. Teacher, what do we do? Why can't we control it? What are you panicking for? Zhao Li said calmly, this thing has just been born. It is very powerful. After all, it was split from me. It has some residual power. It can be considered the power of Ling Yunjing. It will soon fade. This is a rare opportunity. Why are you panicking? The skull of the annihilation beast is used to stabilize the Sea of Will. This skull is a little special. It has some special substance. Coincidentally, the small hammer has taken a fancy to it. It smashed it and absorbed it. It can stabilize itself and save you a lot of time to stabilize yourself, so you wanted to cry. It was very expensive. This small hammer was so domineering. It actually wanted to smash it and absorb it to stabilize itself. It was not human. Alright, it was not human in the first place. Indeed, in the Sea of Will, the small hammer hammered crazily. After a few minutes, the skull exploded with a bang. The small hammer absorbed some of the things that spilled out after the skull exploded. Soon, some of the remnants were hammered into black smoke by the hammer and emerged from the top of Suyu's head. The skull of the annihilation beast was gone, and at this moment, the small hammer was quiet. It was crystal clear, and just like that, it was silent. It seemed to be recuperating, but also seemed to be in hibernation. Suyu opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Li with a pained expression. It was gone. Seeing him like this, Zhao Li laughed and said, that's a good thing. The skull of the annihilation beast is used to stabilize the Sea of Will. Actually, it's not very useful. With this hammer, you can hammer your Sea of Will every day. It will naturally be stable. Why would you need this thing? Oh right, I'll teach you how to adjust the frequency and how to control it. Suyu could not help but say, Teacher, why do I feel that this thing can also purify the spiritual aperture? It can to begin with. Zhao Li did not take it seriously. It's just beating your Sea of Will like iron. You say, by beating iron, it can beat out the impurities, right? Suyu looked at him. Teacher, do you know what this means? Teacher, I heard that only the Zhu family of the Ming constabulary has this cultivation technique and it is not passed on to outsiders. This spirit expansion art can actually purify willpower? Zhao Li naturally knew about this and said nonchalantly, it's good enough that the Zhu family has it. My spirit expansion art can do it too. Can't it? Is purifying willpower very impressive? If your willpower is not strong, no matter how you purify it, it will be the same. No, teacher, then your willpower is very pure, nonsense. Zhao Li said weakly, I've already said that I can even last 10 hours on Wenbing. Are you an idiot? My willpower is not pure. Can I last 10 hours? At this moment, Suyu was unable to refute him. That's right, that makes sense. If one's willpower was messy, how could one last 10 hours? Obviously, Zhao Li's willpower was extremely pure. To Suyu, this spirit expansion art was definitely not inferior to the value of a heaven-grade cultivation technique. In fact, it was even more powerful. It was terrifyingly powerful, to think that Zhao Li could actually create such a cultivation technique. That's too powerful and too casual. He passed it on to me just like that. Suyu himself was in a daze. Zhao Li did not care too much. Instead, he sighed and said, Kid, cultivation techniques are for people to learn. Actually, I also want to find someone to teach me. The problem is that there are too many mediocre people. Learning it might not be a good thing. Just because you like the effect of purifying willpower, it doesn't mean that everyone will like it. The willpower of someone at the Mountain Sea realm was hammered by you into Ling Yunjing, falling from Mountain Sea to Ling Yun. Would he be happy? So what if he's a little mixed up? A little mixed up is still a Mountain Sea. If you're a little pure, you're still Ling Yun. It's just like you people from the Shenwen faction. Who doesn't know that the Shenwen combat technique is stronger? So what if they know? Do I have to learn it? If I learn it, Shan Shenwen is already Ling Yun Mountain Sea. You're still at Soar. Why should I learn it? It's all the same. Zhao Li sighed and said, so, there's only a suitable cultivation technique. There's no such thing as being strong or not. If you insist on letting other mediocre people learn it and purify their willpower, they might not even bother with you. Does cultivating willpower not need time or money? His original goal was Soar. If you tell him that it's not good for your future advancement to Invincible Realm, it would be strange if he didn't spit on your face. He doesn't even know what Invincible Realm is. He was speechless. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt that he had really learned something new. Teacher Zhao's words made a lot of sense. Just like the primordial purity technique that he taught, it was only taught to Hu Zongqi. No matter what, he was a genius among geniuses. It was still possible for him to enlighten 36 apertures. But if he taught it to some low-level students, wouldn't they scold him as a lunatic? I can't even enter 15 June. It's already troublesome to enter the 9th tier of 15 June after opening one aperture in a few months. I still have to open a lot of apertures. Am I crazy? What's the matter of purity? No matter how pure I am, I'm only at the 1st or 2nd tier of 15 June. What's the use? With the time it takes to open 36 apertures, I might be able to reach the 7th or 8th tier of 15 June. As for the primordial chi being a little mixed, it's not a big deal. Suyu reflected for a while. That's true. Not everyone is a genius, and not everyone is like me with so many resources to use. I should pay more attention in the future. The people I came into contact with were all geniuses, so everyone's pursuit was different. He asked Hu Zongqi to enlighten his apertures and cultivate the primordial purity technique. Hu Zongqi naturally felt that it was acceptable. He even had to thank him for knowing the value of this thing. If I find a person who cultivates the yellow rank to cultivate the primordial purity technique, that person will reach the 9th tier of 15 June after 36 apertures opened. It would be strange if that person would scold me for being crazy. For example, my father. My father only has 36 apertures opened. Even if I give him the primordial purity technique, he won't be able to cultivate it. I can't beat you to death, but this brat actually wants to cheat me. I have a lot of feelings, so you didn't say anything more. He bowed to Zhao Li. Zhao Li accepted it calmly. It consumed a lot of energy, so he didn't say much. He yawned and said, go back and slowly cultivate it. As he spoke, he taught some things too. Pay attention to and some control methods to Suyu. Finally, he said, let's make it clear. Don't say that you're my direct disciple. I won't admit it. Don't come to me for the dispute between you and Shan Shenwen. I won't stand up for you. One day, when you really lose, if you don't provoke an invincible realm expert, you can directly say that you're not from Shan Shenwen, but from the weapon forging department. I'll see if I can protect you once, if you provoke an invincible realm expert. I can't afford to provoke him. You can find a place to dig a hole and bury yourself. Suyu smiled bitterly at her words. But in his heart, he understood what Elder Zhao meant. He didn't say anything more and bowed again. This was to tell him that if it really came to that, he still had a way out, even if it would be very troublesome. Teacher. Thank you. I'll come here less in the future. Suyu exhaled, turned around, and left. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, when I reach Lingyun, I'll recast Wenbing for you. I'm waiting. Zhao Li yawned and said perfunctorily, let's talk about it when you reach Lingyun. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Suyu didn't say anything more and stepped out of the door. From today onwards, he wouldn't come knocking on the door anymore, even though he had only come 3 times from start to finish. 3 times. Yet Zhao Li had taught him a cultivation technique that could possibly change his entire life. A cultivation method that the outside world didn't know how powerful it was. It could temper the sea of will, purify the divine aperture, temper Shenwen, and use the willpower martial arts technique in battle. After Suyu left, Zhao Li shook his head and sighed. Soon, he smiled and said, it's spread out. At least the inheritance is not broken, alas. The wind was rising and the clouds were surging. Lu Wenyan was coming back, Han Tan was coming back soon, Shan Shenwen's faction was also preparing, and in Dazhou Prefecture, the genius who swept all the mansions was also rushing here. One thing led to another. In Dazhou Prefecture, there was even going to be an invincible realm expert. And in Dixia Province, there was also going to be an invincible realm expert. And what was Wan Tianxing planning to do by bringing in Wan, old merchant, and the rest were in seclusion? Seclusion. My foot, Jiao Mingzhen, that damn fatty, was not old merchant. He would hammer himself to death. It's a mess. That 5th generation guy is dead, what a pity. He sighed with some regret. If he didn't die and succeeded in proving his Tao, the civilizationists would be united. Who would dare to say no to Shan Shenwen and Shenwen? Once the 5th generation was dead, all sorts of things appeared. Most of the invincible realm experts were at the front line. The few invincible realm experts at the back had different thoughts. Some wanted to see if the 5th generation had left anything behind. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if it wasn't chaotic. Wan Tianxing, turning to look at Xiao Xingge, Zhao Li muttered, this guy, what is he trying to do? Vaguely, he felt that this guy was up to no good. In fact, he was even guessing that this guy had always been on good terms with the Wan. Would he kill a large number of Wan experts one day and then spread the trouble to the human race, completely pushing the human race to the opposite side of the Wan and forcing the human race to unite? It can't be, right? Zhao Li muttered. If he really did that, he would be dead. Of course, if this guy was invincible realm expert, then it would be hard to say. He shook his head, too lazy to guess. He was still familiar with Wan Tianxing, but after so many years, who knew if the other had changed? And that kid Suyu, he actually knew the Wan formula. Who taught him that? Who cares? Zhao Li didn't care anymore. When he had time, he would go out and do missions. He would think about it when he was far away. The Great Xia Civilization University was destined to not be peaceful in the future. After a busy night, when he walked out of Elder Zhao's research institute, the sky was already bright. The students had already started their classes. At this moment, Suyu was still observing the small hammer in his mind. It was very domineering. It even pushed aside the small knife outlined by the Shenwen combat technique. Amazing, of course, the Shenwen combat technique was outlined by Suyu himself, and the small hammer came from Lingyun 7, an expert at the 9th tier of Lingyun in the past. Everything is ready. At this moment, Suyu felt that everything was ready. Next, it was time for him to improve rapidly. Looking at the text of will, outlining the Shenwen, strengthening his willpower, and entering Wanshi. As for Wan Tianxing looking for him, There was no need to pay attention to him, so you didn't know what the other party was up to, but the other party was so strong. He could only drag it on for a day and wait for the Grandmaster to return. If the Grandmaster didn't return, then he would drag it on until Wan Tianxing came looking for him. Just as Suyu was preparing to go to class. Outside Xianxia province. 2 days later, a rundown car creaked as it drove towards the village. At the entrance of the huge prefecture city. Today, it was frighteningly quiet. The city guards retreated to the sides. Everywhere, groups of Long Wu-wei experts appeared, guiding others to enter the city through other passages. At this moment, no one was passing through the largest road. At the gate, experts stood. Some were covered in blood, some were in tears, some were sighing, and some were looking forward to it. "He's here," someone in the crowd exclaimed in a low voice. The rundown car stopped in front. Principal Wang got out of the car, looked at the people in front of him, laughed dryly, and retreated to the side. In the car, Lu Wenyan opened his eyes. He stepped out of the car and looked at the dozen or so old friends in front of him. He suddenly had the urge to turn around and run. "I'm back, it's been 50 years, I walked into the prefecture city of Xianxia province again. Teacher, I'm back. But I didn't come back invincible." Meanwhile, not far away, on top of a small building, many experts stood and watched silently. There was Yu Galao with a pale face, Sun Galao with a complicated expression, people from the Jiutian Academy, and people from the Dao-Seeking Academy. On the other side, there was another group of people. There were people from the Education and Welfare Administration, people from the War Academy, and people from the military. The group of people silently stared at the entrance. He looked at the white-haired old man. 50 years ago, when he left, he was in his prime. Now that he had returned, he no longer had the elegance of the past. At the entrance, Lu Wenyan looked at his old friends, who were almost unrecognizable, and grinned bitterly. "I'm back, it's great that you're back." The middle-aged man who had intercepted Sun Galao with Wu Yuehua, bare one's teeth, smiled, just like he did in the past. "It's good that you're back. You should have come back long ago." Wu Yuehua stood proudly, looking down at the old man. He had changed a lot. He was not the same as before. The last time he saw him, he did not have too many feelings. Today, when he looked at him again and thought back to 50 years ago, he felt a different feeling in his heart. "You still know to come back." It was hard to tell whether it was a complaint or heartache. The people around him snickered. The sadness gradually faded. It was good that he was back. It was good that he could come back alive. Lu Wenyan looked around and saw Sun Galao, the people from the Education and Welfare Administration, Long Wu-wei, and Xiao Yi and Steward who in the distance. He nodded slightly, and the bitterness disappeared. With a smile, he called out to the people around him. "Come, let's go to Ruoling. I'll go see him." With that, he walked in a certain direction. Without much pleasantries, he passed by the people waiting for him and walked into the city. Number 18 Middle School, where Jean Ruoling was buried. Buried there was a genius of the past. How many people knew about it? Wu Yuehua and the others followed behind. Just like back then, even though there were many people in the mountains and seas here, even though that person was only sore. The group of people walked forward in silence. All was silent. After an unknown period of time, someone spoke. "Lu Wenyan, when you were expelled from the Great Xia Civilization University, you said that you would never enter Xianxia province again. Why are you breaking your promise today?" Noisy. Wu Yuehua's eyes instantly turned cold. A huge cauldron shot up into the sky, and with a rumble, a small hill in the distance collapsed. As the hill collapsed, a mountain and sea cultivator stepped out. With one hand, he held up the huge cauldron and said indifferently, "Wu Yuehua, don't make a move so easily. Your temper is just as bad as it was back then." Wu Yuehua looked at the person, his expression unsightly. In the crowd, several mountain and sea cultivators looked at him with cold eyes, eager to fight. Lu Wenyan smiled, then turned around and looked at the person. He pressed his hand down and smiled. "So it's you. You're still alive. I thought you were dead." Up in the air, the old man holding the cauldron said calmly, "I'm alive, but I won't die for now." "Lu Wenyan, are you going to break your promise now?" Lu Wenyan smiled. I'm not going to break my promise. Don't worry, I won't enter the main city. I'll just go to number 18 middle school to see my old friend. Of course, if you think I can't even go see my old friend, then I will break my promise. What can you do about it? His words were calm and unperturbed. I want to go. What can you do about it? The old man ignored him. He looked at the experts from the Education and Welfare Administration, then looked at Sun Galao and the others. What do you say about Xia province? From the side of the Education and Welfare Administration, a middle-aged man walked out and said indifferently, this is your personal grudge. Don't involve Xia province or anyone else. Since Lu Wenyan is from Xia province, he has the right to enter and leave Xia province. Xia province is unguarded. Unguarded, because he had the confidence to do so. Personal grudge? The old man's tone changed slightly. That year, Lu Wenyan and the others were expelled not because of personal grudges, but because they almost destroyed the Great Xia Civilization University. That year, the Education and Welfare Administration also issued an order to expel them, never to return. The middle-aged man frowned. Did they? You must have remembered wrongly. They said that they could not return before paying off their debts. Someone had already paid off his debts. Now that Lu Wenyan has returned, the Education and Welfare Administration will not interfere. Paid off his debts? The old man frowned. Who paid them? How much did they pay? Before he finished speaking, a huge seal fell from the sky, a loud rumble rang out in a small area. With a bang, the old man was smashed into the ground. A huge cauldron was summoned back by Wu Yuehua. He glanced at the place where the seal had flown out from and cursed in his heart. Almost destroyed my cauldron. You talk too much nonsense. In the void, someone berated, settle your personal grudges yourself. Shan Tianhao, who gave you the right to question the Education and Welfare Administration? Let Zhou Polong ask him himself. If you dare to question the Education and Welfare Administration again, I'll shoot you. The old man flew out from the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. However, he was not angry. He looked into the void and said, Division Chief Ji, I'll accept this seal today. Since you said that he has paid off his debts, then so be it. However, the debts that Lu Wenyan owes are far more than that. I'd like to see how he will pay them off. The old man glanced at Lu Wenyan, then stepped into the void and left. Lu Wenyan smiled. He did not mind. He cupped his fists at the void in the distance and said, Thank you, Division Chief Ji. No one responded. Lu Wenyan did not care about that. He looked at the leaving old man and sighed. Shan Tianhao has entered the 9th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. I used to look down on that guy. When I was cultivating, I defeated him in 3 moves. He was already sore back then. He shook his head. Things remained the same, but people had changed. His defeated opponents had all entered the 9th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. He looked at Wu Yuehua and the others and sighed. Why haven't any of you entered the 9th layer of the Mountain Sea realm? Even Wu Yuehua had only entered the 8th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. Wu Yuehua rolled his eyes. Was it that slow? Bare One's teeth, the middle-aged man who had attacked earlier, smiled and said, Brother Lu, we are still young. Young, Lu Wenyan sighed. He was not young anymore. 50 years had passed. He looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. Chi, what's your strength now? The middle-aged man said embarrassedly, 7th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. Not bad. Wu Yuehua was speechless. He said angrily, That's enough. You're just a sore. Why are you commenting on this and that? Why don't you take a look at your own strength? The others laughed again. Lu Wenyan also smiled and did not argue with her. He continued to walk forward and said, I feel like I've forgotten something. Forget it, I don't care anymore. He knew that he had forgotten something. He had forgotten about Old Wang. Alright, let's go back quickly. Old Wang could not interfere in his affairs. He could be the principal of Southern Yuan for a few more years, retire, and enjoy his old age. How nice would that be? Behind them, Principal Wang watched them leave. He smiled, got into his car, and drove back in his shabby little car. He was not dissatisfied or unhappy. He just felt it was a pity and a blessing. Unfortunately, no one would say that he was stingy anymore. No one would blame him anymore. He wished him a smooth journey. The car slowly left. The young man, Lu Chuan, who had appeared before, silently followed and escorted him back to southern Yuan. The group gradually disappeared into the distance. In the distance, Xiao Houyi watched for a while, then turned around and left, throwing away the watermelon skin in his hand. Boring. They did not fight, only Shan Tianhao, the deputy principal of the Great Zhou Civilization Institute and the dean of the Faculty of Theology, came. Zhou Mingren did not come out. It was a pity that he could not see the show. As he walked away, he thought about something. A moment later, he turned to look at Steward Hu and asked in surprise, "Why are you following me again?" Hu Lao was tired. "We're going the same way, you know? I'm not following you. I'm going back, you know, don't look for trouble with me anymore, okay?" Principal, acting principal, his name is Xiao Houyi. Xiao Houyi. Hu Lao was tired. He said, "Has old Ji broken through to the Sun-Moon realm?" "How would I know? Shan Tianhao could not block that seal just now. Old Ji is getting stronger and stronger. He's quite powerful." Xiao Houyi nodded perfunctorily. As he walked, he said, "It's a pity that I didn't see the show. Did Wan Tianxing imprison Zhou Mingren? Why isn't he moving when he says he's going to dig up the grave?" As he said that, he chuckled and said, "Once he starts digging, a fight will definitely break out. That's the real show." Xiao Houyi. Hu Lao sighed. "You're the principal, even if you're the acting principal. This isn't something to watch. You'd better persuade President Zhou to give up on this idea. Otherwise, things will definitely get out of hand." Xiao Houyi said without sincerity, "Persuade what? Will he listen to me? He has Zhou Polong backing him up. Will he be afraid of me? Let me tell you, he said he's going to dig up the grave, but he hasn't done it yet. He's waiting for Lu Wenyan to come out. If Lu Wenyan doesn't come out, what the hell is he going to dig up?" Hu Lao frowned and said, "Is it a cover?" "Not really. He's just taking advantage of the situation. His student is heavily injured, so he dug up the grave to see if he could dig up Lu Wenyan. Look, he did, didn't he?" Xiao Houyi chuckled and said, "Dig up Zhang Ruoling? You're thinking too much. Dig up Lu Wenyan." Hu Lao nodded slightly. "I already felt that something was wrong. Looks like we really should wait for Lu Wenyan to come back." "So what if he comes back? Are we really going to start a war?" "Xiao Houyi, we can't just ignore this." "Of course we do." Xiao Houyi said without sincerity, "We've been fighting in the dark for so many years. Let's fight openly then. If he breaks a plot of soil, he'll have to pay 1,000 merit points. Oh right, that Shan Tianhao, he'll have to pay up. Wu Yuehua and old Ji too. They'll have to pay up. If he breaks a plot of soil in Dexia province, he'll have to pay up. Also, send people from the other prefectures." "No problem. Just send one soar, 100 merit points, and stay for a day. Ling Yun, 500 merit points a day. Shanghai, 1,000 merit points a day. Sun and Moon. I'm rich. 5,000 merit points a day." Xiao Houyi calculated his own bill. After some thought, he said, "Remind them not to hurt any outsiders. If one of them is hurt, they'll have to pay 10,000 merit points. If one of them dies, they'll have to be captured and beheaded 3 levels higher." The so-called capture and beheaded 3 levels higher. This was the strictest wartime military order in Dexia province. If one of them died a soar, the other party would have to die for an entire sun and moon. They wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. At this moment, Xiao Houyi said these words casually. If one soar was accidentally killed, whoever killed it would have to be beheaded. As for whether the Dexia province could do it, there was no need to doubt it. Hu Lao's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but ask, "Then we'll just let them fight. What else?" Xiao Houyi turned his head and said in surprise, "Fighting in the dark is even worse. Don't you understand? Every day, you play tricks on me, and I play tricks on you. Don't you get tired of it?" Isn't it good to settle it once and for all? If one dies, it's their bad luck. If one survives, if you kill a few human experts, all the winners will be captured. The compensation will be 1 to 10. If you kill one human soar, you'll have to go to the heavenly battlefield and kill 10 soar. Isn't this the rule? We're the bankers. What's there to be afraid of? Xiaoyi laughed and said, the vanguard battalion will have more people. Those invincible old fogies are going to laugh themselves to death. How great is it to have another batch of death warriors? There's no need to pay, not even for military expenses. All the spoils of war have to be handed over. Free labor. Xiaoyi calculated again. After some thought, he said, Lu Wenyan will pay according to the mountain sea price. Whoever kills him will have to kill 10 mountain seas to make up for it. This guy is worth it. Hu Lao was speechless. After walking for a while, he asked again, are we really not going to do anything? He was still a little worried. If they continued to make a ruckus, the mess would become even bigger. Xiaoyi said impatiently, how? Suppress them? Or send them to the heavenly battlefield? Their faces are harmonious, but their hearts are not. If they go to the battlefield and cause trouble, it'll be even more troublesome. It's better to let a bunch of them die here. The rest will be afraid, and they'll naturally disperse. There are brave and ruthless people everywhere. Are we going to suppress them every day? Is there any use in suppressing them for 50 years? It wasn't the first day. 50 years of grudges and disputes had not ended even today. It was getting bigger and bigger. Let them fight to the end. Then there's no hope for the Xinwen faction. Hu Lao shook his head. He couldn't help but say, I'm worried that Yunqi will return. I'm also worried that Ping'er will find out about this and get involved. Xiaoyi touched his chin. That made sense. Xiaojia was also involved. He thought for a while and said, as for Yunqi, whatever. Whoever kills Yunqi will go to the battlefield and kill 10 sun moons. Xiaojia's people are worth a lot of money. If Yunqi really dies, there's nothing I can do. I'll go to his grave. It's quite miserable. It's worth it to exchange 10 sun moons for him. Don't the Zhou family have experts? Let Zhou Polong do it. If he can't kill 10 sun moons, let Longwu kill him to prove his Dao. That's just nice. We don't have to go to the heavenly battlefield. Hu Lao was completely speechless. You only know how to talk about money. You, Xiaojia's people, can be calculated in terms of money. Are you crazy? What the hell is this fatty thinking? I suspect you're scolding me. No. Hu Lao denied. Definitely. You scolded me. Who? Did Houyi kill the sun moons? No. Hu Lao breathed a sigh of relief and said, if you don't, then there's no proof. It's said that I scolded you, isn't it? It's not the sun moons. How does Houyi know that I'm scolding you? Xiaoyi glanced at him. Not bad, you've learned to be a good soldier. Too lazy to care about him, he continued to walk toward the city lord's mansion. After walking for a while, he thought for a while and said, by the way, give me a list of the people who came. Give me a list of the people from both sides. Also, investigate all the people who are adding fuel to the fire. Also, recently, in the Civilization Academy, Datsuyu created something called the soul-devouring art. Keep an eye on it. Also, let Long Wu-wei go out and do a sweep. Don't keep idle people. As for Wanzhou, catch some people and kill them for fun. Recently, there hasn't been any breaking news. The people are not interested in it. It's not easy to advertise. Next time you find a few guys to kill, remember to recommend the knives of our Summerfield Trading Company. They're good at cutting people. We don't have to worry about not being able to cut off their heads anymore. Xiaoyi said one sentence after another. When he was about to reach the city lord's mansion, he suddenly turned to look at the distressed Hu Lao and said, digging up graves is still a taboo. Damn it, people don't even dare to bury them. It's fine if you don't succeed, but if you really succeed, go dig up the ancestral graves of the Zhou family. No, isn't the ancestral graves of the Zhou family in Dazhou Prefecture? Forget it, just dig up Zhou Mingren's group. Otherwise, the king of Great Zhou will come and chop me to death. Xiaoyi yawned and said lazily, he's already dead, and he died in Dixia province. He can't be dug up, right? Zhang Ruoling. My classmate, really. Even if you don't care about the monk, you still have to dig him up. He's already so miserable. Understood. Hu Lao responded. Do you have anything else to say? Of course. Xiaoyi said angrily, business has been bad recently. It's not easy to get two big customers to spend money here. Don't stop them. When you fight, remember to send someone to measure the land. Not a penny less. After the fight, you have to pay. Whoever dares not pay, I'll confiscate their property. Also, that genius in Dazhou Prefecture. He's Shan Tianhao's grandson, right? What's his sore now? 6. Sell the golden dragon pill we have in stock to him. 8 divine apertures. Opened in a day. Impressive, right? 50,000 merit points. He has to buy it, even if he doesn't want to. If he doesn't buy it, he's not allowed to enter Dixia province again. If he dares to enter, I'll break his legs. If he dares to sneak in, I'll kill him like Wanzhou. Hu Lao was speechless. You are really crazy about making money. You're even thinking about it. 8 divine apertures opened, he'll be lucky if he can open 1 or 2, but you want to sell it for 50,000 merit points. Will he buy it or not? If he doesn't, he'll have his legs broken if he dares to enter Dixia province. His heart was tired. Elder Hu was really tired. Marquis Xia was in charge, and the great Xia residence was about to become an unscrupulous merchant. He tricked everyone he saw. That wasn't all. Xiaoyi added, I forgot something. Zhou Mingren owes me 398 writings of will from the peak of the mountain and sea realm. He probably can't afford it, so he took the promissory note and went to look for Zhou Polong. He can't be bothered to look for a pauper like Zhou Mingren. Xiaoyi. Hu Lao had no choice but to speak up. He frowned and said, if you want to help the Shan Shenwen faction, then just say it. You're clearly targeting the Shan Shenwen faction and starting a feud with the Zhou family for no reason. There's no need for that. Why don't you just make your stand clear, or don't give them a chance to fight? Help the Shan Shenwen faction. Xiaoyi rubbed his plump chin and muttered, really? I didn't mean that. He thought for a moment and suddenly understood. I'm not helping them. It's because the Shan Shenwen faction is too damn rich. I'm jealous. No wonder I feel like I'm being biased. It's because the Shenwen faction is all paupers. He seemed to have finally understood the reason. Hu Lao frowned and looked at him. Are you sure? He couldn't figure out what Xiaoyi was thinking. He had a vague feeling that he was still siding with the other party. Of course, he had no solid evidence. Marquis Xia did not care about him and said with a smile, do as I say, be obedient, be good. The big fat sheep is here. I have to slaughter it. The Zhou family. Zhou Polong represents the Zhou family? Don't joke around. Zhou Padian is more like it. Zhou Padian can't be bothered with this. I even called him last time. This guy is good at doing business. His name is awesome, but it's actually similar to mine. Xiaoyi sighed. I have to learn from him. This guy is amazing. Not long ago, he traded with the Protoss and bought 10,000 fire dolphins to be raised in captivity. Now there's even fire dolphin meat for sale in Dazhou Prefecture. Damn, I have to learn from him. What a headache. Hu Lao felt that he should leave as soon as possible. There was no way he could continue talking to this guy. Xiaoyi, I have something to do. I'll leave first. All right. Xiaoyi waved his hand. Not long after he left, Xiaosini came and whispered, Father, Hong Tan has entered the human state. He'll be back soon. Where's Yuwen? He'll be back soon too. Where's Yinchi? No news yet. Xiaoyi nodded. He thought for a moment and said, before Hong Tan comes back, don't let them fight. Get someone to pester Zhou Mingren first. Yes, get those guys to ask for things. They're not allowed to leave until they're given. Got it. Also, send out Longwu's secret guards. Wanzhou won't just sit and watch. He'll definitely want to get involved. Keep an eye on him. Whether we can wipe out Wanzhou in Dixia province depends on this. Yes. Also, that Suyu, isn't he going to hold an auction? Tell Huyu to hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. It's best if they all gather together. Also, didn't someone give a kill order to Wanzhou? That's too little. Who dares to come to Dixia province to kill people? Find someone to increase the price to 5,000 contribution points. Father, this, Xiaoxia was shocked. That much, Xiaoyi smiled and said, why? Isn't it fun to fish for fun? As for identity, pretend to be someone related to Qing Yuming. He almost killed a Shanhai. Isn't it normal to use 5,000 contribution points to kill someone? If he can't do it, someone from the Huang family can. Huang Qifeng was almost killed. Can't we use 5,000 contribution points to buy someone's life? Xiaoyi suggested one idea after another. Finally, he took a deep breath and said with a smile, go, knock on your brother's door and tell him to come out. Don't play dead. If Zhou Polong really comes, tell your brother to kill him with one slash. Xiaoxia said in a daze, big brother Long Wu is in seclusion. Father, this, damn, idiot. Why do I have a son like you? You're a disgrace. You're not as smart as your nephew. Just obediently run errands for me. Don't count on Summerfield Trading Company. If Huyu can't become the manor head, Summerfield Trading Company will be his. If he does, even if Summerfield Trading Company is dissolved, it won't belong to you. Father, Xiaoxia had a helpless look on her face. Am I that bad? Xiaoyi couldn't be bothered with him. He didn't want to talk to an idiot. Big brother Long Wu is in seclusion. Why can't your brain work at all? Father, it's not good to dissolve Summerfield Trading Company. I think Chon'er is not bad, Xiaoxia still struggled. I can't. You have a granddaughter, Xiaoyi stopped and thought for a moment. Then, he turned and said, Chon'er. Sigh, Xiaojia, do all people have to be one-track-minded? She's clearly my son, my granddaughter, but why does she have the same personality as my boss's descendant? Did Huyu and Chon'er get the wrong baby back then? Xiaoxia was speechless. There had to be no mistake. Was there even a need to ask? They were all from the Mountain Sea Sun Moon sect, so how could they not tell their own child apart? Moreover, they weren't born at the same time. There was a few months' difference. Xiaojia and his son were worried about their child. Lu Wenyan said as they walked, we don't have a Sun Moon tier here, so we can't defeat a Sun Moon tier. Zhou Mingren is nothing, but we're afraid that a Sun Moon tier will interfere. A lot of people are waiting to watch the show, Wu Yuehua. You're calling me by my full name? Lu Wenyan was mentally and emotionally exhausted. Yuehua, if we don't fight this time and make them suffer a little, we can't always guard the graves of Ruoling and the others. We have to hurt them. Doesn't your Wu clan still have a Sun Moon tier? Is your mother still alive? Wu Yuehua's expression darkened. Lu Wenyan coughed softly, and said, don't misunderstand, I'm afraid that she'll go to the All Heavens battlefield, so I'll ask your mother to come out and support us. Let's borrow her for a few days, and after we win, when I become invincible, I'll help your mother. The group pretended not to hear. Wu Yuehua glared at him, and said, my mother is in seclusion, and she hasn't come out for many years. Death seclusion? Sort of. Then try and see if you can shout it out. If you can't, just say that you're getting married. When your mother hears that you're finally getting married, she might come out of seclusion. Cough, cough, cough. Around them, there was a series of coughs. As expected, Brother Lu was still Brother Lu. After so many years, he hadn't changed at all. They thought that his mentality had changed because of these years of failure. You marry me? Wu Yuehua looked at him with a burning gaze. If you marry me, I'll tell them. Lu Wenyan looked at her for a while, then said sheepishly, you're already so old. It's not good to talk about this, I knew it. The one with the surname Lu, are you still thinking about Hu Ping and Zhao Mingyue? You heartless dog. Lu Wenyan pretended not to hear him and walked away with big strides. Little Suyu, do you see that? This is what women are like, a tiger in the way of cultivation, an obstacle. You're already 70 years old, but you're still thinking about things from 50 years ago. Speaking of which, old Hu of the Hu clan is very powerful. Why is there no news of Hu Ping? Old Hu can also make an appearance. On the Zhao clan's side, silly girl Zhao is also very strong. She's at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm, so she can be pulled out to help. She's also Long Wuwei's deputy, so she can also raise the flag. Lu Wenyan thought to himself, should I go back and try to contact those two tigresses? But Wu Yuehua is here. If I contact them, it's going to be troublesome. Lu Wenyan sighed. He felt a headache coming on. I haven't been back for 50 years, yet I still have to face this obstacle. How scary. Behind him, Wu Yuehua saw that he was running so fast and snorted. He was full of dissatisfaction. Soon, as he looked at his back, he felt a little sad and helpless. 50 years ago, you weren't this poor. Today, that Shan Tianhao isn't even fit to carry your shoes. Since when is it our turn to stand up for you? Lu Wenyan had already arrived in Xianxia province. Although Suyu did not know the specifics, he knew that Lu Wenyan had set off with the old principal the day before yesterday. Library Pavilion. Suyu decided to inform Uncle Master. Uncle Master was at least as strong as Ling Yan at the 9th tier. As for his own teacher, he would continue with his research. He was a little weak. 10th floor. Wu Jiao was not around. He had gone to class. Chen Yong heard Suyu say that Lu Wenyan might have arrived in Xianxia province. Seeing that Suyu was a little worried, Chen Yong said softly, it's okay. Uncle Master is back. He won't be the only one taking care of everything. I know that Sun Galao and the others left, but they just came back. They didn't take advantage of them. Uncle Master, you know? Suyu was surprised. He thought that Chen Yong did not know anything. Chen Yong said calmly, I don't know. Uncle Master didn't tell me. But to make so many Galao go out at the same time and return injured, it's most likely that Uncle Master is back. Saying that, he smiled and said, don't worry. There are still a few Galao in the academy who support Uncle Master. They are his best friends. Wu Galao from the Divine Pill Department, He Galao from the Beast Taming Department, Galao Fan from the Divine Talisman Department, and Principal Su, who rarely shows himself, were all good friends of Uncle Master in the past. Suyu was a little surprised. Teacher Lu had so many good friends from the mountain and CCs, his mood relaxed a little. In that case, it would not be a big problem. There were so many experts, and they were all Teacher Lu's friends. Uncle Master, didn't you say that Teacher Lu wouldn't be coming back? Why did he suddenly come back? Chen Yong sighed. Someone forced your Teacher Lu to come back, Zhou Mingren? It might not be him. Chen Yong said, Zhou Mingren. Zhou Mingren, you don't have to be too hostile towards him. He's not a very broad-minded person, but he's easily satisfied. Actually, he's already satisfied that Shan Shenwen's faction has come this far. He's also satisfied that he can become the deputy principal. However, some people added fuel to the fire, including Qing Yuming, Xia Yuan, and some shadow from Dazhou Prefecture. Chen Yong thought for a moment, then said, perhaps someone promised him something, or an opportunity to advance to the Sun and Moon realm. Otherwise, Zhou Mingren didn't have the intention to kill us in the beginning. Suyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. It was too high-end. Since Lu Wenyan had someone to back him up, Suyu felt a lot more at ease. He said, Uncle Master, I don't care. I don't care about these things. I'd better work hard on my cultivation. Your task is to cultivate. You don't have to worry about anything else. If things really get out of hand, you won't be able to change anything. Understood. Suyu nodded and then asked curiously, Uncle Master, can I ask you something? What do you need to advance to the Mountain Sea realm? The Mountain Sea realm, Chen Yong said, the Mountain Sea realm isn't difficult. Shenwen is at the 4th rank, his willpower is at the 4th rank, and his divine aperture is beginning to merge with Wanshi. This is the Mountain Sea realm. Therefore, it's not difficult to fulfill the conditions of the Mountain Sea realm. Not difficult, Suyu was surprised. What would those who hadn't entered the Mountain Sea realm think? Also, Uncle Master, you're not the Mountain Sea realm, Chen Yong chuckled and said, don't you understand? Just like Wanshi, some people merge 12 apertures into one, some merge 2 apertures into one, and the Mountain Sea merges with the divine aperture. Some people merge more apertures than others. Naturally, the time of entering the Mountain Sea realm is different. Suyu nodded and glanced at Chen Yong. Cultivating the 10,000 Civilization Sutra opened a total of 72 divine apertures. According to this, the limit should be 8 divine apertures into one. Only then could one be considered to be at the peak of the mountain sea realm. Could it be that Uncle Master was pursuing 8 divine apertures into one? Was that why he hadn't entered the mountain sea realm? Uncle Master, if that's the case for civilization masters, what about fighters? Fighters? Xianxia said, they're a bit simpler. In the soul realm, they temper their bones, exchange their blood, and cleanse their marrows. In Ling Yunjing, they're primordial qi metamorphoses. One layer, one change, and the 9 transformations of primordial qi. From the current primordial qi, it metamorphoses into the true heavenly primordial qi. In the mountain sea realm, they also merge apertures. In Wansher's case, there are at least 9 apertures left. In the mountain sea realm, 1 aperture is connected, and 100 apertures are born. As for the sun, moon, and eternity, that's not something I can understand. Suyu nodded silently. He had learned something again. These were still far from him. He just needed to understand a little, and there was no need to go too deep into it. After saying all this, since Uncle Master felt that there was no need to worry, then there was no need to worry. He left the library. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but still made a call. Had Teacher Lu arrived in Dixia province, perhaps? Teacher Lu could really solve the problem of his Shenwen obstruction. If he could solve the obstruction left behind by the Shenwen 5 generations ago, would Teacher Lu become even stronger? This time, there was no reminder that there was no signal. After a while, the call was connected. Lu Wenyan laughed heartily and said, Suyu, what's the matter? Teacher, Suyu thought for a moment, then said, Teacher Bai Feng told me that he wants to invite you back to take a look at the Wentan Research Center. We have recently derived a very powerful cultivation technique called the soul-devouring art, which can mutate primordial qi. However, Miss Bai said that it has not been completely perfected. He was wondering if you could give him some advice. Soul-devouring art? At this moment, Lu Wenyan was a little surprised. He looked at Wu Yuehua and the others. Wu Yuehua nodded and transmitted his voice. The soul-devouring insect's primordial art has the effect of mutating primordial qi. Lu Wenyan nodded, still a little surprised. You have even derived the cultivation technique of insects? He was still a little surprised. This kind of insect cultivation technique was one of the most difficult cultivation techniques for humans to crack because the difference in structure was too big. Teacher, Miss Bai is still very good at research, but there are still a few difficulties that haven't been solved, so he wanted to ask for your opinion. Me? Lu Wenyan laughed and said, what opinion can I give? Bai Feng has underestimated him. I don't have time to go to your side now. He could not go either. It was fine in the secondary city area, but if he entered the Wentan Center, many people would not let him in. If he went there, there was still Wan Tianxing who would abide by the rules. As long as he, Lu Wenyan, hid in the Wentan Research Center, Wan Tianxing would not allow a fight to happen in the academy. Teacher, if you can't come, why don't I ask Miss Bai to go to Southern Yuan to look for you? Suyu said, Miss Bai is quite anxious. It's all my fault. I said that I would auction it not long ago, but after asking, I found out that it's not complete yet. Miss Bai is anxious, you little brat. Lu Wenyan was speechless. How dare you say that it's not complete, and you dare to say that you will auction it? Also, it seemed that Bai Feng treated this kid quite well. He even brought Suyu to participate in this kind of cultivation technique derivation. Moreover, it was Suyu's idea to auction the incomplete cultivation technique. Did Bai Feng not get even with him? After thinking for a while, Lu Wenyan thought for a while and said, how about this, I will find time to call you back. It's not very convenient now. Alright then, teacher, I will contact you later. After hanging up the communication, Lu Wenyan said in surprise, Yuehua, you know Suyu, right? Does Bai Feng value this kid very much? Suyu? Before Wu Yuehua said anything, He Qi, the middle-aged strong man, smiled and said, Brother Lu, I know Suyu. Everyone in the academy knows him. It turns out that he is Brother Lu's student. No wonder. I said that Bai Feng and the others can't teach such a student. Lu Wenyan laughed. In fact, he did not teach Suyu too much. It was just some simple basic knowledge. Why can't Baifeng teach such a student? Suyu has some fame? Lu Wenyan was a little curious now. He entered the top 100 list? More than that. Hichi laughed and said, that kid is amazing. Not only did he enter the top 100 list, but he also embarrassed Zhou Mingren and the others. A lot of trouble. Zhou Mingren, that old guy didn't come this time. I'm afraid he is solving these problems. After briefly telling about Suyu's trouble in the academy, Lu Wenyan looked surprised. That big of a change? Is this still the Suyu I know? How come he changed so much in such a short time? He has reached the 9th level of 15 June. Defeating a student ranked 38th in the top 100 list and causing Zhou Mingren to be in a sorry state was truly a surprise to him. He sighed. He really did not expect that Suyu said that he was doing well. Now it seemed that it was more than just good. He did not ask any more. He could not go to the academy now. And there was no need to involve Suyu and Baifeng in these things. The two of them were too weak. Even if Baifeng was at the 8th level of Soar, it was still not enough. Inside the academy, Suyu hung up the communication, thought for a moment, and then quickly walked towards the research institute. Teacher Lu didn't come. Was there something he was worried about? Since he didn't want to come, let the teacher go. He quickly returned to the research center and went straight to the 3rd floor. Baifeng was still the same as before, like a robot, working on his research without rest. He really didn't care about anything outside the window. Even if the sky was broken outside, he might not know. Sensing Suyu's arrival, Baifeng quickly turned around and said with some surprise, "Little Au, your teacher, I have discovered something again. I just dismantled the dragon salyer." When Suyu heard this, he was almost scared to death. Was he crazy? This was his Shenwen battle skill. "Teacher, take it easy, don't kill yourself, cut the crap." Baifeng couldn't be bothered with him. A small sword appeared in his hand, and said in surprise, "Kid, watch carefully." As he said that, the dragon salyer was easily dismantled by him. Yes, dismantled. Suyu was stunned. Shenwen's battle skill could be dismantled. Baifeng laughed out loud. Awesome, right? It's not just Shenwen alone, but it's directly dismantled, and even the battle skill is dismantled, isn't it? What Shenwen battle skill, what template can't be changed? It's all nonsense. I can reassemble it at any time. With that said, the small sword that had just been dismantled into pieces was once again closed. I can also transform at will. After saying that, Baifeng fiddled with it for a while, and the small sword turned into a blade. As long as the base points are still there, you can do whatever you want according to these base points. As Baifeng fiddled with it, he said in a deep voice, "However, I found some drawbacks. When I formed the dragon salyer, I didn't feel any discomfort, but once I formed something else, there would be some discomfort and some rejection. First, Shenwen is not the same race. Second, Shenwen's level is different. Third, the strength of the various races in Shenwen is different." As he said that, he looked at Suyu and said, "You have to insist on using the human race's Shenwen. I've discovered something. When Shenwen's battle skill is reassembled, the human race's Shenwen's repulsive force is the smallest, while the god race's Shenwen's repulsive force is the largest." Then, he added, "I suspect that the god and demon race's divine characters are naturally repelling us. This is because the god and demon race's divine characters that I've drawn have always produced a weak resistance. I didn't notice it before." Baifeng muttered to himself, "Is it because the human race's Shenwen is too weak, so there isn't much of a repulsive force? Or is it that the god race's Shenwen is not suitable for us? Right now, if I didn't reassemble the Shenwen's battle skill, I wouldn't be able to feel any repulsive force at all. Even if I go to Lingyun and Shanghai, I'm afraid it'll be the same. But once we go to the sun and moon, I suspect that this repulsive force will intensify, making it impossible for us to use their Shenwen to advance to the invincible realm. Is there a problem with the human race's Shenwen and it's weakened, or is there a problem with the god race's Shenwen and it's not suitable for us?" Baifeng muttered to himself, already forgetting Suyu's existence. As for Suyu, he was also a little shocked. Ever since he had reminded him that Shenwen was related to talent skills, his teacher seemed to have completely opened up a path, and his research was getting deeper and deeper. "Teacher?" "Oh." Baifeng sobered up and looked at Suyu. He exhaled and said, "Don't be anxious. Anyway, you need to outline 18 Shenwen. It's still early. Take it slow, don't be anxious. I'll try again on my side. If it doesn't work, I'll cripple some Shenwen and see if I can make up for it later. Suyu was shocked. Cripple Shenwen, teacher, wouldn't really kill himself, right? Teacher, don't be anxious about this. Something has happened. Originally, Suyu didn't want to say too much. But seeing that Baifeng was going to cripple his own Shenwen, he didn't dare to hide it anymore. He hurriedly explained the situation. In the end, he said hurriedly, Teacher, you can't kill yourself now. Who knows how much trouble will come next? Uncle Master has come to Dixia province? Baifeng raised his eyebrows. As I said before, some people's goal is not us, but to force Uncle Master to come out and force Teacher to take action. It seems that they have really come. Although Baifeng didn't know much, he was not stupid. He snorted and said coldly, a bunch of B******. In the end, they are still thinking about the Shenwen inherited by the 5th generation. Maybe the 5th generation has really touched some eternal secrets of the civilizator. Suyu frowned and said, they are too short-sighted. If they can really advance to the invincible realm, I think as a civilizator, if they really have a way, they won't keep it to themselves. He didn't think he would, because a civilizator who advanced to the invincible realm would pave the way for many experts at the peak of the sun and moon realm who turned to the warrior's path. If it didn't involve their core, and they had a way, there was no need to hide it. Because the Wan had their own eternal realm civilizator. The human clan didn't, so why did they have to hide it? Baifeng exhaled and said, who knows? Maybe they are not short-sighted, but they don't want their own eternal realm civilizator to appear in the human clan. This, Suyu thought of Uncle Master's words. Someone might have stolen the information of the 5th generation, and he was instantly speechless. Baifeng didn't care so much. He took a deep breath and said, since Uncle Master is here, then I have research materials. That's good, lest I kill myself. You have inherited my legacy. Suyu secretly complained, wake up, you have no legacy, the only research center is not yours, but Grandmaster's. So you died, and nothing was left. Baifeng didn't care what he thought and said quickly, then I'll go find Uncle Master. I'm going out, and I may not come back in a short time. Be careful, and don't go out of the academy. No matter how noisy it is outside, don't come out. Baifeng said solemnly, Uncle Master has been taken out of southern Yuan. Obviously, something else has happened. I don't think it will be peaceful in the future. You cultivate well in the academy. If there is any trouble, find your Uncle Master. Your Uncle Master can't leave now. If he leaves, the library may be left to someone else. I understand, teacher. Be careful. Don't worry, it's nothing. Baifeng didn't care too much. He began to pack up some things and some equipment. As he packed, he said, listen, Shenwen's combat skills should be the prototype of Talent Shenwen. Talent Shenwen. Talent Shenwen may be a key to advancing to the invincible realm. Advancing to the invincible realm civilizator must be very difficult. I suspect that it requires all the people of the Shenwen race. In addition, all Shenwen must advance to the rank 6. Only then can one truly step into the invincible realm. The 5th generation is very strong, terrifyingly strong. I guess that part of his Shenwen has advanced to the rank 6. The rank 5 is what we call the eternal Shenwen, but it's not accurate. The 5th generation's Shenwen has many rank 5, and there may be rank 6, but not all of them reached it, so he didn't advance successfully. The 5th generation's failure to advance to the invincible realm was not just because he was attacked. Also, I want to see what the 5th generation's Master Shenwen is like. I will tell you through the communication, but I won't say it too clearly. Just listen to it yourself. The rank 6 Shenwen of the 5th generation. If it's the human Shenwen, then it proves that the human race can step into the eternal civilizator. But the 5th generation might have made some mistakes and didn't think it through, Baifeng said in confusion. He wanted to quickly pass on all his research results to Suyu. Suyu frowned. Teacher, don't say any more. It's fine. He knew what Baifeng meant. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to return. Baifeng scolded, don't talk nonsense. The 5th generation was full of confidence back then. So before he proved his Tao, he didn't pass down anything. He waited until he proved his Tao. In the end, it was all over. Don't repeat the mistakes of the 5th generation. Also, I have to tell you something else. If something really happens, look for Wan Tianqing for help. What? Wan Tianqing. Bai Feng said in a low voice, before your grandmaster left, he said to look for Wan Tianqing if there's trouble. Wan Tianqing shouldn't be an enemy. Wan Tianqing had a good relationship with the 5th generation back then. Of course, Wan Tianqing wasn't always in the school. He went to the Seeker realm for a period of time to further his studies. He only came back after the 5th generation's accident. He returned to the Grand Xia Civilization Academy partly because he's in the Seeker realm. I don't know what kind of deep transaction is involved, but there's one thing you have to remember, this guy might be a powerhouse of the divine rune system. Ah? Suyu's face was full of shock. Many Shenwen faction, he wasn't too sure what system Wan Tianqing cultivated. There wasn't much information on it, but he had vaguely heard people say that Wan Tianqing was actually considered a part of the Shan Shenwen faction, but it should be the Shan Shenwen faction that had formed a system. How did it become a part of the Shenwen faction? What's there to be surprised about? Bai Feng said disapprovingly, there's not much difference between the Shan Shenwen faction and the Shenwen faction. When the Shan Shenwen faction cultivates more Shenwen and forms a system, if he doesn't enter the SOAR, he can continue to add Shenwen to the system. Once there are more than 10, it will be more Shenwen combat techniques. We took advantage of our predecessors and directly chose a template. Wan Tianqing might have formed a template himself. Suyu was stunned. Formed a template himself, that's right, it was the same for him. Of course, he didn't form it himself, but he didn't inherit the template of the combat technique wall. It was the Golden Atlas that modified the Shenwen combat techniques. In that case, Wan Tianqing might have formed a Shenwen combat technique template himself. Wasn't that too monstrous? One had to know that this was something that could only be done before the SOAR. Teacher, could it be that the templates on the Shenwen combat technique wall were created by the predecessors before the SOAR? Not all of them. Some of them were created after the SOAR. Even if they couldn't use it, it didn't stop them from creating such templates themselves. Bai Feng had already packed his things. He took a deep breath and said, just remember what I said. Don't worry about anything else. In this school, as long as you abide by the rules, there won't be any big problems. No one will dare to do anything to you. Your martial uncle is still staying in the school. If it doesn't work, you can announce that you're leaving the Shenwen faction. It's fine. Didn't old Zhao want to take you in as a disciple? It's not a big problem. Suyu smiled bitterly and said, Teacher, can you not make it sound like we're parting for life and death? Don't be self-deprecating. Otherwise, something might really happen. Bai Feng glared at him, he thought for a moment and said, that's right, I have to give you the key to the detention area's cage. You can open the cage. Those monsters aren't stupid. If you really meet with trouble, let them out. Bai Feng said seriously, tell them that if they help you, they will be given the identity of the Beast Tamer clan. That way, they won't be killed. If they don't help, even if they really escape, they will definitely die. These fellows are intelligent. They know how to choose. Not everyone can apply for the identity of the Beast Tamer clan. Your grandmaster has long prepared for it. With Galao's identity, he has applied for a few mounts over the years. You just need to go and register. After saying that, he threw a token to Suyu. It was a silver-white token. On one side was Hong, and on the other side was the huge pavilion of Xiaoxingguo. This is your grandmaster's identity token. You can directly take it to the school to register. Bai Feng exhaled and said, if you are really worried about safety, you can release the demonic beasts. After all, there are a few Lingyans. As for how to be careful of their counterattack, it's up to you. If they escape, they will die. If they are obedient, they can still live. If they are not too stupid, they will know how to choose. Give them a big picture. For example, when can they directly return to the battlefield? Got it. Suyu was a little surprised. It turned out that Grandmaster had already applied for the status of mounts for them. In this way, they would not be killed if they were released. After explaining all these, Baifeng carried a big bag and said, Suyu, if you have the chance in the future, make a Shenwen to store things. Eternal Shenwen can store things, but other things can't unless they are the special Shenwen. You'd better make one. Otherwise, carrying big and small bags around will not make us look good. It doesn't match our status. Suyu's eyes lit up. That makes sense, civilizationists were all sage-like. But if they carried big and small bags, they would look too inferior. Teacher, are there many of these special characteristics in Shenwen? Yes, but not many. For example, bag, storage, empty may all have the special characteristics of space. Of course, not necessarily. It depends on luck. Baifeng said a few words casually, and then said eagerly, then I'm leaving. I'm going to study Uncle Master. No, I'm going to save Uncle Master. After saying that, he broke into a run. Suyu was dumbfounded. Previously, when you said that you would be sad, I thought that you really wouldn't come back. But now, looking at your anxious and excited look, it's not because you're worried about me, but because you're excited to see a lab rat. I suspect that you are not afraid of dying in the hands of Shan Shenwen, but of dying in the hands of Teacher Lu. You are using Teacher Lu as a lab rat. I also think that the probability of you not returning is very high. What a headache, why do I have such an unreliable teacher? Forget it, I'll just play by myself. After the matter was notified, Baifeng also left, and Qinyong knew the situation. Suyu felt that he had done what he needed to do, and the other matters were not something he could participate in at the moment. His top priority was to outline Shenwen and cultivate himself. 100 drops of mountain-breaking ox Wansher's late-stage blood essence, 500 drops of soul-devouring insect blood essence, and 10 drops of 5 elements race blood essence. These were all Suyu's current possessions. In addition, there were dozens of texts of will waiting for him to read. On the evening of the 8th, Suyu saw Hu Zongqi again. Without any nonsense, he handed the token that Zhao Li had given him to Hu Zongqi and said in a low voice, "Take this, and you can enter without accumulating merit points. Of course, you have to pay." Hu Zongqi held the token, feeling shocked. Suyu could even connect to the mystic realm. Was it Suyu's ability, or the ability of the other members of the fraternity? The mystic realm was one of the most important areas of the academy, and it was not inferior to Xiaoxingguo. Of course, he knew who the Zhao character on the token was. He had heard from his second grandfather that it should be Zhao Li's token, but Zhao Li usually did not participate in these things. Why would he give it to Suyu, even if Suyu minored in weapon forging? How many times had Suyu been to the weapon forging school? Suyu, don't ask, and don't say too much. Don't let others find out, or it will be hard to explain. Suyu urged, get stronger as soon as possible. Now that the storm is coming, the human realm will probably be in turmoil. You and I are both pawns. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. If you don't get stronger now and miss this opportunity, you may have to wait for decades. Understood. Hu Zongqi did not ask again, but he was still a little excited and shocked. So you really did it. Who else was participating in this mutual aid association? After bidding farewell to Hu Zongqi, Suyu once again went to the Arcana area. Essence Energy Secret Realm. The two elders were already too tired to complain. He's here again, he almost took it as his home. There's someone inside. Huang Lao said directly, there are a few people cultivating inside. Do you want to go in later? He didn't even bother to ask how long Suyu was going to cultivate and how much blood essence he had brought in. Someone's there? Suyu was surprised. Very few people came here at night. Yes, they are all newcomers. Huang Lao said helplessly, this batch of rookies is so worrisome. All of them run to mystic realms whenever they have nothing to do. Who? Qingyun Fai, Wan Mingze, and Xia Chan are all inside. Huang Lao shook his head and said, these brats have accumulated more than 100 merit points. After the Shenwen competition ended, these people had also obtained quite a lot of merit points. Together with the rewards from several monthly tests, they had accumulated more than 100 merit points. Suyu nodded, not surprised. He wanted to become stronger, and others naturally wanted to too. Seeing that he did not go in, Huang Lao sat down and said with a smile, don't you want to go in and observe them? There's no need. Suyu said kindly, cultivation is one's own business. It's useless to observe others. You brat. Huang Lao sighed and quickly said, are you preparing to advance to Wanshi this time? No, I'll observe first and test the soul-devouring art. That's not bad. Huang Lao nodded. Don't rush to close the aperture. Take your time. The civilization school doesn't care much about this, but if it's the war school, the teacher will tell you that it's best to open all the apertures before closing the aperture. Suyu was surprised that there was such a saying. Seeing that he did not know, Huang Lao smiled and said, open all the apertures at Thousand June. This way, when you reach the Wanshi realm, your apertures will also be able to merge. One aperture for one martial art. However, if you don't open all of them and open some apertures at Wanshi, the difficulty of closing the apertures will increase. One aperture for one martial art, and the difficulty will increase exponentially. It's not that you can't close the apertures, but it's very difficult. Suyu nodded silently and said, is it because the apertures opened at different realms may be of different levels? You can say that. In fact, it's almost the same. However, there are still some differences between an aperture tempered with Thousand June primordial qi and an aperture tempered with Wanshi primordial qi. It will increase the difficulty of closing the apertures. Of course, you can also close the aperture slowly. Suyu nodded, understanding. In that case, did he have to open the apertures at the back of time and advance to Wanshi? Up till now, Suyu had only opened the first level of the time martial art. The second level also required 44 apertures. Of course, there were some overlapping apertures, so he had to open another 20 or so. There was still the third level. If he were to open all of them, Suyu would have opened more than 200 apertures at the very least. He didn't pay much attention to it. If he couldn't open them after Wanshi, the difficulty would just increase slightly. Since he wasn't going to enter the secret realm now, Suyu didn't stay idle. He greeted the two teachers and took out a text of will. He was really busy now, and time was very precious. Not only that, Suyu still had to attend some foundational classes. At the very least, he had to attend some foundational language classes in order to grasp the language. When he opened each clan's atlas, it would be in the same language. For some languages, Suyu didn't know how to read. If he recklessly used his talent or cultivation technique, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Who knew if it was an explosion-type martial art? If that was the case, he would be finished. At this moment, the book in Suyu's hand was a common martial art. It was a yellow-grade cultivation technique, and it wasn't very precious. Brave Tiger Saber Art, a rubbish martial art that only required 16 apertures to be opened. Of course, it wasn't bad for Qianjun. This was relatively good for cultivators who practiced yellow-grade cultivation techniques. When he opened the text of will, a shadow appeared in front of him. The shadow wasn't fast, but it was extremely fierce, suitable for battles. If one wanted to comprehend Shenwen, the prerequisite was to be able to read and understand the cultivation techniques. Whether it was Kaiyuan art, Lei Yuan Dao, or sky-breaking kill, as long as Suyu comprehended the text of will of Shenwen, even if he wasn't too familiar with it, he would be able to understand it after reading it. Only then would he have the confidence to draw out the outline of Shenwen. If he didn't understand it at all, there was almost no hope for him to draw out the outline of Shenwen. This kid is really serious. But why is he reading all the rubbish cultivation techniques? Huang Lao and Niao Lao were also secretly chatting with each other through voice transmission. A cultivation technique with 16 apertures was very lousy. It was a middle-grade yellow-grade cultivation technique. For a genius like Suyu, this kind of cultivation technique was completely meaningless, and he wouldn't cultivate it. To comprehend Shenwen, right? Niao Lao guessed and said, it seems that he wants to draw out the outline of human Shenwen? Huang Lao shook his head and didn't bother to guess. Maybe. Human Shenwen was relatively weaker and easier to comprehend, but it wasn't powerful. He didn't know what Suyu was thinking. The two chatted for a while, and the next moment, they looked at Suyu at the same time. What's going on? Has he seen it many times? He has drawn out the outline of Shenwen just like that? At this moment, on the Brave Tiger Saber art, a word slowly faded. Saber, Suyu was very calm. He closed his eyes for a moment and opened them the next moment. He heaved a sigh of relief and kept the text of will. He switched to another one and continued reading. The two old men were dumbfounded. Do you know that you have drawn out the outline of Shenwen? Don't you feel excited at all? You're not going to say it so soon? It's over just like that? You didn't even mention it. Suyu, Huang Lao shouted. Suyu turned his head and looked at Huang Lao, puzzled. What's wrong? Teacher, what's the matter? Huang Lao felt that he might be hallucinating. He doubted himself. You didn't draw out the outline of Shenwen just now, right? I did. Huang Lao was suddenly speechless. What should I say? What do I want to say? You are a little too calm. Have you seen the Brave Tiger saber art many times? Suyu thought about it. This was his first time reading it. However, he was more familiar with saber arts and comprehended it faster. Of course, he knew what Huang Lao was thinking. In order to satisfy the old man, Suyu nodded and said, yes, I often read the text of will. He didn't say which one. Anyway, I'll read it often. Huang Lao heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you succeeded in your first attempt. You gave me a fright. However, this kid was someone who could do great things. He could still be so calm after drawing out the outline of Shenwen. It's the saber word Shenwen? This Shenwen is not bad. You use a saber, right? This is good. It's a pity that it's the human race's Shenwen. Otherwise, you can even become the main Shenwen. Wenbing and the main Shenwen will complement each other. This way, your lethality will increase greatly. Nielao interrupted, that's hard to say. The characteristics might not be suitable for him. Maybe the saber word Shenwen can only produce one saber for him. That makes sense. Huang Lao nodded. That was true. Suyu smiled. These two teachers were probably too free. They were chatting enthusiastically. As for the characteristics, Suyu sensed for a moment. His will seeped into the slightly dispirited Shenwen. After experiencing it for a moment, a sense of comprehension rose in his heart. He knew what the characteristics were. What I drew isn't just a stroke. It's a complete Shenwen. As for why he was like this, Suyu could only deduce that it had something to do with the atlas. Under normal circumstances, he had to draw it stroke by stroke. Suyu's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, Teacher Niao Lao, I feel that my Shenwen won't turn into a saber. I feel that there's a high possibility that it will increase its sharpness and burst out saber chi. Amen? Niao Lao looked at him and found it a little funny. Kid, you are dreaming. That's hard to say. It's already not bad if it turns into a saber. Maybe, your Shenwen can only be used as a sharpening stone. Teacher, do you want to make a bet? Suyu smiled and said, you say that I'm wrong. If I can prove that I'm right, in the future, when I come to Mystic Realms, you can give me free time. How about it? Niao Lao looked at him suspiciously. After a while, he said, how long do you need to complete the drawing? We will only know the characteristics after you complete it. Who knows if you will secretly change to another Shenwen a few months later. I also don't know if you will draw another one midway. Suyu was prepared to provoke Niao Lao, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Forget it, drawing a complete Shenwen in one go was still a secret. Other than Bai Feng and Teacher Liu, no one else knew about it. It might not be a good thing if this thing was exposed. Forget it, even Bai Feng felt that he couldn't draw a complete drawing every time. Until now, he still felt that he was drawing a Wan Shenwen, but he hadn't completed it yet. Then forget it. No one can tell for sure in a few months. Suyu smiled and gave up, continuing to read his book. Niao Lao looked at him doubtfully. Huang Lao also felt a little strange. This kid seemed to be very confident just now. Old Nia, don't tell me he really knows what the characteristics are? I'm not sure. Or maybe he already had a Shenwen like this before and wanted to deliberately trick us? It's very possible. This kid isn't as honest as he appears. The two of them looked at each other and felt that they had seen through Suyu's tricks. They cursed in their hearts, this little brat still wants to trick us. He's not human, do you think we can't tell? As they were chatting, another person came outside the door. Both of them wore cloaks and covered their faces as they entered. Niao Lao and Huang Lao's expressions changed slightly. They stood up at the same time. Huang Lao said coldly, "It's fine if the students come. You Dao protectors are all waiting outside the mystic realm. Who allowed you to enter?" "One in front and one behind." At this moment, a hoarse voice came from behind the cloak. "Please don't blame me. The Wanfu prefect previously said that we Dao protectors are also qualified to enter the mystic realm in the future as long as we accumulate enough merit points. The human race is broad-minded and is willing to open the mystic realm for Dao protectors." Huang Lao's expression changed slightly as he looked at Niao Lao. Niao Lao nodded slightly. It was probably true. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get past the guards. It was impossible for them to barge in just like that. Perhaps the two of them didn't care. The academy should have sent out an announcement. Niao Lao didn't waste any time. He clicked on the computer in front of him and quickly said, "I didn't care about the announcement on the first. I'll forget about it this time." Then, he said bluntly, "Even if you can enter, the Yuan energy mystic realm is only for those below Soar and Soar. Don't barge in next time." "Sorry, it's my first time here. I have no experience," the hoarse voice came again. It seemed that this person didn't dare to lose his temper. After all, this was the human race's territory. "So you didn't say a word, observing in silence." Both of them wore cloaks, so their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. He had seen one before, a member of the fox race. He had a face full of hair and looked particularly ugly. He didn't know which race he was from this time. His figure was similar to a human's, and he wore a cloak. Unless he used his willpower to investigate, this was a provocation, and Suyu wasn't that bored. He was observing the two, and the two cloaked one were also looking at him. Observing him, they recognized Suyu. He was the student who had almost caused the death of an elder. He might be the most terrifying new student this year. Huang Lao couldn't be bothered with them. He said, "Wait outside. It'll probably take a while. There are people cultivating inside." "Are they going to enter the Wanchur area to cultivate?" He looked at the cloaked person in front of him and frowned slightly. "Name, student number, and strength. I'll check to see if I have accumulated enough merit points." "Xiaxia, student number 021, Wanchur level 1. A female voice came from under the cloak. It was a very pure feeling. Suyu immediately thought of White Beaver. That white cat had also used this tone when it first communicated with him. Female, what race? Could it be the fox race? A face full of hair, the Wanchur realm, wasn't weak. Suyu thought. Huang Lao checked and raised his eyebrows slightly. She actually reached the top 10 in the Wan Academy's 2 monthly exams and contributed a mystic martial arts technique. Xiaxia didn't say anything. The guardian behind them said in a hoarse voice, "Sorry for the trouble. I'll go to other mystic realms to see if there are any suitable mystic realms for me. I'll have to trouble the two of you to take care of Princess Jing." Princess, Suyu became more and more curious. A princess of a clan, her status wasn't low. Huang Lao couldn't be bothered to be polite. He waved his hand casually. After the cloaked person left, he saw Suyu looking at the others curiously. He scolded him telepathically, "What are you looking at? You're looking at someone with a tail. It's the Tiger clan, the Yunhu clan. It's a small clan that isn't considered too strong among the Tiger clan." Yunhu, Suyu thought about it and knew that it was indeed not a very strong clan. Among the Tiger clan, the strongest should be the Flying Tiger clan, ranked 32nd in the Wan realm. Yunhu. He hadn't seen the specific ranking. Anyway, it wasn't strong. Otherwise, Suyu would have known a little. He didn't pay much attention to it. It was a small clan, and the clan leader might only be in the Mountain Sea realm. The guardian just now felt inferior to Huang and Ye. It might be Ling Yun, but he might not be as strong as these two. The princess of this clan. No wonder she didn't have any reputation. Suyu was actually a little curious. Why was her surname Xia? Were Xia Jia and Yun whose children? Of course, if her surname was Xia, she was related to Xia Jia. He was still thinking when Xiaxia suddenly walked to his side. Her voice was soft, and she spoke in human language. Student Suyu, hello. Can we get to know each other? I also saw you defeat Senior Huang in the arena last time. Suyu looked up and closed the will text in his hand. He was suspicious. She was so close. She wanted to peek at the secret technique of the human clan. As expected, Huang didn't give up. She seized every opportunity to pry out the human clan's secrets. Hello, Suyu smiled like a spring breeze. Student Xiaoqing, nice to meet you. I've heard of the Yunhu clan. They're very powerful. You were in the top 10 in 2 monthly exams, and it was Wanshi's strength. Student Xiaoqing is too powerful. By the way, our vice principal is called Xiaochongqing. Student Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing laughed and said in a clear voice, I have nothing to do with Principal Xia. That's not my original name. When translated into human language, it has the character Qing. When in Xia province, do as the Romans do, so I named myself Xiaoqing. Oh, I see. Suyu nodded and said enthusiastically, Student Xiaoqing is also the princess of a clan. Forgive me for not recognizing you. Miss Su, you must be joking. Xiaoqing said weakly, our Yunhu clan is very weak, far weaker than the human clan. Even without Xia province, our clan would be exterminated if only the Galao Institute attacked. We came to the human realm to learn from the human clan and hope to help the human clan in the future war of the heavens. Hypocrite, Suyu muttered in his heart. I don't believe it, help the human clan. Help my ass. It's a good thing that you don't hit me when I'm down. Ignoring this tigress, Suyu thought for a while and said with a smile, it's a win-win cooperation and mutual support. If Princess Qing can come to the human realm to study, it's an opportunity. If you need any help, you can call me at any time. Some students in the academy have a deep misunderstanding about Wan. If there's any neglect, I apologize on their behalf. After entering the academy, we are all classmates and family. As he said this, Suyu sighed and said, I strongly agree with Wanfu Prefect's suggestion. Unfortunately, some people are stubborn. Just like those people in our Shan Shenwen Institute, they only think about internal strife. This kind of people is a malignant tumor. They are not as good as some of Wan's friends. Suyu's face was full of emotion, indignation, and helplessness. He looked at the tigress again and said with a smile, I hope Princess Qing will not get involved with those people. Those people are arrogant and think that they are the most powerful in the world. Xiaoqing said softly, we dare not participate in these big events in the human realm. We are just here to learn some more advanced knowledge and hope to bring some changes to the Yunhu clan. Miss Su, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't get involved in these things. You should. I understand. Suyu said with a smile, anyway, if there's any trouble, you can come to me if I can solve it. It's fate that we met. Of course, if you can give me some merit points as a reward, that would be even better. Suyu joked, Princess Qing is the princess of a clan. She definitely doesn't lack this little money, Xiaoqing said with a smile, then if there's a need in the future, I will ask Miss Su for help. As they chatted, Huang Lao and Huang Lao looked at each other. Huang Lao said telepathically, this kid is so polite to Wan. Is he really a peacemaker, or does he have a crooked mind? What do you think? Nie Lao said bluntly, this kid, look at his happy smile and shifty eyes. He's trying to get information. If we continue chatting, we will probably ask him how many merit points he has. As he spoke, Suyu suddenly said in a low voice, Princess Qing, you came to the human realm without any human merit points, right? You probably brought some resources. I have a friend who has a lot of connections. If you need merit points in the future, you can use some treasures to exchange for merit points from my friend. You won't exchange with the Academy or the Summerfield Trading Company, will you? That's a scam, they are too evil. Suyu said in a very low voice, for example, if you give the primordial chi liquid to the Academy will give you 1 merit point. If you exchange for it yourself, you need 5 merit points. If you come to us, we will give you 2 merit points for a drop of primordial chi liquid. If you exchange for it, we can sell it to you for 3 merit points. Suyu said in a low voice, this is a good deal, right? Of course, a small scale is fine. If it's a large scale, we don't dare to eat it. It's just that we are classmates. Otherwise, we will be accused of having secret dealings with Juan. No one can afford that. Xiaoqing was a little surprised. Really? Of course. Suyu nodded and secretly judged. Sure enough, these people really used resources to exchange for merit points. Of course, how could Wan Tianxing not extort them? He didn't know if he could cut in and make some money. Anyway, these people's resources would be exchanged for merit points sooner or later. They needed it to enter the mystic realm, eat, and stay. In the human realm, without merit points, these one couldn't survive. Not far away, Huang and Ya were speechless. This kid was really bold. He even wanted to steal the principal's business. Trying to get close to him and do business, he might even end up selling out the Wan students. He really wasn't a good person. As they spoke, the door opened. Someone came out, the few of them came out together. Xianxia saw Suyu and said in surprise, Suyu, why are you here? Were you waiting for me? Suyu couldn't be bothered with him. After thinking for a while, he suddenly smiled and said, Yunhui, this person beside me is a student from Wan Academy. She's also a princess. Xianxia's expression changed, and his eyes widened. Killing intent erupted. Suddenly thinking of something, he snorted, suppressed his anger, and walked away. He had wanted to chat with Suyu for a while, but now he had lost all interest. Wan Mingze and Xiachan were also there. Seeing this, they looked at Suyu, but they didn't say anything and left quickly. Suyu said in a low voice, don't mind it. It's a pity. I wanted to introduce some friends to you, but it seems like they still have some prejudice against Wan Academy. That's true. I was the same at first, but later I realized that not everyone in Wan Academy is an enemy. They might even be friends, Xiaoqing said gratefully. Thank you, Miss Su. You're welcome. After a few words, Huang Lao urged, which one of you will go first? Teacher, let Princess Qing go first. I'm not in a hurry. If Princess Qing stays here for too long, she'll easily become an enemy. Elder Huang impatiently reached his hand out and beckoned, directly grabbing Xiaoqing high up in the air and throwing her into the mystic realm. Done. Once Xiaoqing left, before Huang Lao could speak, Suyu hurriedly said, Huang Lao, does the Yunhu clan have any talent? How much is essence blood worth? Does the Yunhu clan have any specialties? Are there many valuable things? You're not human, you just called me Princess Qing and asked for my help, and now you ask how much essence blood is worth? Are you still human? Huang Lao was mentally exhausted. He said grumpily, of course they have talent. The Yunhu clan, the tiger from the clouds, is extremely fast. Their talent is to drive the wind and reduce resistance. The value of essence blood isn't too high. Once your initial stage, the Academy's price is 5 points per drop. 5 points? The Academy's price is so low, and the black market is even cheaper. It's really worthless, it's on the same level as the Ironwing clan. But this clan does have some specialties. Huang Lao said with a smile, in the Yunhu clan's habitat, there's a kind of light spirit grass. It's the main ingredient for making a type of pill. It can assist in the cultivation of body-type martial arts techniques and enlighten the apertures. 1 pill is worth 10 merit points. If the Yunhu clan really brought anything, this is probably the most. After saying that, he said playfully, don't even think about it. You're still too inexperienced to think about one. These things have already been identified by the principal. Don't even think about it. Teacher, you've misunderstood me. Suyu laughed. Teacher, you've really misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. I was just joking with that tigress. By the way, is student 1 that weak? That tigress, Wancher Tier 1, can also be in the top 10? Nonsense. Did he come to the Civilization Academy to cultivate his physique? He's also a civilization master, at the peak of tempering. Oh. Suyu understood. He felt that it was not worth much. Yunhu's blood essence was not worth much either. Teacher, is the Yunhu clan considered a neutral clan? Sort of. As he said that, Huang Lao said disdainfully, of course, they listen to the Flying Tiger clan. There are enemies. The Yunhu clan is weak, so they're at both ends. They don't dare to provoke humans, but they also don't dare to disobey the Flying Tiger clan. The human realm might not have good intentions. After saying that, he looked at Suyu and said, "Kid, why are you asking so much?" "I'm just asking," Suyu said with a smile. "I'm seeing if there's a chance to pull some strings. In the future, when we go to the heavenly battlefield, we'll remember each other as classmates. Maybe we can survive." "Teacher, do you think I can beat that tigress?" "It'll be difficult." As he said that, he added, "The main thing is speed. It's very fast. You might not be able to catch up. If you catch up, it won't be difficult for you to kill it with your strength." "That's good." So you secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like it was not much. "Teacher, does it have fur on its face?" "No, it does have a tail." "Why? Are you really tempted?" "No." So you denied it. "I don't have any crooked thoughts. Let's be friends. When you're outside, you have to rely on friends. My father said so. When you're outside, you should make more friends. One more friend means one more path. Who knows, one day, you might be able to earn a sum of money, or even a lot of money." "Teacher, are there any clans in the One who are sincere about joining the human race?" "There are some," Huang Lao said with a smile. "A few clans have been working with us. For example, the Pegasus clan. In the Long Wu, there's a Pegasus guard that controls the Pegasus. This clan has a pretty good relationship with us," Suyu ridiculed. "Using humans as mounts is considered pretty good. Forget it, I won't ask any more." After waiting outside for about 2 hours, Xiaxia came out. Suyu smiled and greeted him before entering the secret realm. After Suyu entered, Xiaxia left. Huang Lao said with a smile, "Say, do you think this kid can trick people?" "He can still trick people if he doesn't interact with them much. After interacting with him for a long time, let's see if he can continue acting. This kid has the potential to be a con artist." Huang Lao couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Suyu was good at acting. Unless he felt that he could let his guard down, he would reveal some of his true feelings. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to tell that this guy was a black-hearted and ruthless bastard. As for the previous time when he defeated Huang Qifeng, that was revenge. No one felt that he did anything wrong. At the same time, in the secret realm, Suyu Wenbing appeared and slashed with his saber. The saber light flashed, and it felt stronger than before. The saber edge flashed with cold light. Not bad. Although it isn't strong, its characteristics aren't bad. Suyu nodded. The sixth Shenwen was still considered successful. It was just that the Shenwen was a little weak. It didn't matter. At most, he would just use a hammer to hammer it a few times a day to nurture it. Suyu stopped testing the characteristics. He sat cross-legged and opened his acupoints again. This time, he was prepared to open the acupoints of the soul-devouring art. Once the ability to corrode and burn willpower was revealed, he would have more trump cards. If he were to draw a few more Shenwen, he would be even more powerful. He should be confident in challenging the top 30 students. "Teacher and the others told me not to participate. If I don't participate, how can I earn money and become stronger? Only by growing in the storm will I be able to grow faster." As for the danger, in the school, it was reduced to the lowest level. If he didn't dare to take the risk now, wouldn't he be even more cowardly after leaving the school? Suyu closed his eyes, and the acupoints lit up one by one. Cultivate, in his mind, the small hammer started to move, hammering the sea of will. At first, it wasn't painful. But soon, when his willpower was compressed, that kind of intense pain appeared, the feeling of a splitting headache. Every hammer strike felt like it was hammering on his heart. Every time, he felt like he was going to explode. While hammering, his willpower was also nurturing the small hammer. This was a powerful willpower killing technique. The stronger the hammer, the more powerful it was. One day, a hammer strike could smash the willpower of a mountain sea realm cultivator. That would be awesome. The hammer hammered his willpower, compressing and purifying it. His willpower, which was originally 70% full, gradually shrank. However, Suyu did not feel that his willpower had weakened. Instead, it was becoming more and more tenacious. He did not feel any pressure after enduring 6 Shenwen. Instead, it was easier than before. The acupoints required for the soul-devouring art were also being opened. One by one, the acupoints were opened. The soul-devouring art only required 36 acupoints to be opened. Suyu had opened too many acupoints and the degree of overlap was extremely high. At this moment, he only needed to open 15 acupoints. 100 drops of Xianxia's late-stage mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. About 2 drops were enough to open 1 acupoint. The speed was fast, in the blink of an eye, 15 acupoints were opened. At this point, Suyu had opened 168 acupoints. The 36 acupoints that belonged to the soul-devouring art were connected successfully. In the next moment, there were some changes in the essence qi in the 36 acupoints. From the previous calmness, it seemed to be burning in the blink of an eye. The burning essence qi was guided by Suyu's willpower. Instantly, it attached to the periphery of his willpower, forming a black flame. Burning, corroding, this was the soul-devouring art. The essence qi in the 36 acupoints was depleted, but Suyu did not care. After thinking about it, the Wen appeared. With his willpower attached, there was an additional black flame on the Wen that others could not see. Soul-devouring art. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. It actually did not hurt his willpower. Did this mean that it could distinguish between friend and foe? Would his essence qi burn his willpower? After thinking about it, Suyu decided to give it a try. He had been controlling it consciously just now. At this moment, Suyu controlled the acupoints and the black flame formed from the mutated essence qi and touched his willpower slightly. Ah! A cry of pain was heard. Suyu clutched his head and screamed. He was not someone who had never suffered, nor was he someone who had never experienced pain. But at this moment, he still felt intense pain. It was extremely painful. It was as if his brain was burned by the flames. Suyu was shocked. This seemed to be even stronger than the last time he used his essence blood. Could it be that it has something to do with my vitality? He had opened many apertures, so his vital qi was purer and of a higher quality. This was not something that the energy in the blood essence could compare to. It was the same 15,000 June, but his 36 acupuncture points vital qi had all mutated, so it was not much different from the usual 9,000 June realm. At this moment, all of them had turned into black flames, and their might was even stronger. The burn made Suyu feel even more painful than being killed in a dream. It was even more painful than being hit by Zhao Li's hammer. Ouch! Suyu had a lingering fear in his heart. If anyone had been burned, would they still have the mood to fight? Taking a deep breath, Suyu tried again. He covered the small hammer with a layer of black flames. The hammer struck out. This hammer could be both illusory and real. Invisibly, when the hammer struck out, there was not much fluctuation in essence qi, but the consumption of Suyu's willpower was not small. I wonder how effective it would be against others? This could also be considered a trump card, burning the opponent's willpower, instantly closing in, and the mountain and sea breaking strike could probably kill the opponent with one kick. I have opened 168 apertures, and my vitality is frighteningly deep. However, these 168 apertures have not formed a complete system, unless one day all the apertures become one. All the apertures becoming one was probably exclusive to the mountain and sea realm. According to Uncle Master, the mountain and sea realm would be closed again. The mountain-breaking ox's blood essence had not been used up yet. At this moment, Suyu was thinking about whether to open the second layer of the time technique or other apertures. For example, the primordial cleansing technique, so that he would not have to use the radiant bird's blood essence to wash the apertures every time. Even if I learn the second layer, I might not be able to use it. It's better to open the primordial cleansing technique first, so that I don't have to use the blood essence every time. It was also a cultivation technique with 36 apertures, and the degree of overlap was very high. He needed to open 12 more apertures. Once he succeeded, Suyu would be able to open 180 apertures. Suyu also discovered that the more apertures he opened, the higher the degree of overlap. The number of apertures he needed to open in subsequent cultivation techniques was very few. For example, the primordial cleansing technique only needed to open 12 apertures, and there were a total of 24 overlapping apertures. Another thought arose in his mind. How many apertures did the human body have to open? If all of them were opened, would they eventually be able to form one aperture, just as Suyu was cultivating? Time passed bit by bit. Secondary City Area, Dexia Province No. 18 High School. back mountain. A lonely grave stood at the foot of the mountain, looking somewhat desolate and lonely. In front of the grave, Lu Wenyan did not feel too sad, just a little dispirited. Zhang Ruoling was a proud person who had clamored to trample on the mountains and seas, break through the sun and moon, and step into the world of invincibility. Now, he was buried here with his cultivation strength. If Zhou Mingren had not said that he would dig up the grave, how many people would remember him? Ruoling, rest well. He sighed with emotion and poured down a cup of wine. I hope you don't mind that I couldn't come to see you off 9 years ago. People of our generation don't need to care too much about these things. Lu Wenyan had been here for a few hours and had said all that needed to be said. At this moment, there was some willpower emerging everywhere. Lu Wenyan looked around and said slowly, he's already dead. Do you have to do this? Who hasn't died yet? If Ruoling had willingly stayed in Shenwen, it would have been fine. Since he didn't stay, should his grave be dug up? Everyone, ask yourselves, if you're dead and someone thinks that your bones can be made into weapons and your blood can be condensed into blood essence, should we also dig up your graves? Killing is just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Even if he's Wanzhou, he's dead. Are we going to eat his corpse too? Lu Wenyan said softly, we haven't been involved in these things for decades. Why force us? At this moment, someone said softly, digging up. Graves shouldn't be done. Even if we're all from Shan Shenwen's faction, this old man has to say that we shouldn't dig up graves. Zhou Mingren's actions are beneath his status and will be criticized. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, is it Tang Galao from the 9 heavens? It's me. In the darkness, the old man said softly, we shouldn't be involved in the internal affairs of the Great Xia Civilization University. Digging up graves for Zhang Ruoling is only Zhou Mingren's opinion. I'm not here to target anyone, but since you, Lu Wenyan, have returned, I'm here to ask you a question. Speak your mind, Tang Galao. Is the information about advancing to the invincible realm real or fake? Of course, you, Lu Wenyan, are crippled, but you haven't advanced to the invincible realm. I'm more convinced that it's fake, that it doesn't exist, or that you didn't realize it. However, many died in the battle to help the 5th generation. Among them were several powerhouses from Shan Shenwen's faction, including those from the Jiutian Academy. Before the 5th generation left, he swore that he would be able to prove his way to the invincible realm. In the end, he failed, and many lives were lost. After a pause, Tang Galao said softly, whether it's real or fake, you have to give us a clear answer. There's no information. Can we have a look at the 5th generation Shenwen? We can't let our predecessors die in vain. Just because of the 5th generation's lies. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, I understand. It's all for Shenwen. You also think that the key to advancing to the invincible realm lies in Shenwen, right? That's right. Tang Galao did not hide anything. He went straight to the point. All these years, we've been waiting for a miracle. We even had some hope that you would succeed, but you didn't. Since you've studied for 50 years without any results, Lu Wenyan, why are you so selfish to keep it to yourself and not give anyone a chance? Then, he said in a high voice, it's not a problem to pass on what the 5th generation left to you. But let me ask you something. Don't those who died because of the 5th generation have any right to share it? Lu Wenyan seemed to be in the wrong. He sighed and said, yes. My senior brother followed the 5th generation regardless of opposition and died in the battlefield of heavens. So, do I, Tang Yunfei, have the right to see the Shenwen left by the 5th generation? Well, Lu Wenyan, stop making excuses. Tang Galao's voice was cold. You can already instantiate in Shenwen. You're no longer the same as before. Lu Wenyan said with a wry smile, really, alas, I was wondering why no one stopped me in southern Yuan last time. I was forced to soar and wait for me here. Not far away, Wu Yuehua snorted coldly. Those people found a good time. It was neither too early nor too late. He Chi and I were either out for some business or in closed-door training. Coincidentally, in just a few days, southern Yuan was attacked. By Feng, that good-for-nothing, is so slow. What's the use of rushing there? Tang Galao said quietly, are you saying that we colluded with Wanzhou? Guys, you've overestimated us. You used several sun and moon experts just to force Lu Wenyan to instantiate? It's fate. The heavens destined Lu Wenyan to instantiate at that time. Even the heavens couldn't stand it. In the past, he said that he couldn't instantiate because Xinwen was restrained and couldn't be taken out. What about today? Is it still the same excuse? 50 years ago, Lu Wenyan joined Xinwen, but he failed in the end. Instead of strengthening himself, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Later, someone asked him to go to Xinwen and observe Xinwen. Lu Wenyan said that he couldn't instantiate, so he couldn't appear in Xinwen. 50 years later, Lu Wenyan finally instantiated successfully, a full 50 years, forcing him to return to Dixia province was also after he instantiated. Wu Yuehua and the others couldn't help but wonder if Lu Wenyan's instantiation that day was an accident or a coincidence, but just as Tang Yunfei said, on that day, several sun and moon experts from Tiani God cult and Tiani God race were killed by Xiao Long Wu in Dixia province, who could instruct so many sun and moon experts to take the risk to enter Dixia province just to force Lu Wenyan to instantiate. Maybe it really was a coincidence. Lu Wenyan didn't care about this. He said helplessly, Tang Galao, you're right. I can instantiate with willpower, but Xinwen can't. I really can't. In my sea of will, Xinwen is a mess. Everyone is surrounding that Xinwen, and they're all imprisoned. I can't instantiate even if I want to. Heh, mocking laughter came, this again. Then why don't we wait until you're invincible before instantiating? That's fine. Lu Wenyan smiled. Why don't you guys wait a little longer? I'm serious. Maybe I can only truly instantiate when I'm invincible. Bullsh T. Lu Wenyan, you were considered a hero in the past. Now, you're spouting nonsense. You don't even want your last bit of face. 50 years ago, not only was your body crippled, even your heart was crippled. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge cauldron smashed out. Tang Yunfei was prepared. He stabbed out with his sword, and with a boom, the huge cauldron was knocked off course. Wu Yuehua, before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, he instantly turned black, his body rotted, and Xinwen shook. His clothes were instantly burned to ashes. Black and green smoke rose from his body. Suddenly, whistling sounds came from all directions. One expert after another shot out, leaving this place. Wu Yuehua didn't say a word. He recalled the huge cauldron and snorted lightly. I'm from the Divine Pill Department. You keep fighting with me. What are you fighting for? I'll poison you bastards to death. In the darkness, Tang Yunfei's face was dark. He growled, and a white light flickered on his body. Gradually, the black faded, and his rotting body recovered. His face was a little pale. He said in a low voice, Lu Wenyan, is this the explanation you're giving us? Lu Wenyan said helplessly, if I really can't instantiate, why don't you believe me? Then you can only try to kill me and see if you can separate me from the Sea of Will. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. As he said that, Lu Wenyan smiled and said, how about this, you guys tell Zhou Mingren to give up on Ruoling. I'll move Ruoling's grave to southern Yuan, and I'll continue to stay in southern Yuan. When I can instantiate it, I'll show it to you. Lu Wenyan sighed and said, I also respect those who followed my master and died in battle. If their descendants really want to see my master Xinwen, I'm willing. But I, Lu Wenyan, can't lie. Otherwise, I would have shown it to you long ago, so that that person in Dazhou Prefecture wouldn't keep staring at me. Lu Wenyan shrugged and said, it's Daxia of Gogirio's fault. When he brought my master Xinwen back, he gave it to me without hesitation, saying that it would break if I didn't fuse with it. At that time I had no choice but to integrate it into my Sea of Will. But I don't want to kill myself for you to see, so I'm stuck. Daxia of Goguryeo has actually seen it. Why don't we ask Daxia of Goguryeo? You, humph. Tang Yunfei snorted and asked Daxia of Goguryeo with a dissatisfied face, ask my ass. From his point of view, Lu Wenyan just didn't want to show it to them. At this time, He Chi said curiously, Tang Yunfei, you've cut ties with your senior brother. What right do you have to see this Xinwen? According to your logic, everyone in the world has the right to see it. Why don't you take out your Xinwen and show it to everyone? Lu Wenyan pressed his hands and scolded, He Chi, you have no manners. Tang Galao is our senior. And our uncle. He cut ties with senior Uncle Chow, that's his family's business. How can we say that he doesn't have the right to see it? He has the right. However, Pavilion Elder Tang, there was something that was stuck in his throat. He had to get it out. Tell me, after Uncle Chow died, how could you expel all of his descendants from Jiutian Academy? You even took many of senior Uncle Chow's things. That's not right. Tang Yunfei said coldly, what a nuisance. When senior brother was alive, he offended a group of people because he followed the fifth generation. After his death, in order not to be bullied, his descendants specially asked me to help them solve their disputes. I've given the things that senior brother left behind to everyone. How can a person like you know about it? Lu Wenyan smiled and nodded. Then I'll take it that I didn't know the truth and misunderstood. Oh right, wasn't Principal Jin Yuhui of your Jiutian Academy a powerhouse of the Shanshanwen sect? Why is it that the outside world is saying that your principal is one of the pioneers of the fusion of divine characters? I want to know, why is the Shenwen sect gone? Why is the Shenwen sect's combat skill wall gone? Tang Yunfei said calmly, is the Shenwen sect's fusion exclusive to Shenwen sect? You don't say. That's true. Lu Wenyan smiled. 50 years ago, this was something that was exclusive to us. When your Divine Runic Tao Society was founded, it was because my junior apprentice brother's literature and Tan Research Center created the fusion department that your Divine Runic Tao Society had the opportunity to fuse together, and only then was there such a thing as a system. Do you want to deny it? Tang Yunfei snorted. Is Hong Tan the only one researching the fusion faculty? So you're not admitting it? Lu Wenyan was helpless. Forget it. It's meaningless to keep arguing with a bunch of scoundrels. Why does your Jiutian Academy have to get involved in this? Do you really think that just because you've defeated us, the Nine Heavens sect is number one in Dixia province? Defeat Wan Tianqing first, then talk about being number one. Lu Wenyan could not be bothered with him anymore. He smiled and said, if anyone dares to nag again, I'll beat him to death. I'll talk to Ruoling and wait for Zhou Mingren to come. Seriously, you're already so old, yet you insist on giving birth to a son without an ass. Does Zhou Mingren have a son? No. He's going to die without descendants. Lu Wenyan sighed. It's fine if we're single. I remember that he has a wife, but he doesn't even have a son. Forget it, this is retribution. No one said anything. The current Lu Wenyan was getting more and more shameless. Just as they were talking, a conflict broke out in the periphery. What? Why are you blocking my way? I'm going to see my uncle master. Why are you blocking my way? Is this the road to your house? What do you mean? Good dogs don't block the way. Hurry up and get lost. Baifeng cursed, full of anger and impatience. He looked at the two fellows in front of him and said angrily, I'm telling you, don't stop me. I'm scared of myself when I get angry. We civilizationists have rules. Before we do anything, we have to pay attention to our image. I'm telling you, don't force me to not pay attention to my image. The two people blocking the way were a man and a woman. One was Sor 9, and the other was Ling Yun 2. At this moment, the two looked at Baifeng with unfriendly eyes. Baifeng, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. The man was Ling Yunjing. At this moment, he looked at Baifeng with cold eyes. Are you sure you want to get involved? Hiding in the academy is better than dying here. Baifeng was stunned. He looked at the two and said uncertainly, you, still want to kill people? He looked around and said in surprise, this is Dixia province. You want to kill people? He looked around and roared, is there still law? Where are Xiajia's people? Are they all dead? I don't care anymore. They just said they wanted to kill me. In the distance, someone said coldly, Baifeng, you want Long Wuwei to attack you? This place has already been designated as a combat zone. Do as you wish. We don't have the time to care about you. Destroy a plot of land, 1,000 merit points. Kill one Sor. Kill 10 people on the battlefield to atone for your crime. It was that simple. If you want to fight, play by yourself. Xiajiao won't care about you. Baifeng hurriedly smiled. It's a misunderstanding. I thought Xianxia couldn't be in charge of Xia province. Sorry. My mouth is cheap. Next time, I won't dare to do it again. Please don't be calculated with me. Long Wuwei's people were also speechless. This guy. Forget it. I can't be bothered with him. This is the first time. I forgive you. Bai Feng straightened his clothes and put down the equipment he carried. He looked at the two people in front of him and said softly, "Let me in. I will live and die with my uncle master. Is that okay? Don't block the way. What are you doing?" The man in front of him ignored him. He looked at the things on the ground and his eyes flickered. "Bai Feng, as your senior, let me give you a piece of advice. Obediently return to your research." Could this be? He looked at the bag. Could it be the research materials and equipment for the soul-devouring art, or the materials and equipment for the gifted blood essence? Why did Bai Feng bring these things here? Bai Feng said warily, "What? I already said that my uncle master and I will live and die together. Are you going to surround them? Is there a point? If we really make a ruckus, it won't look good for everyone. You two, one is sore, and the other is Ling Yun. You're just an assistant here, why do you have to get involved so much?" The man ignored him and reached out to grab the bag. Bai Feng was stunned. "Robbing me?" At this time, he did not care about the bag and looked behind him. There was Long Wuwei there, and he shouted, "Even robbing is allowed in this place?" At this moment, the man had already grabbed the bag with one hand. Xianxia had already marked it as a battle zone. What rules did he have? It didn't work here. You were the one who attacked first. Bai Feng roared. Suddenly, a long sword slashed down at an incomparably fast speed. The man was already prepared. With a cold snort, he grabbed the sword with one hand. His hand flickered with a golden light as Shunwen fused into his arm. The sword was grabbed by him. He was slightly surprised. It didn't seem to be too strong. Bai Feng's dragon-slaying sword had even defeated Hu Wenxing. How could it be so weak? Just as he was thinking, the junior sister beside him shouted angrily. Before the man could react, a thin sword instantly pierced through his head. Bai Feng casually grabbed the falling bag and looked at the woman who was rushing over. He smiled and said, "Senior sister, don't mess around. I haven't killed anyone for several years, especially women. Don't mess around." As he said that, he carried the bag and ignored the woman. He directly ran towards the center and shouted, "Martial uncle, Wu Galao, save me. Someone is going to kill me." Everyone was stunned. Bai Feng killed the other party just like that. He killed a Ling Yun. How did he kill him? How did he dare to kill him? That was a Ling Yun expert from the Great Xia Civilization University. He died in the hands of Bai Feng just like that, until Bai Feng ran a long distance. Behind him, the man fell to the ground with a blank expression, dead. Bai Feng, who was in front, acted as if nothing had happened and shouted, "Help, they wanted to kill me. I fought back normally. Don't blame me." At that moment, Lu Wenyan and the others had no time to care about him. They all had solemn expressions. What the hell? 2 dragon swords, one was caught by the other party, and the other was not. A Ling Yan was killed by Bai Feng just like that. 2 dragon swords? At that moment, not only were Lu Wenyan and the others shocked, but the experts from all sides were also shocked. Where did the 2 dragon swords come from? It seemed to be true, however, there were some differences. One dragon sword seemed to have fused less with Shunwen, while the other had fused more. What was going on? It was all true, it was just one strong and one weak. As for Bai Feng, he did not care about this at all. Killing, so what if he killed? He had killed many people. He was not a newbie. It was already a war zone. So what if he killed him? As for whether he was a human or a one, that was not important. What was important was the enemy. That was enough. Bastard! An angry roar rang out. The next moment, a huge mountain pressed down on him. Bai Feng actually killed people the moment he arrived. This lunatic was too crazy. At that moment, everyone was shocked. They were shocked by Bai Feng's methods, shocked by Bai Feng's ruthlessness. Without saying anything, he killed him with one sword strike. Before killing him, he even tidied up his clothes. Was this his dignity as a civilization master? Not far away, Lu Wenyan's face was lifeless. He could not help but rub his forehead. F***ck, did this son of a bitch come to cause trouble for me on purpose? You killed him the moment you arrived. Do you want us to be surrounded and killed, bastard? Although there were a few times when he wanted to disregard everything and kill the other party, but wasn't his strength inferior to the other party? This bastard, did he not consider the environment? At that moment, Baifeng did not care about this at all. He shouted, "Martial uncle, save me. Hurry up." Wu Yuehua and the others frowned. They were speechless and depressed. Even so, they had no choice but to stop him. With a rumble, the mountain was repelled. Wu Yuehua also took a few steps back. In the distance, Sun Galao walked in the air. His face was ashen as he shouted, "Baifeng, you bastard, you actually killed him." Baifeng turned his head and shouted, "Sun Galao, it's a misunderstanding. It's true. I really didn't expect senior brother Zhang to be so weak. I only used one sword strike." He, Ling Yun, was stabbed to death with one sword strike. He's too weak. Sun Galao's face was frighteningly ashen. Bastard, after killing someone, he still dared to be so arrogant, Baifeng cried out in grievance. Then, he suddenly turned pale with fright and said, What the hell, do I have to go to the All Heavens battlefield and kill 10 Ling Yun Stage 2 experts to atone for my crime? I'm finished. The experts in all directions looked at him silently, watching him perform. What they were more concerned about was what this guy had just done. Why did he have 2 dragon-slaying swords? Lu Wenyan frowned and looked at him. Ignoring this, he sent a voice transmission, "Why did you kill him? I've long been annoyed with him. 3 years ago, he tried to ambush me on the battlefield. I discovered him in advance. I didn't bother with him and killed him with one sword strike." Baifeng quickly sent a voice transmission, "Martial uncle, what time is it? Kill to establish your might. If we wait like this, more and more people will think that we don't dare to do anything. In this day and age, if you don't be ruthless, how will they be afraid of you? Let Martial Ant kill some people. Kill a few mountains and seas, and I guarantee that everything will be fine. Why don't you ask them to dig up graves? After killing enough, they will naturally retreat. They're just a motley crew. We don't have time to waste with them every day. Kill a few more. Anyway, they're not doing anything serious. They're just scourges on the battlefield." Then, he added, "Kill Xianxia and the Zhou family, and they have no choice but to show up. Otherwise, given the current situation, it's been 50 years, and they're still struggling. Killing Ling Yun is useless. You're just wasting your time. You're not afraid of them. You can't even kill the mountains and seas. Just kill sun and moon and you'll stop." These were Lu Wenyan's words, and he sounded very helpless. More importantly, can that piece of trash of a master of yours kill sun and moon? He can't, right? Baifeng said awkwardly. He probably couldn't. Well, that's fine. Sun and moon haven't shown up yet, so he can't kill them even if he wants to. As Lu Wenyan spoke, Baifeng had already arrived. Behind him, Sun Galao looked furious as he looked down at his dead disciple, dead, killed by a single sword strike from Baifeng, Ling Yunjing. At the same time, people's willpower came from all directions to investigate the corpse. Soon, they came to a conclusion. It was really Baifeng's dragon-slaying sword that had shattered the Sea of Wool with a single sword strike. And the sword strike that he had caught earlier was also the dragon-slaying sword. At this moment, another old man walked out of the air and looked at Baifeng. Baifeng glanced at him and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Master, is this the grandfather of the genius from Dazhou Prefecture?" "Yes. I heard that he's preparing to challenge me. If I kill him with a single sword strike, will this old man explode in anger?" Lu Wenyan was very helpless. "You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Forget it, I'm much older than that kid. I'm not one to bully the weak. Let my disciple do it." "Really, what genius? What monster? I can kill him with a single sword strike. How boring." Baifeng laughed. He threw down his bag and straightened his clothes again. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at the few galao in the air. Bear One's teeth smiled and said, "Stop looking. It's an accident." They're too weak. I can kill them with a single sword strike. How about this, you can come at me at 3 steps to the cloud. If I can't kill you with a single sword strike, then I'll wait for you to kill me. Don't bully the weak. 3 steps to the cloud is my limit. Let me tell you, don't bully me in the mountains and seas. My family has mountains and seas too. If you attack me again, Higalao, Wugalao, and the others will go and kill your descendants and disciples. Let's all talk about the rules. Also, I have a master too. I'm at the peak of the 8th tier of the mountain and sea realm, and I'm about to reach the 9th tier. If you want to attack me, think carefully about your sons, grandsons, daughters, dogs, cats. Revenge breeds revenge, there's no way. Bai Feng chuckled and said, so let's all talk about the rules and back off. Don't get too close, or I'll go out and kill people again. In the air, Sun Galao and the others appeared one after another. They looked at Bai Feng with cold eyes. Bai Feng didn't care at all. He picked up his communicator and made a call. The call was quickly connected and he hurriedly said, Teacher, that old bastard Sun Tao bullied me and wanted to kill me. You know where his house is, right? Don't come back. Go to his house and kill his whole family first. Ah? I can't kill him? Why? This isn't a war zone, so I can't kill him? Oh, I understand. Teacher, you didn't kill him. Wanzu did. Do you understand? It's good that you understand. I'm hanging up. They want to kill me no matter what. I'm busy here. Bai Feng hung up and looked at the people in the air. He shrugged and said, well, my teacher is on his way back. Don't bully him, everyone. Sun Galao's eyes were cold and fierce. Bai Feng, I didn't expect that among the Shenwen faction, you would be the most ruthless and sinister. Bai Feng chuckled and mumbled, is it dark? Not bad. Didn't you leave one alive? If you don't leave, I won't stay anymore. Sun Galao gave him a deep look, then landed on the ground. And picked up the dead disciple. His heart ached a bit, but then he looked at the red-eyed female disciple and shouted, retreat. Get out of the war zone. With that, he turned and left. In the air, the mountain and sea realm cultivators also disappeared. In all directions, many people began to retreat. Madman, Bai Feng, that bastard. He had no scruples. They hadn't even made the first move, but Bai Feng had killed someone first. Bai Feng had said that anyone below the 3 steps to the cloud could come. But who could block his sword just now? Why did this guy have 2 dragon-slaying swords? Bai Feng was strong to begin with. Hu Wenqing was not inferior to Ling Yun, who was a genius assistant teacher. Bai Feng had defeated him with a single sword strike when he was at the 7th stage of Soar. Now that he was at the 8th stage, an ordinary Ling Yun at the 1st or 2nd stage might not be his match. Monster students. The so-called strongest in the same level was aimed at those monsters, not these students with ordinary talent. In an instant, everyone in the surroundings retreated. Bai Feng curled his lips and looked at Lu Wenyan. He said with a smile, Uncle Master, I'm amazing, right? Don't you feel uncomfortable being surrounded by people? I feel uncomfortable the moment I come. Look, they're all retreating now. They won't come again before the stronger ones come. Wu Yuhua looked at him strangely and said, you really don't care about the ties of the school, ties? Bai Feng was speechless. What kind of ties? They're gone a long time ago. If there really was, how could there be now? These people should be killed until they kneel down and call me father. I'm too lazy to get involved in this. Anyway, my senior brother can endure it, but I can't. When I deal with them, I'll settle it with one sword. In the school, I'll defeat them. Outside the school, it's fine to kill them, so I'll just kill them. You brat. You're quite ruthless. Wu Yuhua shook his head. Bai Feng said gloomily, don't just talk about me. Your niece is not any worse than me. Shenwen's faction are all soft persimmons, so I can only be a bit harder. My teacher said that I'm most like my grandmaster, Uncle Master, right? Lu Wenyan sighed. If your grandmaster was as ruthless as you, would there still be such a thing? How could your grandmaster be as ruthless as you? Your master ancestor was simply too arrogant. Otherwise, how could there be a single branch of divine runes that had been tossed around until now? Of course, when the 5th generation was around, no one dared to bully them. Bai Feng didn't care. He looked at Lu Wenyan with a smile as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. He sent a voice transmission, "Uncle Master, I've found a way to get rid of Shenwen's suppression. It can help you advance to the invincible realm in one day. Come on, let me see your brain." "No, your sea of will." "No, Shenwen." "Uncle Master, they're all gone." "Hurry up, I can't wait." As he spoke, Bai Feng took out a lot of instruments from his bag. Then, he ran in all directions and dug up a lot of trees, earth, and stones. Instantly, he built a house on the spot. "Uncle Master, come on, come in. I'll show you your brain." "No, Shenwen, I won't cut you." "Don't worry. Hurry up, we don't have much time." Lu Wenyan and the others watched him build a house, install the instruments, and make a wooden bed. They stared at Lu Wenyan with burning eyes. All that was left was for Lu Wenyan to lie on it. Bai Feng was a little anxious. He said hurriedly, "Wu Galao, use your willpower to shield the surroundings. He Galao, help me keep an eye on him. Fan Galao, help me catch my Uncle Master. His problem in Shenwen is very serious. Let me see if I can cure him." Everyone stared blankly at him. This brat, could it be that he had really gone mad? Just when Bai Feng was going crazy. "So you walked out of the secret realm again?" Everything went smoothly. This time, he didn't open too many apertures. He only opened the apertures needed for the soul-devouring technique and the spirit-cleansing technique. In total, he opened 180 apertures. This Essence Chi secret realm wasn't too suitable for cultivating the divine apertures. 10 drops of the 5-element race's blood essence only helped Suyu open 3 divine apertures. Right now, his physical body only had 180 apertures opened and 23 divine apertures opened. On the other hand, his willpower had decreased a little. Right now, it was only around 65%. In his mind, the little hammer continued to pound with vigor. It's time to stir up some trouble. At the very least, it would reduce the pressure on the teachers outside. It would be best if he could stall a Shenwen faculty's Galao and not let him leave. The instant he walked out of the secret realm, Suyu's shadow barrier erupted and covered everything. He didn't give Huang Lao the chance to peep at him. Huang Lao looked at him speechlessly. This guy was purposely releasing his willpower to hide it from him. It wasn't like he was prepared to do anything. "Suyu, how's your cultivation?" "It's still all right." Suyu smiled. "Teacher, I'll be leaving first. Do you need me to help you hide?" "There's no need for that. It's not like I have anything to hide." Suyu smiled. "Thank you, teacher." "Oh right, teacher, in the future, there's no need to specially close the secret realm when I'm here. Otherwise, people might gossip. I'll come here often." After saying this, Suyu ran off. Watching him leave, Huang Lao couldn't help but laugh. At the side, Niao Lao suddenly said, "His killing intent is seething. This guy would rather not advance to Wanshi and cultivate the soul-devouring art. Who is he preparing to make a move on? Who else?" Huang Lao didn't think much of it. "Go ahead. It'll be best if everyone ends up bleeding. It's about time for the academy to be cleaned up. After 50 years, the number of experts has increased, and the people's hearts have also scattered. Wan Tianxing has a huge responsibility. Clean them up. Cleaning up a bunch of vermin will only make the academy stronger." Niao Lao nodded slightly and said softly, "Thank you, Shenwen faculty." Sigh. After a sigh, the two of them didn't speak anymore. The wind blew, and it was about to rain. There were very few people in the academy in the early morning, and the air was very fresh. As he strolled along the tree-lined avenue, Suyu did not feel good at all. Instead, he felt a little terrible. He was thinking, what is Wan Tianxing thinking? Now that the Shenwen faculty was fighting like this, it was no longer a simple issue of competition. It even involved life and death. As the principal, Wan Tianxing did not care about this at all, he only cared about his own territory. Once he left the academy, did he allow others to mess around? Wan Tianxing didn't even care that some outsiders were participating in this. If this went on, how much dignity would the Great Xia Civilization University have left? Suyu was thinking, if he stood in Wan Tianqing's position, what would he do? What should he do? After thinking for a long time, Suyu sighed in his heart. Perhaps their status was different, so their considerations were different. In the Great Xia Civilization University, the person he found the most difficult to understand was Wan Tianqing. Previously, it was said that Wan Tianqing was the leader of the Civilization Division in Xia Province, not just the Great Xia Civilization University. But now, he did not see much of the dignity of a leader. Was it because of his strength? Was it not the sun and moon yet? As he thought about this, Suyu had already walked to the library again. There were also some students and researchers coming and going in the library. Some saw Suyu and greeted him warmly. Some saw Suyu and treated him coldly. Suyu did not care. He responded to those who greeted him with a smile. Those who treated him coldly ignored him. He was not a person with merit points, so he could not be loved by everyone. Therefore, the best way was to rope in the majority and attack the minority. Let the enemy fear him, let the friends like him, and let the neutral not be biased toward the enemy. He had learned this from Chen Hao's father. When Chen Qinghe was the deputy director of the Traffic Supervision Department, he was not the only deputy director in the department. There was a deputy director who opposed him fiercely. Chen Qinghe quietly roped in a few other deputy directors. He was kind to the people below him, showed his ability to the people above him, and showed kindness to the other deputy directors. He only targeted the deputy director who opposed him. When the two of them quarreled, everyone said that one of them was a good-for-nothing. Even if it was clearly Chen Qinghe's fault, in the end, it became that person's fault. In the end, that person couldn't stand being targeted by the entire traffic supervision office and resigned in anger. Therefore, in the academy, Suyu had to let everyone know that it was Shan Shenwen's fault. As long as a fight broke out, it didn't matter if Suyu took the initiative to find fault with them. Shan Shenwen's faction was the bully, and it was their fault. No matter how ruthless Suyu was, he had to protect himself and fight back. Maybe those people wouldn't help him, but Suyu's reputation was good. In this day and age, strength and reputation were important. If one's reputation was tarnished, it would be difficult to do things. When the guards at the door saw Suyu, they all smiled and gave way. Suyu smiled back, bowed slightly, and strode into the library. On the 10th floor. This time, Suyu wasn't looking for Chen Yong. He was looking for his senior sister, Wu Jia. After greeting Chen Yong briefly, under Chen Yong's surprised gaze, Suyu and the enthusiastic Wu Jia went downstairs together. "Junior brother, why are you looking for me?" Wu Jia asked curiously as he followed Suyu down the stairs in high spirits. "Why is junior brother looking for me so early in the morning?" "Senior sister, it's already October." "Yes, what's wrong?" "After December, if you still can't enter the top 100 list, the academy will organize a second in-depth inspection. Even if Uncle Master makes up for the previous deficit, it'll be useless." "That's because it won't be a simple inspection, but a joint inspection with Galau." Wu Jia's expression changed. She naturally knew that. She said dejectedly, "I know, but..." "Junior brother, I'll fight to enter the top 100 list in December." Suyu smiled. "Senior sister, December, there'll be too many variables." Then, Suyu said slowly, "Shan Shenwen's faction is being targeted by others. Why can't we do something about it? Uncle Master will be inspected, but what about the others? If you can't enter the top 100 list, it means that Uncle Master's teaching results aren't good. If Shan Shenwen's faction doesn't enter the top 100 list, will their teachers be inspected again? Will there be problems?" Wu Jia looked at him blankly. "Junior brother, what do you mean?" "Counterattack." Suyu smiled. "Senior sister, counterattack is the best defense. We can't just sit and wait for death. However, it's fine when I dealt with Huang Qifeng last time. It's not a big problem for me to be ruthless. However, if I were to attack others recklessly, everyone will think that Shan Shenwen's faction is too cruel and overbearing. Shan Shenwen's faction might not care, but we do." Suyu said softly, "Because we're few in number and weak, we still have to care about our reputation. We shouldn't push the weak against everyone else." Wu Jia pondered. She nodded and looked at Suyu curiously. "This junior brother of mine is thinking too much." Junior brother, what do you want me to do then? Senior sister, you challenge the students in the top 100 list. Su said softly, challenge Xianxia's faction. No, let them challenge you. Xianxia's faction can't do anything to me now, but they won't give up on you. Su thought for a moment. Has anyone challenged you recently? Yes. Wu Jia said gloomily, many. A bunch of B** stards who aren't in the top 100 list challenge me every day. If it wasn't for Master, I would have gotten even with them long ago. They've gone too far. If I wasn't injured, they wouldn't dare to challenge me. That's good. Su smiled. Senior sister, accept the challenge. Don't look for girls. Look for guys. Don't use your willpower. If you're injured, so be it. Spit out more blood. Show them that you're not afraid to fight even when you're injured. It's best if you win. If you win, you'll challenge the students in the top 100 list. It's fine if you lose because you're injured. You'll challenge them because you're angry and they'll destroy you again. Wu Jiao looked at him in a daze. She vaguely knew what he was trying to say. Junior brother, are you saying that you want me to act pitiful? No, it's really pitiful. Su chuckled. Let the whole academy see how strong Xianxia's faction is. An injured female student and they've been picking on her every day. They've been taking a dump on her. Junior brother. That's disgusting. Don't say that. Wu Jiao looked gloomy. How could he say that? Su was speechless. Wu Jiao suddenly chuckled. Junior brother, you're so sneaky. Are you going to do something to them? Su was stunned. He smiled. Senior sister, it's not that I'm sneaky. Don't explain. Wu Jia did not mind that. She giggled. I like your sneaky look. It's so cute. So you wanted to complain. I'm not a sneaky person. I'm not a sneaky person. I'm an honest person. There's something wrong with my senior sister. She's slandering me. Alright, I got it. Wu Jia was not stupid. How many civilizationists were stupid? Some of them could be said to be naive, but they still had some intelligence. Junior brother. I'm confident that I can make it to the bottom 10 of the top 100. I was worried that others would keep challenging me or even lower their ranking to challenge me. Suyu's eyes lit up. Senior sister, you can win? There's hope. That's great. It'll be best if they lower their ranking to fight you, or if they keep sending people to challenge you. Suyu's eyes lit up. That way, senior sister, remember to be more pitiful. Also, don't hurt your sea of consciousness. Senior sister, you'll fight the first battle. Leave the rest to me. Wu Jia nodded. Suyu looked at her and thought for a moment. Senior sister, dress up nicely. Be more pitiful when you vomit blood. Be stubborn, unwilling, angry. It'll be best if you get some superficial wounds. I'll buy some pills for you to get rid of scars. It won't be a problem. Can senior sister endure hardship? Wu Jia was annoyed. She rubbed Suyu's head hard. Who are you looking down on? Your senior sister. I have already made it to the top 100 before you came. I've fought my way there. Getting injured is a common occurrence. She was furious. How dare this junior brother look down on her? Wu Jia ravaged Suyu angrily, turning his handsome hair into a bird's nest. Then, she said contentedly, don't worry. It's just a small matter. But, junior brother, are you confident? In the top 100, only Zhai Feng is difficult to deal with. The others won't be difficult. Suyu smiled. Those who aren't from Xianxuan's faction won't lower their ranking to challenge me. At most, I'll have to fight Zhai Feng, who's ranked 9th. Suyu continued, I'm not confident that I can deal with Zhai Feng. Even if I can fight him, I won't be able to injure him. Then, there's no need to fight. Wu Jia nodded. I understand. Junior brother, when do we start? Today. Suyu smiled. You accept the challenge first. I'll get someone to promote it. So that more people will come. I'll let more people know that we're not looking for trouble. It's Xianxuan's faction, that's too much of a bully. Slap, Wu Jia gave him a slap. Junior brother, don't scold me. Suyu felt helpless. Wu Jia giggled again and said, smile happily. You look good when you smile. Alright, I got it. I'll go out and take a look. Those bastards will come looking for trouble even if I don't provoke them. Suyu nodded. Senior sister, I'll make a move first. I might not be there when you're sparring. I'll go over when you're done. Be careful, senior sister. Don't force yourself. If you can't win, just admit defeat, or vomit blood and collapse. I know. Wu Jia said impatiently. Why are you nagging like my teacher? Suyu smiled. He did not say anything else and left alone. Wu Jia sighed as she watched him leave. I feel wronged. I'm so weak. I can't even beat my junior brother. How embarrassing. I'll have to rely on junior brother to stand up for me. Wu Jia went upstairs and entered her room. She changed into a beautiful set of clothes and walked out of her room. Chen Yong was reading a book in the living room. He was surprised when he saw Wu Jia walking out. Are you going out? Be careful. Don't leave the academy. Ignore the others' provocations. Wu Jia nodded. She was an obedient girl. Ignore them and start fighting. In the academy, Suyu did not look for anyone else. He looked for Xia Huyu and made some simple arrangements. After that, Suyu returned to the classroom and began the day's lesson. There were not many students from the advanced class today. Wan Mingze and the others did not come. He did not know if they were cultivating or fighting for the ranking board. Suyu was focused on the lesson. He looked serious, but his mind was wandering. How's senior sister doing? Gradually, some students in the class began to lower their bodies and communicate with others. Many people received the message. The old instructor was still lecturing at the top. At this moment, someone knocked on the window outside the classroom. He could not care less about the old instructor. He said hurriedly, Class monitor, Xianxia faction is challenging senior sister Wu Jia. She's about to be beaten to death. The person who came was an intermediate class student. Suyu knew him but was not too familiar with him. At this moment, Suyu stood up abruptly. His killing intent was boiling. He bowed slightly at the instructor. Suyu suppressed his anger and said, Teacher, I want to apply for leave. The old instructor sighed. Xianxia faction again. Troublesome. Wu Jia. Wu Jia was seriously injured the last time. See if Will's injuries have not recovered yet. Why is he looking for Wu Jia again? He nodded and said, Go and take a look. Suyu, don't be rash. No students will die in a sparring match, thank you, teacher. Suyu nodded and quickly left the classroom. At this moment, there were more and more people outside the classroom. Many people saw him coming out and said anxiously, Class monitor, senior sister Wu is about to be beaten to death. Those bastards are inhumane. Suyu's primordial chi surged and he sped up. Even though he was the one who asked Wu Jia to put on an act, his senior sister. Would she really put down her pride and admit defeat so easily? It was hard to say. When Suyu went down the teaching block, many people were running toward the arena area. Someone saw Suyu and shouted, Junior Su, hurry up and persuade Wu Jia to admit defeat. If she doesn't, she'll be crippled. Suyu did not reply. He stepped on the ground and sprinted toward the arena area. A large group of people ran toward the arena area. Some of them did not know what was going on and asked anxiously, What's wrong? What else can it be? Xianxinwen's faction suffered a loss at Suyu's hands. This morning, Wu Jiao wanted to go to the exchange office to exchange for some medicine, but she was stopped halfway. Many people provoked her and insisted on challenging her. Don't you know Wu Jia's temper? She couldn't take it anymore and accepted the challenge despite her injuries. She defeated a few of them, but her injuries worsened. Xianxinwen's side is too shameless. A large group of guys took turns to fight her. Wu Jia's clothes were dyed red with blood. In the end, she won a few matches. Zhu Hong, who was ranked 98, even provoked her on purpose. Wu Jia is also stupid. She insisted on challenging Zhu Hong, who was ranked 98. They are still fighting now. When I left just now, she was almost at her limit. Damn, Xianxinwen's faction is getting more and more out of hand. That's right. They targeted Suyu the last time. In the end, they lost so many text of will and refused to admit it. They used a public lecture to dismiss us with a few thousand merit points. They're doing it again. How disgusting. Doesn't the principal care about it? They're getting more and more shameless. At first, I only thought that Huang Qifeng and the rest were shameless. But now, it seems that the entire Xianxinwen faction is the same. Damn it, the principal doesn't even care about it, don't talk nonsense. The group of people was filled with indignation and ran toward the arena. As for the person who spread the news earlier, he ran off to spread the news elsewhere. He had to let more people know. The more people who went, the better. There was money to be made in the arena area. He was surrounded by the students. In the arena, Wu Jia was covered in blood. Opposite him, Zhu Hong frowned. Still not admitting defeat, if he continued to fight, he would really kill Wu Jia. If he killed Wu Jia, he would be in big trouble. As for the judge today was still Zhao Ming. However, Zhao Ming looked as if he was watching a show. He had no intention of stopping Wu Jia. Wu Jia coughed up blood. She held a long sword in her hand. Her face was pale. She stood up shakily. Zhu Hong, you're really useless. If I don't use my will in Shenwen, this is all you can do. Humph. Zhu Hong snorted coldly. He also used his sword and stabbed at Wu Jia. A crisp sound rang out. Wu Jia swung her sword to block. The skin between her thumb and index finger was torn. Her opponent's will was suppressing her, making it hard for her to breathe. With a low grunt, Wu Jia's longsword wrapped around Zhu Hong's sword. She quickly closed in, clenched her left palm into a fist, and punched out. Zhu Hong's eyes were cold. He did not care. Shenwen erupted. A sharp aura erupted from his body. Puff, puff, puff. Wu Jia's clothes were torn, and more wounds appeared on her body. Wu Jia, admit defeat. Below the stage, someone shouted, you can't even use your will. Don't fight him. Wu Jia, don't be silly. Someone is looking for Suyu. Admit defeat. In the end, there were still people who could not stand it. This was too much of a bully. Wu Jia could not use her will. Previously, she had to fight 4 students from Xianxinwen's faction who were not on the leaderboard. She defeated 4 of them in a row before challenging Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong had the cheek to accept the challenge. He even had the cheek to bully Wu Jia, whose will had not recovered. Below the stage, a group of girls were burning with rage. Seeing Wu Jia's blood-soaked body, someone clenched his fist and cursed. Is this how students from the top 100 rankings get promoted? They just watch as Zhu Hong bullies an injured girl? If you're so capable, go challenge Suyu. What's the point of bullying the heavily injured Wu Jia? Isn't that how their faction is? They only dare to bully the weak. How would they dare to draw their swords against the strong? Why don't I see anyone from Suyu's faction looking for trouble? Zhai Feng is even more shameless. He's ranked 9th and doesn't dare to fight the top 8. All he knows is to fight Suyu, who has only been in the school for 2 months. He still has the cheek to call himself a genius. Pooey. These girls had no qualms at that moment. This was too much of a bully. It was too tragic. Even if Wu Jia was not familiar with them, seeing Wu Jia being bullied like this, they felt that they should speak up. At that moment, Zhu Hong naturally heard those voices. He was furious. If Wu Jia did not admit defeat, did he have to admit defeat? He felt aggrieved. Wu Jia did not have any combat strength left, yet he insisted on holding on. The referee did not stop him. What else could he do? As for getting out of the arena, he had thought of doing so several times, but Wu Jia had avoided it. Then I'll kill you. I don't believe the referee won't intervene. He did not want to continue fighting. Wu Jia's injuries were getting worse. If he really killed Wu Jia, not only would the referee be unlucky, but he would be even more unlucky. What was up with this Zhao Ming? Wu Jia obviously did not have any combat strength left, yet he still did not announce the result. At the side, Zhao Ming did not say a word. Announce the result? That would be meaningless. Wu Jiaming was clearly going to fight to the end, even to the point of death. Although he would not let her die, the more miserable she looked, the better. Later, there might be a big show to watch. Yu Guang looked into the distance. A figure was already stepping on the soar toward him. He kept stepping on the ground, rising up, and then descending into the soar. His speed was extremely fast. The main character was here. The show is about to begin. Zhao Ming muttered in his heart. The next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhu Hong's long sword. He frowned slightly and said, "That's enough. If Zhu Hong wins, just kick him off the arena." "You're really going to be so ruthless?" Zhu Hong frowned and looked at him, not saying a word. "Nonsense, I don't need you to teach me how to kick him off." No matter what, Wu Jia was still at the 9th tier of 15 June. It was just that her willpower could not be used. On the arena, Wu Jia was already in a daze. She had lost too much blood. Zhao Ming waved a white light and the wound gradually healed. The next moment, a figure stepped on the air and arrived. With a loud boom, he landed on the arena. Suyu quickly helped Wu Jia up. He took off his white robe and covered Wu Jia with it. He turned to look at Zhu Hong and said in a low voice, "You're very good. Shan Shenwen's faction is very good. You bully the weak and fear the strong. You keep bullying an injured female student. You keep provoking and provoking." Suyu carried Wu Jia and looked at the crowd below. He said expressionlessly, again and again, "We're here to learn, not to fight fiercely. Even if you want to fight fiercely and find someone stronger than you to spar with, why bully an injured female student time and time again? Has Shan Shenwen's faction fallen to such a state? Do you only know how to do dirty and shameless things? My teacher only challenges those who are stronger than him. He never bullies the weak. I, Suyu, will only challenge those who are stronger than me, not those who are weaker. It's true that Shan Shenwen's faction is weak and we have fewer people. But this is not a reason for you to humiliate and bully us." Suyu shouted, "Since you don't care about your reputation, why should I give you any face? Today, you injured my senior sister again. You bastards have completely angered me." Suyu suddenly looked at Zhu Hong. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You useless thing. You bully the weak and fear the strong. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Suyu looked around and shouted, "Trash from Shan Shenwen's faction, do you dare to accept? Go ahead. Aren't you all fighting fiercely? Didn't you want to challenge our faction? Come on up. Today, I'm going to destroy all of you trash and scum in the top 100 list." More and more people were gathering below the stage. Suyu shouted, "You bunch of bastards. Do you only dare to bully my senior sister? You dare to bite her just because she's injured? Dogs will always be dogs." At that moment, other than Shan Shenwen's faction, no one felt that his words were harsh. That felt good. That was too much. You only dared to bully Wu Jia. When Wu Jia was not injured, none of you stood up for her. On the stage, Zhu Hong's face turned green. However, he accepted Suyu's challenge. Suyu had even crippled Huang Qifeng. He was no match for him. Suyu laughed and looked at Zhu Hong. "Trash. Scum. I know you don't dare to. You bunch of bastards only know how to fight among yourselves. You only know how to bully injured people. You don't have the guts to fight me." At that moment, someone below the stage said coldly, "Suyu, why don't you try and challenge me?" Suyu looked at him and snorted. "Zhai Feng, who do you think you are? If you want to die, I'll grant your wish sooner or later. However, just like Huang Qifeng that day, when I reach that stage, I'll come and settle the score with you, you bastard." After saying that, he ignored him and shouted, "Since Zhu Hong this trash doesn't dare to fight me, then all the trash who fought with my senior sister earlier, come at me together. Come at me together. Come at me together with Zhu Hong this trash. A bunch of scoundrels. If one of you doesn't dare to fight me, then all of you come at me together." As soon as these words came out, many people looked at him in shock. Those who fought with Wu Jia earlier were not as strong as the top 100 list students, but they were close to it. Those who were too weak would not dare to fight with Wu Jia, who was at 15 June 9. Was Suyu too arrogant? Everyone knew that he was strong, but Suyu was not as strong as Wanshi. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Even Wanshi would fall if he faced more than 115 June. In southern Yuan, Wanzhu's Wansher was killed by a group of 15 June. A bunch of trash. Don't you dare to fight me? Suyu shouted, do you only dare to bully the weak? Is Shan Shenwen's faction filled with such trash? Then Shan Shenwen's faction should just be disbanded. On the battlefield, they're just a bunch of Wanzhu's reserves, deserters, and trash. Is Great Xia Civilization University nurturing this kind of thing? A group of people doesn't dare to fight me alone? Scum like you are destined to become traitors to the human race. On the battlefield, when the All Heavens One arrives, you'll probably be the ones to kowtow and surrender. His words agitated some of the Shan Shenwen faction students below. Their faces flushed red. Zhu Hong's expression was also extremely ugly. Zhai Feng looked at Suyu coldly. Suyu looked at him and sneered, Zhai Feng, do you think what I said is inappropriate? Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. I'll fight them one by one. Wait for me, don't worry. I'll make your Shan Shenwen faction lose all face. No one will dare to fight me. I'll kill my way to you step by step. I'll let you see that trash is trash. Zhai Feng said coldly, Suyu, you defeated Wang He, and now you're challenging others. Suyu interrupted, I'm sorry, I'm not a student in the top 100 list. As for why I fell off the list, isn't it because of you bunch of shameless people? Now, are you going to pour dirty water on me? Why did you, Suyu, lower your ranking? Suyu tauntingly said, it seems that all reasoning has been said by your single divine text lineage. I'm on the list, but you shamelessly lowered your ranking to challenge me. When I'm not on the list, you say that I'm too strong and shouldn't challenge the weak. Disgusting? Disgusting. Suyu. Spat, it's so disgusting that it makes me want to vomit. Even if I tie my hands, I can still cripple this bunch of trash. It's you who disgusts me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother to fight a bunch of smelly bugs. Is he worthy? Suyu pointed at Zhu Hong and shouted, is he worthy? If not for this despicable person who injured my senior sister, this smelly bug wouldn't be worthy to stand in front of me. No matter what, Zhu Hong was a student in the top 100 list. Moreover, it wasn't easy for him to fight his way up. Over the past few days, the top 100 list had been changing constantly. Some people were eliminated while others entered the rankings. It wasn't easy for him to make it into the top 100, but today, he was humiliated by Suyu. His face flushed red as he roared, Suyu, don't think that you're invincible. Killing a piece of trash like you is a piece of cake. Suyu's murderous intent was awe-inspiring. He looked at him and shouted, trash, do you dare to attack me together? Zhu Hong was shaken and took a step back. He felt like he was looking at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The next moment, he came to his senses. He felt ashamed and embarrassed. He was actually scared. Tisk. Ha ha ha, getting scared before the battle. Sure enough, he's really scared. Below the stage, many people jeered and booed. This was too embarrassing. Let's go. There were 4 or 5 people who were close to the top 100 list. What's there to be afraid of? What a piece of trash. Yeah, they don't even dare to do that. They only know how to bully the injured. Wu Jia is seriously injured. Shan Shenwen's faction is really regressing. One by one, the students shouted and provoked them. Some researchers had arrived. Ling Yan's experts looked at the students who were talking. Some were afraid, some were indifferent, and some even provoked. What? Ling Yan wants to beat me up? That's right. This is the traditional style of Shan Shenwen's faction. Ling Yan's killing to nurture his character. Amazing. It was none other than Qingyun Fai who spoke. Qingyun Fai looked excited and wanted to jeer. He looked at the researcher and laughed. What? Still looking? What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong? Everyone is looking. Your people are so weak. If they were in the war school, even if they can't win, they would have gone up to fight. Look, they are not even comparable to women. Wu Jia is injured, and Zhu Hong provoked him. Even if he is seriously injured, he still dares to fight. This is what a real woman is. Shan Shenwen's faction is not even comparable to women. Many girls glared at him, but they felt that what he said made sense. Despicable, wasn't Shan Shenwen's faction the strongest in the school? that was it. A few researchers quickly transmitted their voices. If it was someone else who provoked them, they could ignore it. But Suyu, if they ignored it, Xianxinwen's faction would lose all face. Zhu Hong, accept the challenge. If you feel that you can't win, surrender immediately. Since he asked all of you to attack together, then attack together. One of you is not his match. Don't reject the challenge. Otherwise, the morale of Xianxinwen's faction will be shaken. At this moment, a few researchers could feel that something was wrong. Many of the freshmen from Xianxinwen's faction were shaken. Their eyes were filled with struggle, contempt, disdain, and disappointment. This was the strongest Xianxinwen's faction. Even if they couldn't win, they should still attack. Look at Wu Jia, he was still injured. Even if he couldn't win, he should still fight until the end, but Zhu Hong's group only made them feel endless embarrassment. If Suyu were to continue guiding them like this, the freshmen would be shaken and the older students would be disappointed. There were even some researchers who felt aggrieved and ashamed. If this continued, the Divine Rune Department would become the laughingstock of the entire Grand Xia Mansion. It was fine if they couldn't win, but if they didn't even dare to accept the challenge, what kind of joke were they? Accept the challenge. A few researchers quickly made a decision. They transmitted their voices to the students to accept the challenge. The next moment, Zhu Hong gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine. Suyu, since you want to challenge the 5 of us, let's attack together." Below the stage, the other 4 students jumped into the arena. They were angry and embarrassed. It was too embarrassing. As for Suyu, he smiled. He carried Wu Jia down the stage and placed her on the ground. Wu Jia was already awake. Suyu said softly, "It's been hard on you, seeing your sister." With that, he turned and jumped into the arena. "I'll cripple you." Zhao Ming's interest was piqued. He shouted, "Let's not talk about the rules. Can we begin?" "Suyu, are you sure you want to challenge the 5 of us?" "Yes." "Alright, then, let's begin." With that shout, Zhu Hong and the other 4 instantly blacked out. The next moment, their willpower was corroded and they cried out in pain, excruciating pain. It was too painful. It was so painful that they felt like they were better off dead. A hammer, unseen by others, smashed into Zhu Hong's sea of will. The sea of will shook violently. His willpower was corroded and he blacked out. The difference was too great. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them screamed as they were corroded by Suyu's soul-devouring art. The small hammer smashed out. These people did not even have the chance to scream. They were a little dizzy. Killing intent exploded in Suyu's eyes. He moved his feet. Almost at the same time as the small hammer smashed out, he lashed out with his leg. Crack, crack, crack. With just this kick, all the bones in Zhu Hong's body seemed to have broken. He fell heavily to the ground, but he still did not come to his senses. His willpower was even more seriously injured. Almost at the same time, Suyu lashed out with his 4 legs and they fell to the ground at the same time, like 5 puppets. The 5 of them were instantly defeated the moment they stepped into the arena. They had no way to fight back. A long saber appeared. Suyu slashed at the place where the 5 of them were lying. Zhao Ming was about to stop him when Suyu shouted, "He did not kill anyone." Zhao Ming was stunned. He retracted his hand and the next moment, the long saber slashed in the air. "Ah!" A series of screams rang out. In the void, scattered willpower spread everywhere. Suyu used Wenbing to shatter their willpower. Bang, one kick after another. The 5 of them were kicked off the arena. The 5 of them looked like they were dead. They were stacked together, lying in front of Wu Jia. "Trash! Trash!" Suyu snorted. He looked around and looked at the researchers with disdain. Silence. They knew Suyu, but Suyu was even stronger than the last time. He was terrifyingly strong. The 5 students, including those in the top 100, had no way to fight back. They did not even have the chance to admit defeat. Defeat, crushing defeat. Some of the researchers' expressions changed. This guy had become stronger, even more terrifying. Soul-devouring art. It corroded everyone's willpower. The nemesis of a civilization master. Soul-devouring art. He really managed to derive it? Suyu managed to learn it. He didn't use his talent blood essence. Below the stage, a group of researchers had a change of expression. Was the corrosion and burning of willpower really caused by Yuan Qi? Was it caused by the mutation of Yuan Qi? Many of them used their willpower to investigate. They did not get too close to avoid any misunderstandings. However, many of them still used their willpower to investigate Zhu Hong and the rest. They wanted to know if their willpower injuries were caused by Yuan Qi or the outburst of their willpower. On the stage, Suyu was indifferent. He did not care about what those people said and shouted, "The student from Xianxia lineage, who was ranked first, come up to the stage." As soon as he said that, Lu He's expression turned ugly. "It's me." Lu He gritted his teeth and did not want to go up to the stage. He said sullenly, "I admit defeat." Previously, he was knocked out of the top 100 by Suyu. These few days, he managed to fight his way up to the 92nd place. What else could he do? He was not even a match for Suyu the previous time, let alone this time. No one said a word. Although some of the researchers were unhappy, when they thought of Zhu Hong's outcome, they did not say a word. Heavily injured, Suyu was too strong and domineering. Then let's send one more up. Suyu shouted, "Are you all afraid to go up to the stage? If you don't dare, then act like a coward. What's the use of bullying my senior sister? Come up to the stage." Suyu's voice was loud. "Are you all afraid? Students from the top 100 don't even dare to accept the challenge?" Suyu's Yuan Qi erupted and his voice was loud like a bell. "Those who are willing to stand up for Xianxinwen's lineage can also come up to the stage. Today, I want to see how strong Xianxinwen's lineage is when they shamelessly bully injured girls." Suyu. Below the stage, a researcher shouted coldly, "Enough. Don't keep talking about Xianxinwen's lineage. It's the academy's rules for students to spar. Everything is within the rules, yet you're speaking rudely. Do you still have the bearing of a civil teacher?" Suyu looked down at him and shouted, "Insolent words?" If the teacher felt that way, then he was being rude. "Dozens of unscathed students bullied my senior sister, and you think you're in the right? I want to challenge Huang Qifeng. Let him come up here. How about a battle to the death?" Suyu shouted, "Do you dare? If Huang Qifeng dares to go on stage, I won't even need to use my willpower to hack him apart. Do you dare? Did he dare?" Shouts after shouts reverberated throughout the arena. The researcher who spoke before had an ugly expression on his face and didn't reply. Huang Qifeng, he had just woken up, go on stage? What stage? Was he really not afraid of him dying? When Suyu compared Huang Qifeng to Wu Jia, Xianxinwen's faction was left speechless. What else could he say? At that moment, the crowd suddenly dispersed, and exclamations could be heard. At the periphery of the crowd, a young man in a black robe walked over with his hands behind his back. His medium-length hair was draped over his ears, and he had a cold aura. Many people were shocked. Why is he back? Far away, Lu Hong instantly hid behind a tree trunk, looking like a thief. He looked at that person and cursed in his heart. Didn't he say he would be back a month later? Why is he back now? Researcher Xia Yuan. Many people greeted him. The young man nodded slightly and didn't reply. He looked straight at Suyu. He glanced at Suyu, then at the rest, and said calmly, "Sparring is sparring. Disrespecting your teachers, you deserve to be punished. Contradicting your teachers, injuring your classmates, seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. You deserve to be punished. The ignorance of the students is the fault of the teachers. Baifeng will cancel the merit points for 3 months. Suyu will cancel the merit points for the upper-class students. This is your punishment." The young man looked around and said coldly, "Sparring, sparring, battle to the death, everything is up to you. Disrespecting your teachers, disregarding everyone else, you deserve to be punished." Many people looked at the young man. Suyu also frowned and said, "Miss Xia is punishing me. Which rule is it according to?" He already knew who the person was, Xia Yuan. He had suppressed Baifeng and Wu Qi's generation of peerless geniuses. Below the stage, Xia Yuan turned to look at him and said coldly, "It's not according to the academy's rules, it's military law. Disrespecting your superiors and disobeying the rules should be punished." In the Great Xia Civilization University, apart from being a student, all students have another identity, which is a reserve soldier. Do you have any objections? Suyu was silent. After a while, he said again, "No objections. Since Miss Xia thinks that I deserve to be punished, then so be it. I admit that I disrespected my teachers, but Shan Shenwen's teachers are not worthy of my respect. Xia Yuan did not waste time talking to him. He looked at Zhao Ming and said coldly, a severely injured student is not fighting to the death. Why didn't the referee stop him? Zhao Ming looked at him with a serious expression. After a while, he said, he's not dead. Even if his willpower is severely injured, he can still continue to cultivate. Why did he stop him? Don't you know that if he can't fight back, the referee can declare him a loss? Xia Yuan said coldly, Zhao Ming, get off the stage. You're no longer the referee of the top 100 tournament. Zhao Ming's expression changed, and he suddenly smiled. Xia Yuan, you don't have the right to control me. It's not your place to give me orders. Xia Yuan said calmly, I've already joined Ling Yun. Just now, I've taken over the position of Ling Yunjing's inspector. I can control you when you join Ling Yunjing. Zhao Ming's expression changed. After a while, he smiled and said, fine, you have the final say. Xia Yuan, you even want to control a student's match. You're quite a busybody. Fortunately, you're not Shanghai. Otherwise, the position of principal would be yours. Xia Yuan ignored him. Zhao Ming smiled and did not care. He jumped off the stage. Xia Yuan suddenly looked at Lu Hong in the corner and said calmly, Lu Hong, you go up. You'll be the referee of the top 100 tournament for now. On the other side, Lu Hongyi smiled and did not say anything. He quickly stepped on the air and landed on the stage. Xia Yuan did not say much. He turned to look at someone behind him and said calmly, since Suyu thinks he's strong and has nothing to fear, Zhou Hao, you go up and challenge him. Lu Hong frowned slightly, but it was quickly resolved. He smiled and said, Brother Xia, this is a new student. Xia Yuan said calmly, I've already registered before school started. However, I haven't returned, so I didn't enroll. Today, you'll return with me. Behind her stood a boy who wasn't very tall. He looked very ordinary. He had a crew cut and was not wearing a long robe. Instead, he was wearing a short robe. He followed Xia Yuan, but not many people noticed him. If not for Xia Yuan's words, they might have overlooked him. Many people looked at the young man. The young man did not care. Bear One's teeth smiled and looked at Suyu on the stage. A very pure gaze, however, at this moment, Suyu's heart trembled slightly. That gaze, there was a chill in the depths, looking at him, it made one's heart palpitate. This guy has killed before. Suyu quickly made a judgment in his heart. Not only did he kill before, he probably killed quite a lot. Moreover, his murderous aura was restrained. Or rather, the other party did not think that killing was a big deal. Where did Xia Yuan take in this student? Someone from the Zhou family? Not very likely. Unless it was a branch family, otherwise, the direct descendants of the Zhou family would not dress like this. Big families cared a lot about these things. People like Wan Mingze would never go out in a short robe. Xia Yuan said calmly, for the sake of a student sparring, you caused such a ruckus in the entire residence. What a joke. Making such a ruckus, I don't know what you guys are trying to do. Zhou Hao, go up and challenge him. The short-robed teenager, Bear One's teeth smiled and walked toward the stage. Walking up the stage, looking at Suyu, Bear One's teeth smiled again. Zhou Hao, freshman, challenge the senior brother. Freshman, however, at this moment, Suyu felt some pressure. His eyes flickered as he looked at Zhou Hao. What a dense primordial qi. This guy did not look like a civilizer, but more like a fighter. His primordial qi was frighteningly dense, moreover, he did not look like Wanshi, but more like Qian Jun. Lu Hong coughed lightly and said with a smile, Zhou Hao, do you know the rules? You are a freshman, so you are not on the list. Suyu is ranked 98th. You are qualified to challenge him. How old are you this year? You just have to be under 30. 18. Then there is no problem, Lu Hong smiled. As for his identity, let me check. As he spoke, he walked to the side and checked on a machine. Nodding his head, he said, he is indeed a freshman. He has been enrolled in the school for some time. He is a student of researcher Xia Yuan. Suyu, do you accept the challenge? Accept? He had to accept. Suyu had said so much previously, ridiculing and despising Shan Shenwen's students. If he did not accept the challenge, his words would become nonsense. He would become a joke. You only dare to challenge him because you are stronger than the others. Now that a freshman wants to challenge you, why don't you accept it? Su looked at Xiaoyuan. He must have been here for a long time. Letting his student challenge me was within his calculations. He did not give me a chance to reject. This bastard, he definitely did not just come back. This show how, even if he could not see through his strength, Suyu knew that he was strong. Suyu's eyes were cold, but he quickly regained his composure. Accept. Opposite him, Zhou Hao smiled. Senior Su, sparring is boring. Why don't we have a life and death battle? Lu Hong coughed lightly. This needs to be confirmed by both teachers. Suyu, has Baifeng gone out? Baifeng was not around. At this moment, Shenwen appeared in Lu Hong's eyes and he peeped at Zhou Hao. He was slightly shocked, at the same time. Below. Jiao Mingzhen frowned and transmitted his voice. Where did he get this wild kid from? He is cultivating the 1,000 mountain skill, right? I think so. Galao quickly said, 144 opened apertures, a heaven-class top-notch technique. However, after cultivating the 1,000 mountain skill to 15 caddies, Wansher can't close his apertures. He can't even close them. Xia Yuan imparted this to his student. Isn't he afraid that he will be crippled? It doesn't look like he is cultivating willpower. It's very low. Is it mainly his physical body? Yes, he probably didn't outline Shenwen. His physical body is strong and he has many apertures. Suyu has quite a few too. Suyu has not formed a major system. His 144 apertures are a major system. Suyu's soul-devouring art is useless against him. With willpower suppression, Shenwen might not be able to defeat him. The few Galao were a little serious. 1,000 mountain skill was a top-notch technique, a heaven-class top-notch technique in the truest sense. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to close the apertures at 15 caddies. Many people coveted this powerful technique, but in the end, they all failed and had to switch to other techniques. This young man in front of him had actually opened 144 apertures. He had successfully cultivated it and was just short of closing his apertures to step into the Wansha realm. Although Suyu had many apertures, he only had 108 at most. His instantaneous explosive power might not be as good as his opponent. Purely in terms of physical strength, Suyu might not be able to match up to his opponent. Xia Yuan had a reason for letting this person on stage. Not cultivating willpower, this way, the effect of the soul-devouring art would be greatly reduced. As for willpower suppression, Suyu was not sore, so the suppression was limited. His opponent had many apertures and strong explosive power. Suyu might not be able to suppress him. On the stage, Suyu secretly took a breath. Life and death ring, how arrogant, his opponent was probably not weak. Maybe he cultivated a heaven-class technique. Suyu's gaze changed and he quickly said, life and death ring. My teacher isn't here and no one has signed. How about this, since you want to challenge me and even mentioned the life and death ring, you and I, let's see who dies in the end, who will be the loser. Zhou Hao bare one's teeth smiled and said, sure, although it's a pity that I can't kill. Suyu looked at Lu Hong and said in a deep voice, students, can I trouble someone to call Curator Chen of the library over? I'm afraid some judges are unfair. Soon, someone ran towards the library. Below the stage, Wu Jia had already woken up with a worried look on his face. After Suyu defeated Zhu Hong and the others, there was still someone who dared to challenge him to the life and death ring. Clearly, he was extremely confident in himself. Moreover, this was a student brought back by Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan was a super genius who suppressed Bai Feng and Wu Qi. Would his student be bad? Wu Jia was worried. His junior brother did not say that something like this would happen. Lu Hong smiled and shrugged, not minding it. He was happy, he would not do anything. There were so many people watching. Moreover, if he did anything, it was hard to say who he would help. Xia Yuan was actually back. Trouble, he cursed Zhou Mingren in his heart. Damn it, didn't he say it would be a month? How many days had it been? This old man lied to me. Soon, Chen Yong arrived. He glanced at the two people on the stage, then at Xia Yuan, and then at the injured Wu Jia. He felt a splitting headache. He did not do anything for a while. How did such a big thing happen? Uncle Master, please help me supervise. In addition, Zhou Hao and I will not fight to the death, only victory and defeat. I will not admit defeat or get off the stage. Qin Yong wanted to say something but hesitated. Suyu smiled and said, Uncle Master, I like to challenge the strong. Qin Yong sighed slightly, he nodded and looked at Lu Hong without saying anything. Then, he looked at Xia Yuan. On the other side, Xia Yuan had his hands behind his back, not looking at him at all. Qin Yong did not say anything. The next moment, Xia Yuan's body trembled slightly. Xia Yuan, Xia Jia's fight for the prefecture head is not something we can afford to meddle in. However, if you want to step on our faction to rise, it's not appropriate. There are not many people in the Shenwen faction. I won't bully you. When you reach the 9th level of Ling Yun, I want to test your saber. Xia Yuan turned to look at him. Qin Yong smiled at him and nodded slightly. He sent another voice transmission. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you want to participate, fine, I'll wait for you. You're almost at 3 steps to the cloud. You're improving much faster than my junior brother. Look for me when you reach the 9th level. Xia Yuan's eyes flickered. 9th level, look for him, Qin Yong. Qin Yong did not say anything else. He stopped sending voice transmissions and looked at the arena. On the arena, Lu Hong glanced at the two of them and said with a smile, since no one has any objections, then, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 afterimages were left, and a loud rumble was heard. With a bang, Suyu took a step back and stepped on the arena floor. Creak! Sparks flew everywhere. Zhou Hao Bear One's teeth smiled, 144 light spots flashed, like a tiger pouncing over, his hands turned into claws. He was extremely fast and instantly grabbed at Suyu. Suyu's willpower erupted. Suppress, rumble, a huge pillar of primordial chi struck, directly shaking Suyu's willpower. Suyu's face turned pale, so powerful, his primordial chi was also very pure, 144 acupoints formed into one, extremely powerful. Even Suyu did not have this kind of explosive power. Fight! Kill! Suyu roared and directly gave up on the suppression of his willpower. He stomped his feet and borrowed the force to counterattack. Bang bang bang, the two exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. Zhou Hao roared and his hands turned into claws, grabbing Suyu's arms. With a crash, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Suyu's arms were bleeding, 15 kilograms realm, they were both at 15 kilograms realm. At this moment, the shockwaves from their exchange shocked some of the 15 kilograms realm cultivators. Suyu, 180 acupoints opened. Zhou Hao, 144 acupoints opened. One had 108 acupoints formed a system, the other had 144 acupoints formed a system. Their strength was actually comparable. Suyu's explosive power was slightly weaker than his opponent's, but his primordial chi was deep and his body was strong. His defense and blocking abilities were better than his opponent's. These two, are they still considered civilizational masters? Someone cursed, were they still considered, weren't they the brutes from war school? Moreover, with their strength, even if they went to war school, they would be able to enter the Wanshur list with just their physical strength. Where did so many monsters come from this year? In the past, if such a student came, if they were from war school, they would probably beat up the so-called monsters. Bang bang bang. Suyu kicked again and again, tirelessly tearing through the air and exploding the surrounding primordial chi. He kicked Zhou Hao until he kept on retreating. As for Zhou Hao, he was incomparably strong. Thousand Mountains art also had its own exclusive technique, a matching technique. It was also extremely strong and was also a heaven-class technique. At this moment, his body was as heavy as a mountain and his strength was boundless. His fist landed on the sole of Suyu's foot. Kacha, the bones in his foot were broken. Meanwhile, Suyu's leg landed on his arm, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Suyu retreated as he felt a sharp pain from his foot. Zhou Hao's Bear One's teeth laughed again and attacked again. He didn't use any weapons and only relied on his pair of hands. His hands turned into claws and attacked again. The primordial chi exploded and the air exploded. Every time he was hit, there would be a few more bloody holes on his body. Suyu retaliated with his fist. Both of them exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed. Rumble, one after another, the sound of explosions could be heard, a loud bang could be heard, two afterimages separated. Suyu's chest had an additional bloody claw mark while Zhou Hao's shoulder was torn open, revealing his white bones. Hee, very strong. Zhou Hao, who hadn't spoken since the start of the battle, licked his lips, very strong. I have never met a worthy opponent in Thousand June State. Senior, you really didn't disappoint me. You won't be disappointed. Suyu's tone was calm and casual. Pain, that wasn't important. Zhou Hao's killing intent was very heavy. When he fought, his body carried a natural smell of blood. It was obvious that he had been killing for a long time. But Suyu didn't feel that he was inferior to him. Death, I have experienced too many times. Since young, I have never been afraid of death. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided again. Rumble, on the stage, the hard ground was hit by a series of sparks. The rumbling sound was unceasing, leg shadow, claw mark, with a crack, a crisp sound could be heard. Suyu's left hand drooped down. His arm was broken and blood flowed down from his shoulder. Suyu didn't care at all and kicked out. The afterimage turned into a thin mist. With a poochie sound, the tip of his foot directly pierced into Zhou Hao's thigh. Blood spurted out. Zhou Hao chuckled and pounced forward like a tiger. He dragged his broken leg and rushed forward, taking advantage of Suyu's unsteady footing. He instantly grabbed Suyu's right hand. With a smile in his eyes, he looked as innocent as ever. His smile wasn't ferocious. He exerted force with both hands and twisted in the opposite direction, wanting to break Suyu's right hand again. Humph. A cold snort was heard. At this moment, a long saber suddenly appeared. With the power of thunder, it slashed at his hands with a loud bang. Zhou Hao's expression changed slightly and he wanted to let go. But at this moment, Suyu twisted his right hand and the three arms tangled together. Poof, the saber fell, the three arms broke at the same time and fell to the ground. Ah! Below the stage, a group of people exclaimed, how ruthless. In order to cut off his opponent's arms, Suyu even cut off his right hand. Zhou Hao's arms were broken and fresh blood gushed out. The blood disappeared instantly and his face turned extremely pale in the blink of an eye. As for Suyu, his left and right hand were broken and his face was pale as well. But at this moment, he revealed a smile. He soared into the air. His legs were like wheels of wind and fire as he kicked out rapidly in midair. Rumble, a deafening sound could be heard. With his arms broken, Zhou Hao looked ferocious and raised his legs to kick as well. More than 10 moves were exchanged consecutively. With a snap, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Zhou Hao's legs. As for Suyu, his legs were bleeding profusely as well. At this moment, both of them were covered in blood. No one admitted defeat. Don't admit defeat. Suyu chuckled softly and a long saber slashed down from the air. Lightning flashed, boom, Zhou Hao rolled on the ground and slashed a crack in the arena with his saber. Instantly, he changed directions and charged towards Suyu once more. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Hao suddenly roared and his body expanded. His mouth became incomparably huge as he bit down on the incoming saber. Crack! His teeth shattered, however, there were still some teeth that bit down on the saber. No matter how the saber shook, his mouth was already a bloody mess. Right then, Suyu leaped into the air once more and stomped down. A beast-like roar came from Zhou Hao's throat. Every strand of his hair stood up, dyed gold, and he charged at Suyu. Boom, with a deafening bang, Suyu was sent flying. Zhou Hao's scalp was filled with blood but he was like a maniac. With a flick of his head, he flung the saber away and charged towards Suyu once more. Bang! Suyu, who had just landed on the ground, was about to stabilize himself when Zhou Hao stomped on the ground. The arena shook and Suyu staggered slightly. Zhou Hao headbutted Suyu in the chest, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Everything happened too quickly and most of the students below the arena could not see it at all. A small number of people saw it but they could only see some afterimages. Right then, as Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression was still cold. Right at that moment, a hammer appeared again. Below the arena, Chen Yong and Xia Yuan's bodies trembled. Willpower technique? The hammer came crashing down. This time, Zhou Hao had some reaction but he could not produce a powerful beam of essence chi like the first time. With a roar, his essence chi exploded but he could not block the hammer. Boom, his head was buzzing and others could not see anything. They only felt that Zhou Hao had suddenly paused. Right at this moment, Suyu's leg kicked forward. With a bang, his flesh exploded. Zhou Hao's chest was directly pierced through, even his internal organs could be seen clearly. Suyu would not show any mercy. If not for the fact that Baifeng was not around, they would have fought to the death on the arena that Zhou Hao had suggested. Since he was not dead, why should he care about him? His left leg lashed out again and with a bang, he broke both of Zhou Hao's legs. With a bang, Zhou Hao knelt on the ground. He woke up. With a crazy roar, he once again headbutted Suyu. He leaped into the air and his essence chi exploded. He was incomparably powerful, brutal. Below the arena, the few students opposite Zhou Hao were shocked and retreated. This guy was already in such a state, but he was still so brutal. It was too scary. That overwhelming murderous aura made them have a lingering fear. This was still below the arena. Just how much pressure and courage did Suyu, who was on the stage, have to endure to dare to fight with such a fierce person? However, when they thought of how ruthless Suyu was, he even dared to chop off his own arms. At this moment, even the few researchers from Shan Shenwen's faction felt their hearts palpitating. They did not know where Xia Yuan found such a brutal student. In the end, Suyu, this gentle guy, did not look like a civilized teacher when he fought. They were two beasts in human form. Suyu won. Below the arena, Jiao Mingzhen sighed. When Suyu was ruthless enough to chop off his own arms, he won. When he crippled Zhou Hao's two strongest arms with one hand, Suyu won. At this moment, there was no more suspense. If they were to fight for a long time, Suyu might not lose. However, this guy wanted to defeat his opponent quickly. Even Jiao Mingzhen could not help but sigh. How ruthless. How ruthless, to be able to do such a thing to himself. It was not that he did not have a chance to win. In the end, in order to win, he even did such a thing. He felt that there was no need for him to provoke Suyu. There was no need for him to challenge him. This guy would really go all out when he went crazy. On the arena, it was just as Jiao Mingzhen had thought. When Zhou Hao's arms were chopped off, he lost. However, Zhou Hao was also a brutal person. He did not admit defeat, nor did he pretend to be dead. Instead, he continued to fight with Suyu viciously. If both arms were chopped off, then both legs would be chopped off. If both legs were chopped off, then his head, teeth, back, chest, all of them could be killed. This was much stronger than Huang Qifeng from that day. Of course, Huang Qifeng's willpower was heavily injured. Zhou Hao's willpower was also heavily injured. However, he was not strong to begin with. The backlash was not strong either. It was just dizziness. Just as Zhou Hao leaped into the air again, his head smashing over, a long saber flew back again. It turned into a small saber and shot out, heading straight for his head. Lu Hong was just about to make a move when Zhou Hao shouted, "I haven't lost." Lu Hong was happy not to make a move. He saw Zhou Hao move his head a little with a roar, allowing the saber chi of the small saber to explode. His ears were broken, and his face was a mess of flesh and blood. He raised his head and bit the small saber to death. The blood in his mouth had already turned dark purple. He once again smashed towards Suyu. Humph. Suyu snorted. He kicked with his left leg and flew into the air. He bent his right knee and struck with a flying knee strike. Boom. There was a loud explosion. This knee strike was extremely powerful. It directly hit Zhou Hao's head. With a loud bang, his head looked like it was going to explode. Zhou Hao roared crazily. He threw out the small saber and bit at Suyu. A piece of flesh was bitten off, but Zhou Hao was powerless. Suyu's small saber flew back and was about to stab into his head. Lu Hong still made a move at this moment. He instantly walked out and grabbed the saber. If he waited any longer, Zhou Hao would die. Just as he grabbed the small saber, he suddenly cursed in his heart. Black flames burst out, burning his willpower. Holy shit, this bastard, he actually burned me. At the moment he was burned, Suyu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He suddenly lowered his head and headbutted Zhou Hao's head. Bang! With another loud bang, Zhou Hao lost all signs of life. His head had turned completely red. Without both arms, he fell to the ground. There were no signs of life. Suyu's face was covered in blood. He panted heavily and looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong stared at Suyu in a daze. F***ck, dead, King kid, deliberately burned me. After sensing again, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not dead. He still had a breath left. Fortunately, otherwise, if a student was killed while he was hosting the arena, he would not be able to escape responsibility. As for Zhou Hao's injuries, whether he could be healed or not, it had nothing to do with him. He was not dead, even if he was left with a breath, that was his business. He looked at Suyu again. This kid was really fierce. At that moment, Suyu's left arm was broken. His right arm was lying on the ground. Suyu forcefully released his yuan qi and barely exerted strength with his left arm. He picked up his right arm from the ground and stuck it to his broken arm. Vital energy erupted and began to connect the meridians. Waves of pain came. Suyu did not say a word. The audience was also extremely quiet. Xia Yuan glanced at Suyu, then looked at Lu Hong. Finally, with a wave of his hand, the unrecognizable Zhou Hao was called into his hand. He took Zhou Hao's arms and turned to leave. "Miss Ya, don't forget to pay the 10 merit points. That's my spoils of war." Suyu said calmly. Also, student Zhou does not cultivate his willpower. It's not good. "Miss Ya, you should be a good teacher and do your duty." Xia Yuan did not say a word and continued walking. Behind him, Suyu chuckled and suddenly shouted, again. Shan Shenwen's faction, 1 rank higher. Continue. There was an instant roar below the stage. Everyone was shocked. This guy is crazy. He still wants to continue? In front of him, Xia Yuan's footsteps paused slightly. He did not stay and quickly left. Today, he returned. Not only did he not establish his dominance, but he also lost face. Zhou Hao was defeated. Not only did he almost die, but Suyu actually continued to challenge him after having fought with him. Suyu. Xia Yuan mumbled as he walked. His expression gradually turned serious. He was not the second Bai Feng, but a genius stronger and more ruthless than Bai Feng. At this moment, Zhao Ming, who had just gotten off the stage, appeared in front of him. He smiled and said, TSK, his injuries are too serious. I'll give him emergency treatment and barely keep him alive. 500 merit points. Xia Yuan looked at him coldly. Zhao Ming laughed and said in a low voice, 1,000 merit points. Hurry up. Xia Yuan, if he really dies, I'll sue you for murdering a student. Xia Yuan ignored him. He directly walked away. Zhao Ming's eyes flickered and he suddenly shouted, Xia Yuan, are you crazy? If you don't save him, he'll die. At this time, you still can't bear to part with the merit points? Did you deliberately kill your student to frame Suyu and say that Suyu killed your student? How ruthless of you to use your student's life in exchange for Suyu's expulsion. Everyone, come quickly. Xia Yuan wants to kill his own student. His student is not dead yet, he can still be saved. I can save him. Is 1,000 merit points a lot? Is Xia Yuan short of money? He deliberately killed his own student. Is this kind of person worthy of being a researcher or a teacher? He's a hypocrite, a complete hypocrite. He wants to fight for the position of prefecture head? F*CK, if he becomes prefecture head, I guarantee that Dixia province will be destroyed. F*CK, he's too evil. The surroundings were shaken. Shut up. An angry roar rang out. The next moment, a strong willpower appeared in the void and instantly merged into Zhou Hao's body. Zhou Hao's life force slowly recovered. Xia Yuan looked coldly at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was still smiling and said in a clear voice, why should I shut up? Vice Principal Xia, are you going to play favoritism? Why, am I wrong? Is the academy not allowing people to speak? Didn't Xia Yuan want to murder his student? I've also saved him. Give me 1,000 merit points. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light fell on Zhou Hao's body. Zhao Ming had a smile on his face as he looked at Xia Yuan. He didn't care about the strong willpower in the air at all. He bared his teeth and said in a low voice, be obedient and return the position of judge to me. Xia Yuan, if you don't return it to me, we'll see. Xia Yuan looked at him coldly. Zhao Ming still smiled and said playfully, you don't believe me? Then let's play. I entered the academy 10 years earlier than you, and I can't beat you? Tomorrow, I'll go to the Education and Welfare Administration to sue you. The day after, I'll go to the City Lord's Manor to sue you. The day after that, I'll go to the military to sue you. If that doesn't work, I'll go to the Seeker's Land to sue you. Don't tell me you've forgotten what I do? Xia Yuan looked at him. After a while, he carried Zhou Hao and left. No sound was heard. Zhao Ming sneered. He glanced at Suyu on the stage and then at Lu Hong. He waved his hand and said, "Do a day's work for me, and your salary will still be mine." "Little Lu, don't be greedy, or you're finished." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ming ran off. As he ran, he shouted, "There's no place to talk about the law. I don't believe that you'll run away without paying after saving someone." Shou Xinggu. Xia Chongqing frowned slightly and looked at someone beside him. He sighed and said, "Go, transfer 1,000 merit points to him. Let Yuan resume his position as judge." Zhao Ming doesn't usually get involved in these things. Why provoke Zhao Ming for no reason? The old servant beside him sighed and said, "Young Master Yuan is a little arrogant and doesn't know Zhao Ming well. He's like a psoriasis. Once you're infected, you can't get rid of it." Xia Chongqing nodded slightly and said softly, "Calm Zhao Ming down. Don't cause trouble. The Arcana Land faction is a neutral faction in the academy. There's no need for them to get involved in these things." The old servant nodded. The Arcana Land faction was not the same faction. It was a group of people who guarded the Arcana Land, presided over the top 100 tower, and maintained the order of the guards. They were the true neutral faction. They only cared about cultivation and maintaining the academy's rules. They did not care about anything else. Zhao Ming was one of them. For some reason, he seemed to be biased towards Suyu today. Of course, everything was still within the rules. At the same time, on the stage, Suyu chuckled and said loudly again, "Is there no one else from Shan Shenwen's faction? Isn't Zhai Feng still waiting for me? Come up to the stage." Looking at him on the verge of collapse, covered in blood, with his right arm broken and left arm broken, many people were shocked. Did he really want to continue fighting? On the other hand, many people from Shan Shenwen's faction looked at each other. Should they go up? If they did, even if they won, could they really save their reputation if they won against Suyu? If they didn't, it would be even more embarrassing. End of chapter 176. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.